Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Primordial Age. Jiangshan, one of the gathering places of the human race, is a mountain whose height remains a mystery according to the venerable elder of the clan, who has lived for over 200 years. Atop Jiangshan lies the cave dwelling of a great being of extraordinary power. It is thanks to this deity that they have managed to survive in this ancient and savage era, thereby becoming one of the three major strongholds of humanity yet. The truth reveals that it is merely an insurmountable peak. Jiang Yun, having traversed into this world and resided here for decades, has never encountered such a divine being. Instead, he has come across numerous bizarre creatures, 3 tigers and 9-headed lions, the number of which he has lost count fortunately. The physical constitution of humans is robust, and with collective strength, they can slay these beasts. Indeed, Jiang Yun hails from a modern world filled with indulgence and eccentricities according to online narratives. He has experienced a soul transfer, or perhaps merged with the original fetus spirit in his previous life on Earth. Jiang Yun was an ordinary individual with a stable job, leading a mundane existence from 9 to 5. While not wealthy, his life was sufficiently comfortable. Initially, Jiang Yun felt overwhelmed, for as a modern man thrust into a barbaric era devoid of any entertainment, he faced a harrowing reality. More terrifying was the fact that he began his journey as an infant, and after enduring the various gruesome greetings from elders, he felt a deep despair. As he matured, he inquired about many things from the adults, but the more he learned, the more his heart sank. The era in which he found himself was one that even the myths of his previous life had failed to depict in detail: the primordial savage age, the very time of Panga's cosmic creation. Was it said that humanity was created by NWA? No. An elder informed him that it was the divine figure, Jufeng, who fashioned the human race. Before Jufeng, there were the celestial emperor Zhongli and the earth emperor Yuan, collectively known as the 3 sovereigns of antiquity. The sayings of Zhongli opening the heavens, Yuan delineating the underworld, and Jufeng creating humanity are legendary, known to all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun was engulfed in despair. This was the primordial savage age, a time when gods and mortals coexisted. The feats of moving mountains and seas, igniting mountains and boiling oceans, and shifting stars and constellations, though inconceivable to mortals, were mere trifles to these deities. While Jiang Yun wallowed in self-pity, he suddenly recalled a tattered tome from his previous life, which spoke of a cataclysmic deluge in the primordial era that annihilated most mortal beings, including humanity, thus necessitating Nua's recreation of mankind. Although these mortal beings were lesser compared to the innate divine spirits, they were, nonetheless, far superior to later species. After all, they possessed a divine essence within them. With diligent cultivation, they could eventually attain divinity and escape the mortal coil, gaining a semblance of survival in this primordial wilderness. Contemplating this potentially dubious information from the ancient tome brought tears to Jiang Yun's eyes, alarming those around him. For several days thereafter, he was lost in thought, almost injured by wild beasts during hunts. It was only after an elder's reminder that he regained his focus. Indeed, this world is perilous, yet it brims with opportunities. Just think, the great beings of later ages are likely still growing in some hidden corner, and perhaps even new deities are in the process of being conceived. If he perseveres in living, might he not become a predecessor to those deities? Perhaps he could leave a significant mark in the annals of history. Moreover, unlike many other time travelers, he possessed a natural advantage. This era could truly be described as teeming with spiritual herbs and treasures, easily found with each step. As for seeking protection from the gods or apprenticing under them, whether they accept him is one matter, surviving the journey amidst various savage beasts is another. Thus, Jiang Yun resolved to remain in the Jiangshan tribe, utilizing his advanced knowledge to assist his kin, develop the tribe, and strive to accumulate some merit for protection. As for whether this would attract the attention of the heavenly way and alter the future's trajectory, Jiang Yun was naturally apprehensive. After all, he was an illegal entity, a black household, though the heavenly way seemed indifferent to him now. Should he dare to make any grand actions, a thunderous retribution would swiftly descend, reducing him to ashes. Merit, in essence, serves as a talisman for survival, granting one a thread of hope in times of peril. though whether one can seize it relies solely on their own abilities initially. Jiang Yun was uncertain how to acquire merit, until he recalled the Western saints who, upon achieving sanctity, made 48 great vows to the heavenly way, thus preemptively acquiring immense merit. Consequently, Jiang Yun contemplated making a great vow to the heavenly way, seeking to preemptively secure merit for his survival. However, this vow could not be trivial otherwise. The heavenly way would disregard him yet. If it were too grand, with his current capabilities, fulfilling it would be nothing short of a delusion. Thus, Jiang Yun fretted incessantly, exhausting countless brain cells, until he finally conceived a clever vow. To ensure his kin would no longer suffer from hunger, this vow was clever indeed, as it could pertain to the Jiangshan tribe or humanity as a whole. Though the human population was not as vast as in later times, it still numbered in the tens of millions, with several million enduring hunger. If this vow were fulfilled, the resulting merit would be substantial. In essence, Jiang Yun was exploiting a loophole in the heavenly way's awareness, for the heavenly way is but a collective consciousness lacking in wisdom. Thus, he effortlessly obtained this merit to expedite the fulfillment of his vow. Jiang Yun displayed his talents within the tribe, showcasing his abilities, and subsequently ascended to the position of chief. Once he assumed leadership, Jiang Yun found his concerns somewhat alleviated. While he dared not interfere excessively with the course of history for fear of heavenly retribution, he freely disseminated practical knowledge, such as encouraging his kin to gather fruits and preserve meats. Gradually, during his tenure as chief, Jiang Yun accumulated a significant amount of merit. After 20 years, he finally completed the first part of his vow and garnered further merit after witnessing the elderly of his tribe perish from starvation. He relinquished his position as chief, returned home to care for his parents, and upon their passing, retreated to a nearby cave to reside and cultivate. Jiang Yun's decision to step down at this juncture was not solely due to the completion of his vow, but also to repay the tribe that nurtured him. After all, he was human, and who could be devoid of emotion? Throughout his upbringing, he had witnessed elders succumb to starvation, which profoundly impacted him and solidified his resolve to cultivate. Now that fortune had smiled upon him, Jiang Yun could not let it slip away. Chapter 2. Transcending Mortal Constraints. Jiang Yun's ability to cultivate independently stemmed not only from the plethora of Taoist texts and Buddhist scriptures he had encountered in his previous life, but primarily from a broken divine core he had discovered. In this era, where deities roamed freely, finding a divine core was not particularly challenging. He had unearthed this core while leading his kin on a hunting expedition during his chiefdom. Nestled within the body of a mutated wild beast initially, he contemplated whether to keep the divine core a secret, but after some reflection, he decided to disclose it to a few elders. Upon learning of Jiang Yun's desire for the divine core, the elders generously bestowed it upon him. After all, in this age of primordial mythology, the presence of deities is no mere fiction. Given the elders' advanced years, they had likely encountered many divine cores and were indifferent to the possession of one or two. According to the elders, there were several divine cores stored within the tribe's repository, and if he desired more, he could simply take them elated. Jiang Yun returned with the divine core, preparing to comprehend its essence, only to feel a weighty pressure that instilled a sense of trepidation within him. His instincts warned him that now was not the time to engage with the divine core. Thus, he concealed the divine core within his solitary cave, intending to study it later when he had acquired protective merit. Once he had passed on his leadership and secured some merit, he began to delve into the divine core, only to discover, to his astonishment, that the core still harbored the not entirely dissipated spirit of the deity. Were it not for his merit shielding him, the moment he submerged his consciousness into the divine core, he would likely have been overwhelmed by that spiritual force and perished, becoming the reincarnation of that divine being. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. After enduring that profound mental shock, the spirit weakened, ultimately consumed by Jiang Yun, who absorbed the essence of that divine being's soul. Within it lay various insights into cultivation, as well as the identity and origins of the deity, which ultimately benefited Jiang Yun. These insights primarily elucidated the cultivation methods within the divine realm, specifically that of the earth deity and mountain god lineage, this particular mountain god was the sovereign of Lin Mountain, situated 1,000 miles beyond Jiangshan, and possessed a celestial realm of his own. It is indeed unfortunate for him during his first excursion. He sought to pay homage to the esteemed Tai god and hoped to glean some wisdom on cultivation from this great deity. Yet, upon arriving in Jiangshan, he discovered that the divine figure had long since vanished after waiting for 6 months in vain. He was left with no choice but to return to Lin Mountain, dispirited. Unbeknownst to him, on his return journey, he encountered a primordial beast of celestial stature wreaking havoc in the vicinity. Unable to bear witness to the senseless slaughter of innocent lives, he bravely engaged the beast. Alas, his strength proved insufficient, and unwilling to be devoured by the creature and become mere sustenance for its ascension, the mountain god chose to self-destruct, perishing alongside the beast in a magnificent display of sacrifice. A truly admirable deity, Jiang Yun reflected silently. O revered spirit, should I achieve mastery in my cultivation, I shall surely invoke the powers to revive you. From the remnants of the mountain god's soul, Jiang Yun gleaned that the divine path involves wielding the laws of heaven and earth, harnessing the primordial energies of the universe, thus becoming a favored child of the cosmos. This understanding stood in stark contrast to Jiang Yun's previous contemplations of the celestial path, which he had gleaned from the scriptures of his past life, emphasizing the pursuit of transcendence and freedom. Despite his familiarity with the 4 major realms of celestial cultivation, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity, was merely an ordinary individual in his past life, how could he possibly grasp the intricacies of such profound wisdom? Even if he surmised the methods for refining essence into chi and refining chi into spirit, the nature of the void in the 3rd realm remained an enigma to him. Moreover, he lacked the courage to embark on such cultivation. All his insights were mere conjecture. What if he were to falter and succumb to madness, leading to his untimely demise? Let alone the notion of merit, it would not shield him from the dangers of delusion. Indeed, while merit possesses such capabilities, the scant merit Jiang Yun harbored could scarcely sustain him through a few trials. Thus, upon acquiring the principles of divine cultivation, he promptly abandoned his own meager methods. Why would he endeavor to experiment with the so-called celestial path when a viable method was readily available? Furthermore, compared to the elusive celestial way, Jiang Yun found himself more drawn to the divine path in the primordial chaos. There exists a way, the divine and the way are one. This phrase, which he had heard countless times in his previous life, had indelibly etched itself into his heart. Moreover, the divine path emphasizes mastery, commanding the laws of heaven and earth, ultimately uniting oneself with a way. As long as the great principles of the universe endure, one cannot perish in body or spirit. Though the celestial path aspires for transcendence and freedom, unshackled by the bonds of cause and effect, Jiang Yun perceived these practitioners as mere parasites of the cosmos. They incessantly extract from the universe without regard for its capacity to bear such burdens, let alone consider any form of reciprocity. Take, for instance, the calamity of the Fengshan. In later times, the myriad celestial beings gathered under the banner of the Jiao appeared magnificent. Yet their actions were largely bizarre and reckless, exploiting their status as disciples of Jiao to wreak havoc upon the primordial chaos. Had it not been for that initial Tao ancestor, also of divine origin, who cherished the cosmos and instituted the celestial slaying calamity to reign in the celestial beings, the world might not have even endured the journey to the west. Jiang Yun acquired a cultivation method known as the method of observing the mountain's mystique, which emphasizes the absorption of the earth's vital essence to form a divine mountain within the sea of consciousness. Once established, he can effortlessly seek out an unclaimed spiritual mountain. Through the resonance of vital energies, he gradually gains mastery over this mountain, ultimately attaining the status of a mountain deity. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Yun felt as though a bomb had detonated beside his ear, leaving it ringing painfully. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a brownish-yellow spiritual light shot forth from his brow, a manifestation of the earth's spiritual essence he had cultivated. Upon its emergence, it began to voraciously devour the surrounding spiritual energy, eventually forming a spiraling vortex that accelerated the absorption of essence. As the energy accumulated, the light gradually took the shape of a peak, which, in turn, swept the remaining spiritual energy towards Jiang Yun's body with great force. The divine mountain plummeted from the sea of consciousness toward his dantian, trailing a massive influx of spiritual energy that crashed chaotically through Jiang Yun's not-so-resilient meridians, causing him immense pain. Fortunately, since the divine mountain was a product of his own cultivation, upon sensing his distress, it emanated a gentle radiance, calming the turbulent energies and guiding them softly into his dantian. Despite this, Jiang Yun still felt discomfort. However, recognizing the significance of the moment, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Before the divine mountain fully settled into his dantian, that space resembled a chaotic mess, akin to the primordial chaos before the world was formed. Yet, as the divine mountain descended, the earth's divine light cleaved through this chaos, positioning itself firmly in the center of the dantian. Still, the divine mountain continued to absorb spiritual energy unrestrainedly. After an indeterminate period, a stone atop the mountain shattered, revealing a soul that bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Yun, though now his features remained indistinct. If he could stabilize this soul, Jiang Yun would attain the status of a demigod within the divine realm, thus marking his departure from the realm of mortals. Chapter 3. The mysterious spirit rune. In a secluded cave within the Jiangshan mountains, Jiang Yun appeared to be in great distress, as though grappling with some profound agony. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a rune marking on his forehead, emanating a soft azure luminescence. This gentle azure light radiated from his brow, gradually enveloping his entire being, eventually spreading throughout the cave. As time passed, Jiang Yun's expression began to soften, and the azure light dimmed considerably. After half a day, he finally opened his eyes, murmuring, "With one vigorous effort, it wanes, and with three, it exhausts." The once profound and mysterious spirit rune now seems to have lost its efficacy. This was his first attempt at utilizing a spirit rune after traversing from Earth to this world, and it had consumed a significant portion of his essence. This cultivation episode relied on the rune, allowing him to navigate through this tribulation and escape with his life, albeit nearly depleting his essence and leaving only the most fundamental laws behind. Consequently, his fortune had also diminished considerably. Fortunately, Jiang Yun still possessed a wealth of merit. Otherwise, it would not be an exaggeration to say he had fallen under a bad star. During this cultivation, Jiang Yun had almost succeeded, only to be interrupted by the residual soul of the mountain deity Linshan, who sought to seize control while Jiang Yun's mind was momentarily at ease. Were it not for the mysterious spirit rune that manifested to protect him, Jiang Yun might have already met his demise. However, the true nature of this mysterious spirit rune eluded Jiang Yun, and now that it had completely dissipated, delving into its essence became increasingly impossible. At the very moment the mysterious spirit rune vanished from Jiang Yun, atop a high mountain in the primordial wilderness, an ethereal old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a piercing brilliance as he distantly remarked, "The last piece of the celestial creation jade plate has disappeared from the primordial realm." Though his tone was detached, his right hand continued to calculate, revealing a flicker of confusion in his gaze. After a long pause, he sighed and closed his eyes once more, resuming his contemplation of the jade plate in his hand. Although this breakthrough was perilous, the gains were monumental. Jiang Yun had successfully condensed his divine essence, fully extricating himself from his mortal coil and transitioning towards sanctity, truly becoming a deity. Observing the humble cave, Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming excitement. Moving to another chamber he had carved out to gather the precious materials he had collected over the years. This technique of the cosmic mustard seed was conceived after his ascension to demigod status, derived from insights gleaned from the Tao of Heaven. In addition, he had also mastered abilities such as summoning the wind and rain and manifesting soldiers from beings. The once dark cave now felt emptier, with only a pool of water at its center, perpetually shrouded in mist. This pool was the reason Jiang Yun had chosen to establish his dwelling here, for beneath it lay a vein of spiritual energy. Previously, due to his insufficient prowess, he could only draw forth a mere trickle, forming a spiritual spring for his use. However, now that he had attained the status of an earth deity, seizing a spiritual vein posed no challenge. In no time, Jiang Yun had successfully captured the vein, and in the blink of an eye, the water in the pool transformed into a rich, milky white essence. Immediately, Jiang Yun rose and stepped into the spiritual spring, sitting cross-legged, preparing to replenish his divine power through the vein while simultaneously enhancing his physical form. This vein within the Jiangshan mountains was merely a minor one. Despite the depletion it would suffer from this cultivation, it would not adversely affect the entire mountain range. Furthermore, after his training, Jiang Yun would utilize his mountain deity powers to restore the vein. The priority now was to elevate Jiang Yun's strength, thus increasing his chances of survival in the impending cataclysm. Once seated, he retrieved numerous spiritual fruits from the mustard seed space and consumed them. As these fruits entered his mouth, they transformed into pure spiritual energy, flooding into Jiang Yun's being that he promptly closed his eyes, beginning to refine these fruits while continuously absorbing the essence from the spiritual vein, channeling the energy into the divine fire within him, with any excess being absorbed by his physical form, gradually fortifying it. Thus, Jiang Yun commenced a lengthy retreat for several decades, unaware of the passage of time in the mountains. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from within the cave, drawing the attention of the tribespeople nearby, as the cave Jiang Yun had occupied before his retreat was obliterated by an overwhelming force. When Jiang Yun finally opened his eyes again, a small figure, identical to him, soared from above, representing his newly formed divine soul, albeit still exceedingly fragile. Just a gust of wind could disperse it into the void. After absorbing the divine soul back into his being, Jiang Yun rose, feeling the immense power coursing through him. Elated in his past life, he was merely an ordinary mortal. Now, he had transformed into a being of formidable power, destined for longevity and the potential to ascend to the path of the divine. As he surveyed the cave, now ravaged and disordered from his breakthrough, Jiang Yun felt no inclination to tidy up. Instead, he strode purposefully toward the tribe. Moments later, he entered the village, noticing it was far more prosperous than when he had served as its leader. The elders gathered in groups, conversing on the stones, while children frolicked joyfully. How wonderful, Jiang Yun mused, overwhelmed with sentiment. But soon his thoughts turned to the impending cataclysm that would bring devastation to all this, filling him with a sense of helplessness. Well, I shall do my utmost to save these people when the time comes. Yet, with his newfound strength only just touching the threshold of divinity, how many could he truly save? Lost in contemplation, a group of individuals bearing wild beasts entered the village, and the burly leader stared at Jiang Yun for a long moment before incredulously exclaiming, "Leader Yuan, is that you?" Jiang Yun, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and interrupted, somewhat displeased, "I am no leader. I abdicated my position decades ago. What would Shan think if he heard you say such a thing? But all the tribespeople wish for your return to leadership. Enough. Look at how well the elders and children are living now. Is this not all thanks to Shan's efforts?" Jiang Yun shook his head, the initial desire to take a good look around the tribe dissipating entirely due to the disruption caused by this individual. Observing the increasing number of tribespeople rushing towards him, Jiang Yun let out a sigh before swiftly departing from the tribe. The current leader, Shan, who hurriedly arrived, noticed the worry etched on many faces, sighed as well, and turned to leave. Despite the fact that Jiang Yun had passed the position to him over a decade ago, the people still held greater affection for him, leading Shan to reflect on his own inadequacies. He silently resolved to become a leader who surpassed Jiang Yun. After leaving the tribe, Jiang Yun found himself at a loss for where to go. He had intended to return to his cave, only to remember upon arriving at its entrance that he had destroyed it. Thus, he turned around and began searching for spiritual veins atop the mountains. Lacking proficiency in geomancy, he resorted to probing with his spiritual sense throughout the landscape, seeking areas rich in spiritual energy. Fortunately, there were no formidable beings atop the mountains. Otherwise, given Jiang Yun's actions, he might have met his demise countless times over. Jiang Yun circled within 100 miles of the tribe, taking half a day to finally identify 3 locations with the most abundant spiritual energy. He personally visited these sites, carefully attuning to their energies. Ultimately, he chose a valley, primarily because the local spiritual herbs flourished, and a spiritual river flowed through, resulting in a gentler and more absorbable spiritual energy compared to the other 2 locations. Chapter 4. The Trial of Heavenly Tao. Originally immersed in his cultivation, Jiang Yun suddenly opened his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his features. To his astonishment, even after achieving the status of a postnatal deity, tribulations still awaited him. He had thought these calamities were intended for those within the celestial realm, a means for them to absorb the world's spiritual energy without recompense for the heavens. Yet here they were. However, these tribulations differed from the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations spoken of in the celestial path. The 3 disasters were celestial, while the 9 tribulations were mortal. The tribulations of the divine path were less calamities and more akin to tests from the heavenly Tao, should one overcome them. They could gain insights from the heavenly Tao. Failure would incur minimal loss, merely a century of cultivation wasted. For deities with countless lifespans, a few hundred years was but a fleeting moment. Furthermore, the tribulations of the divine path were not like the celestial ones. Characterized by wind, fire, and thunder, they were entirely random and could not be specifically countered. Seated within the spiritual cave, Jiang Yun cradled his chin in contemplation, his hands shimmering with divine light. Before long, a bead materialized in his grasp. This was a divine pearl he had forged from the divine core of the Lin Mountain deity, as well as another divine core he had procured from the tribe, all melded together using his divine fire. He named it the mountain-suppressing pearl. He had studied these divine cores, but had gleaned no further insights for cultivation, likely because the deities had perished too early, leaving behind eroded laws. Nevertheless, he did acquire a significant amount of divine essence, making the divine mountain within him appear increasingly authentic, a pleasant surprise indeed. Moreover, after attaining his divine status, he had inadvertently awakened a divine power within his bloodline known as the creation divine ability. Creation refers to evolution and even touches upon blessings and fate. With the emergence of this ability, his divine fire was also affected and was henceforth referred to as creation divine fire. It remained uncertain which was stronger, the Samadhi true fire or his own divine fire. Jiang Yun had been formulating strategies when the appearance of the divine pearl caused his thoughts to stray. As for why Jiang Yun possessed the divine essence exclusive to deities, it was simply because humanity had been created by the great deity of the human emperor who excelled in the art of creation. It was said that the future human saintess would also inherit the creation legacy of the human emperor, enabling her to bring forth humanity. In the struggle for the great Tao, there would be no rest until death. Now that he, as a deity, had taken the initiative, he wondered how the future human saintess would fare. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes, inadvertently revealing a hint of murderous intent. As for why he felt such confidence, beyond his understanding of the forthcoming trends in the primordial world, it was also because he was born in the ancient era. This alone significantly narrowed the gap between them. Although he was merely a minor celestial being at present, he held a distinct advantage over Yuan, who was still in the process of gestation and had yet to emerge, according to the myths of his previous life. Yuan was born in the early ages, and while she would eventually attain the status of a sage, Jiang Yun felt no fear of her. Besides, he was currently cultivating the great Tao of the mountain deity, a path that stood in stark opposition to that of the so-called earth goddess, the human saintess. Wait, when did my murderous intent become so intense? Jiang Yun suddenly realized, promptly centering his mind and delving into his inner self. Discovering a shadow lurking in the hidden depths of his sea of consciousness, his brow furrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he summoned his divine mountain, crushing the shadow to prevent any malevolent thoughts from causing trouble when the true tribulation arrived. After completely eradicating these dark desires, Jiang Yun once again immersed himself in his cultivation, intent on solidifying his realm in preparation for the upcoming trial of the heavenly Tao. Time passed swiftly. And when Jiang Yun finally reopened his eyes, the trial of the heavenly Tao had arrived. Observing the sudden accumulation of fiery energy in the heavens and earth, Jiang Yun inwardly mused, "Is this the tribulation of divine fire?" Divine fire, also known as heart fire, primarily feeds on one's desires, igniting from the heart and incinerating the internal organs, reducing the entire being to mere ashes. Fortunately, this particular tribulation did not seem too daunting. Jiang Yun immediately calmed himself, positioning his primordial spirit atop the divine mountain, his hands rotating as he formed a cleansing mudra, aiming to extinguish his desires with a pure heart. As long as the heart fire was extinguished, this tribulation would be surmountable. However, just as the heart fire was on the verge of being extinguished, a chilling wind unexpectedly swept in, causing the once diminutive flames of divine fire to surge violently, growing to a strength that rivaled the entirety of his creation divine fire. This was bad. It was not merely the tribulation of divine fire, but rather a tribulation of wind and fire. Jiang Yun inwardly lamented. The cold wind, rising from the soul, wielded a fierce momentum capable of scattering one's spirit, leaving only a corporeal shell behind. Moreover, with the wind fueling the flames, had the two tribulations been separate, Jiang Yun would have merely exerted a bit more effort. However, their combination posed a far greater challenge. Well then, when faced with a foe, one must defend. When faced with water, one must hide. If he could not overcome this, he would merely waste a century of time. As the chilling wind blew again, Jiang Yun steadied his mind, unleashing a beam of divine light, which revealed itself as his artifact, the mountain-suppressing pearl. The pearl emitted divine light, subduing the intangible wind, The mountain-suppressing pearl, embodying the essence of the earth's weightiness, was indeed capable of suppressing this formless chill, with the wind fueling the flames. The heart fire became less of a concern. Now, he simply needed to focus on overcoming the chilling wind before extinguishing the heart fire. The chilling wind targeted the primordial spirit, but Jiang Yun had long since transformed his primordial spirit into a divine soul, rendering him largely unaffected. However, as the divine soul was intrinsically linked to Jiang Yun's life, he did not dare to let it face the wind directly. Thus, under Jiang Yun's control, a yellow divine light emanated from his divine soul, gradually dissipating the wind. Just as the wind was about to vanish, it suddenly transformed into a blade of wind, shooting towards Jiang Yun's divine soul. The divine light seemed as fragile as paper in the presence of this wind blade, effortlessly slicing through it and aiming straight for the divine soul. Ouch! That hurt. The right arm of his divine soul nearly succumbed to the wind's cut, yet he managed to endure it. Simultaneously, blood began to stream from all 7 orifices of Jiang Yun's body. Had anyone else witnessed this, they would surely have been horrified. Blood continuously flowed from his 7 orifices, painting him as a figure drenched in crimson. However, upon witnessing the dissipation of the chilling wind, Jiang Yun exhaled a long breath. With the wind past, extinguishing the heart fire would be a trivial task. Time passed unmeasured, and Jiang Yun finally opened his eyes again. His aura no longer bore the sharpness it once had, instead adopting a steady and robust quality, resembling a towering peak from a distance. The gains from this tribulation were substantial. Jiang Yun reflected on how his divine power, physical form, and heart nature had all experienced tremendous enhancement during this trial, even resolving the issues stemming from his unstable foundation. Furthermore, his divine mountain and the mountain-suppressing pearl had absorbed a fragment of power while subduing the heart fire and chilling wind, resulting in the emergence of a related ability. Within the divine mountain, a valley of fire had formed, its flames distinct from Jiang Yun's creation divine fire, possessing the ability to entice the desires of others. Meanwhile, the mountain-suppressing pearl had gained a newfound agility and sensitivity due to its suppression of the chilling wind. Indeed, deities are truly favored children of the heavenly Tao. In a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto the ground, drifting into a deep slumber. The arduous trial of the celestial way had drained him of considerable vitality, and this brief respite would allow for a swift recuperation. Chapter 5. Slaying the evil spirits. With the divine mountain looming above him and the mountain-settling pearl cradled in his hands, Jiang Yun ascended the slopes, enveloped in the radiant light emanating from both. He had contemplated soaring directly to the summit, yet as he began to channel his divine power, a formidable pressure erupted from the mountain, pinning him to the ground and rendering him immobile. Even as he painstakingly made his way upward, that oppressive force lingered, albeit diminished. For Jiang Yun, each step remained a formidable challenge, compelling him to rely on external aids to alleviate the burden as he progressed. Ever since awakening, a sense of curiosity and an instinctive awareness of opportunities had stirred within Jiang Yun regarding the mountain's peak. After a brief preparation, he set forth with his 2 precious divine artifacts toward the summit. However, as he reached the mountainside, an eerie atmosphere enveloped him. The ground was littered with corpses devoid of any trace of malevolence, heightening his wariness. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed, and before Jiang Yun could react, a streak of golden light surged forth, piercing into his consciousness. Within his mind, a creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a wolf dashed about chaotically, stirring turbulent waves that caused his head to throb mercilessly. Impudence! Jiang Yun bellowed in fury, and in an instant, the divine mountain radiated a brilliant light, descending upon the beast in an attempt to suppress it, though he maintained the upper hand with his divine mountain. The creature proved resilient, especially upon sensing its imminent demise, unleashing a fierce will to resist. Just as Jiang Yun was about to withdraw the mountain-settling pearl to disperse the creature, he was suddenly engulfed in an oppressive darkness, compelling him to reconsider. With a muffled groan, blood began to trickle from his nostrils. Since attaining divinity, he had never suffered injury, yet now he found himself in such a predicament. Igniting his wrath, his expression darkened as the mountain-settling pearl's divine light formed a protective space amidst the encroaching shadows. Once assured of his physical safety, Jiang Yun summoned the celestial fire of creation to incinerate the beast's spirit. Before long, a harrowing roar resonated from his consciousness, culminating in the creature's complete dissolution into ethereal smoke. Through this encounter, Jiang Yun gleaned substantial knowledge, including the cultivation methods of the celestial realm. This beast had once been a divine entity under the mountain god, yet after the god's sudden disappearance. It had faced calamity, leaving behind only a vestige of its soul, while consuming numerous spiritual beasts of the mountain in a desperate struggle for survival. Pondering this newfound information, Jiang Yun realized that such wisdom, though imparted by a Tai deity, was still far beyond his immediate comprehension. After meticulously cataloging the remnants of the creature's soul, he continued his ascent toward the mountain's pinnacle. His objective was straightforward. Beyond seeking that elusive opportunity, he yearned to master this mountain to ensure the salvation of his kin amidst the forthcoming primordial deluge. As he neared the summit, an inexplicable sensation of foreboding washed over him. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared in a realm of darkness, only able to discern a few paces around him through the dim light of the mountain-settling pearl. Just as he prepared to act, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to summon the pearl and erect a protective barrier. With a resounding clang, a bronze sword suddenly materialized against his shield. The blade, thwarted in its attempt, retreated swiftly, allowing Jiang Yun to discern the identity of his assailant. Before him stood a figure with crimson eyes, a sinuous black tail swaying behind, and tendrils of dark mist emanating from their form. A demon god. Jiang Yun sensed the malevolent aura radiating from this entity, his brow furrowing in concern. What business did a demon god of celestial caliber have in this mountain? The balance of the cosmos dictates that where there is righteousness, there also exists malevolence. These demon gods were birthed by the celestial order to restore equilibrium between yin and yang, yet they sought only to disrupt the very fabric of existence. Thus, any divine being harbored a deep disdain for these entities. The sanguine scent wafting from the demon intensified Jiang Yun's aversion. Had he not feared potential hidden tricks, he would have swiftly eradicated the threat. Nevertheless, he resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. For it appeared the demon sought to devour his divine core as sustenance for its ascension. Realizing its ambush had failed, the demon cackled maniacally, producing a small banner, pitch black, yet revealing the faint image of a ferocious nine-headed black tiger. The demon seemed brimming with confidence, brandishing the artifact and arrogantly declaring, "I never anticipated that a mere human, nurtured by the Feng clan, could transcend their mortal shell to attain divinity. Alas, your misfortune has led you to cross paths with me. Surrender and become the nourishment for my advancement." A glint of cold determination flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes. The demon's foundation far surpassed his own, and vanquishing it would not be a simple endeavor. However, upon catching sight of the black tiger on the banner, a smirk of disdain crossed his lips. "Merely a peculiar beast, yet it seems you delude yourself into thinking you're a deity." The demon's countenance darkened, as if struck at its core, and it howled in rage, swinging the banner toward Jiang Yun. The fabric unfurled like a celestial canopy, shrouding the area, while the nine-headed black tiger lunged at him. "Such tactics, and you dare to boast?" Jiang Yun scoffed, extending a hand toward the mountain-settling pearl. A torrent of divine light erupted, shattering the demon's realm. Observing the astonishment on the demon's face, Jiang Yun smiled softly, then summoned the divine mountain above him, transforming it into an immense mass that bore down upon the black tiger. A piercing scream erupted as the tiger was crushed, the demon clutching its head and rolling in agony. Black blood seeping from its orifices. Indeed, the demon had assumed the form of the black tiger, and the creature within the banner was likely intertwined with its future ascendants. With the tiger now subdued, the demon could hardly escape unscathed. Recognizing his advantage, Jiang Yun seized the moment, conjuring a bloom of celestial fire of creation to incinerate the writhing demon. In a short while, the demon was obliterated from existence, leaving behind only a fragment of its tailbone, a divine core, and the ominous banner. Evidently, aside from the divine core, the tailbone embodied the essence of this demon. With a flourish of his robe, Jiang Yun collected the three items. Despite his seemingly effortless defeat of the demon, one should not underestimate the intricacies of their encounter. It is well known that, compared to righteous deities, demon gods often possess superior cultivation speeds and unfathomable techniques. However, their shortcomings are equally pronounced. This particular demon, for instance, exhibited unstable divine power and poorly crafted artifacts. Though both were of celestial rank, Jiang Yun had swiftly identified its vulnerabilities, ensuring its defeat. Chapter 6. A plea from Qin. After meditating to restore a significant portion of his divine energy, Jiang Yun resumed his ascent toward the mountain's peak. For reasons unknown, after vanquishing the two malevolent spirits, the oppressive weight of the mountain seemed to have lessened, allowing him to quicken his pace. As the sun rose on the following day, Jiang Yun finally reached the summit of the mountain, aligning his vitality and spirit to their optimal state before summoning the divine mountain he had cultivated. Preparing for their fusion, however, just as the divine mountain began to merge with the mountain itself, a tremendous surge of divine power erupted from deep within, sending Jiang Yun hurtling backward and even diminishing the size of his painstakingly forged divine mountain. Coughing, he realized with astonishment that the mountain god still lived, forging a connection with this great deity. The moment Jiang Yun was hurled away, he awkwardly propped himself up with his hands, blood continuously dripping from the corner of his mouth. A bitter smile etched upon his face. It was indeed his own impatience that led him astray. He had rashly attempted to seize control of the realm without first confirming whether this esteemed deity was truly deceased. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Yun shook his head, forcing himself to rise and began to absorb the essence of heaven and earth to mend his injuries. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 3 years had elapsed. Jiang Yun emerged from his cave once more. Reflecting on a year prior, he recalled how he had barely managed to suppress his injuries atop the mountain before hastily returning to his sanctuary. It took him an entire year to stabilize his condition, followed by 2 additional years to achieve complete recovery. However, the blow he endured also granted him an early insight into the divine power of the Tai deity, providing a general direction for his future cultivation. Remarkably, this strike had solidified his own realm as well. Regrettably, following that incident, he found himself entangled in a karmic bond with that venerable deity. Jiang Yun shook his head, burying the matter deep within his heart. After basking in the warmth of the sun, he turned back, for there were other matters demanding his attention. Seated upon the mat he had woven himself, Jiang Yun retrieved the divine core of the black tiger demon god and directly summoned his consciousness to delve into its memories. This demon god was originally an ordinary spirit beast, but one day it inadvertently stumbled into a forbidden area of the mountain deity, consuming a black bone within and unexpectedly acquiring a cultivation method known as the 9-headed demon god technique. Perhaps it was merely fortuitous timing that allowed it to enter the forbidden zone just as the mountain deity departed, enabling it to cultivate to the pinnacle of the heavenly god realm in merely a few decades. Utilizing the numerous demon bones found within, fortunately, the demon god had cultivated in the forbidden zone. Had it struggled to ascend amidst the primordial earth, Jiang Yun would likely have stood no chance against it. The forbidden area. After exploring the demon god's memories, Jiang Yun began to perceive it as a realm of cultivation belonging to the mountain deity. After all, within the demon god's recollections, there were numerous spirit fruit seeds present in that forbidden space. Could it be that the Tai deity was, in fact, a demon god? Yet, in a realm where righteous and demonic forces are irreconcilable, how did he manage to conceal his true nature from other divine beings? After contemplating for quite some time, Jiang Yun could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion and decided to set the matter aside for future consideration. Next, he produced the Black Banner, lamenting the squandering of resources. After countless millennia, it had been fashioned into such a rudimentary artifact. Aside from utilizing the Void Stone to create a small space, no other materials had been fully exploited. Yet, this was also advantageous, as it would be much easier to refine anew. Jiang Yun shook his head, summoning the divine fire of creation to reforge the Black Banner. As countless impurities evaporated from the banner, Jiang Yun was astonished. He could not fathom how the demon god had managed to craft it amid such a plethora of impurities without causing a catastrophic explosion. Shaking his head, he refocused his mind and dedicated himself to the refinement of the artifact in his hands. Thus, he remained within his cave, diligently cultivating for another 2 or 3 years. During this period, he made a brief return to the tribe and learned that under the leadership of Shan, life had improved significantly, allowing Jiang Yun to gradually ease his worries and devote himself wholly to the art of crafting within his sanctuary. However, as he gazed upon the joyful faces of his kin, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. He felt an ominous premonition that a great flood was imminent. Observing the long whip materializing before him, crafted from the demon god's tailbone, the Black Banner, and the divine core, he noted that the whip was a deep azure, extending a full 36 segments, with an astonishing 23 restrictions, rivaling even the mountain suppression pearl. His heart swelled with joy. Let it be named the Tsongshan whip. As his words fell, the characters for Tsongshan manifested upon the grip, inscribed in the divine script of the heavenly path. Just as he prepared to test the power of the Tsongshan whip, he sensed several tribe members hastily approaching his cave, furrowing his brow. Jiang Yun wondered what could have transpired within the tribe. He quickly set aside his previous thoughts, appearing before the group in a flash, asking, "What is it? Has something happened in the tribe?" Chief Yun Someone has spotted a heavenly god-level savage beast approaching the tribe. The elders have sent for your assistance. The speaker, a peer of Jiang Yun's, marveled at the sight of Jiang Yun appearing unscathed in his 20s while he himself bore the marks of age. Feeling a mix of astonishment and envy, within 1,000 miles surrounding the Jiangshan tribe, no heavenly god-level beings existed. Why had a heavenly god-level savage beast suddenly emerged? I must head to the tribe at once. You all return, Jiang Yun declared before swiftly making his way toward the tribe. Fortunately, the tribe was not far from his location. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight of the savage beast. A ground bear? Why is it this creature? The ground bear, a being rumored to have emerged from the earth spirits, possessed unparalleled defenses and could continuously replenish its divine power as long as it remained on the ground, rendering it nearly invincible by nature. To be frank, had this encounter occurred earlier, Jiang Yun would have hesitated to engage the creature. If he could not breach its defenses, a prolonged battle would inevitably lead to his defeat. However, with both the Mountain Suppression Pearl and the Jiangshan whip in his possession, he felt confident he would not falter. You all retreat to the back of the tribe. I shall handle this beast. Jiang Yun shouted to the tribe before propelling himself like a released arrow towards the ground bear, mindful to prevent any collateral damage to the tribe during their clash. Chapter 7. The past is no more as Jiang Yun soared before the ground bear. He swung the Mountain Suppression Pearl towards its head, only to find that a brownish-yellow divine light emanated from its fur, effortlessly deflecting the pearl. Realizing this, Jiang Yun concealed the Mountain Suppression Pearl and wielded the Jiangshan whip. Striking fiercely at the ground bear seemed to sense the peril, roaring repeatedly as the divine light enveloped it more intensely, even extending its claws towards the Jiangshan whip. Jiang Yun would not allow it to seize him. With a deft maneuver, the whip lashed out at the ground bear from an unexpected angle. With a pained roar, the ground bear dug its claws into the earth, attempting to draw upon the essence of the ground. One lash had already left the creature's skin torn and bleeding. Jiang Yun was astonished. The Jiangshan whip possessed such formidable power that it could easily penetrate the ground bear's defenses. However, he noted with dismay that his divine power had diminished significantly. Having lost 2 layers of strength as Jiang Yun regained his focus, he noticed the ground bear's injuries had already begun to mend. Frowning, he pondered how to overcome this opponent. The creature was replenishing its power through the earth, and he could only unleash a few more strikes before his own strength waned. While Jiang Yun contemplated his next move, the ground bear charged towards him, its massive paws tearing through the air and threatening to shatter the space around them. If it struck him, he would not only lose his ability to fight but could also suffer grave injuries. Jiang Yun felt an urgent sense of time slipping away. The longer this battle dragged on, the less favorable it would be for him. Thus, he focused on using the Mountain Suppression Pearl to deter the ground bear while evading its attacks, all the while devising a plan to eliminate the beast. At last, he found the creature's weakness. After narrowly dodging another of the ground bear's strikes, Jiang Yun flashed a confident smile. It was time to act. The ground bear, possessing the cultivation of a heavenly god, understood Jiang Yun's words and displayed a hint of mockery, as if to say, "You are but an ant, only capable of fleeing. Then watch closely." Jiang Yun shouted, retreating swiftly as he drove the Mountain Suppression Pearl into the ground where the ground bear stood, severing its connection to the earth's essence. With a roar, the ground bear realized it could no longer draw upon the earth's energy, and a surge of fear gripped it. Instead of attacking Jiang Yun, it turned and fled in another direction, but Jiang Yun would not allow it to escape. In the shadows, the Mountain Suppression Pearl was subtly activated, raising countless barriers to obstruct the escape of the earth bear. Subsequently, wielding the Jiangshan whip, Jiang Yun struck at the earth bear. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 6 blows, ultimately slaying the beast. However, after accomplishing this feat, only a third of his divine power remained. Should another savage beast appear, Jiang Yun would have no choice but to flee. Fortunately, the imposing aura he exuded during the battle had already frightened off all the savage beasts in the vicinity, alleviating any concerns regarding further encounters. After reclaiming the earth bear's carcass and the Mountain Suppression Pearl, he soared towards the tribe. Upon extracting the divine core from the earth bear, he cast its body onto a clearing before the tribe, declaring, "This savage beast has been slain by me. You may divide its flesh among yourselves, ensuring that the elders and children partake generously to replenish their vigor, without waiting for the tribe's people to emerge." Jiang Yun retreated to his cave dwelling, for with merely a third of his divine power remaining, lingering outside would inevitably pose some danger. Decades passed in tranquil pursuit of mastery, and finally, Jiang Yun attained the pinnacle of the celestial god realm. As he opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flickered within them. Next, he set about replenishing the 5 elemental energies, preparing to attempt the ascent into the divine sovereign realm. After such a prolonged period of cultivation, a sense of tedium began to creep into his heart, prompting him to transform into an elderly man and meander through the tribe. During his wanderings, he learned from the tribe's people that the tribe's leadership had changed once more. No longer was it the chief he had appointed, Shan, but a robust man named Lai. This generation had actually consumed the flesh of the earth bear he had slain during his earlier years. And under Lai's leadership, the entire tribe trained in martial arts, resulting in remarkable physical prowess. Even if they were to encounter an ordinary celestial god savage beast, their collective strength, albeit at some cost, could bring it down. Moreover, upon careful observation, Jiang Yun noted that the divine essence within Lai was exceptionally dense. With the right cultivation methods, he too could ascend to the rank of a celestial god. With a thought, Jiang Yun made his way towards Lai's cave. Perhaps due to Jiang Yun's prior leadership, the entire tribe held the elder in high esteem. As he approached, no one dared to obstruct him. Rather, several young men offered to carry him. Jiang Yun smiled gently and declined their offer, leisurely making his way to Lai. "Chief, are you aware of the matters concerning Chief Yun?" he inquired. "That elder has long since secluded himself in cultivation." "It has been decades since he last emerged," Lai replied. Jiang Yun shook his head and fixed his gaze on Lai, saying, "I perceive that the divine essence within you rivals that of the former Chief Yun. Might you share similar aspirations?" Lai furrowed his brow and responded, "Though the tribe has improved significantly, I remain concerned. Thus, I shall not follow in the footsteps of that elder and abandon the tribe for cultivation." There was a hint of discontent in his words regarding Jiang Yun's decision to resign as chief during his prime. Jiang Yun, unfazed by this statement, acknowledged the truth in Lai's words. Indeed, when he had stepped down, many elders were left incensed by his abrupt departure in search of enlightenment. His actions, when framed positively, could be seen as a pursuit of ideals and lofty ambitions, yet in a harsher light, they resembled treachery and abandonment of kin. "With you at the helm, I can rest easy," Jiang Yun remarked, no longer concealing his true identity, and he spoke with a gentle smile. "Chief Yun." I was taken aback, realizing that the elder he had previously encountered was none other than Jiang Yun. His face exhibited a spectrum of emotions upon recognizing Jiang Yun. "I beg your forgiveness for any offense caused by my words," he said, preparing to kneel in apology, only to be halted by Jiang Yun. "You speak rightly. I did indeed forsake my kin," he replied, shaking his head. "However, with you leading the tribe now, I feel reassured." After voicing these sentiments, Jiang Yun felt a burden lift from his heart, a persistent fixation he had not consciously recognized until this moment. "I hope your aspirations remain steadfast," he laughed heartily before returning to his cave, leaving Lai standing in place. Soon after, Jiang Yun arrived at his dwelling and laid out all the spiritual materials he had gathered, forming a substantial pile within the cave. To his astonishment, this collection had enabled a breakthrough in his cultivation, dispelling all barriers to the divine sovereign realm. As he surveyed the nearly overflowing mound of spiritual materials, a smile graced his face. Chapter 8. Innate spiritual roots among the amassed spiritual materials. There lay ancient divine iron, earth's mysterious stones, Taitsong wood, Linshan flowers, 3 luminescent divine waters, and pure tranquil waters. To his surprise, he had gathered such an abundance of 5 elemental spiritual materials. With these resources, attaining the divine sovereign realm within 300 years should pose no insurmountable challenge. Even Jiang Yun himself had not anticipated possessing such a wealth of spiritual materials. When he first arrived in the primordial wilderness, he had envisioned the impending end of the magical era, where cultivators would fight fiercely over even a century-old red fruit. Witnessing such an impressive array of spiritual materials, he felt compelled to collect them. Additionally, during his tenure as chief, he had exchanged food for numerous spiritual items with the tribe's people and, leveraging his position, had procured many from the storerooms. After ascending to divinity, he continued to gather spiritual materials from the surrounding territories, resulting in this significant accumulation. Once Jiang Yun cleared his mind of distractions, he set up a formation to prevent prying eyes and to alert him of any impending threats. With the formation established, he settled into a meditative posture, reaching for the metallic spiritual materials and using the divine fire of creation to extract the purest essence of gold, which he then infused into his lungs. Years passed, and Jiang Yun suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing 2 terrifying bursts of golden energy. In that moment, he resembled a resplendent sword, gleaming with unmatched brilliance. 6 months later, as he reigned in his imposing aura, it became evident that he had successfully refined the metallic energy into his lungs. He then summoned the wood, water, fire, and earth elemental materials. Time flowed unceasingly in the mountains. And after what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yun finally opened his eyes again, appearing as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any divine pressure. Upon reflection, he calculated that he had spent over 100 years refining these 5 elemental materials. Although he had achieved all 5 elements, the water and fire materials were still lacking, preventing him from fully stepping into the divine sovereign realm, and he lacked the corresponding Taoist cultivation level. Nonetheless, even in this incomplete state, Jiang Yun's strength had multiplied exponentially compared to before. The path to achieving full mastery of the 5 elements would require persistent effort. Fortunately, Jiang Yun practiced earth-based techniques, allowing him to reverse engineer the elements, transforming earth into fire, and subsequently fire into water, while also advancing forward, converting earth into gold, and gold into water. Jiang Yun estimated that without fortuitous encounters, achieving complete mastery of the 5 elements and becoming a true divine sovereign would likely take him a century or more. He contemplated seeking additional water and fire materials, but he had already collected all available resources near Jiang Mountain. Given his current level of cultivation, he dared not venture too far from Jiang Mountain. As his prowess remained relatively low in the grand scheme of the primordial wilderness, the tribe's survival relied heavily on the peculiar protection of the Jiang Mountain deity, whose tight pressure deterred savage beasts at the celestial god and divine sovereign levels from approaching. Naturally, the more formidable Tai and higher-level beasts would not foolishly provoke a Tai divine sovereign. After all, this was the era of the divine clans. Should they dare offend a Tai divine sovereign, they might find themselves facing dire consequences the very next day. As Jiang Yun pondered, a sudden azure light shot skyward, accompanied by a fragrant, refreshing aroma wafting on the wind. Even within his cave, Jiang Yun could perceive this enticing scent. Innate spiritual roots. Initially indifferent, he was struck by the profound intricacies of the aroma and promptly rose, arming himself with the mountain suppression pearl and Songshan whip. Hastening towards the source of the fragrance, upon arrival, he discovered 3 beasts standing nearby, warily eyeing one another. Judging by their auras, they were all peak celestial god savage beasts, inferior to Jiang Yun, yet still formidable enough to pose a challenge. The breath of the fire salamander alone caused the surrounding spiritual herbs to wither. Should he be struck by its venom, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for Jiang Yun in his current state. As for the other 2 savage beasts, one was a 9-headed giant worm, and the other was a phoenix. This phoenix differed from those in later generations that merely possessed phoenix blood. It was a true pure-blood phoenix, a progenitor of the divine clan of feathered gods. Legend has it that the phoenix embodies 5 colors, with the red representing the phoenix, the yellow the Yuan Zhu, the green the Luan bird, the purple the K bird, and the white the Honghu. Before Jiang Yun stood a phoenix, belonging to the lineage of the fire phoenix. Upon observing the innate spiritual root, he noticed it nestled among a grove of spiritual trees. Reaching a height of about 10 feet, its rugged branches were adorned with flecks of verdant life, swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hue of azure amidst the greenery. It was precisely due to this grove of spiritual trees that the aura of the innate spiritual root had been obscured, preventing him from recognizing it sooner. Jiang Yun felt a twinge of regret for not having inspected the area more thoroughly during his earlier passage. Had he done so, this innate spiritual root would have been firmly within his grasp, and there would have been no need to contend with these savage beasts. Xuanmu Qingmei, upon sighting the spiritual root, the heavenly Tao imparted its information to him. Within the primordial chaos, there exist 10 supreme innate spiritual roots: the Bodhi tree, the peach of immortality, the ginseng fruit, Huangzhongli, green willow, bitter bamboo, gourd vine, immortal apricot, fusong, and 5 pine. Among them, Huangzhongli is formed from the petals of the primal azure lotus, infused with the essence of Jia wood, while Xuanmu Qimei stands as the first plum tree of the primordial world, nurtured by both Jia and Yi wood. Were it not for its innate nature, the premier would attribute spiritual root would not be Huangzhongli. Nevertheless, even so, the value of Qingmei is exceedingly high. In addition to enhancing the vitality of wood energy, it possesses pure divine power, the ability to mend hidden injuries, and to suppress fate. Furthermore, the plum pits can be replanted or fashioned into magical artifacts. Should Jiang Yun acquire several of these Qimei, he could achieve the perfection of the 5 elements and attain the realm of the divine monarch within 80 years. The mere thought ignited a fervent desire within him. Calm down. The Qingmei requires another 9 days to ripen. He must operate with prudence in the interim. At present, the spiritual fruit has not fully matured, thus attracting only a handful of individuals. However, in a few days. It could very well draw dozens. Jiang Yun regarded the previously balanced situation, now disrupted by a sudden intrusion, and felt a stirring in his heart. He directed his thoughts towards the phoenix, esteemed one. I am Jiang Yun of the Earth Spirit Mountain lineage. As we are both of the divine race, shall we not join forces to eliminate those two savage beasts? You may call me Yuan. The phoenix replied with an air of haughtiness, lacking even a modicum of respect for Jiang Yun. It is worth noting that Jiang Yun's cultivation level surpassed Yuan's, even if he refrained from addressing him as senior. A degree of decorum should still be observed. Yet, the Phoenix clan is known for its arrogance, despite his inferior cultivation, being an innate divine spirit. How could Yuan lower himself to show deference to a postnatal divine spirit? Chapter 9. The spiritual root in hand. Jiang Yun felt a flicker of displeasure, but for the sake of the greater picture, he forced himself to suppress it, allowing his expression to grow somewhat aloof. I desire that spiritual root, while you may take the nearly ripe spiritual fruits above. How does that sound? Humph. Do you take me for a fool, attempting to cheat me? Yuan immediately rejected Jiang Yun's proposition. Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes, casting a malevolent gaze at Yuan. Do not presume that your Phoenix clan status intimidates me. I am an authentic divine monarch, while you are merely a celestial. With those words, Jiang Yun unleashed a tremendous aura, a force akin to a raging tide, pressing down upon the three beasts. Although Jiang Yun was not truly at the level of a divine monarch, he could still momentarily project the pressure of one. Hiss, roar. The two savage beasts shrieked in alarm, their expressions wary as they regarded Jiang Yun, yet they dared not advance a single step, intimidated by his presence. Impudence, Yuan exclaimed, taken aback, unable to fathom why Jiang Yun would dare to strike against him. A phoenix. Do you not fear that my kin will come for your life? As long as I erase all traces, your kin will have no means of locating me. Besides, you are but a celestial. Would the Phoenix clan truly traverse the vastness of the heavens for you? Jiang Yun smiled, though the expression only deepened Yuan's trepidation. Yuan, upon seeing Jiang Yun's demeanor, staggered back several steps, panic etched across his face. Divine monarch, I was in error. I beseech you, spare my life. I shall forego the chi mei and bestow them entirely upon you. A glint of cunning flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes as he regarded the resentful Yuan. Unperturbed by the malice lurking in his depths, he considered using Yuan to eliminate the two savage beasts. For a mere celestial, it would be a simple task. Consider those spiritual fruits your payment for assisting me in slaying these two beasts. Jiang Yun said coolly, make your move. No sooner had he spoken than he grasped the Songshan whip and lashed out fiercely at the fire salamander. The beast, sensing the impending strike, unleashed a torrent of toxic flames in a desperate attempt to counter the blow. Fearing that the poisonous fire might taint his whip, Jiang Yun withdrew slightly, but the fire salamander retaliated with another blast of venomous fire directed at him, with the mountain-suppressing pearl reserved for other uses. He had no choice but to evade. As he dodged, the toxic flames struck the ground where he had just been, leaving a crater 3 feet deep. Jiang Yun frowned at the sight. This fire salamander's venom was indeed formidable. He then glanced at Yuan, who was locked in battle with the 9-headed giant insect. Observing Yuan's firm control over the creature, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of surprise. However, he soon realized that the giant insect, being an insect by nature, harbored an innate fear of birds, despite its divine status. Despite Yuan's arrogance, he was not foolish. Revealing his true form, a few piercing cries from him sent the giant insect trembling. Its desire to fight extinguished as it sought to burrow into the ground to escape. Yuan, however, blocked its path, unwilling to kill it, merely wishing to capture it alive. Jiang Yun understood that Yuan was not exerting his full strength. Yet he had his own plans in mind. He had prepared contingencies. Even if Yuan attempted to flee while he was preoccupied with the fire salamander, he would still be able to detain him. It seemed prudent to eliminate the beast swiftly to avoid unforeseen complications, Jiang Yun mused. The fire salamander, sensing its advantage, turned to charge toward the Qingmei, disregarding its unripe state. Jiang Yun would not allow the fire salamander to act as it pleased. And both the 9-headed giant insect and Yuan, noticing this, momentarily abandoned their own adversaries to strike at the fire salamander. Seizing the opportunity, while the fire salamander was flustered, Jiang Yun imbued the Songshan whip with divine fire. Darting behind it and delivering a fierce strike. Roar. The fire salamander howled in pain, its fury ignited, but it was soon struck by the attacks of Yuan and the giant insect, becoming the first to fall. Upon witnessing the fire salamander's demise, Yuan and the giant insect felt no relief. Instead, Their expressions grew increasingly grave, and an unspoken alliance seemed to form between them. After all, they were not foolish. With 3 celestials previously present, Jiang Yun had refrained from acting recklessly. However, with the fire salamander eliminated, only 2 celestials remained, and facing Jiang Yun, a divine monarch, they found themselves devoid of any threat. The giant insect, disregarding the Qingmei, sought only to escape. Diving towards the ground in an attempt to burrow away, Yuan, too, considered fleeing, but the allure of the Qingmei proved too compelling, bolstered by his confidence that Jiang Yun would not dare slay him. A pure-blood phoenix of the feathered divine lineage, Jiang Yun observed their expressions and movements with keen interest, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as the giant insect prepared to flee. He pointed a finger, causing the earth to emanate a phosphorescent glow that forced the giant insect to surface from its underground refuge. He then unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm, striking it dead. Indeed, he had long since prepared for this eventuality. Had he fled as well, he might have met a similar fate. Jilan was left bewildered by the sight of the giant insect's tragic end. After collecting the corpses of the 2 savage beasts, Jiang Yun settled himself beside the Xuanmu Qingmei, entirely indifferent to Jilan's presence. As I previously stated, all these Qingmei are yours that I harbor no desire for enmity with the Phoenix clan. Let our karmic ties be severed here, shall we? Though Jiang Yun's tone was unassuming, the authoritative force behind his words left Jiulan seething with resentment. Once he returned to his clan, he would surely summon the elders to exact vengeance upon Jiang Yun. Thank you, esteemed one. I harbor no objections, Jiulan replied, albeit with a bitter undertone. Jiulan pretended to bow respectfully, mimicking Jiang Yun as he sat cross-legged nearby, patiently awaiting the ripening of the green plums. Jiang Yun was well aware of Jiulan's intentions, and, gazing at the green plums on the tree that were on the verge of maturation, he silently lamented, "What a pity for those plums." In these past 9 days, due to Jiang Yun's mountain ceiling pearl, all the strange phenomena surrounding the Xuanmu green plums had been thwarted, preventing any wild beasts or divine beings from approaching. The green halo surrounding the plums grew fainter. And once the wood essence was completely absorbed, the plums would be deemed ripe. In the next moment, as the wood essence dissipated entirely, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, prompting both Jiang Yun and Jiulan to open their eyes simultaneously. There were 36 green plums in total, coinciding with the number of the heavenly poles. With a flourish of his robe, Jiang Yun retracted the plum tree while plucking 24 plums to present before Jiulan. I, as a deity, keep my promises. Since you have assisted me in acquiring this plum tree, these 24 plums are yours. Chapter 10, The Temptation of the Heart Demon. However, in his excitement, Jiulan failed to notice a flicker of firelight flash across Jiang Yun's hand as he harvested the plums, swiftly vanishing into them. Thank you, Senior. After securing the plums, Jiulan hastily departed from the area, wary of the potential for betrayal, deeming it wiser to leave promptly. What a pity for those plums, Jiang Yun remarked. Watching Jiulan transform into a streak of rainbow light and vanish at incredible speed, I should refine this spirit root soon and then consume these plums to attain the realm of the Divine Lord. Jiang Yun leisurely approached the plum tree, cautiously probing its root system with his divine sense. After a considerable time, he finally acted, excavating the soil within a 9-zhang radius of the plum tree. Even uprooting those spiritual trees nearby, he did not hasten to pluck the 12 plums from the tree, for he first needed to refine the spirit root. During this process, the spiritual energy of the plums would inevitably diminish. Subsequently, Jiang Yun minimized the plum tree and soared towards his tribe. Alas, I did not anticipate that this spirit root would face a tribulation in the future, should it fail to overcome it. Its efficacy will likely be greatly diminished. After refining the green tree, Jiang Yun felt a binding force restraining him, and upon probing with his divine sense, he discerned that it was the heavenly tribulation. It is said that most innate spirit roots encounter tribulations, whether they be thunderbolts, fiery calamities, floods, or human disasters. Some even become refined into spiritual treasures. Logically, the green plums should have faced their tribulation long ago and been destroyed. Yet they were fortunate enough to develop a sliver of spiritual awareness. When calamity loomed, they voluntarily separated their fruits, giving rise to a grove of spiritual trees, thus delaying the impending disaster while refining. Jiang Yun sensed the inadequacy of the plum's essence. With a thought, he returned the spiritual trees to their origin, replenishing the plum tree. The heavenly way responded immediately, weaving a tribulation that would soon descend. It seems I, as a deity, have inadvertently committed a misdeed. Jiang Yun shook his head and addressed the sliver of spiritual awareness within the plum tree. Are you willing to take form and thus evade this impending tribulation? Upon hearing these words, the green plum trembled slightly, transmitting a consciousness. After discerning its meaning, Jiang Yun's expression turned peculiar. You wish to become my disciple, feeling the plum's joyful emotions. Jiang Yun pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Since you have yet to take form, I, as a divine lord, can still offer some guidance. Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly felt a few of the plums he had given being consumed. Smiling slightly, he summoned the plums back, extracted the fire poison, and said to the green plum, I will draw out a sliver of the Xuanmu essence and then use these plums to forge a spiritual embryo for you, allowing you to take form in the future. Meanwhile, after acquiring the 24 green plums, Yuan's first thought was not to return to his tribe but rather to find a secluded spot to consume a few plums to enhance his own strength. He knew that if he brought the plums back to the tribe, the elders would undoubtedly seize a considerable number for themselves. Thus, it was better for him to consume some early on. Jiang Yun had also wagered that Yuan would eat a few plums along the way and would not carry all of them back. It turned out his gamble was correct. Not only had he eliminated the hidden threat posed by Yuan, but he also reclaimed the plums. Although he could not keep all of them for himself, he retained 3, sufficient to balance his elemental deficiencies. After extracting a sliver of the Xuanmu essence, Jiang Yun utilized 28 plums to forge a spiritual embryo. Although its quality was not top tier, once it emerged, it would still be a primordial divine being. Upon witnessing this primordial spiritual embryo, Jiang Yun contemplated whether he should also refine a spiritual embryo for himself. After all, relying solely on his ordinary human form would likely make future advancements quite challenging. Extracting a sliver of Xuanmu essence, he transferred the green plum's spiritual awareness into the specially crafted spiritual embryo, then refined the remaining few plums using the divine fire of creation before consuming them. Within the cave dwelling, Jiang Yun sat cross-legged upon a mat, his eyes gently narrowed, breathing long and subtle. Wisps of cloud-like vapor emerged from his crown, forming a mass of yellow clouds 3 inches above his head, adorned with 3 flower buds. When the 3 flowers fully bloom into 12 petals, it would signify Jiang Yun's attainment of the great Luo, Divine Lord's realm. The perfection of the 5 elements marks the Divine Lord, while the simultaneous blooming of the 3 flowers signifies the great Luo, Divine Lord. Beyond this realm, although Jiang Yun knew from future knowledge that it was the primordial realm, he had no idea how to cultivate it. Unbeknownst to him, a persistent sense of restlessness began to rise within Jiang Yun, and no matter what he did, he could not quell the turmoil in his heart. Normally, he would cease cultivation in such a state. But at this critical juncture of breakthrough, he could not force himself to exit the state. Ultimately, he could only compel himself to temporarily calm down. Jiang Yun resolved to silently recite the Sutra of Tranquility to stabilize his thoughts before carefully contemplating solutions to his concerns. However, as time passed, the worries and anxieties he had forcibly suppressed began to magnify exponentially for reasons unknown. By the time Jiang Yun noticed that something was amiss and attempted to halt the process, it was already too late. The divine power within him had spiraled out of control, beginning to operate autonomously, causing his vital energy to surge chaotically, as if it would tear his body asunder. In a sea of consciousness, negative emotions swirled uncontrollably. No matter how hard he tried to rein them in, they proved utterly ineffective. Ordinarily, with Jiang Yun's temperament, he could easily suppress such negative emotions without allowing them to disturb his mind. Yet this time, regardless of his attempts, illusions continued to plague him, and his thoughts operated independently, seemingly beyond his control. Suddenly, Jiang Yun realized, a heart demon. Just as he was about to perfect the 5 elements and attain the Divine Lord status, he encountered a heart demon. The heart demon seized the opportunity to provoke Jiang Yun's obsessions. In his previous life, having experienced much deception and intrigue, Jiang Yun's desires naturally ran deeper than those of others, resulting in a far more severe heart demon tribulation. The heart demon, or rather, the obsession, stemmed primarily from Jiang Yun's regrets regarding his past life and his fear of the impending apocalyptic flood upon arriving in the ancient primordial wilderness. As he comprehended this, the landscape of his illusion shifted. Surrounding him was utter darkness, with wisps of white mist rising. Cautiously, Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings, too fearful to move, lest he fall into a trap laid by the heart demon. However, even without his movement, the heart demon would not easily relent. The white mist gradually enveloped the entire space, completely shrouding Jiang Yun, seeping into his body. Chapter 11. Compassionate heart visions of his past began to surface before Jiang Yun's eyes. The loss of loved ones, betrayal by friends, the departure of lovers, and the birth of a child. Among various memories these scenes unfolded. Jiang Yun was engulfed by sorrow, pain, anger, and joy. Halfway through the projection, tears streamed down his face. Yet he managed a faint smile as he waved his hand to shatter these memories. The past is gone. Why must you tempt me with it again? Reflecting on the past, he also released many burdens from his heart. Perhaps this was a form of growth. With Jiang Yun's words, the entire scene suddenly collapsed, only to be replaced by other images. Jiang Yun perishing in the forthcoming Great Flood, his rise to power in ancient times, his attainment of sagehood, defeating countless saints, and finally, his obliteration, vanishing into the vast river of time. The future, my fate is dictated by me, not by heaven. What occurs in the future can be altered by the present. These events are not inscribed in stone, so how can you tempt me? As Jiang Yun's thoughts unfolded, the myriad images shattered into fragments. Subsequently, the entire space transformed into a pitch-black void, devoid of even the faintest sound. Regardless of Jiang Yun's attempts, he could not utter a single sound. Rather, it was as if all sounds had dissipated into nothingness. In this eerie silence, the pressure upon Jiang Yun intensified, and his mental state began to unravel. The once tranquil sea of consciousness surged with turmoil, various emotions bubbling forth and eroding his defenses. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun had long since understood that this was the method of the heart demon. After a period of chaos, he sat in meditation, gradually restoring his mental equilibrium. While the sea of consciousness began to settle, had the heart demon employed this tactic against Jiang Yun from the outset, he might have indeed succumbed to the overwhelming silence, shattering his resolve and allowing the heart demon's tribulation to succeed. Yet, the heart demon chose to unveil this tactic as a final resort, revealing it only when Jiang Yun attained clarity, thus diminishing its effectiveness, with a moment of enlightenment and a steadfast heart. The heart demon could only reveal its form, letting out a frenzied roar before attempting to flee. The so-called heart of the Tao signifies the pursuit of truth. To establish the heart of the Tao raises a singular question. Why do you practice? The path of the great Tao is fraught with obstacles and length, and what kind of heart will you wield to traverse this path? The greatest taboo for practitioners is a dead heart, referring specifically to the heart of the Tao. If the heart of the Tao is eroded, even if one achieves the status of a saint, imperishable and indestructible, one will lose interest in all that exists in the world, either seeking to extinguish the world or willingly sinking into slumber until the next calamity arises. Thus, many practitioners often wander through the mortal realm, striving to keep their hearts of the Tao vibrant. You wish to escape amidst the enmity of the Tao? Jiang Yun shook his head slightly, extending his index finger to unleash a flame of transformation. The heart demon roared at the heavens, tendrils of demonic flames rising in an attempt to extinguish Jiang Yun's divine fire. However, this was Jiang Yun's sea of consciousness, and the heart demon, being like a rootless weed, stood no chance against him. After a brief stalemate, the heart demon was scorched by Jiang Yun's divine fire, turning to ash and smoke. Following the heart demon's incursion, Jiang Yun's divine power became increasingly solid and profound, resonating with thunderous sounds as spiritual energy surged from above, radiating five-colored brilliance that intertwined and flowed around him, illuminating his eyes with a dazzling glow. With the heart demon vanquished, there were no further hindrances to Jiang Yun's ascent to divinity. He was poised to comprehend the heavenly Tao, seeking to refine his realm through the principles of the Tao, when a sudden, thunderous sound erupted from the heavenly Tao, casting Jiang Yun's soul out from its depths. The backlash from this event caused blood to surge within him, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. The heavenly Tao had undergone a transformation. With no time for contemplation, Jiang Yun forcibly suppressed his chaotic divine power, opening his eyes to behold the quaking Qi Mei Ling'ai beside him. Trembling and feared, he swiftly gathered it into his hands and strode purposefully towards the tribe. Jiang Yun could not afford to dwell on the profound realm he had just attained through unity with the Tao. His expression was grim as he exited the cave. It is worth noting that unity with the Tao equates to harmony with the heavenly Tao, making the understanding of its myriad principles considerably easier. Had Jiang Yun been able to stabilize his realm through this newfound insight, it would have been a significant achievement. Yet, to his astonishment, the great flood erupted at that moment. Not only did the transformation of the heavenly Tao expel Jiang Yun, but it also left him injured, causing his realm to fluctuate. Standing outside the cave, he gazed skyward and observed that the once azure sky had turned ominously dark, with countless clouds roiling violently, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. In the distance, He could see a massive chasm from which torrents of water cascaded down. What in the world is happening with this flood? Jiang Yun's expression was complex as he spoke. After this flood, I cannot fathom how much of the divine clan's fortune will be lost, his tone laden with concern and fury. As a deity, he inherently felt a desire to protect this realm. Witnessing its destruction naturally ignited his anger. Moreover, this great flood could lead to the extinction of countless lives. While he had been aware of the impending flood and felt apprehension and dread, the event's actual occurrence forced him to regain his composure. Yet, he remained uncertain about how this flood would ultimately be resolved. Contemplating silently, in the subsequent ancient era, Gonggong's furious collision with Mount Zhou caused its fracture and collapse, prompting Yuan to intervene, refining 5 colored stones to mend the heavens and slaying the black tortoise to serve as a pillar. Other saints also lent their assistance, ultimately resolving the calamity of the flood. However, as of now, those saints had yet to emerge, and even the so-called first saint, Hongjun Laozu, had not achieved sainthood. Who could possibly intervene to quell this disaster? When the heavens collapse, one requires a towering figure to bear the weight. He was merely a humble deity, unable to provide much assistance. Being able to protect the Jiangshan tribe and the surrounding beings was already a significant feat. How weak I am, Jiang Yun thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. Before exhaling deeply, determination flickering across his face. Everyone, I am Yuan. The flood is imminent. You must hasten to the summit of Jiangshan. Jiang Yun ascended above the tribe, using his divine power to amplify his voice throughout the entire settlement. Leader Yuan, the men of the tribe are out hunting. Please, Leader Yuan, save them. Suddenly, an elderly man trembled as he stepped forward to address Jiang Yun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun nodded in acknowledgement. You all must flee to the mountaintop swiftly. I will rescue those men. Half a day later, Jiang Yun returned to the summit with the young men, having also saved several feeble wild beasts along the way. After all, if the tribe's people were to survive this calamity, these creatures could sustain them for a time, preventing starvation. Senior, what is the cause of this flood? Lian inquired, gazing at the floodwaters that had risen to the mountainside. His expression tinged with anxiety. I am not entirely sure. I only know it was instigated by the conflict of several powerful beings, Jiang Yun replied, a hint of confusion coloring his features. Moreover, these powerful entities were not of the divine clan, connecting this with previous myths and legends. He felt an inkling of understanding. Chapter 12. Jiang Yun's demise. If only the Emperor of Man were still here. This thought resonated not just within Jiang Yun's mind, but echoed among the myriad deities. Though Jiang Yun had emerged late, by the time he did, the Fang clan had already failed in their path to enlightenment, utterly transformed, their primordial spirits scattered, giving birth to several deities. For instance, the 9 true pearls transformed into the purple light primordial lord. The 9-headed dragon became a towering divine mountain, and its body morphed into the first great river of the wilderness, while its dispersed primordial spirits birthed countless mountain and river deities. Fortunately, the Jiangshan tribe lay far from the rift in the heavens, and many powerful beings intervened along the way, mitigating much of the flood's impact. Additionally, Jiangshan itself could be considered a high mountain, so while the Jiangshan tribe faced hardships, it had yet to be submerged by the flood. Jiang Yun hovered in the air, observing the tumultuous waters below as they surged forth, sweeping away all living beings in their path and hurtling westward. He also noted the continued deluge cascading from above. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yun fell into a deep silence. As a deity, the sight compelled him to act, to rescue those still struggling in the floodwaters. Yet, he was reluctant to endanger his kin by intervening on behalf of others. With a heavy heart, Jiang Yun closed his eyes. After a long moment, he opened them once more, a profound sigh escaping his lips. Very well, as a deity of this realm, I should not confine my protection to merely my own kin. Little did he realize that this act of compassion would irrevocably alter his fate. Jiang Yun summoned his divine mountain and the town-guarding pearl, the Songshan whip, to suppress the flood waters around Jiangshan. Calming their furious flow, transforming into a yellow dragon, he leapt directly into the torrent. The divine dragon, manifesting from Jiang Yun, darted through the floodwaters, rescuing those still struggling and placing them upon the Jiangshan. However, Jiang Yun was concerned that these rescued beings might pose a threat to his tribe, so he designated a separate area for them. Despite Jiang Yun exerting his utmost effort to save lives amidst the flood, he remained but one individual. While he managed to rescue a substantial number, countless others were swept away by the relentless waters. Ultimately, Jiang Yun was merely a deity, a mere insect amidst this cataclysmic event. After tirelessly traversing the flood for so long, his body and spirit were utterly drained. The injuries he had previously suppressed now erupted forth, and with his back turned to the onlookers, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before finally descending to the ground. "Leader Yuan, you should rest. You have done your utmost," they urged. The multitude of clan members gazed at Jiang Yun, whose face was ashen, with evident concern. The other beings whom Jiang Yun had rescued also cast anxious glances in his direction. Many among them were celestial beings of considerable might, thus they perceived far more than the rest. A violent fit of coughing seized Jiang Yun, intensifying the worry etched on the faces surrounding him. "Fear not, for as a divine being of heaven and earth, safeguarding this realm is my duty." However, Lian abruptly stepped forward, forcibly restraining Jiang Yun while casting a significant glance at the other men. "Elder, I deeply apologize for any offense." Jiang Yun had not anticipated such actions. Caught off guard, he found himself subdued by the crowd. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a colossal wave surged forth, overwhelming the mountaintop. Should the crowd be struck by this deluge, apart from Jiang Yun managing to save a few, the rest would surely perish. No wonder I felt a warning in my heart as I acted. Could this truly be a deadly tribulation? Jiang Yun murmured, awakening his latent powers. In an instant, his divine energy erupted, breaking the constraints imposed upon him, and he charged directly toward the oncoming wave. One of the elder celestial beings, sharp-eyed, recognized Jiang Yun's intentions and was profoundly shaken. Is this the true essence of a divine being? A black dragon suddenly emerged from the torrent, its gaping maw aimed at the assembly. "Vile creature, to take advantage of this calamity and stir chaos. Do you not embody the very essence of a deity?" Jiang Yun, clad in divine robes, rebuked the dragon. A postnatal deity. He originally bore no divine garments. However, he had crafted these robes himself, adorned with patterns of mountains and the earth, intricately embroidered with symbols of divine geography. His purpose in forging these robes was to harness the power of the land to confront the impending flood. Though the mountain deities remained, his true essence was absent from the territory, leaving the earthly energies unattended. Thus, Jiang Yun sought to create these divine robes for better resistance against the deluge. The divine robes shone brilliantly, as countless earthly energies surged from the nearby veins, enveloping Jiang Yun. The black dragon, originally the deity of a great river, reveled in conjuring floods to inundate the land, seizing the opportunity amidst the calamity. It wreaked havoc across the primordial expanse, expressing its delight upon reaching the vicinity of Jiang Mountain. Witnessing Jiang Yun continually rescuing the souls from its maw, the dragon's fury ignited, compelling it to unleash a monstrous wave toward Jiang Yun. As it detected the multitude of beings upon Jiang Mountain, its desire surged further, intensifying its efforts, thus amplifying the wave under the dragon's divine might. Yet, Jiang Yun unleashed his full potential. Despite the black dragon's enhanced strength due to the calamity, it was still no match for him. With the Zhongshan whip in hand, Jiang Yun struck the black dragon with 9 swift lashes, vanquishing it, before summoning the mountain suppression pearl to smash into the wave, dispersing it. However, the impact shattered the pearl itself. With a gasp, Jiang Yun, whose spirit was intertwined with the pearl, understood that the destruction of the pearl would severely affect Jiang Mountain. Coupled with his prior exhaustion and lingering injuries, he plummeted directly into the floodwaters. "Ha ha ha. It seems this calamity is destined for me. You need not attempt to rescue me." Perhaps experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity, Jiang Yun felt a surge of vitality. Observing the celestial beings rushing to his aid, he flung forth his divine mountain along with his innate spiritual roots, the Xuanmu Qingmei, and even the disciple he had yet to formally accept. Constructing a towering peak over 3,000 meters high to protect a realm and safeguard its creatures. This is the essence of divinity. Thus, I too have lived up to the name of a deity. Jiang Yun laughed heartily, devoid of any fear of death. In contrast, those he had saved, along with his kin, were overcome with grief upon hearing his words, weeping uncontrollably. "Wu-wu, Chief Yun, Divine Lord." Just as Jiang Yun felt his consciousness waning, he suddenly beheld 24 luminous orbs suspended in the air, radiating brilliance, guarding the area and stabilizing the surrounding floodwaters. Subsequently, the orbs descended into the water, transforming into a vast void realm that contained the flood. Hongjun Laozu. Indeed, immortals only concern themselves with their own affairs. Despite the circumstances, Jiang Yun could not help but utter a sarcastic remark. Chapter 13. The end of the calamity. Suddenly, a flash of golden light flickered before him, followed by a voice imbued with authority resonating in his ears. Heh, who would have thought I would return to the primordial chaos once more? Emperor of humanity. With this thought, Jiang Yun succumbed to unconsciousness, drifting southeast along with the gradually calming floodwaters. Hongjun Laozu. This calamity arose from the immortal path you spoke of, yet you remain indifferent. Though it may be the decree of heaven, your true intentions are evident. The figure of Jufengshi manifested in the primordial realm, fortuitously spotting Jiang Yun adrift in the floodwaters. The entirety of Jiang Yun's life flashed before Jufengshi's eyes, after witnessing Jiang Yun's journey. A subtle smile graced Jufengshi's lips. I did not expect that among the humanity I forged, there would be one capable of attaining divinity. Moreover, that remark, truly deserving of divinity, piques my curiosity. I shall lend you a hand. Let us see what you shall achieve in the future. With a mere flick of his finger, he ensnared Jiang Yun's lifeless form in a spirit-laden realm interspersed with mountains and rivers. While a beam of divine light penetrated Jiang Yun's consciousness. I am Hongjun, at your service, Emperor of humanity. Heh, Laozu, you existed long before my time. I shall address you as Laozu out of respect. However, your current deeds are rather excessive. Jufengshi replied coolly. Laozu and the immortal path created by those great deities have been subjects of discussion with my two elder brothers in the Hall of Heavenly Path. Not only do they contribute nothing to heaven and earth, but they also exploit the creation of the world to enhance themselves, branding them as great thieves of the cosmos, parasites of the universe. Your Majesty, please be cautious with your words. Upon hearing Jufengshi's disparagement of himself and his fellow cultivators, even with Hongyuan's considerable composure, his expression darkened considerably. What I have stated is not incorrect. What merit does your immortal path hold for heaven and earth? The primordial realm is not your creation. The dual worlds of heaven and earth are not your domain. Humanity is not your invention. These myriad beings are not your handiwork. What right do you have to unleash such calamities and yet remain aloof, closing your gates and allowing the flood to wreak havoc? As Jufengshi's words echoed, Hongyuan's countenance grew increasingly grim. With a powerful shout, he declared, "Enough!" His aura surged as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Jufengshi. I respect your Majesty for creating humanity and contributing to the primordial realm, but do not overstep your bounds. Very well, if Laozu can comprehend this in his heart, then my words shall not have been in vain. The divine beings who had remained in their own territories, upon hearing Jufengshi's words, emerged and bowed respectfully. After listening to Jufengshi, these deities were overwhelmed with joy. The heavenly emperor and earthly emperor are still alive. Just as one deity prepared to inquire further, Jufengshi interjected, "Do not harbor any illusions. My two elder brothers and I are already dead, merely clinging to a fragment of our essence, surviving under the protection of the heavenly path. Were it not for your desire for me to intervene and quell this calamity, the heavenly path would not have bestowed power upon me, allowing my return to this world." Upon hearing this, the myriad deities present displayed expressions of profound disappointment. Many among them had personally experienced the flourishing era of the reign of the Emperor of humanity and naturally yearned to return to that golden age. Jufengshi observed their countenance, a flicker of melancholy crossing his gaze, yet he swiftly concluded the topic, turning to address a goddess. "Ziguang, since you are reluctant to follow my path as Emperor of humanity, should anyone arise in the future capable of inheriting my legacy, you are to pass on the teachings you have received to that individual." "Yes, Father," replied Dima Yuanjun, who was indeed a transformation of Jufengshi's 9 primordial pearls, making it only fitting for her to address him as such. Standing beside Dima Yuanjun was a strikingly handsome deity, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. "Mengzhong, Jianbing, Lingguang, and Jiming, you 4 shall each guard a realm. Uphold the order of heaven and earth, and protect the primordial chaos." Jufengshi sent forth 4 beams of divine light toward the 4 deities. Upon receiving the divine light, they understood its significance as a chance for enlightenment. Expressing their gratitude before soaring to the 4 corners of the world in the next moment, the harmonious sounds of dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and turtles resonated throughout the primordial realm as the 4 beams of divine light ascended toward the heavens, significantly diminishing the monstrous flood that had plagued the land. "You shall remain here and witness my efforts to mend the heavens," Jufengshi proclaimed, and as he spoke, a radiant golden light burst forth from behind, completely subduing the floodwaters. Before he called out to the heavens, I implore my two elder brothers for assistance, as two beams of divine light, one clear and one murky, descended into the hands of Zhu Fengshi. His expression turned solemn as he summoned the divine fire of creation, continuously refining it. 9 days later, Zhu Fengshi addressed the venerable Hongmeng ancestor. I beseech you, ancestor, to intervene and quell the floods upon the earth. Pray, lend your assistance. The others, in agreement, promptly extended their aid to suppress the floods, after which Zhu Fengshi placed the clear light into the rift of the heavens and buried the murky essence beneath the western lands. With the descent of golden light of merit, Zhu Fengshi's form began to fade. In the primordial chaos lies the path, where divinity and the dour one, esteemed friends, the maintenance of the vast wilderness henceforth relies upon you. With these parting words, he completely vanished into the cosmos. The onlookers, gazing at the dissipating figure of Zhu Fengshi, were left in a state of bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, the place was utterly deserted. In the southeastern expanse of the wilderness, within a sacred land where mountains and waters intertwined, a voice suddenly resonated that I never expected to have a second chance at life. It is truly a stroke of fortune. Jiang Yun gazed at the river flowing past him, his tone a blend of nostalgia and joy that he vividly recalled that during the Great Deluge, in his desperate attempt to save his kin and the struggling beings engulfed by the torrent, he had long since exhausted his strength. To his astonishment, a black dragon had emerged amidst the calamity, wreaking havoc, and in a final act of defiance, he had slain the beast, only to lose consciousness and succumb to the floodwaters. Yet, upon awakening, he discovered himself transformed into a primordial spiritual embryo. Had it not been for his intervention, this embryo would have surely materialized into a deity in this region within a millennium. Regrettably, he had usurped that destiny, granting himself the opportunity to live anew. Now, although Jiang Yun retained his previous cultivation level, he had assumed a new form devoid of divine power, rendering him immobile. He could only absorb spiritual energy in hopes of swiftly regaining his strength. I wonder how my dear disciple is faring, Jiang Yun pondered as he emerged from his meditation, simultaneously worrying about his kin and the beings he had rescued, wondering if they had survived the great calamity. Forget it. I must concentrate on my cultivation and hasten my transformation to personally survey the realm. With a heavy sigh, he immersed himself once more in his practice. Jiang Yun's thoughts gradually calmed. The region around him was affected by his absorption of spiritual energy, forming a colossal vortex that deterred the surrounding beings from approaching. Occasionally, a few deities of the celestial realm, mistaking the vortex for a treasure, were driven by greed to attempt to seize what they believed to be a divine artifact, only to be obliterated by the vortex's immense power, leaving no trace behind. Over time, this place became a forbidden zone, instilling fear in all who beheld it, none daring to draw near. Chapter 14. Primordial Spiritual Embryo. This mountain is far beyond the grandeur of the realm. Jiang Yun retracted his divine consciousness, speaking to himself in astonishment. With his divine perception, he was unable to ascertain the full extent of the mountain's vastness, knowing only that it rose to an astonishing height of over 90,000 miles. A significant elevation even amid the expansive wilderness. Regarding the absence of a mountain deity, Jiang Yun had already deduced the situation. After all, the spiritual embryo he occupied was evidently the destined embodiment of the mountain spirit here. Although he was puzzled as to why this embryo contained not only the power of the earth but also the essence of the water deity lineage, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such matters at this time. After a brief contemplation, he cast it aside and continued his cultivation. A century passed, and Jiang Yun began to sense the loosening of the bottleneck preventing his ascension to the Tai divine monarch. He realized that once he achieved that status, he would be ready to materialize. During this period, he also discerned his location, the southeastern expanse of the wilderness. The mountain beside him was renowned in later eras, being the Jiui Mountain, where Emperor Shun of the Five Emperors was buried after his demise during a hunting expedition. Throughout this time, aside from his cultivation, Jiang Yun diligently worked to successfully refine the mountain deity seal, thus becoming the spirit of this mountain. Whether it was due to his nature as a water and mountain spiritual embryo, he inadvertently condensed the river deity seal during the refining process. Strangely enough, the two seals willingly merged, forming the mountain and river deity seal, elevating Jiang Yun from the status of a mere mountain deity to that of a mountain and river divinity. Consequently, this led to the loosening of his bottleneck within a mere century, largely influenced by the mountain and river seal. In the depths of the Big Dipper, a handsome man adorned with a bronze bell at his waist addressed Demu Yuanjun. Ziguang, who do you think is the heir mentioned by the Emperor of Humanity? Upon hearing this, Demu Yuanjun shook her head and pondered before replying. Tai, I have received my father's legacy and memories. And you too have trained under him for a time. You know well that he favors planting hidden seeds. I fear that no amount of speculation from us will yield the truth. Tai, upon hearing this, fell silent. Indeed, among the three sovereigns of the divine clan, the heavenly sovereign Tsongli was aloof and detached, while the earth sovereign Yuejian was warm and approachable. One was disinterested in scheming, and the other lacked finesse in plotting, leaving only the Emperor of Humanity, Zhu Fengshi, renowned for his meticulous calculations and strategies. What do you intend to do regarding the Emperor's instruction to pass on the legacy of the Emperor of Humanity to that individual? Ziguang, upon hearing this, shook her head, her expression displaying hesitation. Tai, the ancient era has passed, and following the recent calamity, vitality has surged within the wilderness. Our divine clan has seen the emergence of numerous promising deities. I have a vague premonition that there are two individuals connected to my father. Ziguang continued. One possesses profound divine light and vitality, appearing most suited for my father's path of creation. However, she hesitated slightly. Her brow furrowing, I am uncertain how to articulate my thoughts regarding the other. What troubles you? Is there something amiss with the other individual? Tai inquired. It is not that, she replied, but rather, his divine light is somewhat indistinct, far overshadowed by the former. Yet, for some reason, I feel a significant connection between him and our Emperor of Humanity. Is that not a good thing? If this individual could inherit His Majesty's path, our divine clan might usher in a new era of prosperity, Tai remarked, perplexed. Yet this deity seems to hail from the earth deity lineage, Ziguang expressed, revealing her true concern. Should he pursue the earth sovereign's position? Bestowing the legacy of the Emperor of Humanity upon him would imply our interference in the affairs of the earth's sovereign lineage. If this were to come to light among other deities, it could incite chaos within the divine clan. Tai, having grasped the implications of her words, fell into silence, uncertain of how to respond. Very well. Though he is not of the Emperor's lineage, he is indeed suited for my father's path of creation. It would be wise to pass it to him, allowing my father's methods to re-emerge in the wilderness, and nurturing another great deity for our clan. As for the second individual, I cannot locate him at present. We shall see how matters unfold in the future. Ziguang, being a princess, was resolute in her decisions, quickly coming to a conclusion. Indeed, this is ultimately an internal matter of the Emperor's lineage. I shall refrain from intervening. Tai nodded, acknowledging Ziguang's arrangements. Now that the ancient era has passed, and the heavenly Tao has manifested, we should seize this opportunity to comprehend the Tao, ensuring that our names endure in the future. Agreed. After the words were spoken, the Big Dipper returned to a profound silence. Faintly discernible was a radiant sun occupying the center, surrounded by 9 magnificent dragon orbs emanating divine light, encircling the great sun. Beyond the confines of the Big Dipper, the vast wilderness was equally tranquil, as those ancient beings that had survived since primordial times seized this opportunity to contemplate the heavenly principles in pursuit of further enlightenment. Moreover, a rich aura of vitality permeated the cosmos, as countless deities destined for renown in the ages to come lingered on the cusp of emergence. Once the time was ripe, the primordial earth would once again be bustling with life. In the mountains, time seemed to stand still, and millennia passed in the world. Jiang Yun, day after day, year after year, absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, forging his primordial spirit, yearning to take form swiftly. Indifferent to the vicissitudes of the external world. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the whirlpool between the mountains gradually diminished, and a wayward spirit, upon sensing the abundant spiritual energy of this place, attempted to cultivate there. Discovering that the pace of its cultivation was significantly swifter than in the outside world. Initially, this spirit was reluctant to share this precious ground with others, but the remarkable speed of its advancement drew attention. And under the pressure of inquiries, it reluctantly divulged the happenings within the whirlpool. As the news spread, an increasing number of spirits congregated here, eager to take advantage of the fertile ground for cultivation. And no spirit instigated trouble. Thus, they coexisted peacefully. Jiang Yun, too, had transformed. No longer was he a mere 9 zhang in size, for now, his spiritual embryo had expanded to a formidable 99 zhang in girth, soaring up to the mid-height of Mount Jiui. From that point onward, regardless of how diligently Jiang Yun practiced, he could not further his corporeal form. Jiang Yun contemplated silently, realizing that 9,000 years had already elapsed. This passage of time not only restored his cultivation, but also brought him to the threshold of the Tai divine monarch realm. However, this final step could take years, or perhaps even thousands or tens of thousands of years. Chapter 15. Hongjun becomes a sage. During these years of Jiang Yun's cultivation, numerous legendary deities began to emerge in the world. For instance, in the primordial land, waves of energy resonated occasionally, followed by 8 resounding roars heralding the emergence of the witch god lineage, inheritors of the bloodlines of ancient deities during the early epochs. Among them were the ancestral witch Zhu Jiuyin, who governed time and space, and Di Jiang, the ancestral witch Hutu, birthed from the remnants of the ancient Earth Emperor, and the ancestral witch Shiro. Emerging from the corpse of the ancient fire god, these ancestral witches possessed the strength of the Daluo Zuanshan, born from the essence of ancient deities, naturally wielding control over certain laws, having absorbed countless impurities of the earth, rendering them immensely powerful and fearsome. Moreover, many other mighty beings came into existence in the primordial realm, such as the ancestor of the underworld, who took shape from the blood sea of the nether, the Daxian Hongyun, who materialized from innate fire clouds, and his companion, Jin Yuanzi, who emerged from the essence of innate Jin earth in the vast Kunlun mountains. For great deities were born, the celestial overseer Jin Mu, and the 5 remnants, along with the 3 purities, who emerged from the pure essence tainted by Pangu's primordial spirit. Additionally, within the Phoenix Nest Mountain, Fuxi and Yuan, 2 deities born of the interplay of lesser yang and lesser yin energies, came into being. Farther afield, in the North Sea, another powerful being emerged, said to have arisen from the corpse of the ancient deity Kuan, having absorbed the phoenix's essence, and was known as Kuanping, the Western lands. Heavily impacted by the Great Tribulations, also witnessed the emergence of 2 powerful beings, the Taoist Jin, who took form from the chaotic azure lotus, and the quasi-Taoist Puti, who materialized as the heavenly way sought to compensate the West with the supreme spiritual root of the Bodhi tree. Fortunately, under the guidance of the Emperor of Humanity, Feng Shi, the Western lands, though not as flourishing as other regions of the primordial realm, did not descend into the desolation that was once foretold. Thus, the myriad beings of the primordial realm began to proliferate. On one such day, Jiang Yun, finding himself with idle time, prepared to manifest his primordial spirit as he had done in the past, to elucidate the critical aspects that deities and divine monarchs should heed. Since encountering a bottleneck that hindered his cultivation and seeing the multitude of spirits around him, Jiang Yun felt compelled to impart wisdom, hoping that in guiding others, he might also reassess himself to break through his own limitations and truly achieve the status of Tai, divine monarch. Just as Jiang Yun began to speak, a thunderous roar reverberated from the distant sky, and a cascade of multicolored light burst forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of the great Tao. Instantly, all beings in the valley knelt in reverence. Paying homage to the radiant light, the surge of spiritual energy surged toward the myriad beings, awakening countless sentient entities across the heavens and earth. Jiang Yun sensed a formidable presence emanating from that light. And as he neared the Tai divine monarch realm, he felt an intense pressure, causing his primordial spirit in the external realm to blur significantly. Fortunately, that overwhelming force dissipated quickly, and Jiang Yun coldly observed the multitude of beings still kneeling on the ground, their expressions filled with devoutness, before he turned back to his spiritual embryo, high above the 9 layers of clouds, resting upon the lotus seat of truth, beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth. I shall preside over the teachings. Paying a birth the Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 symbols followed suit. 1 Teaching transmits to 3 friends, 2 teachings to elucidate and delineate, the leader of the Xianmen. 1 breath transforms into Hongjun. Subsequently, a voice resonated, soft yet clear enough for the entire earth to hear. I am Hongjun. I have comprehended the Tao and achieved the status of sage. The words echoed across the primordial land several times. And silence ensued, while the beings on the ground once again bowed in worship. Indeed, Hongjun had become a sage. Yet, why did this Hongjun not follow the narratives of Yer to expound upon the path of sages? After the cataclysm of the ancient epic, amidst the struggles between immortals and demons, having triumphed over the demonic ancestor, Hongjun received the favor of heaven and enjoyed great fortune. Now, as the ancient epic commenced, he had attained the revered status of sage. When the radiant light finally faded, the massive spiritual embryo vanished, giving rise to a young man clad in the garb of the gods of mountains and rivers, who had finally taken form after countless eons. That a faint smile graced his face. "Is my divine name Chongyuan. Very well, since the ancient times have passed, my descendants shall blend into the human race created by Nuwa. Let that name belong to my human avatar." Chongyuan sensed the divine name bestowed by the heavenly way and spoke softly, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing his features as he concluded his words. "My true self shall return to where my kin reside, and I shall re-emerge when Nuwa creates humanity, thus occupying a fragment of fortune as an ancient human, Jiang Yun, who was essentially Chongyuan as human avatar." Queried aloud, Chongyuan's previous human form had likely remained undeterred due to his prior cultivation as a divine monarch, coupled with the nurturing of spiritual energy since his awakening, allowing him to endure for thousands of years without decay. "What are your intentions?" Chongyuan placed all his desires for the human race and his kin into this fragment of spirit. Though their appearances were strikingly similar, Chongyuan's visage embodied the essence of nature more profoundly, exuding an air of mystery, while his true form was that of a celestial being with 9 dragon heads. This divine form inspired a myriad of thoughts within Chongyuan. Although there were countless beings in the primordial realm, many with 9 heads, his true form bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a certain ancient deity. Moreover, now, with the aid of the mountains and rivers' spiritual embryo, he had taken shape as an innate divine being, truly a member of the divine lineage. Furthermore, as he had invested all his emotions for humanity into his avatar, Chongyuan found himself less intensely attached to his kin than before. "That I should return to my kin soon, to protect them from potential harm," Jiang Yun pondered before speaking. "Very well. If this is your decision, I shall escort you there and retrieve that disciple, along with the mountain-suppressing pearl.as for the Zhongshan whip. You may keep it for your protection." Although the mountain-suppressing pearl had been shattered by the colossal waves, it still possessed utility for Chongyuan, particularly the essence of the earth within, which could enhance the foundational strength of his current artifact. The mountain river pearl, the Zhongshan whip, on the other hand, if destroyed to extract its essence, would be a waste, and since it did not completely align with Chongyuan's current Tao, it was better to hand it over to his avatar. "Thank you, my true self," Jiang Yun replied, transforming into a beam of golden light that merged into Chongyuan's being. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun planned to traverse the primordial realm, seeking opportunities to engage in discourse with others. For throughout his journey of cultivation, he had relied solely on himself, never verifying his path against others. Now seemed the perfect moment to discern whether he had erred in his cultivation journey. As Chongyuan prepared to set forth, a sudden chorus of dragon roars echoed from afar, and in the next instant, 9 four-clawed dark dragons appeared before him. Observing their varying levels of prowess, the leading dragon, akin to Chongyuan, was also a Tai divine monarch. "What a splendid place this is. Brother, shall we establish a residence here?" As these mysterious dragons arrived, they did not transform into human forms, instead manifesting in their true draconic forms. The shortest among them measured at least 100 zhong, while the longest approached a staggering 1,000 zhong. Chongyuan coldly regarded the 9 dragons, and upon hearing the words of one, a flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes. As a Tai divine monarch, how could he fail to perceive that divine beings were already present in this place? Yet, knowing this, they dared to let that individual speak so freely, displaying utter disregard for their own standing. "Humph, do you deem me non-existent?" Chongyuan harbored no fear of these 9 dragons. The overwhelming pressure of a Tai divine monarch was fully unleashed, even if they were backed by the lineage of the dragon god. The dragon race had long since declined after the ancient calamities. Although there remained several Deluo Zun gods within their ranks, they were likely preoccupied with suppressing those water clans seeking to break free from the dragon lineage, leaving them with no time to tread upon the vast wilderness. "Your temper seems rather excessive," remarked the highest-ranked dragon, stepping forward to shield Chongyuan from his imposing aura. "This junior has only just arrived." Filled with joy, and in a moment of pride, I ask for your forgiveness. Yet, beneath this calm demeanor lay a thinly veiled arrogance. "Who are you to speak to us so imperiously? Do you wish to court death?" A heavenly dragon, brimming with divine energy, bellowed in response to Chongyuan's words. Chapter 16. Slaying the Dragon Clan. A resounding crash echoed, prompting everyone to glance towards the source of the sound. The dragon who had just spoken was forcefully slammed to the ground. The Tai realm dragon, Xianyao, failed to notice Chongyuan's movement, his brow furrowing as a flicker of concern arose within him. Although both were Tai divine monarchs, There existed a hierarchy. Those like Xianlong, who had relied on the remnants of their ancestors' dragon pearls to ascend, were no match for Chongyuan, who had elevated his cultivation through diligent self-training. Thus, Xianyao had discerned that Chongyuan was a deity of this realm, but refrained from acting hastily, primarily out of caution regarding Chongyuan's strength. Shaoqi, the other dragons seethed with anger, disregarding the disparity in their realms, and surged towards Chongyuan. Unfazed, Chongyuan did not even glance at the 7 dragons. Instead, he extended his hand, summoning a bamboo staff that materialized in his grasp. This staff, entirely azure in hue, was named the Mountain River Staff, crafted from a millennia-old spiritual bamboo after Chongyuan had transformed. The moment this treasure emerged, the waters of the Jiangshan River surged toward the Mountain River Staff. With it in hand, Chongyuan struck at the 7 dragons, and a flash of water light ensued, causing the 7 mysterious dragons to revert to their original forms, devoid of life. Xianyao did not anticipate Chongyuan's ruthless nature. His immediate strike had resulted in the deaths of his 8 nephews. Though their bloodlines were not pure, they were still dragons, and now, having been slain by another, he feared the repercussions he would face upon returning home. "You audacious fool! How dare you slay my kin?" With that, he let out a thunderous roar and lunged at Chongyuan in his draconic form. "Humph! I am the deity of this realm. You, a mere insect who has forcibly elevated your realm, dare to act arrogantly before me?" Chongyuan scoffed. With that, he raised the Mountain River Staff and swung it at Xianyao. The latter, believing himself to possess an indomitable physique, did not evade the impending strike. "Very well, since you seek death, do not blame me," Chongyuan thought to himself as he observed Xianyao's approach. With a resounding crash, Xianyao was struck into the Jiangshan River, causing waves to surge dozens of zhang high. Chongyuan, witnessing this, pointed a finger to calm the tumultuous waters and prepared to strike Xianyao once more with the Mountain River Staff. Seeing Chongyuan poised to attack again, Xianyao's heart sank. A single blow had already left him severely injured, with countless meridians within him shattered. Should he endure another strike? He feared for his very existence. In a moment of desperation, Xianyao unleashed a tremendous wave towards Chongyuan. For as the dragon god, he could temporarily control the waters. Xianyao saw his attack push back Chongyuan. He rejoiced and quickly retreated several zhang, intending to transform into a beam of dark light and escape southward. Chongyuan, however, did not hastily pursue. Instead, he summoned a divine light, disregarding Xianyao, and directed his efforts towards subduing the colossal waves. Strangely, this divine light, though appearing slow, swiftly arrived behind Xianyao. With an explosive sound, Xianyao let out a wretched cry as he fell to the ground. Gasping for breath, upon closer inspection, he discovered a massive gaping wound in his draconic form. "Esteemed one, I acknowledge my transgressions. Might you spare my life?" Xianyao lifted his gaze to meet Chongyuan's, concealing the resentment in his eyes as he pleaded for mercy. Yet secretly, he activated the dragon pearl within him and suddenly launched a long-prepared assault. "Ha! In the end, my skills surpass yours," Xianyao laughed maniacally, only to realize that he had struck nothing but an illusion. The figure before him was merely a watery apparition. "I trust you now comprehend the disparity between us," Chongyuan stated indifferently, standing before the utterly exhausted Xianyao. "You vile deity, how dare you lay a hand on my dragon clan? The elders of my lineage will never let you go," Xianyao shouted vehemently. "Very well, we shall see about that when the time comes," Chongyuan replied, unmoved. During his time as a divine monarch, he had dared to scheme against the once mighty Phoenix clan. So the now declined dragon race was hardly worth his concern. Without so much as a glance at the prostrate Xianyao, he pointed, extinguishing his life force, and with a flourish of his robe, forged the 9 dragons into a dragon pearl using the divine fire of creation. Within it, a small azure dragon could be seen swimming. I did not expect it to coalesce into a rather fine artifact." Chongyuan mused casually, retrieving his innate treasure, the Mountain River Pearl, and smashing it against the dragon pearl. Immediately, the pearl shattered, with its essence wholly absorbed by the Mountain River Pearl, which now bore several new restrictions. Having completed this, Chongyuan set his sights on the Jiangshan mountain. There, he beheld the towering peaks, grand and majestic, their roots entwined with the Kunlun range, their summits brushing against the heavens. The slopes were adorned with flourishing grasses, fragrant plum blossoms, dense thickets of thorns, and the subtle aroma of orchids, a veritable paradise. "From this day forth, this shall be my sanctuary, and I shall name it Mountain Water Abyss," Chongyuan declared, waving his hand. causing several grand halls to rise from the most spiritually enriched area of Jiu-E Mountain, alongside a massive stone inscribed with the words Mountain Water Abyss. These three characters encapsulated all of Chongyuan's insights into the Great Tao. While not overly mystical, they would undoubtedly facilitate a complete deity to ascend to the divine monarch realm with ease. It would take merely half a month to reach the Jiangshan. First, he must establish a grand formation to prevent others from seizing his sanctuary in his absence. Chongyuan contemplated silently. With that thought, he ascended into the air, exuding an otherworldly aura, intertwining his hands as countless divine patterns emerged, settling upon the 9 main peaks, following the original configuration of the 9 palaces. He meticulously established a formidable protective array. He also elevated the Jiu-E River, which wound around the mountain range, transforming it into a water curtain that entwined the 9 peaks, gazing at the chaotic earth energy stirred by his presence. Chongyuan sighed inwardly, grateful for his identity as the deity of mountains and rivers, which granted him the means to quell such turmoil. Otherwise, the mere turbulence of this energy could have burdened him with significant karmic repercussions. Unleashing all the divine power within him, he directed it into the earthly dragon vein, soothing it and calming the earth energy. After a lengthy period, he finally withdrew his divine power, exhaling a sigh of relief. Once all was settled in Jiu-E Mountain, Chongyuan returned to his cave dwelling, restoring his divine power while reflecting on the myths of the primordial era he had once known. It was said that Hongmeng had mastered the Tao of balance. And as the heavenly Tao required a remedy for its deficiencies, he was bestowed the responsibility of being its agent, which allowed him to survive that chaotic and terrifying age, eventually ascending to become the first sage. As for the other ancient ancestors who had roamed the primordial era, nearly all had perished. Even the 3 sovereigns of antiquity, who were extraordinary talents, ultimately met their demise. Yet, having been born closely following those great deities of primordial legend, emerging with the innate spiritual embryo, while his origins were not particularly exalted, the fortuitous destiny he had garnered from surviving the ancient times granted him the qualification to contend with them. Moreover, he possessed insights into the grand trends of the heavenly Tao. Understanding that a single step could lead to subsequent advantages, he was confident that he would leave a significant mark in the annals of primordial history. After managing affairs in Jiu-E Mountain, Chongyuan departed from Mountain Water Abyss and leisurely made his way towards Jiangshan. Now at the foot of Jiangshan, he gazed at the towering mountains above it. A sense of melancholy stirring within him. My true self shall proceed first. Instead, upon sensing the presence of the clan's people atop the mountain, Jiang Yun felt an irresistible urge to soar towards the summit. Observing Jiang Yun's eagerness, Chongyuan felt a flicker of unease dissipate within him. He shook his head and concealed his form before following closely behind. "Who are you?" Upon entering the tribe, Jiang Yun was halted by an individual who inquired. For a moment, Jiang Yun found himself at a loss for words. Thousands of years had passed, and he feared that none of the original tribespeople remained alive to recognize him. This thought suddenly welled up a profound sorrow within him. And 2 tears unconsciously escaped his eyes. "Master," just as Jiang Yun lingered in his melancholy, a youthful female voice, tinged with tears, called out. Turning around, Jiang Yun beheld a girl of around 13 or 14 years. Her eyes glistening with tears, evoking a deep sense of affection within him. "You are the venerable one who saved our ancestors," exclaimed the person who had initially blocked Jiang Yun, astonished by the girl's words. Chapter 17. Seeking opportunity, this young girl was revered as the guardian spirit of the Jiangshan tribe, and her master was none other than the esteemed figure who, thousands of years ago, had sacrificed his life to rescue all of their ancestors during the Great Flood. What? Upon hearing this revelation, the surrounding tribespeople gathered curiously, having grown up hearing tales of this very figure. "You have emerged from the spiritual womb?" "Divine Lord, indeed, born a divine Lord. Your path to enlightenment may yet be assured." Jiang Yun was overjoyed, never expecting his first disciple to possess such cultivation. However, to achieve enlightenment was not merely to attain sainthood, but rather to become a great Luo Zuanshan. After all, at this time, the primordial chaos and the teachings of the Tao had yet to spread, and while the highest realm was the primordial sage, only Hongjun Laozu knew the method to attain such a state. Thus, all beings regarded the great Luo Zuanshan as the pinnacle of enlightenment. After explaining a few matters, Jiang Yun dispersed the tribespeople and brought his disciple. Mei Ling. Before Chongyuan, that I pay my respects to the honored one. That Mei Ling had heard Jiang Yun speak of Chongyuan during their journey and, knowing he was her master as well, promptly addressed him as master. Very well. I shall bestow upon you that Songshan whip for your protection, Chongyuan said, presenting the whip to Jiang Yun before turning to Mei Ling. Will you accompany me away from Jiangshan to traverse the primordial wilderness, or remain here? After pondering Chongyuan's words, Mei Ling replied, I will remain in Jiangshan and await Master's return before journeying back with you to the mountains and waters. Very well, Chongyuan nodded, continuing, then before I depart, let me impart a lesson upon you. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, you may always seek guidance from Jiang Yun. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. It is but my duty, Chongyuan replied, perhaps due to the differences in appearance and aura between Chongyuan and Jiang Yun. Their bond was not as intimate. However, Chongyuan did not mind, for rather than viewing Mei Ling as his disciple, it was more accurate to regard her as an extension of Jiang Yun. After all, Jiang Yun possessed thoughts and a persona distinct from Chongyuan's. Though he would never fully diverge from Chongyuan's influence, the two remained fundamentally different, in accordance with the natural order of heaven and earth. May the impurities dissipate within the cavernous void. May the essence of the primordial be illuminated. Let the 5 mountains be aligned, and the 8 seas be known. May the malevolent energies disperse, and the deic essence persist. Chongyuan, being an innate divine being, spoke with an air of authority, and though no extraordinary phenomena manifested, a profound deic resonance emanated, enveloping Jiang Yun and Mei Ling as they became immersed in Chongyuan's teachings. 300 years later, Chongyuan slowly opened his eyes. Considering Mei Ling's insufficient cultivation, he had shared only rudimentary principles, allowing him to reaffirm his own foundational understanding. Noticing a tree materializing behind Mei Ling, its fragrance wafting through the air, while a vast mountain loomed behind Jiang Yun, Chongyuan nodded slightly. This phenomenon was not too shabby. After leaving behind a message, he departed. However, before leaving, he took with him the essence of the Tao he had cultivated in his previous life on the Divine Mountain, as well as the primordial blue plum, for he needed this innate spiritual root to suppress his own fortune. As for the Divine Mountain, it was not that he wished to abandon it entirely, but it had become the dwelling place of the Jiangshan tribe, and he felt it inappropriate to remove it. Fortunately, he had already integrated its essence into the mountain and river pearl. Furthermore, he sensed that the mountain deity of Jiangshan had perished. After retrieving the seal of the mountain deity from the mountains, he contemplated the divine laws within it and left it for Jiang Yun, allowing him the choice of whether to use the seal to become the mountain deity of Jiangshan. Upon leaving Jiangshan, Chongyuan rode a yellow cloud, leisurely soaring across the primordial land. Upon encountering Mei Ling, a thought arose within him, a desire to accept a few disciples to inherit his teachings. Contemplating the prospect of taking on disciples, he felt a longing to traverse the vastness of the primordial wilderness, gathering rare materials and treasures. Chongyuan journeyed through the mountains and waters, contemplating the Tao of the rivers and mountains, and encountered no obstruction from other cultivators. Although he collected numerous rare materials, he found not a single innate spiritual treasure, which greatly vexed him. Nevertheless, the sensation in his heart intensified, as if a grand opportunity awaited him ahead. Speaking of this matter, since Chongyuan transformed, he had felt a vague sense of something amiss. However, he had been preoccupied with other matters at that time, now that his past was entirely resolved. His route through the primordial wilderness was guided by this very intuition. Gazing at the surging river before him, the torrential waters flowed eastward across the primordial land, its formidable presence akin to a roaring dragon, crackling with thunder and lightning. The Yellow River, the foremost river of the primordial realm. Regarding the Yellow River, there was a well-known tale among all beings of the primordial world. It was said that the Yellow River was formed from the colossal body of a great deity that had fallen into the wilderness upon death. This great deity was the revered Jufeng, known for creating the ancient human race and establishing the path of humanity, revered by all deities as the human emperor. The river born from this deity directly traversed the entirety of the primordial realm. Standing as the foremost among all rivers, logically, this great river should have long ago birthed a river deity, naturally becoming the sovereign of the primordial rivers, a position of immense prestige. Yet to this day, no deity of such stature had emerged from the Yellow River. Standing by the banks of the Yellow River, Chongyuan voluntarily transformed back into his true divine form, leaping into the river as he pursued the intuition within his heart. Searching in the waters, the closer he drew to the river's core, the stronger his sensation became. As a Taiji deity, the commotion he stirred was not insignificant, leading those gods who coveted the position of the Yellow River deity to mistakenly believe that Chongyuan had come to contend for the divine position, prompting them to hasten from their lairs. Soon, a mysterious turtle, a black dragon, and the water deity of the Weishui, the three most powerful Taiji deities of the Yellow River, accompanied by their subordinate deities, arrived before Chongyuan. The reason there were only a few Taiji deities contending for the Yellow River, rather than Great Luo Zuanshan, was that the latter were aware of the karmic implications and feared entangling themselves with the lineage of the human emperor. Furthermore, having already attained the realm of Great Luo Zuanshan, their paths were set. Rather than vying for the Yellow River and incurring karmic ties with the human emperor, they preferred to devote their time to contemplating the Tao, perhaps even advancing their own paths. I am the water lord of the Weishui. May I inquire as to your esteemed purpose here, the water deity of the Weishui, sensing Chongyuan's imposing aura, which far surpassed that of an ordinary Taiji deity, felt a subtle connection between Chongyuan and the Yellow River, thus refraining from any offense and speaking with courtesy. However, the black dragon was different, as a remnant of the dragon lineage residing within the Yellow River. He retained memories of the dragon clan's illustrious past and had never left the waters of the Yellow River, being a natural deity of the dragon lineage. He possessed considerable strength compared to the majority of the Yellow River's later-born deities and thus considered himself formidable, believing no one could rival him. Upon witnessing Chongyuan's audacity within his domain, the black dragon seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Who dares to act so presumptuously in my divine territory?" With that, he transformed into his dragon form and lunged at Chongyuan. It is important to note that Chongyuan was a deity from the ancient era, and although he had not garnered fame in that epoch, he was nonetheless a being from a previous age. Despite his gentle demeanor, he harbored immense pride. Thus, upon hearing the black dragon refer to him as an insignificant deity and recklessly attack, he could scarcely endure it. Instantly, he summoned the mountain and river pearl, channeling the waters of the Yellow River to strike at the black dragon. However, Chongyuan soon realized that his connection to the dragon lineage was indeed profound. In the primordial era, a malevolent dragon, seizing the opportunity during a great calamity, brought about his demise. Yet, when he reincarnated through his innate spiritual womb at the dawn of antiquity, it was the dragonkin that sought to trouble him once more. Presently, as he endeavored to seek a fortuitous opportunity within the Yellow River, he encountered a black dragon that rudely confronted him. Despite the presence of three water deities, this dragon wished to hastily depart from this splendid wilderness. In response, Chongyuan could not help but lament that the dragon clan truly bore animosity toward him. Chapter 18. The Lord of the Yellow River. Meanwhile, the water deity of Weishui and the Xiangui exchanged wary glances, each discerning the trepidation reflected in the other's eyes, too fearful to intervene in the clash between the two, given their rivalry for the position of the Lord of the Yellow River. The appearance of a formidable deity, not of the water lineage, to chastise the black dragon was enough for them to refrain from taking sides, let alone assist the dragon. Among them, especially the Xiangui, who was adept at avoiding peril, had foreseen dire consequences should he engage in battle today. Had it not been for his own pride, he would have vacated the premises upon encountering Chongyuan, returning to his lair. After all, the black dragon was merely a deity born in the past few millennia, still unable to secure its own divine position. How could it possibly rival Chongyuan, after exchanging blows for a dozen rounds? Chongyuan, losing patience, realized that as a Tai god, he was merely wrestling with the opponent in a brute manner, rendering his intention to hone his skills futile. Very well, you shall serve as nourishment for my river and mountain pearl. With a decisive gesture, Chongyuan immobilized the black dragon and commanded the river and mountain pearl to dispatch it. Without glancing at the lifeless form, he flicked his robe and stowed it away, mindful that refining the corpse of the black dragon before such a multitude of deities would be rather inappropriate. This display of power sent ripples of fear through all present, particularly the deities under the black dragon, who were apprehensive that Chongyuan might misdirect his wrath toward them due to their association. I have come to the Yellow River solely to seek a fortuitous opportunity, with no intention of contending for the position of Lord of the Yellow River, Chongyuan remarked, observing the vigilant expressions of the Xiangui and Weishui water deity, his tone tinged with exasperation. What is it that you seek, esteemed one? Inquired the Xiangui cautiously. Perhaps I may be of assistance. Indeed. Upon hearing the Xiangui's words, Chongyuan realized that they had been deities of the Yellow River for a millennium and might possess valuable insights. Is there anything peculiar within the Yellow River? He asked, furrowing his brow after a moment of contemplation. Peculiar? With Chongyuan's utterance, all deities fell into deep thought, just as he was on the verge of giving up and prepared to scour every corner of the Yellow River. The Xiangui suddenly spoke. There is indeed a place within the Yellow River that fits your description of the strange. Where is it? Chongyuan inquired eagerly, for a voice within him kept reminding him that this opportunity was of utmost importance. Without it, he feared he might not even survive the antiquity. At the source of the Yellow River lies a mysterious whirlpool that appears and disappears at intervals, shimmering with divine light. Surely, the opportunity you seek resides within that whirlpool. However, as the Xiangui reached this point, he hesitated momentarily. What troubles you? The whirlpool is exceedingly strange. No deity, regardless of their cultivation level, has ever entered it and returned. Even I, possessing the cultivation of a Tai god, feel a twinge of fear when speaking of it. Upon witnessing the Xiangui's countenance, Chongyuan's heart sank. For something to instill such fear in a Tai god could not be trifled with. However, considering that the source of the Yellow River was the very heart of the god of Jufeng, could it be that the whirlpool was the remnant soul of the god of Jufeng? Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed this notion. If it were truly the remnant of the god of Jufeng, with such prowess, it would have long since reincarnated and returned to the wilderness. What, then, was this whirlpool that could instill such fear in a Tai god? After much contemplation, Chongyuan resolved to personally journey to the source of the Yellow River to uncover its true nature. Thank you for your guidance. Chongyuan expressed his gratitude to the Xiangui before turning and making his way toward the source of the Yellow River. It appeared that the Lord of the Yellow River was about to emerge. The Weishui water deity watched Chongyuan's departing figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had fought countless water deities for this position. Yet here they were, an entity not even of the water lineage, effortlessly uncovering the location of the Yellow River's divine seal. If he were not the Water Lord, then there would be no deity left in the Yellow River capable of assuming that role. My lord, how can one not of the water lineage possibly claim the position of Water Lord? Asked a lesser deity of Weishui, perplexed Ta. The fact that he is not even of the water lineage, yet knows the location of the divine seal, speaks volumes. Furthermore, for us deities, as long as one can comprehend the corresponding great principles, even if they are not a water deity, they may yet become one in the future. My younger brother, that individual is indeed a genuine water deity. The Xiangui, who was about to depart, added with a hint of bitterness after hearing the Weishui water deity's words. What? The exclamation echoed among the gathered deities, who looked at the Xiangui in astonishment. Ha! He possesses dual cultivation of mountains and rivers, yet his prowess in the mountain path far exceeds that in the water path, leading us to mistakenly believe he is not a water deity. The Xiangui had discerned that Chongyuan could effortlessly manipulate the waters of the Yellow River, thus realizing he was indeed a water deity. Then what he previously stated, perhaps he truly has no intention of contending for the position of Lord of the Yellow River. Alas, such is the will of heaven. Everyone, we should prepare gifts to congratulate our Lord. After uttering these words, the Xiangui led his subordinates away. The Weishui water deity sighed and followed suit. While the deities originally aligned with the Black Dragon hurriedly returned to their divine realms to prepare their offerings, Chongyuan flew tirelessly for an entire day and night, finally arriving at the source of the Yellow River, Kunlun Mountain. Without taking a moment to admire the scenic beauty of Kunlun, he plunged into the waters of the Yellow River. Having anticipated the waiting whirlpool to his surprise, the whirlpool quietly spiraled in the water. Soon as Chongyuan appeared, a portal manifested within the whirlpool, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Standing before the whirlpool, Chongyuan pondered whether this was a trap or a fortuitous opportunity. Just as he hesitated to enter, a commanding voice resonated from within the portal. Young one, come forth. Startled, Chongyuan wasted no time and dashed into the whirlpool. Beyond the portal lay a miniature world, where a deity sat adorned in a robe of shimmering gold and purple, possessing an unremarkable visage yet exuding an air of ancient simplicity, surrounded by the lingering essence of the great Tao and vibrant purple auspices. Though merely seated quietly, he emanated an indomitable aura, shaking Chongyuan's very spirit. The humble deity Chongyuan, pay my respects to your majesty, the human emperor. You, young one, have kept me waiting for so long. Were it not for this place being a manifestation of my own essence, I might not have endured until now. The god of Jufeng spoke, his tone devoid of anger. May I inquire, "Your Majesty, what brings you to await my arrival?" Chongyuan, bewildered, could only ask respectfully, "Enough. There is no need for such formality. This remnant soul was left for you amidst the great calamity of antiquity, intended to facilitate your rapid growth and safeguard the legacy of my divine kin, to protect the immortality of our divine way. This humble deity is unworthy of such a monumental responsibility. I implore your Majesty to seek another deity as you, who can utter the words of safeguarding a realm and preserving the lives of its beings that I have sought." Upon hearing this, Chongyuan was struck with astonishment. Was it the human emperor who enabled his rebirth through the spiritual womb of the world? I am eternally grateful for the divine rescue. Yet enough. Should you truly forget your original intent, I shall not impose further. The human emperor of Jiufeng closed his eyes, ceasing further discourse. Chongyuan, however, was shaken by the emperor's words. Ever since he became a deity, had he not aspired for the world to flourish? If he were to remain the sole deity, regardless of his cultivation or strength, what significant contribution could he make to the wilderness? Only by uniting the hearts of many deities, ensuring the survival of the divine kin, and preserving the eternal nature of the divine way could he fulfill his aspirations. If that is the case, the emperor's task and his own desires can be seen as two sides of the same coin, presenting no conflict whatsoever. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's regard for a humble deity like myself. I shall undoubtedly strive to meet the expectations of all, dedicating myself tirelessly for this realm and for my divine kin until my last breath. After uttering these words, Chongyuan felt a rush of exhilaration, as if his previously stagnant cultivation had surged forward, even surpassing his former state. Excellent. Since you possess such determination as your divine progenitor, I shall naturally lend my utmost support. Upon hearing Chongyuan's response, Jiangshi revealed a faint smile and beckoned, "Come closer." Chongyuan complied without hesitation and approached Jiangshi, who then produced two items before transforming into a wisp of primordial spirit, merging into Chongyuan's own essence. This fragment of soul entered Chongyuan's consciousness without granting him a moment to react, dispersing within, flooding his mind with a torrent of vast memories. Chongyuan was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming influx of ancestral wisdom. And upon glimpsing the contents of these memories, he gasped in awe. Eventually regaining his composure to assimilate the legacy, it is worth noting that, even as a mere remnant, the memories carried by Jiangshi, who had traversed countless eons during the ancient era, constituted an unfathomable ocean for someone like Chongyuan, whose existence spanned merely several tens of thousands of years. The secrets of the ancient times, the legacies of certain transcendent deities, the myriad paths of cultivation, and the methods devised by Jiangshi in conjunction with two other sovereigns, all aimed at furthering the divine lineage, now surged within him. Time became indiscernible as Chongyuan emerged from the depths of this monumental inheritance, yet before he could catch his breath, the drop of essence left by Jiangshi shot into his chest like an arrow released from a bow. Chongyuan had no time to react, letting out a muffled groan before losing consciousness. Fortunately, this was a small world, and even in his fainted state, he remained secure. A drop of pure golden essence infused into Chongyuan's heart, continuously emanating divine power, transforming his core and permeating throughout his divine body, enhancing and reshaping it. As he absorbed Jiangshi's essence, the head of his original nine-headed dragon form sprouted dragon horns, and his four-clawed dragon body morphed into one with 5 claws, each adorned with 9 talons. Were Chongyuan to present himself before the dragon clan in this form, he might even ascend to the status of an elder among them. After all, the 9-clawed yellow dragon was nearly extinct among the current dragon lineage. Even during the ancient times, while some 9-clawed divine dragons survived, they had likely retreated into obscurity, aware that the era belonging to the dragon clan had long since passed, though their cultivation was sufficient to command respect. It paled in comparison to the glorious epoch of the ancient times, when myriad beasts bowed before the celestial might of the water gods. Moreover, the profound impact of the Great War during the ancient era had left the dragon and phoenix clans grievously wounded, forcing them into hiding to lick their wounds. The transformation of Chongyuan's true form stemmed from Jiangshi's imperial essence, and with the inheritance he had received, Chongyuan now bore a fragment of that imperial aura. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through his divine body, Chongyuan was immensely satisfied. Through the metamorphosis brought by Jiangshi's essence, he had effectively become a true scion of the imperial lineage. As such, the Yellow River divine seal naturally fused into his dominion without requiring any further effort for refinement. However, an important dilemma loomed over Chongyuan. Prior to his emergence, a great deity from the imperial lineage had already ascended and attained the status of the Great Luozuanshan. Should this deity harbor ill will towards Chongyuan and seek to uphold the superiority and orthodoxy of the imperial bloodline? It would pose a monumental challenge for him. It is essential to recognize that this deity, now known as the Master of the Northern Dipper, governed the celestial bodies and was one of the few able to contend with the sun and moon. A deity capable of rivaling the star god's birth from the eyes of the Pan-Huangduzuan could hardly be underestimated. Furthermore, this star master had already established a formidable reputation by the end of the ancient era. Being revered in the wilderness as Dumuyuanjun.no, I have digressed. He could now be considered a manifestation of Zhufengxi's primordial spirit, occupying the form of the Yellow River, which is also a legitimate branch of the imperial lineage. Even if she were to dislike him, she would never take action against him. After all, internal strife within the divine imperial lineage would only serve as a spectacle for other deities to mock. After contemplating the various implications, Chongyuan transformed, donning the divine robe of the Lord of the Yellow River, adorned with imperial golden hues and embroidered with the patterns of the divine dragon of mountains and rivers. Crowned with a majestic nine-crowned diadem, slowly opening his eyes, he exuded an aura of clarity, his essence steady, as purple mist flowed between his hands, hinting at myriad imprints of the great pathways of mountains and rivers. I am Chongyuan, a deity left over from the ancient times. Today, by the grace of heaven and the benevolence of the emperor, I have attained the position of the Lord of the Yellow River. And I shall undoubtedly live up to the expectations of heaven and earth, to my divine kin, to the imperial lineage. Originally, Chongyuan's cultivation was merely that of a Tai divine monarch, yet after this transformation, he could have advanced further. However, he felt that his rapid progress was overwhelming, and given that he had yet to fully comprehend the secret arts passed down by Zhufengxi, which would significantly influence his future path, he resolutely suppressed his advancement. Despite this, Chongyuan was not far removed from the capabilities of an average Great Luozuanshan. Now, as he proclaimed to heaven and earth, he aimed to demonstrate his strength to the deities within the Yellow River and announced to the wilderness that the Yellow River had a new master. Yet, given the vastness of the wilderness, aside from the sages, no one could effectively relay his proclamation across the great expanse. Even with the advantage of time and place, he could only spread his words within the Yellow River basin. Nevertheless, a significant portion of the beings and deities within the wilderness soon became aware of the existence of this new Lord of the Yellow River. At that very moment, as Chongyuan declared his presence to heaven and earth. Dumuyuanjun, situated within the northern Dipper star system, sensed the occurrence and smiled, remarking, "I did not expect another deity from the imperial lineage to emerge." After a moment of careful contemplation, Dumuyuanjun expressed mild surprise. "How remarkable. This individual is the one I sensed recently, most suited to our imperial lineage. Isn't that a deity from the earth god lineage? How has he now become part of the imperial lineage and even claims the rightful inheritance?" Although Tai possessed profound cultivation, standing as the foremost figure of the current divine path, and shared a close bond with Dumuyuanjun, he recognized that Chongyuan's affairs belonged to the internal matters of the imperial lineage. Furthermore, with the imperial fortune shielding him, he refrained from prying too deeply into the truth, thus opting to inquire instead. Truly, he is blessed with profound fortune. Dumuyuanjun, being of the same imperial lineage, felt no such reservations and quickly grasped the intricacies of the situation. Indeed, as spoken, he was a deity left over from the ancient times who had perished while striving to save a being, uttering the words, to protect one corner of the world and safeguard its inhabitants. After being rescued by his father, he was sent to another legitimate branch of our imperial lineage, yet he had not yet obtained that inheritance and had instead become the Lord of the Yellow River first. Upon hearing these words, Tai felt a stir of emotion and a flicker of curiosity towards Chongyuan. Dumuyuanjun furrowed his brow slightly before continuing, "I detect traces of my father's essence lingering upon him. He must have met our father for the last time, not long ago. A manifestation of Zhufengxi's 9 dragon pearls." Dumuyuanjun was intimately familiar with his aura. Chapter 20. Proceeding to the appointment, regrettably. That was merely a method left by our father during the great calamity of the ancient era, and upon encountering that person, the essence dissipated. Dumuyuanjun expressed his regrets. It seems the emperor holds this individual in high esteem. Even Tai, an outsider, could not help but marvel at how exceptionally Zhufengxi regarded Chong, and that it is essential to recognize that before his transformation, Zhufengxi had divided his most crucial legacy into 3 parts. placing them in three distinct locations. The first, embodied by Yuan, who emerged from the 9 dragon pearls, received the method of star birth and the legacy of creation, though Yuan, lacking proficiency in the way of creation, entrusted it to a goddess. Beyond the inheritance in Yuan's possession, the remaining 2 parts were concealed within the body that manifested as the Yellow River and the 9 Yushan, which bore the essence of the 9 dragon heads. Both of these locations were deeply intertwined with Chongyuan. Jiangshan is the birthplace of Chongyuan, naturally serving as his divine realm, while the Yellow River has been entrusted to him under the calculations of the Jiufang clan. It can be said that within the lineage of the human emperor, although one of the 3 inheritances has yet to be obtained, it is undeniable that Chongyuan possesses 2 of them. In terms of orthodox status, Chongyuan's standing within the human emperor lineage surpasses that of Yuan by a considerable margin. Indeed, it appears that the heavy responsibilities of the human emperor lineage are to be passed on to this yet-to-be-seen brother. Yuan, being magnanimous and having never harbored aspirations of becoming an emperor, demonstrates her willingness to transfer the legacy of the human emperor lineage to that renowned goddess of future generations. It would be prudent for her to pay a visit to the northern Dipper star system. I would like to acknowledge our kinship to avoid any misunderstandings regarding disharmony within the human emperor lineage. Yuan tenderly caresses her slightly protruding belly, her fingertips summoning divine light that plunges directly into the Yellow River. As you wish. Regarding the internal inheritance of the human emperor lineage, Tai refrains from interjecting, merely holding Yuan in his embrace and listening quietly. However, speaking of matters at hand, Tai, how is your preparation progressing? Yuan suddenly inquires, her expression grave. After all, this matter pertains to the future of the entire divine clan. Should Tai falter, it could spell catastrophic consequences for the divine race. Aside from a few self-serving deities, the remainder of the divine clan has agreed to join the heavenly court at this point. A rare hint of fatigue appears on Tai's handsome face. Do not overexert yourself, Yuan says with concern. For the future of our divine clan, this minor issue is inconsequential. You need not worry about it. Focus on nurturing the child. A trace of girlish shyness unexpectedly graces Yuan's face as she savors this rare warmth. After Chongyuan ascended to the position of the Lord of the Yellow River, countless deities, regardless of their cultivation level, hurried from their respective divine realms to congratulate him. Initially, Chongyuan found some interest in their gestures, for these deities presented him with exceptional spiritual artifacts in an effort to leave a good impression. However, after a few days of this, Chongyuan could no longer endure it and summoned the Xian Gui and the water god of Weishui to accept the offerings on his behalf, retreating to the cave he had temporarily established in the Yellow River to refine the river's essence. It is not merely about refining the divine seal to master this divine realm. One must continuously refine it, filling the domain with one's own Tao, to truly hold dominion over a divine realm. One day, as Chongyuan was utilizing the Yellow River divine seal to refine the river, a glimmer of starlight suddenly appeared before him. Is this a message from that individual? Chongyuan raised an eyebrow slightly before extending his hand to decipher it. Upon reviewing the content, he hesitated no longer, transforming into a beam of yellowish divine light and departing the Yellow River, soaring towards the heavens above. Chongyuan gazed coldly at the beast, daring to offend him. It resembled a tiger but had dog-like fur, measuring 2 feet in length, with a human face, tiger limbs, and a pig's tusks, its tail stretching 18 feet, while exuding an aura of savagery. He had initially believed that such ferocious beasts had long perished since the era of antiquity. Yet to his astonishment, he discovered that they still roamed the primal starry sky. It is known that these beasts were born from the resentment of the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons during the genesis of heaven and earth, and they should have been exterminated by the combined might of countless divine clans, thereby establishing the formidable reputation of the divine race and laying a solid foundation for its future prosperity. However, this beast was dreadfully weak, indicating it was not among the original batch but had emerged later. Just moments ago, this creature had attempted to ambush Chongyuan, prompting his protective divine light to erupt. While the mountain river pearl instinctively shielded its master, neutralizing the sudden attack, had it not been for this, the deities of the human emperor lineage would likely have suffered severe injuries from this vile creature. Although he remained unscathed, how could the sanctity of a primordial divine being be sullied by a mindless beast? With his eyes filled with frost, Chongyuan extended his hand, directing a divine light that propelled the mountain river pearl, which then radiated boundless divine brilliance, immobilizing the beast in place. The creature roared incessantly, thrashing its long tail in a frenzied manner, yet remained unable to move. At this moment, the beast's dwindling intellect grasped the peril it faced. Fear overtook its human-like visage, its fur bristling as it opened its gaping maw in a feigned display of ferocity. How pitiful! As Chongyuan's voice echoed, a beam of divine light suddenly shot forth from the mountain river pearl, after which it turned to leave, soaring directly towards the northern Dipper star system. Shortly after Chongyuan departed, the beast's body began to shatter like porcelain, disintegrating into fine ash, dissipating in the boundless starry sky. Had this been a primordial beast, it might have warranted a more cautious approach. However, this was clearly a later-born creature, and Chongyuan did not regard it with any seriousness to him. This beast was akin to an ant crushed beneath his foot. Who would bother to dwell on it? Fortunately, aside from encountering that beast, Chongyuan's journey proceeded smoothly, bringing him ever closer to the northern Dipper star system. It is essential to note that in the vastness of the starry sky, without the guidance of a star deity, one could easily lose their way, not to mention the existence of the peculiar starstorm. Starstorms pose no mortal threat to beings above the divine lord level. At most, they may inflict injuries or cause some minor disarray. Were starstorms truly as simple as that, they would not elicit such fear from the beings of the primordial wilderness. The most terrifying aspect of starstorms is that, aside from the delusion, no one can contend with their bindings. One can only await their inevitable dissipation, which can occur anywhere across the expanse of the starry sky. If fortune smiles, one may land in a region governed by a star deity, preserving their life. If misfortune befalls, landing in a remote and desolate starfield could result in years of wandering before escaping, and the dangers of the starry sky far exceed those of the primordial earth. Fortunately, Jiang had taken precautions and had already informed Chongyuan of the positions of the celestial bodies. Otherwise, it would likely have taken him several hundred years to locate the northern Dipper star system on his own. As Chongyuan journeyed, a sudden sense of danger arose within him, prompting him to swiftly sidestep. Just as he did, the area he had occupied was suddenly engulfed by a swirling tempest that was close. Had I been caught in that storm, it would have been disastrous. Chongyuan sighed in relief, yet he failed to notice that a small storm had already begun to brew in his current location. Cough. What terrible luck I have. Chongyuan adjusted his hair, expressing his bemusement. He had thought he had escaped the starstorm, but just as he prepared to continue towards the northern Dipper star system, another storm erupted beneath his feet, whisking him away to this star. Surveying his surroundings, he found the locale to be desolately serene, with a chilling breeze sweeping through the still air and rustling the sparse fallen leaves on the ground. The azure sky loomed low, and from afar, the sound of a guqin drifted, imbued with a tranquil coolness. I wonder where this is and how far it is from the northern Dipper star system. As Chongyuan prepared to consult his star map to ascertain his location, he suddenly heard a faint, melodious voice behind him. This place is the lesser Ein star domain, judging by your appearance. It seems you have been caught in a starstorm. May I inquire where you intend to go? Turning around, Chongyuan beheld a deity descending gracefully from the sky, clad in silver robes, with lips pursed and an aura of aloofness. A jade pendant hung at his waist, occasionally emitting the sound of jade clinking, adding an air of nobility as he gazed upon the young deity. Chongyuan's eyes brightened unexpectedly, for some reason, despite this being their first meeting. He felt an affinity towards him and longed to draw closer. May I ask how far this place is from the northern Dipper star system? It seems you are indeed the Lord of the Yellow River. Chongyuan of the human emperor lineage. This place is not far from the northern Dipper star system. If you fly northeast for a while, you shall arrive. Thank you for your guidance. However, since you are aware of my name, should you not also introduce yourself? Chongyuan inquired with a smile. The young deity appeared taken aback, as if unaccustomed to interacting with outsiders. After a moment of surprise, he finally spoke, his previously aloof demeanor vanishing. I am the lesser Ein star deity, known as Timing. Lesser Ein star deity? Timing? Chongyuan echoed the name softly twice before raising his head with a smile, saying, I shall remember your name, my friend. Thank you for your information. Here is my communication jade talisman. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to inform me, and I will do my utmost to assist you. With that, he mounted his divine cloud and departed the lesser Ein star domain. Leaving Tai Ming alone, gazing blankly at the jade talisman. At last, I have arrived. Chongyuan gazed upon the starry domain encircled by the 9 stars, and after a brief moment of composure, he proclaimed in a resonant voice. I, Chongyuan of the human emperor lineage, have come to pay my respects to Sister Ziguang. This goddess had existed far longer than the deities of the present, and it was quite normal for Chongyuan, a mere minor deity of several millennia, to address her as sister. He chuckled inwardly, recognizing the shrewdness of the young man before him. Having already sensed Chongyuan's arrival, Domu, upon hearing his words, laughed lightly and teased him. Yet her hands did not cease their work. With a graceful gesture, she opened a starry pathway before Chongyuan. Since you have called me sister, then I shall acknowledge you as my brother. Please, enter quickly. Upon hearing Domu's response, Chongyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that she bore him no ill will, allowing him to relax his cautious demeanor. After arriving at the Northern Dipper Palace, he discovered that aside from a regal goddess adorned in a celestial robe with a subtly rounded abdomen, there was another figure draped in a robe of purple gold, with a small bell hanging from his waist. His hair fell carelessly behind him, exuding an unruly divinity. With a single glance, Chongyuan was struck by the resplendence of the sun god, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This must be Dong Wangtai. It appeared that this solar deity shared a profound connection with his esteemed sister. Observing the mutual affection in their gazes, Chongyuan couldn't help but smirk inwardly, noticing the overwhelming imperial aura surrounding Dong Wangtai. Chongyuan's thought stirred. Could it be that he intended to establish a celestial court for the divine race, aspiring to ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor? I have come to see Sister Ziguang, he stated, his internal musings fleeting, as his expression remained unchanged while he performed his greetings. That we are all family here. Why engage in such formalities? Please, take a seat, Domu replied with a smile. The Northern Dipper Star domain is rather barren, and I have little of value to offer you, so I hope my brother will not find it lacking. Chongyuan regarded the exquisite offerings of divine water and rare spiritual fruits laid before him, served in exquisite vessels crafted from rare spirit jade, and he found it amusing that Domu would claim the Northern Dipper Star domain was impoverished. If this was the case, what did that make the spiritual treasures he had previously received from the Yellow River? In comparison, they seemed utterly insignificant. Indeed, these goddesses were not only affluent, but blissfully unaware of it. Ah, Sister Ziguang, you jest. These spiritual treasures could be considered top tier even in the primordial world. How could I possibly dislike them? Chongyuan's expression was somewhat strained. He longed to devour these treasures whole, yet he could only savor them delicately. The torment in his heart unutterable that I possess only a single innate spiritual root of note, which bore some fruit recently. I would like to present it to you, sister, for you and this esteemed goddess to enjoy, Chongyuan offered, producing the prepared green plum he had set aside. Initially, he believed this rare, innate spiritual root would bridge their connection. Yet he was utterly unprepared for the treasures Domu possessed, which far surpassed his own. Now, he felt a twinge of embarrassment in presenting it. Oh, you possess the Xuanmu green plum, Domu exclaimed in delight upon seeing the plum. Indeed, I acquired this spiritual root during the primordial era as a mortal. Is there something amiss, Sister Ziguang? Chongyuan inquired, sensing her joy but feeling somewhat puzzled. This sister sees nothing wrong with it, she replied, a hint of understanding dawning upon her. Chongyuan, as you can see, I am with child and in dire need of life-giving substances. Aside from the top-tier spiritual roots, the Xuanmu green plum is the most potent source of vitality. Thus, Domu felt a touch of embarrassment. It was their first meeting, and she wished to request something so significant from him. Such trivial matters, my sister may speak freely. Chongyuan mused inwardly, realizing the truth of her words. Despite the pang of reluctance in his heart, he steeled himself and said, this mere innate spiritual root is yours to take, sister. You sly one, concealing the pain in your heart while pretending to be indifferent. Domu remarked with a chuckle, very well, I shall not take advantage of you. Plant this green plum in the Northern Dipper Star domain for a millennium, and consider this pearl of suppressing waters as rent for borrowing your spiritual root. With that, she tossed a pearl to Chongyuan, who, upon probing it with his divine sense, could not help but marvel at the extravagance of these goddesses, so easily bestowing a low-grade divine treasure. Chongyuan, you truly possess a treasure mountain yet remain unaware. Domu laughed at his astonishment. Chongyuan was left bewildered. You are the lord of the Yellow River. Surely, there must be innate divine treasures coursing through the vast Yellow River, and your birthplace is none other than the transformed cranium of our father, which holds another legacy awaiting you. Domu explained with a smile, amused at how naive he still was despite his shrewd appearance. Upon hearing Dumu's words, Chongyuan felt a flush of embarrassment. He had never considered that he was indeed sitting atop a treasure mountain. Oblivious to its worth, he had foolishly sought innate divine treasures from the primordial realm. Thank you for enlightening me, sister. Dumu merely shook her head, unconcerned, as she had no connection to those treasures herself. Even if she were aware of their existence, they were beyond her reach. It was better to let Chongyuan try his luck. If he succeeded, it would bolster the strength of the human emperor lineage. Chongyuan, logically speaking, with your ascension to the Lord of the Yellow River, you should have attained the great Luo realm by now. Why do you still linger in the Tai realm? Tai, who had been standing quietly, suddenly spoke up. I have yet to reach 1,000 years in the Tai realm, and my foundation remains unstable. How could I dare to advance further? Chongyuan replied, shaking his head. A tall building rises from the ground. One must lay a solid foundation, lest one expend even more effort to remedy the flaws later. Of course, this was one aspect. On another note, Chongyuan intended to practice the divine race's secret arts left to him by the Feng family. Without fully comprehending them, he naturally would not dare to hastily ascend to the great Luo realm. Brother-in-law, I see the imperial aura surrounding you. Are you preparing to become the fourth sovereign of our divine race? Since Tai had taken the initiative to engage him in conversation, he seized the opportunity to inquire about this matter. Chongyuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Dumu chided playfully. Chongyuan felt speechless at Dumu's words. After all, Tai had already fathered her child, yet she continued to deny it. Tai, however, did not refute it, instead regarding Chongyuan with an intrigued expression. What? Do you wish to contest for the position of the fourth sovereign? Chapter 22. Tai's ambitions. Tai did not overestimate Chongyuan. Although Chongyuan's current cultivation was inferior to his own, the fact that he held the rightful claim to the human emperor lineage would awaken countless ancient deities from their slumber. Particularly those deities who were originally affiliated with the human emperor would undoubtedly rally behind Chongyuan. This posed a dilemma for Tai, as he could hardly eliminate all these deities. Yet, if he did not do so, they would never acknowledge his sovereignty. Thus, it was in Tai's best interest that Chongyuan harbored no such ambitions. This would ultimately benefit the divine race, Tai, Chongyuan, and every deity involved. Well, that is more like it. Worthy of my sister, Chongyuan noted with satisfaction upon Tai's lack of denial regarding their relationship, leading him to harbor a greater sense of approval towards Tai. He then spoke, I have no such intentions nor capabilities. Let whoever desires the position of sovereign take it. I merely vow to ensure the eternal survival of our divine race and the continuity of our legacy. Ha 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 ha. Your ambitions are not to be underestimated. Tai laughed, his eyes gleaming with aspirations. In 10,000 years, I shall establish the heavenly palace atop Mount Zhou, erect the heavenly court, and proclaim myself the heavenly emperor. Will you lend me a hand? Naturally, as we are family. I shall assist my brother-in-law, Chongyuan replied knowingly. Tai could conceive such ambitions, and he too could see them. Moreover, based on the myths of later generations, Tai's ascendance to the heavenly emperor would be beneficial for the divine race. So why would he obstruct it? Then you must diligently cultivate over these 10,000 years, lest you find yourself without a position when I bestow ranks upon the gods, and have to plead with your sister for assistance. Tai jested. Rest assured, brother-in-law, my name shall spread across the primordial realm in this millennium. Then my sister and I shall await your good news. Tai grinned at the confident Chongyuan, his smile growing ever wider as a radiant sun god manifestation appeared behind him. Flames swirling majestically, Chongyuan, not to be outdone, transformed himself, donning the celestial robe of the Lord of the Yellow River, as an endless great river unfurled behind him, accompanied by 9 majestic mountains rising in grandeur. Dumu watched the two with amusement, shaking her head. You too, do reign in your momentum. Do you wish to lay waste to my northern dipper palace? She admonished, casting a sidelong glance at Tai. Chongyuan discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Dumu's interjection, he would have succumbed under the terrifying pressure exerted by Tai. Truly, he was a figure of legendary repute, wielding formidable power. Chongyuan realized that he could no longer afford to underestimate others, lest he invite calamity upon himself in the future. Once this realization dawned upon him, the restlessness that had plagued him dissipated, leaving him with a newfound composure. What a clever lad, possessing quite the insight. Tai remarked, clearly observing Chongyuan's transformation. Thanks to my brother-in-law's guidance. Without it, I would not have reached this understanding, Chongyuan responded, finally grasping that Tai's abrupt actions were not meant to challenge him, but rather to help him dispel his turbulent emotions. Tai smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Are you two done? It's my turn now, Dimu interjected, shaking her head as she placed a star core into Chongyuan's hands. Chongyuan, this is a fragment of the inheritance I received from my father. I am bestowing it upon you. You must not tarnish the reputation of our lineage. My heartfelt thanks to Sister Ziguang, Chongyuan replied, momentarily taken aback by Dumu's generous offer of the entirety of her divine inheritance. Upon returning to Jiui Mountain and acquiring the other portion of the legacy, he would become the rightful heir to all of the human emperor's teachings, should he harbor any ambitions of solitary rule. A mere command would likely summon the deities of the Jufang clan to rally behind him. My father had long anticipated this. You shall be the leader of our lineage. Moreover, my grasp of the inheritance left by our father is minimal. So do not overthink it, Dimu reassured, sensing Chongyuan's hesitation. However, due to a remark made by our father, I mistakenly imparted the methods of our lineage's creation to another goddess. I owe you an apology for that. Sister, what are you saying? The inheritance rightfully belongs to you. To whom you bestow it is entirely your choice, and there is no need for apologies, Chongyuan replied, shaking his head, unconcerned by the matter, while he had gleaned some understanding of the methods of creation. They were but an auxiliary to the path of mountains and rivers, not his fundamental way. Thus, relinquishing them was of little consequence. Yet, this means that Yuan now owes our lineage 2 debts of karma. Once she attains sainthood, I shall settle this matter with her, Chongyuan mused, gazing down at the undulating mountains, shrouded in mist and bathed in auspicious light, where the 9 main peaks loomed like 9 divine dragons. Stretching for thousands of miles, adorned with countless exotic flowers and herbs, he was left pondering how many beings inhabited Jiui Mountain, in such an expansive area, devoid of any sense of direction. How could he locate the inheritance left by the Jufang clan? Unlike the singular source of the Yellow River, each of the 9 main peaks, formed from the heads of the Jufang, could potentially conceal a legacy. However, these peaks soared into the clouds, and to find the hidden inheritance within them on foot would take centuries. If not longer, Chongyuan concluded that the most effective method would be to refine these 9 peaks, transforming them back into heads. Otherwise, no faster or better method existed. Yet, such an action would fundamentally contradict the conduct expected of a deity. Furthermore, refining the peaks would undoubtedly disrupt the local energies of Jiui Mountain, far more complex than merely drawing from the Jiui River. If he could not suppress the ensuing chaos, this blessed land would become a desolate wasteland. And the resulting karma might hinder Chongyuan's cultivation for tens of thousands of years. After much contemplation, he could devise no alternative approach. Very well. If it comes to it, I shall simply waste a few hundred years here. With a determined bite of his teeth, he resolved to embark on his search. Meanwhile, Dimu, observing Chongyuan's actions from the northern Dipper Star domain, felt a mix of exasperation. This lad was truly foolish. He thought to seek the inheritance on foot. By the time he found it, it would likely be gone. Heavenly treasures belong to the virtuous. Though this sentiment carried a hint of selfishness, it was undeniably true, even before Chongyuan had fully embraced his status as a descendant of the human emperor. Duma sensed that the inheritance of Jiui Mountain was intertwined with the karma of others. She was too lazy to seek out another heir, preferring to wait for the destined one to claim it. Thus, despite Chongyuan's arrival at Jiui Mountain, he felt no connection to the inheritance. However, with a legitimate descendant of the human emperor now in existence, Dumu would no longer part with this divine legacy. Yet, she was astonished that Chongyuan was so naive as to think he could find the inheritance on foot within the vast expanse of Jiui Mountain, had she not been with child. Making it inappropriate to leave the northern Dipper Star domain, she would have rushed to Jiui to chastise him and discern what was going on in his mind. You foolish child, manifest your 9-headed true form and employ the divine abilities of the human emperor lineage. You will uncover this inheritance. Upon hearing Dumu's telepathic message, Chongyuan found himself awkwardly suspended in midair. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he transformed in an instant, becoming the divine form of the 9-headed dragon and invoking the divine powers of the human emperor lineage. From each of the 9 peaks, a radiant essence burst forth, merging into Chongyuan's 9 heads, overwhelming him with the surge of power, causing him to faint upon the mountain. Dumu, gazing from afar at Chongyuan, was about to intervene when a faint, shimmering starlight enveloped his divine form, rendering his body intangible. Shoynxshn. How is it that my brother is entangled with this figure? Domu exclaimed in surprise that it was well known that among the celestial star gods, beyond the principal stars of the sun and moon, there were the auxiliary stars of Shaoyang and Shaoyin. Despite being termed auxiliary stars, their status among the celestial deities was quite elevated, ranking among the higher echelons. Tai frequently brought Shaoyang star god Jiangshan to the northern Dipper star system, which gave Duma some familiarity with them. In contrast, the Taiyin star god Wangshu had remained in the Taiyin star since birth, never having emerged, and Shaoyin star god Taiming was similarly reclusive. However, she had not anticipated that this Shaoyin star god would take such an interest in Chongyuan, indicating a close relationship between them. Upon awakening from his slumber, Chongyuan felt the divine power enveloping him and smiled faintly, moved to express his gratitude using the jade talisman left in Taiming's possession. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, my divine body would have suffered under the elements. Why must you jest? Even if I had not intervened, would that star mother merely stand by and watch you suffer? Taiming retorted, feeling somewhat irked that he had acted without substantial connection to Chongyuan, inadvertently leading to misunderstandings. Not only that, but the Taiyin star god Washu, who resided nearby, had even sent inquiries about him. Regardless, I am grateful for your support. I shall remember this favor and repay it in kind, Chongyuan replied, shaking his head with a smile. Heh, I find your words somewhat familiar, Taiming remarked with a chuckle. Ah, did you not say similar words when you stumbled into my Shaoyin star domain not long ago? Coughing, Chongyuan felt slightly embarrassed. Within just a few months, others had come to his aid twice, making him feel as if he were merely making empty promises. How about this? Let us travel together through the primordial wilderness. Should we find any innate spiritual treasures along the way, I shall gift them to you. What do you think? He quickly proposed what he believed to be a splendid idea. To his surprise, Taiming fell silent for a long while. When Chongyuan spoke again, Taiming's cold voice finally broke through the silence. I have been perfecting a secret technique these past days and cannot spare the time. I fear I must disappoint you, no matter. Once you have completed the technique, simply contact me with the jade talisman, Chongyuan replied. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment, he could not insist that Taiming abandon his practice to accompany him through the wilderness. Very well. After Taiming concluded his words, he deftly retrieved the jade talisman from his palm and continued to immerse himself in the path of the great Tao, striving to master the secret technique as soon as possible. Chongyuan gazed at the now dim jade talisman and promptly stored it away. Since no one accompanied him on his travels through the vast wilderness, it was best for him to firmly establish his cave dwelling. Otherwise, as the Lord of the Yellow River, he would inevitably remain long in the Yellow River. Thus, the cave at Jiangshan Mountain would fall into desolation, now that Domu had revealed a method to Chongyuan. It involved relocating the 9 main peaks to the Yellow River Basin. As for whether this course of action would incite a disturbance in the Earth's energy, Domu was already prepared for contingencies, ensuring he would not bear the burden of consequences. Domu's plan was to employ the divine art of mountain relocation, bringing forth 6 great mountains from the starry skies, establishing formations to suppress the upheaval of the Earth's energy. The ability to utilize this divine art of mountain relocation now stemmed from Chongyuan having absorbed all the imperial legacy within Jiangshan Mountain, without the imperial legacy to suppress it. He could now employ the art to move these 9 main peaks, unless one could surpass the might of the ancient emperors. No matter how great one's abilities, it would be impossible to shift these 9 main peaks. Please lend me a hand, sister. Although Chongyuan belonged to the lineage of earth deities, this was his first time attempting the divine art of mountain relocation, and fearing mistakes, he naturally sought Domu Yuan Jun's assistance. I am not of the earth deity lineage, and thus not as adept at suppressing the earth's energy as you. I shall help you relocate these 9 main peaks, while you quell the earth's energy. Domu, too, was eager to act. For her, casting spells across distances was no challenge. Many thanks, sister, Chongyuan nodded, calming himself for a moment before preparing to act. Relocate the mountains, Domu, seeing Chongyuan ready, called out sharply. Her jade hand striking the Jiangshan mountain. Countless stellar magnetic energies manifested, severing the connection between the 9 main peaks and the ground, lifting them into the air. Come down. Chongyuan transformed into his true divine form. A colossal 9-headed dragon thousands of feet long, his hands reaching into the starry expanse to bring forth the 6 great mountains Domu had prepared, positioning them according to the formation within the realm of Jiaoyi. Even with the 6 mountains suppressing it, the Earth's energy in the Jiaoyi realm remained in tumult, as the reduction from 9 to 6 was a significant disparity, causing a top-tier spiritual mountain to diminish to a mere good spiritual mountain. Chongyuan gazed at the substantially weakened earth energy of the Jiaoyi realm, letting out a sigh, yet feeling helpless. After all, this was the place that nurtured his existence, and he held some sentiment towards it. Unfortunately, this was an unavoidable circumstance. The number 9 symbolizes the ultimate principle of the heavens. Initially, with the imperial legacy to suppress it, the Jiaoyi mountain could withstand the backlash of the heavenly path. Now, with the imperial legacy taken by Chongyuan, if the 9 main peaks were to be re-established, it would not bode well for the Jiaoyi realm, likely leading to frequent calamities for the future tranquility of this land. Domu insisted that Chongyuan only relocate 6 mountains rather than 9. This could be seen as a form of recompense from the divine for this land. Chongyuan shook his head, his hands moving ceaselessly as he inscribed divine patterns into the earth. Finally, he produced 9 plum pits, planting them amidst the 6 great mountains, while the remaining 3 were concealed in the shadows, connecting them in formation, thereby enriching the spiritual energy considerably. As for the Jiaoyi River, which Chongyuan had initially raised, he concealed it, as it still held some utility for establishing a new temple. "You are indeed kind-hearted," Domu remarked with a smile, shaking her head upon witnessing Chongyuan's actions. Perhaps this younger brother truly had the welfare of the primordial world in mind. It is but a trivial effort. Yet, it burdens you, sister. After all, I am a great Luo. Such minor matters would hardly tire me. Now, let us hasten back to the Yellow River and establish your temple. Good, sister. Simply place those 9 main peaks here according to the formation of the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces. Domu assessed the surroundings. The Yellow River's winding path seemed to form a natural formation, with the spiritual energy within this entire region being quite exceptional, making it a suitable choice. Even a simple formation like the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces was known to Domu, who was quite adept at formations and possessed many formidable arrays. Boom! The rumbling sounds echoed throughout the Yellow River basin, as countless spirits fled in all directions, the lesser deities trembling in fear. Only a few water deities of higher cultivation understood what was transpiring. While marveling at Chongyuan's grand design, they calmed their subordinates, preventing them from scattering and causing tumultuous disturbances in the Yellow River. Chongyuan chose this location because he knew of a legendary array that would emerge in later generations, the 9-bend Yellow River Array. It was reputed to be capable of stripping away the essence of immortals, ensnaring their forms, and depleting their vital energies, leading to their downfall. It could be said to be an exceedingly potent array, and now that Chongyuan was the lord of the Yellow River, how could he overlook such a formation? Thus, upon becoming the Water Lord, he sought this very place to establish a temple. However, through a twist of fate, relocating the Jiaoyi mountain temple here sparked another idea in Chongyuan's mind. As a deity practicing the path of mountains and rivers, why not use the 9-bend Yellow River Array as a foundation, merging it with the 9 great mountains to establish the 9-bend Mountains and Rivers Array? The 9-bend Yellow River Array was formed according to the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces, while the Jiaoyi mountain naturally constituted 9 palaces. According to Chongyuan's plan, he intended to fuse the two, creating a formation that combined the positive and negative aspects of the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces, thereby enhancing the 9-bend Yellow River Array's might. This would also serve to demonstrate to those water deities with ulterior motives just how formidable the Lord could be. Chongyuan called out, lifting the 9 great mountains and placing them at the heart of the 9-bend Yellow River Array, causing the water levels of the Yellow River to surge dramatically. In Chapter 24, relocating mountains and establishing a dwelling. Chongyuan's expression turned frost-like upon witnessing this, for he had long anticipated that someone would take action at this critical juncture, inciting a calamity in the Yellow River and forcing Chongyuan to bear the consequences, potentially leading to the heavenly path stripping him of his Water Lord title. Humph! Chongyuan snorted coldly, shedding any pretense as he transformed into a 1,000-mile-long yellow dragon, rising and falling within the Yellow River, his 2 divine pearls shining brilliantly to suppress the water levels. All water deities, join me in suppressing the Yellow River's water levels. Those who dare disobey shall be punished. Despite Chongyuan's seemingly honest demeanor, One must not forget that he had once led his tribe as the chief of the Jiangshan clan, fighting alongside them and slaying countless savage beasts to survive those brutal times. The killing intent emanating from him may not rival that of the ancient deities who survived from the primordial era, but it was certainly not something these newly emerged ancient deities could hope to match. The Lord of Weishui, finding himself under Chongyuan's gaze, felt as if he stood before a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His hair stood on end as he immediately declared, "I shall follow the Water Lord to suppress the Yellow River's water levels and quell the calamity." The Xiangui, already engaged in calming the water calamity, trembled involuntarily, resolutely deciding to follow Chongyuan closely. For who knows, perhaps there would come a day when he could attain enlightenment. Meanwhile, a golden-eyed, snow-toothed monkey lurking beneath the Yellow River trembled in fear, not daring to make any move, for he knew that a great deity was now watching him. In addition to this monkey, a wicked flood dragon and a malevolent serpent also dared not act. Domu, seated within the northern Dipper Palace, bore a frosty expression, wielding a silver hairpin, pointedly directing it at these three troublemaking deities. Had it not been for Chongyuan's intervention, these three deities would have long since met their demise. Chongyuan unleashed his full strength, summoning all the Yellow River deities to act in unison. While Domu dealt with the troublemakers, swiftly calming the Yellow River calamity, "Sister, please deliver these three troublemaking deities to my temple." Chongyuan's face bore no signs of fatigue. Rather, it was filled with joy. Clearly having reaped significant rewards from this endeavor, upon hearing Chongyuan's request, Domu twirled her silver hairpin, swiftly piercing the right hands of the three troublemaking deities before tossing them onto Jiangshan Mountain. Thud, the three deities of the Tai realm, bound by celestial ropes and unable to move, could only glare at Chongyuan with expressions of hatred, while the monkey-like deity wore a serene expression. As if he had anticipated this outcome, piquing Chongyuan's interest, just as Chongyuan was about to inquire, Domu's voice interjected, "This matter is settled. I am weary and shall return to the Northern Dipper." Indeed, Domu, being with child and having not acted for a long while, was now somewhat fatigued due to her involvement with Chongyuan deity. "Is I who have not considered well, I have troubled you. Sister, this drop of water essence may replenish the vital energy of your unborn child. A small gift from your uncle," Chongyuan said, his fingertip sending a sparkling drop of water soaring into the sky. Vanishing in an instant before the onlookers, "You still possess a bit of conscience." Domu smiled faintly, collecting the water essence before falling silent. After sending Domu away, Chongyuan gazed at the fallen three deities and couldn't help but laugh. "It seems there is indeed a deep bond between me and the Dragon Clan. Humph. Whether you wish to kill or to maim, I shall abide by your wishes. Why must you utter such futile words?" The vile dragon growled that's so. "Since you seek death, I shall grant you that." With a cold glance at the malevolent beast, Chongyuan unleashed a divine light, shattering its soul and reducing it to a lifeless dragon carcass. The wretched creature, witnessing Chongyuan's decisive slaughter, hastily bowed its head in supplication, pleading, "I implore the Water Lord to spare my life. In the future, I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty." Even the previously serene monkey flickered with a hint of fear in its eyes. But it quickly regained its composure, as if harboring some hidden card, which only deepened Chongyuan's curiosity. "The karmic ties you bear are far too numerous. I cannot accept you. Thus, you shall meet the same fate as that vile dragon." Chongyuan shook his head, once more delivering a fatal blow to the malevolent creature. "Pray tell, what hidden card do you possess that allows you to remain so calm? Has the Water Lord heard of the four monkeys of chaos?" "How so? Are you one of them?" "Indeed, I am Jiang, the red-tailed horse monkey, adept at navigating the human realm, evading death, and prolonging life." This revelation, a trace of pride flickered across Wizik's face. After all, being one of the four monkeys of chaos was no small feat. And he felt justified in his pride. "I see. You have foreseen your impending doom, which should not occur at my hands." Chongyuan regarded Wizik with an amused smile, causing the latter's heart to race as he felt a sudden chill of death entwine around him. "You may not know, but I most despise those who presume to understand the will of heaven, as if all were within their grasp, yet lack the strength to back it up." The flicker of disdain crossed Chongyuan's eyes. "And you, at this moment, embody precisely the type of person I detest most. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Upon hearing this, Wizik broke into a cold sweat, panic etched across his features, utterly at a loss for what to do. Huh? Chongyuan chuckled coldly and said, "Considering you are a rare beast of the heavens and your karmic ties are minimal, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve, should you dare to stir trouble in the future. Do not expect me to show you mercy. Yes, yes. Thank you, Water Lord. For sparing my life, I shall diligently uphold my duties and protect the primordial realm." After this encounter, Wazik realized that his innate powers paled in comparison to the might of such formidable beings. What he had once considered fate could easily be altered by their hands. Begone! Your Huai River is indeed a grand river. As long as you do not cause trouble, there may yet be a day for you to attain enlightenment. Chongyuan chose to spare Wazik for the sake of the impending flood he would unleash. Otherwise, what did it matter that Wazik was one of the 4 monkeys of chaos? Offending him and expecting to escape unscathed was folly. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord." After bowing, Wazik hastened from Chongyuan's domain, returning to his own water palace. Having settled these trivial matters, it was time to attend to my own domain. With a swift motion, Chongyuan appeared atop Mount Jiui, gazing down upon the mountain range. Taking a deep breath of spiritual energy, he contemplated. This spiritual energy is not too shabby, though it pales in comparison to Sister Ziguang's Beidu Ziguang cave. The harmonious blend of mountain and water here rivals the previous Jiui mountain. The scenery was splendid. The separation of mountain and water, along with the presence of spiritual beasts and celestial birds, invigorated the area, making it superior to the Beidu Ziguang cave. Although a congenital grand formation already existed here, Chongyuan's interference had suppressed the 9 main peaks at the focal point of the Jiui Yellow River Formation, causing the formation's power to wane. Should Chongyuan remain idle, this congenital formation would surely be destroyed. It seems I cannot afford to be idle. Having anticipated this, Chongyuan extended his hand, conjuring 9 jade talismans that descended upon the nodes of the Jiui Yellow River Formation, stabilizing its structure once more. Then he produced a disc inscribed with the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces, placing it beneath the 9 main peaks, integrating it into the formation's core, and positioning the Jiui River between the peaks like a celestial river connecting them. The 9 peaks, now aligned in the original arrangement of the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces, coalesced into a singular entity, drawing spiritual energy from all directions, atop the 9 main peaks, where the energy was densest. It transformed into ethereal clouds and vibrant hues, resembling a celestial paradise. Chongyuan selected the peak that housed the source of the Jiui River, extending his hand to summon a talisman that fell before the mountain. Inscribed with the name, Zhongji Peak. Zhong signifies its central location, while Ji denotes the pinnacle, embodying Chongyuan's aspirations for himself. As for the remaining 8 peaks, he would leave their naming to their future masters. To have conceived the term Shikan was already a feat. To conjure 8 more names would be quite the challenge. Now that my domain stands above the Yellow River, renaming it from Shanshui to Shanhoshan seems more fitting. Chongyuan's intentions were profound, and for once, he revealed a hint of dominance. Chapter 25. The Dread of the Gods. Just as Chongyuan prepared to return to Shanhoshan and assess his recent acquisitions, a massive wave surged from the Yellow River below, where hundreds of water gods gathered, led by the Xian Gui and the water god of Weishui.I, the small deity Wei Luxuanqi. Pay my respects to the Water Lord. I wish you eternal peace. Rise. Chongyuan gestured with his hand, then inquired, "What brings you here to report?" Upon hearing that the Water Lord intended to establish a domain, the small deities thought to present some precious jade stones and divine wood, along with treasures from the heavenly palace, to aid in the construction of the Water Lord's palace. Chongyuan cast a glance at the multitude of water gods below, aside from Wei Lu and Xuanqi, who genuinely intended to ally with him. Many others seemed to harbor ulterior motives, likely seizing this opportunity to gauge his stance. That I appreciate your efforts, but as I have only recently taken on the mantle of Water Lord, I shall overlook past grievances. However, should you harbor any other intentions in the future, do not expect me to show mercy. The Water Lord is wise. Many deities felt their anxieties lift upon hearing Chongyuan's words. Meanwhile, Chongyuan coldly scrutinized these deities, silently committing their names to memory, anticipating an opportunity to act against them in the future. Water Lord, we have gathered various palace designs for your consideration. Please, tell us how you wish to construct your palace. Chongyuan was indifferent to this, casually glancing at the opulent designs, which appeared excessively lavish, resembling the palaces of earthly emperors rather than a dwelling fit for a deity. This domain should be comfortable for me. Your constructions are far too extravagant. He pointed to a design and stated, disassemble those precious jade stones and rare treasures for me. Simplicity is key. However, this palace represents your dignity as the Waterlord. If it is too austere, it may invite ridicule, Wei Lu replied, somewhat troubled, knowing that his own water palace was built with utmost extravagance, gleaming with treasures. If the palace of his deity appeared too simple, how could he justify the opulence of his own domain? That is a valid point. Then use the finest jade stones and spiritual wood to construct a palace, arrange some rare treasures in the grand hall. But keep my sleeping quarters and meditation room simple. Understood. Wei Lu noted Chongyuan's instructions and promptly departed. Xuanqi, have you compiled the list of rare treasures? Reporting to the Waterlord, they are all here. Please review them. Xuanqi gestured to the spirits, presenting the Qian Kuan bag to Chongyuan. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Chongyuan quickly dismissed the items. They no longer held any appeal for him. Very well, you and Wei Lu may proceed. Yes. Shortly after Xuanqi left, a knocking sound echoed from outside. These laborers were puppets, not the gods or spirits themselves. After all, despite their lesser status compared to Chongyuan, they were still minor deities, unfit for such menial tasks. In the quiet room, Chongyuan gazed at the 12 precious orbs before him, a smile of delight gracing his face. These 12 orbs had been discovered within the remains of an ancient clam while he was subduing the Yellow River's calamity. Initially, he believed them to be ordinary pearls, perhaps merely aged, and casually collected them. However, upon closer inspection, he realized their substantial weight, and, using his divine sense, discerned that they were not mere pearls but part of a set of supreme, innate spiritual treasures. The 36 Dinghai divine pearls, it is said, were formed from the primordial brilliance of the heavens mingling with the void during the dawn of creation. Among them, 24 fell upon the summit of Zhou Mountain, where they were collected by the venerable Hongjun Laozu, who later distributed them to the supreme clarity in Tongtian. During the Battle of the Gods, these treasures shone brilliantly in the hands of Zhao Gongming. Little did they anticipate that the remaining 12 would fall into the possession of the Jufeng family, concealed after their transformation within the waters of the Yellow River. Now, having acquired them, it is indeed an unexpected windfall. Consequently, aside from deciphering the secret techniques left by the Jufeng family, Chongyuan must also refine these 12 divine pearls of the sea, suggesting that his journey through the primordial wilderness will be postponed for several centuries. Unbeknownst to him, time flows indifferently in the mountains, and a millennium has swiftly passed. The 9 transformations to enlightenment. Truly, it is an esteemed path of sanctification jointly researched by the 3 sovereigns of our divine race. Regrettably, its requirements are exceedingly stringent. Only those endowed with great resolve and determination can hope to master it. Chongyuan sighed deeply, for he was aware that, in the future, apart from the current Hongjun Laozu, there would also be the 3 saints of the heavenly path, Taiching Laozu, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shangqing Tongtong. Even the Buddhist sect, having detached from the celestial path, boasts the 2 great saints, Jian and Juani. Yet, the divine lineage is represented solely by Nuwa, who achieved the status of a heavenly path saint through immense merit, indicating that in this regard, the divine path has fallen behind. Thus, when Chongyuan obtained this secret technique, he prepared himself to pass it on to Ziguang and Tai after his comprehension, confident that the 2 of them could certainly utilize it to attain sanctity. Unfortunately, upon his understanding, he discovered that this method necessitates beginning cultivation from the early stages of the Great Luo. One must practice a path until reaching the consummation of the Great Luo, then utilize the secret technique to seal one's cultivation back to the initial stage before embarking on another path. This process must be repeated 9 times, practicing 9 distinct great paths, and thereafter merging the divine power within oneself to condense it into a singular essence of chaos, thus becoming the Chaos Great Luo Divine Being. Also known as the Chaos Saint in essence. This method is utterly impractical for Ziguang and Tai, who have long since attained the Great Luo's perfection. Chongyuan could only feel helpless about this, while also feeling fortunate that he had not hastily ascended to the Great Luo himself. Otherwise, he could not guarantee the feasibility of cultivating this secret method. Now, what troubled Chongyuan was which 9 great paths to cultivate, ensuring that no attribute conflicts would arise during the final merging, leading to unforeseen accidents. Alas, with the 5 great paths available for cultivation, it is already sufficient. The rest can be addressed at a later time. Chongyuan had contemplated this matter for a long duration, but could not pinpoint the 9 paths. Deciding instead to take one step at a time, currently, the 5 paths available for his cultivation are the royal path inherited from the Jufeng family, the path of creation, the mountain path cultivated in his previous life, the earth path derived from this life, and the water path cultivated under the Yellow River. The royal path, grounded in the orthodox position of the human imperial lineage, should not pose much difficulty to master to the great Luo's perfection. The mountain and water paths, with the divine positions of the 9 Yuan Mountain Lord and the Yellow River Water Lord at his disposal, should also be manageable to perfect. However, the earth path, while seemingly a mere combination of the two, harbors profound mysteries that are far from simple, rendering it relatively challenging for Chongyuan at this stage. As for the path of creation, Chongyuan remains uncertain on how to approach its cultivation, deciding instead to perfect the other 4 paths before considering this one. Achieving the great Luo's perfection through the water path will also honor the divine position of the Yellow River Water Lord. Chongyuan sat cross-legged upon a cloud bed, his hands forming the water god's seal, a shimmering clarity like water radiating from above his head, with a pool of water suspended above. The pool, murky and indistinct, began to reveal 3 points of spiritual light, merging together to give rise to strands of Tao rhythms swirling around the water light. Countless streams of spiritual energy converged from all directions, enveloped by the water light, which instantly exploded into divine brilliance, manifesting numerous phenomena, roaring oceans, rushing rivers, and babbling brooks. These apparitions, while appearing ethereal, imparted a strikingly vivid sensation. With a gesture, Chongyuan drew his hands together, summoning an abundance of misty vapor from the heavens, which cascaded into the water light above his head. The 2 elements gradually fused, forming a lotus flower that emitted a deep blue radiance. Observing this, Chongyuan inhaled deeply, allowing the lotus to transform back into spiritual energy, which flowed into his internal organs through his mouth and nose, traversing his brow before ultimately settling in his sea of consciousness. This point of water light, a seed born of Chongyuan's comprehension of the water path, awaited the day it would blossom into a 12th grade lotus, marking the completion of his mastery in this domain. Chapter 26, Transformation of the Mind and Spirit in the Eastern Landscape, upon the precipice of 1,000 cloud cliffs. The celestial city of white lotuses blooms, hovering at the brink of the summit, a sight surpassing Penglai. The mountains and waters complement each other harmoniously, creating a captivating tableau. The reflection of the stream weaves through the winding paths, while the breeze carries the scent of fallen wood. What a splendid scene of the celestial realm! The 1,000-year-old red fruit and 10,000-year-old ginseng stand as treasures of heaven and earth, abundant in this realm, where myriad beings gather, their cultivation surpassing that of the denizens of the Yellow River Basin. Truly, the heavenly Tao favors the East. As Chongyuan inhaled the rich spiritual energy of the East, he felt compelled to activate his divine vision, discovering that the fortune of this region far exceeded that of the other 3 locations. It is no wonder that the revered saint often journeys to the east in search of opportunities. Chongyuan's journey was aimed at Zhou Mountain, with plans to venture forth from there and traverse the vast primordial wilderness. He chose to visit Zhou Mountain first because it lies at the heart of the primordial realm, transformed from the spine of the venerable Pangu, surely embodying Pangu's spirit. He sought to comprehend this essence while also hoping to discover a primordial spiritual treasure upon Zhou Mountain. After all, legends from later generations speak of numerous primordial treasures emerging from Zhou Mountain, many of which are of considerable rank and capability. After a century, Chongyuan finally beheld the majestic and towering form of Zhou Mountain, yet the distance between them remained significant. Just as he prepared to quicken his pace, he was suddenly captivated by the sound of a guqin, a melody that seemed to resonate with the heavens, as if it were the harmonious echo of a divine being, akin to a gentle winter breeze or a clear mountain spring, imparting an exceedingly comfortable sensation. Whoever you are, what a delightful pastime it is to play the guqin in this place, Chongyuan called out, his voice resonating with clarity. His impulse to greet the unseen musician arose from his awareness of the thick spiritual resonance in the area, which, despite appearing to be a mere wilderness, was in fact a renowned cave abode of celestial fortune. Such refined skill could only indicate the presence of 1 or 2 formidable beings. Alas, the person playing the guqin furrowed their brow upon hearing his voice. Yet sensing that the speaker was also a figure of great Luo, their impatience faded, and they replied in a rather indifferent tone, "This place is a sanctuary for my sister and me. Why should I not play the guqin here?" Chongyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, having already deduced the identity of this individual, and smiled. "I was indeed impudent, interrupting your exquisite performance. With that, he turned and departed. Ah, indeed a great divine being. Despite my humble demeanor, how disdainful of me they have become. A glint of cold light flickered in Chongyuan's eyes, for if he were to be wronged in the future, he would not hesitate to disregard the face of his own kin and take action against them. Not long after Chongyuan's departure, a goddess emerged from the mountain, saying, "Brother, why did you suddenly cease your guqing playing?" Some divine being disturbed my enjoyment, hence I could no longer continue. Fushi replied with a calm expression. Seeing Fushi's demeanor, Nuwa felt a tinge of curiosity, for her elder brother was usually cultured and courteous. Why then was he so displeased with that divine being? Having been siblings for countless years, Nuwa did not hesitate to voice her curiosity. "Dear sister, that individual also belongs to the earth god lineage. And judging by the aura surrounding him, his comprehension of the earth path is quite profound. He is likely to become a significant rival for you on your path to achieving the earth sovereign's fruit. Why should I bother to engage with him?" Fushi remarked. Fushi's concern for Nuwa was genuine, yet to offend a great Luo divine being over matters that had yet to unfold was indeed unwise. Although Chongyuan currently practiced the water path, he had recently absorbed the remnants of the 9 Yuan mountain as human emperor, and thus the lingering aura of the earth was still present. Naturally, Fushi, with his cultivation, discerned this aspect. "Sister, you underestimate me too much. That earth sovereign's fruit is already within my grasp," Nuwa declared confidently. "Dear sister, do not forget that she is the earth goddess born from the remains of the earth sovereign, inherently embodying the rightful lineage of the earth sovereign. Your advantages are already limited, and if another rival emerges, it will become even more challenging." Fushi earnestly advised as for suggesting that Chongyuan recognize Nuwa as the primary deity to assist her in attaining the earth sovereign. Such a notion would surely sow the seeds of conflict if Fushi dared to propose it to any great Luo divine being. After all, every great Luo is a proud individual. How could they submit to someone of equal cultivation like Nuwa? "Yet, brother, your actions seem somewhat inappropriate." Nuwa shook her head, refraining from articulating her thoughts that Fushi's actions had evidently caused the deity to lose face, although he was currently unfamiliar with the two siblings. They were both of the divine lineage. Given the recent news of Tai's intention to establish the heavenly court, it was inevitable that they would eventually share the same hall as ministers. "Very well," she mused internally. "I shall offer my apologies when the time comes." After departing from Fengqi Mountain, Chongyuan soon arrived at the foot of Zhou Mountain, gazing up at the towering peak that pierced the heavens. He murmured, "Pan Huang, does my arrival in the primordial wilderness bear any significance to you?" With that, Chongyuan settled into a cross-legged position to rest and recalibrate his energy. Zhou Mountain, transformed from Pan Huang's backbone, still bore remnants of his will to protect the primordial wilderness. Regrettably, the heavenly Tao, fearing Pan Huang might retain a contingency within Zhou Mountain, incessantly triggered calamities to erode that will. It was only when Gong shattered Zhou Mountain that Pan Huang's will was completely dissipated, allowing the heavenly Tao to cease its interference. In the present day, Zhou Mountain, having endured the great tribulation of antiquity, had seen much of Pan Huang's residual will eroded, once an ascent only possible for the most exalted of deities. It had become a domain accessible even to divine lords. This time, Chongyuan did not traverse the mountain on clouds, but, like an ordinary mortal, advanced step by step. He sought to measure the height of Zhou Mountain with his own strides and to fathom the remnants of Pan Huang's will. Time slipped by unnoticed. Chongyuan was unaware of how long he had walked or how far he had yet to climb to reach the summit, yet a steadfast determination resided within him. He harbored a fervent desire to ascend Zhou Mountain, the loftiest of divine peaks, to experience the exhilaration of standing atop and surveying all beneath, after enduring numerous hardships and an indeterminate passage of time. Chongyuan finally reached the pinnacle of Zhou Mountain. That moment, a profound transformation enveloped him. "Oh, this is the sensation of being at such heights." A smile graced Chongyuan's lips as he reveled in the exhilaration. The fears he had carried since arriving in the primordial wilderness dissipating entirely. Where once he could only be described as a divine being, he had now undergone a complete metamorphosis into a deity, one capable of scaling peaks and exploring the great path. Regardless of the reasons or justifications, I shall embrace my freedom and be as carefree as I desire. Chongyuan glided across the desolate lands, gazing upon the barren western expanse ravaged by the great calamity of antiquity. His expression tinged with sorrow. It was said that at the dawn of creation, the primordial wilderness was diverse, with the east abundant, the north tranquil, the south bustling, and the west vast. While there were disparities, overall, it was relatively balanced. Yet, due to a cataclysmic conflict between the celestial and demonic realms, a portion of the primordial land was laid to waste. Ultimately, it was the divine path that intervened, with countless ancestral spirits sacrificing themselves to prevent the complete annihilation of the West. The discord between the celestial and demonic realms had thrown the Western land into disarray, rendering its spiritual energy barren. Today, Chongyuan, filled with compassion, vowed to exert every effort to restore the Western lands and recalibrate its essence, hoping that the heavenly Tao would bear witness, overcome with emotion. Chongyuan voluntarily declared a grand aspiration to the heavenly Tao. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, and countless rays of merit coalesced. However, as Chongyuan's grand aspiration remained unfulfilled, they lingered, forming a connection with him. Should his aspiration be realized, this immense merit would descend upon him. A response from the heavenly Tao. Chongyuan sensed this connection, and, as the heavenly Tao bore witness, two figures sat cross-legged atop the highest spiritual mountain in the west. One was a tall, slender figure with a yellowed complexion, seated upon a 12-petal golden lotus. The other appeared more robust, his ears drooping, a smile adorning his face as he leaned against a Bodhi's spiritual root. Chapter 27. Walking in the West. These two were the ancient deities, Jian and Yuan, born in the West at the dawn of time, ordained as its sovereigns. Now that Chongyuan had made a grand vow concerning the restoration of the Western lands, these two sovereigns were well aware of it. Brother, this fellow Taoist seeks to restore our Western lands and rejuvenate its spiritual essence. Such character deserves our personal audience, Yuan exclaimed with urgency. From the moment of his inception, he had dedicated himself to revitalizing the West and restoring its spiritual energy. And now, seeing a like-minded individual, he was overjoyed. Indeed, this Taoist character is extraordinary. He must be a deity with a heart for the primordial wilderness. Let us pay him a visit to express our gratitude in person. Even Jiang, who was wholly devoted to the Tao, felt admiration for Chongyuan's actions and wished to forge a connection. Wait, why can I not discern the whereabouts of this deity? As Yuan attempted to calculate Chongyuan's locations, he suddenly sensed something amiss. With the bond forged through Chongyuan's grand aspiration, Yuan, as a sovereign of the West, should have been able to deduce his approximate position as long as he remained in the Western lands. Upon hearing this, Jiang furrowed his brow and began to calculate as well. Could it be that the heavenly Tao has erased his presence, perhaps to prevent those earth deities and malevolent spirits from seeking him out? Yuan, adept at divination, quickly formed a conjecture. The malevolent spirits mentioned by Yuan were indeed a factor obstructing Jiang and Yuan's efforts to restore the Western lands. It is worth noting that both were practitioners of the great Luo realm. While they were not beings of the divine path and were not particularly skilled in land restoration or calming the earth's essence, they could at least contain the situation, preventing it from deteriorating further. However, the Western lands had been the main battleground of the ancient conflict, saturated with malevolent energy and resentment, elements that malevolent spirits thrived upon. Consequently, nearly all malevolent deities from the primordial wilderness flocked to the West. While the more docile malevolent spirits quietly absorbed this malice, the more unruly ones wreaked havoc across the Western lands, exacerbating its desolation. With their combined prowess, the malevolent spirits of the West would not stand a chance against the two of them. Yet, despite being malevolent spirits, they were still of the divine lineage. Should they truly eradicate these malevolent beings, it would incite the displeasure of the divine lineage, turning the West into a land loathed by the gods. Thus, the prospect of revitalizing the West would become fraught with uncertainty, raising questions about whether any life would remain there. What you say is sensible, brother, yet I cannot shake this unease in my heart. We should venture forth to seek the whereabouts of that deity, Jiang said. Despite not knowing Chongyuan's exact location, he felt an instinctual apprehension, as if something significant were about to occur. Otherwise, given his character, he would not have left Mount Sumeru. Then let us proceed as you suggest. With that, the two transformed into golden light and departed from Mount Sumeru, searching for Chongyuan's presence in the west. Meanwhile, Chongyuan was traversing the Western lands on foot, covering vast distances with each step. Without this capacity, it would take him countless years to explore the entirety of the Western territory alone. Even with the ability to shrink distances, he would still require several millennia. After walking several hundred miles, Chongyuan would pause to adjust the Earth's essence and intentionally leave behind a hidden mark, preparing for future plans. After 9 adjustments to the Earth's essence, the divine energy within him was nearly depleted, necessitating a period of rest. Just as Chongyuan finished adjusting the essence of the Earth, A shrill bird call pierced the air. A monstrous three-headed bird, each head the size of 100 feet, appeared in the sky, its body covered in warts and radiating a fierce, ominous aura. Unmistakably a malevolent creature. Who dares tread in our domain? The monstrous bird coldly inquired. Are you unaware that this western land belongs to us malevolent spirits? Chongyuan furrowed his brow, deducing that this creature had merely cultivated power from the malevolence permeating the western lands and had not committed any heinous acts. The murderous intent in his eyes faded considerably as he replied coolly. As deities, we ought to consider the well-being of the world. Given that you have not engaged in wrongdoing, I shall not hold you accountable. It would be wise for you to depart quickly. Impudent. Upon hearing Chongyuan's words, the monstrous bird's temper flared. It flapped its wings, summoning a tempest, and all three heads lunged toward Chongyuan. Reckless one. Since you refuse to repent, do not blame me for being merciless. Chongyuan's expression darkened as the mountains and rivers' staff, usually employed to measure the earth, suddenly elongated in the wind, striking towards the monstrous bird. Alas, the disparity between them was insurmountable. Chongyuan's follow-up strike landed violently upon the creature's back. The monstrous bird felt an overwhelming weight, as if crushed by a great mountain, plummeting from the sky. In an instant, a flurry of yellow feathers scattered, and the creature spewed forth blood, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Humph! Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Chongyuan observed coldly as the creature lay on the brink of death. He swung the mountains and rivers' staff once more, delivering a fatal blow to the godly fiend. Apart from extracting its divine core, he incinerated its physical form with the divine fire of creation, merging its essence into the land, thus enriching the spiritual energy of the region. Ever since slaying that monstrous bird, numerous fiends attempted to obstruct his path, yet they all met their end at Chongyuan's hands, their skills far too inferior on this day. Its antlers broken and scales shed, revealing the blood and flesh beneath, appeared before Chongyuan, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, pleading, I hope the great deity can save me. A divine beast of the godly lineage, was known for its gentle nature and lack of contention. Often referred to as the beast of the central lands. In ancient times, the clan maintained a friendly rapport with the human emperor. Thus, Chongyuan held a natural affinity for its kind. Upon witnessing this woeful state, a flicker of anger ignited within him. He inquired, your clan has secluded itself from the world, and you are a divine beast of my kin. Who dares to act so recklessly as to reduce you to this pitiful state? It was a great shaman of the witch god lineage who sought to consume me as a delicacy, to sample the flesh of a divine beast. How the once illustrious clan had fallen to such a plight was indeed a testament to the capriciousness of fate. Impudent, Chongyuan's fury erupted, his formidable presence surging forth, the malevolent aura accumulated from slaying fiends over the years now unleashed, terrifyingly potent, revealing none of his usual gentle demeanor. It should be known that the clan remained a subordinate lineage of the human emperor. Though they practiced the ways of they had never sought to sever ties with the human emperor's lineage and remained steadfastly loyal. For this which God to treat as mere fodder was an affront to the face of the human emperor's lineage. Chongyuan sensed a vigorous divine presence approaching and pointed towards saying, this essence of creation is sufficient to mend your injuries. Stand back, lest you be harmed again. Release that. A thunderous voice erupted as a massive stone axe soared towards Chongyuan's head. With a resounding clash, Chongyuan's expression turned frigid as he countered with his staff, deflecting the stone axe back. Very well, a mountain god indeed. The witch god, attempting to grasp the axe, was forcefully propelled several hundred meters away. Gasping for breath, who are you to obstruct my path? Xiaolu, a brutish man, clad in animal hide and bearing a fierce countenance, approached Chongyuan in mere strides, bellowing, I care not who you are, that is my meal. Hand it over, or you shall share its fate. He raised the stone axe once more, glaring at Chongyuan. Xiaolu, the great shaman of the Gonggong tribe, truly ignorant of your circumstances. Chongyuan's eyes glimmered with cold light as he spoke icily. Chapter 28. The beating of Xiaolu. Upon hearing Chongyuan reveal his identity, Xiaolu's movements faltered slightly before he burst into raucous laughter, saying, Little Mountain Lord, since you are aware of my identity, you should clear the way. The earthly sovereign's heir, Lady Hutu, is also of my witch god lineage. Furthermore, this trespassed into my Gonggong tribe, stealing from us. Thus it is only right I reclaim it. Your actions are a blatant overstep. I have never set foot in your Gonggong tribe. I was merely cultivating the essence of the earth. It is you who seeks to capture me without cause. The injured interjected loudly that little, my word is law. It is not for you to dispute. With that, Xiao Lu attempted to bypass Chongyuan, reaching for the humph. Xiao Lu, do you truly believe I do not exist? Chongyuan snorted coldly, wielding his mountains and rivers staff to prevent Xiao Lu from advancing. Very well. Since you are so determined to protect that, you have declared war on my Gong tribe. Xiao Lu, enraged, found his attacks thrown into disarray. Xiao Lu, you are no match for me. Summon Gong if you dare. Ha ha! Xiao Lu laughed heartily, standing defiantly before Chongyuan, his laughter rife with arrogance and disdain. A mere mountain god, daring to contend with the chief, is indeed laughable. He ceased his assault, instead pointing his stone axe threateningly at Chongyuan. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate the confidence that led me to utter those words. Chongyuan replied coldly, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, the divine robe upon Chongyuan fluttered without wind, and with a flourish of his hands, 12 divine pearls emerged around him, radiating 5-colored brilliance, blinding Xiao Lu. Instantly, the stabilizing pearls were unleashed, striking Xiao Lu with the weight of entire worlds behind each one. Even the witch god lineage, known for their formidable physicality, could not withstand such force. Puff! Xiao Lu's spirit was shaken. He had initially believed this mountain god to be merely competent, but upon witnessing Chongyuan's earnestness, he found himself grievously injured. Very well. A formidable mountain god indeed. I underestimated you, esteemed one. What is your name? Xiao Lu's face darkened, his right hand discreetly signaling an action, attempting to stall for time. You just signaled for nearby witch gods to come to your aid. Did you think I would remain oblivious? Chongyuan replied coldly, clutching a peculiar stone in his hand. Normally, I would eliminate you entirely. However, the witch god lineage is formidable, and I prefer to avoid causing trouble for my sister and brother-in-law. So I shall spare your life for now. But should you cross me again, do not blame me. Though your death sentence is commuted, you must still pay the price for your actions. Chongyuan sneered, sending the mountains and rivers staff crashing down upon Xiao Lu. Puff! Already grievously wounded, Xiao Lu found his insides shattered by Chongyuan's strike, collapsing to the ground, utterly unable to move. Spit! Xiao Lu coughed up blood. His eyes filled with venom as he hissed, this dead, I, Xiao Lu, shall remember. There will be a reckoning. I shall await you by the Yellow River. Chongyuan shot Xiao Lu a cold glance before departing with the healing. Not long after Chongyuan's departure, a witch god wielding a large banner arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing Xiao Lu's tragic state, he hastily inquired, Xiao Lu, are you all right? Fuyo coughed. You finally made it. Xiao Lu lay in a pit formed by his own blood, utterly weakened. Who dared to attack my Gong tribe? Fuyo roared, unable to contain his fury upon hearing Xiao Lu's feeble voice. Cough, help me back. We will settle this matter later. Xiao Lu managed to utter before losing consciousness entirely. Xiao Lu. Fuyo wasted no time, transforming into a towering witch god thousands of feet tall, carefully lifting Xiao Lu and racing back towards the Gong tribe. In the southwest of the Primordial realm. Beside the Ishui River, countless pools of varying sizes lay scattered, creating a vast expanse of fertile land. Adjacent to the pools stood thousands of stone houses, the largest towering 10 feet high, grotesquely constructed from massive stones haphazardly assembled. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a giant was forcefully stomping the earth, causing ripples to spread across all the pools, the nearby waters beginning to churn. Which great brother has captured some peculiar prey? How joyous! A robust man training children glanced at the commotion, his face revealing envy and delight. Upon hearing this, the children exchanged glances and dashed towards the source of the sound. Chief Gong, Brother Xiao Lu has been gravely injured. You must come quickly. The air was thick with anxious and worried shouts, reverberating throughout the entire tribe. In an instant, everyone ceased their activities and hurried towards the floating figure. Among them, one individual moved with unparalleled swiftness. Arriving before the floating figure in the blink of an eye, gazing at the gravely injured Xiang Lu cradled in the figure's arms, he inquired with a pale expression, did Xiang Lu not pursue a Qian? How could he sustain such severe injuries? Chief, we can discuss this later. You must save Xiang Lu first, his vitality is waning. Very well. Gong temporarily suppressed his inner fury, extending his hand to cover Xiang Lu's wounds, channeling his own energy to mitigate Xiang Lu's injuries. After a considerable time, Gong finally exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, I have stabilized Xiang Lu's condition. You go to the Hongmeng tribe and summon a shaman to examine him thoroughly. Gong Gong casually pointed to a high-ranking shaman before turning to inquire what exactly transpired here. Seeing that Xiang Lu's injuries were momentarily under control, the floating figure breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. Indeed, Brother Xiang Lu went to capture the Ink Qilin, but along the way, he encountered a deity who inflicted these wounds upon him. Who is this individual? A glint of coldness flickered in Gong Gong's eyes. How dare they harm a brother of the Gong Gong tribe? Regardless of their identity, I shall ensure they pay the price. It is the river lord of the Yellow River, the heir of the ancient human sovereign. Chongyuan, replied the floating figure with a grim countenance. In the Yellow River, there is likely no one else with such power. Is it the same deity who ascended as the river lord of the Yellow River hundreds of years ago? Gong Gong scoffed. What nonsense about being an heir of the human sovereign. It merely intimidates lesser deities. How fortuitous. I had my eyes set on the Yellow River, and now you have seized it ahead of me. This debt has yet to be settled, and now you have injured my brother. Let us settle both accounts. As a descendant of the Pan Huang bloodline, endowed with the innate mastery over the laws of water, Gong Gong had always coveted the Grand Yellow River, but before he could act, the River Lord's divine position had been claimed by Chongyuan. Since then, Gong Gong had been scheming to wrest the River Lord title from Chongyuan, never finding an opportune moment until now. This presented an ideal chance to avenge his brother and reclaim the divine position. Thus, even if he were of the human sovereign lineage, what of it? The once mighty human sovereign lineage had long since faded. Did they truly dare to confront the lineage of the shaman gods for the sake of one Chongyuan? When Xiang Lu regains consciousness, we shall immediately march forth, leveling the Yellow River, demonstrating to the world the might of the Gong Gong tribe. Let them know that the Gong Gong tribe is not to be trifled with. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Gong Gong's eyes as he spoke resolutely. What is your name? Chongyuan inquired, gazing at the Ink Qilin, whose injuries had nearly healed. The humble deity's name is Emojai. Upon hearing the name, Chongyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering whether it was a coincidence or if this individual would later establish a school of thought, becoming the founder of the Monist school. One of the three major philosophical systems of ancient China. Chapter 29, The Revenge of Gong Gong Divine Lord. Is there something amiss with my name? Emojai, sensing Chongyuan's prolonged silence, ventured to ask. I merely recalled other matters. Chongyuan replied. You have any plans moving forward? Emojai hesitated. The humble deity does not wish to return to my clan, yet this vast wilderness is perilous. My cultivation is insufficient, and I dare not roam freely. I hope the Divine Lord will take me in. Very well, Chongyuan responded. The Qilin clan has always been vassals of the human sovereign lineage. I shall accept you if you truly are that individual of the future. I can make early arrangements. Even if not, your pure-blood Qilin status permits you to serve as a guardian spirit of the mountains, which does not tarnish your dignity. Thank you, Divine Lord, for your generosity. Emojai is willing to serve as your mount in gratitude, Emojai said, moving before Chongyuan and kneeling, eager for Chongyuan to sit upon him. My acceptance of you does not imply you are to become my mount. Chongyuan shook his head, helping Emojai to his feet. You are also of the divine lineage, since you have pledged allegiance to me. How could I subject you to such indignity? You shall serve as the guardian spirit of my mountains and rivers. Your Highness, you are indeed a descendant of the human sovereign lineage. Emojai wishes to be your mount. I hope you will grant this request. Enough. Let us not dwell on this. Chongyuan interjected. I have made a grand vow to restore the western lands. You, as a Qilin, have the ability to stabilize the Earth's energies. Your assistance will suffice. After saying this, Chongyuan resumed his efforts to pacify the Earth's energies. Emojai observed Chongyuan's focused demeanor, deeply moved. This was the true essence of a deity, one who acts not for selfish desires, but for the sake of the vast wilderness and all living beings, reminiscent of the ancient three sovereigns from the memories of tradition. While Chongyuan was engaged in stabilizing the Earth's energies, two figures were hastily traversing the western lands. The slightly plump figure spoke. Brother, are you certain that deity is just ahead? He may have already departed. The leaner figure shook his head. Nevertheless, we should investigate to ascertain who clashed with him. Agreed. Yuan nodded. The West owed this deity a significant karmic debt. If it remained unsettled, their positions as lords of the West would be far from secure. Before long, Jiang and Yuan arrived at the site where Chongyuan and Xiang Lu had fought. Observing the large crater, Jiang swiftly extracted a drop of blood, scrutinizing it closely as he furrowed his brow. Brother, this individual may soon encounter grave troubles. Why is that? He has gravely injured Xiang Lu of the Gong tribe. Given the temperament of the shaman gods, how could they easily let this transgression slide? Jiang Yun expressed his concerns, hearing that Chongyuan had offended the formidable lineage of the shaman gods. Yuan hesitated. Calm yourself, brother, Jiang Yun asserted with a commanding tone. The shaman gods are not as united as one might think. While the Gong tribe is nominally part of the shaman lineage, they have not officially joined the shaman clan. Our intervention will not provoke their wrath. Your reasoning is sound, Yuan replied, reciting a calming incantation before continuing. In that case, let us first visit the Yellow River, set up the formation, and then return to Mount Shumi. After some contemplation, Jiang Yun agreed that Yuan Ti's plan was prudent and nodded in affirmation. Your Highness, what are you doing? Zhai inquired with curiosity. Observing Chongyuan no longer stabilizing the Earth's energies but instead engaging in the study of the interdependence of the five elements. I am conducting a small experiment. Should it succeed, the pace of restoring the Western lands will accelerate significantly, Chongyuan replied, his tone tinged with excitement. Zhai, somewhat bewildered, stood by, awaiting the completion of Chongyuan's experiment before asking further questions. However, it was the sight of a vast spiritual lake of 100 miles that had inspired Chongyuan's current endeavors. At the center of the lake grew a primordial spiritual root, and the spiritual energy of this vast expanse was unlike the desolate conditions of the West. Chongyuan had been enraptured by the sight of the spiritual lake, sitting in meditation for 9 days before he and Zhai departed. Throughout this time, Zhai had inquired why Chongyuan did not take the spiritual root with them, although its grade was modest. Being a primordial entity, planting it in the realm of mountains and rivers would enhance the area's spiritual energy. Yet, Chongyuan shook his head, explaining that spiritual lake relies on the nourishment of that spiritual root. Without it drawing forth spiritual energy, this place would also succumb to desolation. Zhai understood that taking the spiritual root would lead to dire consequences. The loss of the spiritual root's nourishment would cause the area's spiritual energy to dissipate, swiftly integrating into the harsh environment of the West. Ultimately, the destruction of this land would ensnare both Chongyuan and Zhai in its repercussions. Yet, Zhai could not fathom why. After leaving the spiritual lake, Chongyuan began to study the interdependence of the five elements. Next, we shall verify the effectiveness of my experiment. Chongyuan clapped his hands, soaring into the air, gazing downwards. He then flicked his wrist, causing 5 spirit jades of varying colors to plunge into the depths of the earth. Once the jades had burrowed below, Chongyuan commenced his arrangements, intending to establish a formation based on the 5 elemental principles. As he was born of the spirit of mountains and waters, possessing divine positions related to both. He naturally excelled in the domains of water and earth. Although he was less adept in the other 3 elements, as a grand Luo deity, he still possessed a fundamental understanding of the transformations among the 5 elements. In the grand formation of the 5 elements, the innate 5-element formation was the most desirable. However, Chongyuan lacked 5 high-quality innate items corresponding to each element. Even if he had them, he would be reluctant to part with them. Nevertheless, his goal was merely to balance the 5 elements and regulate the flow of earth energy, which did not necessitate an intricate formation. In a clever shortcut, Chongyuan could simply fulfill a few aspects of the Earth's elemental balance, subsequently connecting the 5 elements to create a cycle, gradually achieving equilibrium. The spirit lake he had previously encountered was formed by the convergence of water essence due to the innate spiritual roots, rendering it a rare spiritual land in the West. Unfortunately, its singular elemental property made it imperfect. If someone were to remove the spiritual roots that gathered the essence, the lack of a consolidating force would cause the essence to dissipate, leading the spirit lake to eventually mirror the desolation of other Western lands. This realization prompted Chongyuan to consider that by employing the 5-element formation to stabilize the elements and regulate the earth energy, he might restore the spiritual essence of the West. Of course, while the theory was straightforward, the execution would prove far more challenging. As it stood, this was merely a notion of Chongyuan's, and whether it would succeed remained to be seen in subsequent trials. Chongyuan's hands moved in a flurry of incantations, summoning 5 beams of spiritual light that soared into the sky. Among them, the earth and fire elements were most potent, while the water and wood elements were faint, barely discernible. To his surprise, he discovered a source of geothermal energy beneath him. With fire as the primary element and earth as the auxiliary, he could transform the remaining 3 elements. He extracted a plum pit, deftly refining it into wood essence. which he merged with the wood element's spiritual energy. Then, he invoked the Yellow River Divine Seal, drawing forth some water essence from the Yellow River itself, creating a vast lake to replenish the water element's energy. Fire, being paramount, would burn to create earth. He witnessed a surge within the geothermal energy, ultimately transforming into earthy essence that melded with the ground. Mosey, gathering the earth energy from a radius of 100 miles. With his true form as a Qilin, he stomped his feet, manifesting a multitude of earth energies that coalesced into earthy essence, which was then bestowed upon Chongyuan. Following the earth, he solidified it into gold. Chongyuan smiled faintly, casting the earthy essence into the ground, where countless pebbles congregated and, under the gentle influence of spiritual energy, rapidly crystallized into metallic forms. With the gold established, he would carve into the earth to summon water. The metallic essence within the soil, under Chongyuan's guidance, transformed into drill heads that erupted from the depths, creating a river that flowed into the expansive lake. Once more, he took action, using the lake as a nucleus to draw forth numerous waterways, extending across a 1,000-mile radius, scattering various seeds of spiritual flora, with the plum pit as the epicenter. The water element served as the finale, nurturing the burgeoning wood. Countless spiritual plants thrived along the lakeside and riverbanks, absorbing the spiritual essence from the water, flourishing rapidly to bloom and bear fruit. Yet, most of these spiritual plants were ephemeral, quickly wilting and becoming seeds, which were buried in the earth, beginning their slow growth anew. Only the plum tree, sprouted from the plum pit, flourished abundantly, continuously radiating with elemental energy. After completing these endeavors, the jade talismans previously embedded in the ground shattered, transforming into quintessence of the 5 elements to replenish the area. As for the cycle of wood fueling fire, it was no longer necessary. As long as the geothermal energy persisted, the fire element would remain undiminished, relieving Chongyuan of further concerns. Chapter 30. Transformation of the 5 elements. However, Chongyuan still established a defensive formation to safeguard the great river he had drawn forth from the depths, preventing others from damaging it and causing the collapse of the elemental balance. Observing the land, now enriched with spiritual essence due to the equilibrium of the 5 elements, Chongyuan felt immense satisfaction. Albeit slow, there was a glimmer of hope, was there not? Beside him, Mosey gazed at Chongyuan with admiration. Recognizing the ingenuity of his method, suddenly, a radiant golden light gathered in the sky. Unfortunately, due to Chongyuan's great aspirations, it did not descend upon him but instead merged into the golden clouds. Mosey, having assisted Chongyuan in gathering earth energy, received a portion of merit, enhancing the already auspicious aura of the Qilin. Chongyuan's intention was clear. He aimed to elevate Mosey to a deity of fortune, and in the future, upon the conferral of divine titles, he would observe whether Jiangxia, the appointed deity of fortune from the pantheon, could usurp this divine position from Mosey. Thank you, Your Highness. Mosey's gratitude towards Chongyuan deepened significantly. Enough, enough. Since you have pledged your allegiance to me, I would never treat you unfairly. Chongyuan, seeing Mosey about to kneel again, hurriedly assisted him upright, stating, I do not favor such grand gestures. Henceforth, you must refrain from such displays. Yes. Just as Chongyuan prepared to depart with Mosey, a throng of demonic spirits rushed in from all directions, nearly gathering all the spirits within a 1,000-mile radius. However, among them, only a few had taken form, possessing merely awakened intelligence, aware of the surging spiritual essence in this land, and thus sought to claim territory for their own cultivation. Chongyuan frowned at the increasingly crowded spiritual land. If this continued, the spiritual essence would surely become insufficient to sustain these demonic spirits, and the land would revert to its former desolation. After contemplating, he signaled Mosey to transform into his true Qilin form, using the aura of the divine beast to subdue the multitude of spirits. Noticing 4 particular demonic spirits that could barely withstand this pressure, he reached out, taking them before him without granting them the chance to refuse. You 4 shall serve as the guardians of this spiritual land, safeguarding it from harm. Do you accept? These 4 spirits, among the most mundane of creatures from the primordial chaos, had only attained their current status through a stroke of fortune. Hearing Chongyuan's words, they were overjoyed at the prospect of becoming deities of this land. Readily agreeing without hesitation, we are willing. Very well. Chongyuan nodded, inscribing 4 divine edicts in the void, then retrieved the river and mountain divine seal, pressing it down. An ethereal vision of interconnected mountains and rivers emerged behind him, and a divine light shot forth, completing the 4 edicts that I hereby appoint you for as the guardians of this small 5-element spiritual land, as a grand Luo deity and the creator of this spiritual realm. It was indeed within Chongyuan's capabilities to confer such titles. As his words resonated, the 4 edicts embedded themselves into the foreheads of the spirits, infusing them with the divine power he had bestowed, thereby enhancing their strength. Thank you, Lord God. No need for thanks. Just ensure that you protect this spiritual land. Prevent those demonic spirits from indiscriminately consuming the essence, lest it degrade and revert to a wasteland. Chongyuan instructed, departing amidst their grateful gazes alongside Mozi. Chongyuan left behind a legacy within this land, and those who inherited it would become the true deities of the realm, unlike the 4 who were merely guardians. However, he did not anticipate that this spiritual land would later be revered as a sacred ground by wandering cultivators in the West. Those unwilling to join the Western sects would flock here for quiet cultivation, eventually evolving into a significant faction of solitary practitioners. While the cultivators within the spiritual land were relatively insignificant compared to the Western sect, a few ancient, formidable beings remained from the primordial era, making them not to be trifled with. The saints, recognizing Chongyuan's influence, would also refrain from bullying the inhabitants of this land, thus gifting Chongyuan with a fortune of luck. As Chongyuan traversed the vast expanse of the western lands with Mozi, he set down smaller 5-element formations every 10,000 miles to prevent a repeat of the initial chaos. Where countless demonic spirits had surged forth, he chose not to activate them yet, leaving them dormant. Once he established the grand 5-element formation upon the western ancestral peak of Mount Sumru, he would activate them all at once, thereby saving himself considerable time. Mozi, is the earth vein of a 1,000-mile radius thoroughly documented? Chongyuan inquired. Meanwhile, Mozi, engrossed in his writing, paused momentarily before responding. Your Highness, I am almost finished with the final details. Not to worry, just ensure you remember it all. Chongyuan stood quietly by, his mind a whirl of unspoken thoughts. Thus, Chongyuan and Mod traversed the vast western lands for 5 millennia. Throughout these 5,000 years, Chongyuan never ceased his meditative cultivation. Yet, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly formidable, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a towering mountain. However, upon deeper contemplation, one could discern a subtle fluidity, a gracefulness that brought a sense of relief. Although Chongyuan had not actively cultivated, his understanding of the heavenly principles sharpened during their sojourn across the western expanse. Moreover, his mastery over the path of water was complete, with only the final sealing of its essence remaining before he could commence his cultivation of the mountain path. Mod mirrored this progress. Chongyuan had deliberately entrusted him with the task of documenting the western ley lines, not only to share a portion of the merit but also to allow Mod the opportunity to grasp the true essence of the earth, thereby laying a solid foundation for his future path. Mod did not disappoint Chongyuan. After 5,000 years of companionship, his cultivation soared from the nascent stage of a divine lord to the perfection of Tai in a mere span of 5 millennia. During this period, Dumu had reached out to Chongyuan, announcing the birth of a child within her. On the day of this nephew's arrival, the Ziwei star shone brilliantly, and the Big Dipper surged forth, its stars aligning closely with the sun and moon, drawn forth by the newborn's presence. Alas, burdened by great aspirations, Chongyuan could not leave the western lands. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the Big Dipper star domain to witness his nephew, a destined master of the Ziwei star, who would undoubtedly achieve enlightenment in the future. However, the emergence of Ziwei stirred in Chongyuan thoughts of the impending calamity of the Xuanmen sealing of the gods. Although it seemed the Xianmen would suffer immense losses, with 3 generations of disciples enshrined on the god list, and the Jie sect nearly extinguished, the 3 pure ones remained sages, even without the ability to create transformative miracles. They had Hongjun backing them. Moreover, the god list would periodically reopen, allowing some disciples of the Xianmen to escape and perhaps even enhance their understanding of the heavenly principles through their experiences on the list, leading to a considerable rise in the cultivation of future generations. Yet, what of the divine race? Countless deities lost their authority, and with their absence, the divine race could no longer claim any fortune. Furthermore, in the myths that circulated in later generations, the Xianmen absorbed all deities unto themselves, further diminishing the divine race's fortunes. Thus, it could be said that the divine race bore the greatest losses following the sealing of the gods, as it severed their foundational roots and relegated them from the stage of the primordial chaos. Nevertheless, This matter was still far removed from the present, and Chongyuan could not make any moves lest he attract unwanted attention. He could only keep it buried in his heart for future consideration. Aside from Dumu's communication, Tai Ming had also contacted Chongyuan after breaking through, learning of Chongyuan's endeavors to restore the ley lines in the west and offering his assistance. It was thanks to Tai Ming's help that Chongyuan could traverse the western lands in merely 5,000 years. Otherwise, it would have taken him an additional millennium. Chapter 31. The difficulty of repairing the ley lines, however. Not long ago, the master of the Tying Star, Wang Shu, seemed to have plans and summoned Tai Ming back to the Shaoyin Star domain. Had it not been for this, Chongyuan would have felt more confident about the forthcoming restoration of the western ley lines. Your Highness, after MOD inscribed the last ley line of the west in the atlas, he gazed at the radiant tome, somewhat astonished, he remarked. Yet, Chongyuan had anticipated this, and after incorporating a segment of spiritual vein from the shattered 9 primary ley lines of the western lands into the atlas, the light surged forth. Under the might of the heavenly principles, the once ordinary atlas transformed into a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the western ley line map. Not too shabby. When I extract a segment of the ancestral vein from Mount Shumi, it may just qualify as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, Chongyuan mused, offering a slight evaluation before tossing the western ley line map into MOD's hands, declaring, "This treasure is entirely your merit. It belongs to you." "Thank you, Your Highness." MOD, having accompanied Chongyuan for 5,000 years, was well aware of his temperament. Hence, he refrained from further objections and accepted it directly. Next, the time had come for Chongyuan to determine whether he could fulfill his grand aspirations. He gazed upon the vast expanse of land, murmuring to himself. With a firm stomp, Chongyuan, accompanied by MOD, vanished from the surface, witnessing firsthand the intricate veins of the western lands. In shambles. Such was Chongyuan's initial impression of the western ley lines. Furrowing his brow, he realized that the task ahead was far more challenging than he had anticipated. A glance revealed that the spiritual veins beneath the earth had been thoroughly ravaged during the ancient calamity. Although Hongjun had briefly tended to them back then, preventing the West from becoming a completely lifeless expanse, it was also during that time that he had slain the demon ancestor, Luoho, and was basking in heaven's favor. He likely received the teachings for sanctification during that period, hastily returning to Yujing Mountain to comprehend the path to becoming a sage, leaving the restoration of the ley lines unattended. Thus, despite Hongjuan's intervention, the ley lines remained riddled with wounds, chaotic and disordered. Moreover, after all this time, the ley lines had not only failed to recover, but had only become more fragmented. Chongyuan even spotted a ley line that had entirely shattered. This devastation was due to the multitude of evil deities wreaking havoc in the West, seizing the opportunity to obliterate the ley lines, leaving no chance for recovery. It must be understood that ley lines are the very foundation from which a region draws its spiritual energy. If they are destroyed, the flow of spiritual energy ceases, leading to an ever-decreasing abundance of energy in the world, ultimately resulting in what future generations would call the Age of Decline. Spiritual energy is the essence of all great paths. Even the so-called heart cultivation of Buddhism requires spiritual nourishment to sustain itself and prolong its lifespan. Otherwise, with merely a fleeting century, no matter how extraordinary one's talents, what could one achieve? Let alone the divine and immortal paths, which demand immense spiritual energy. Without it, all is but illusion. Consequently, the beings that originally inhabited the West fled en masse for survival, leaving behind those of significantly diminished cultivation who could not endure the long journey, ultimately languishing in the West, awaiting their demise. Thus, when Chongyuan had once created that realm of spiritual energy, those beings rushed forth without hesitation, yearning to imbibe a few mouthfuls of spiritual essence to nourish their parched meridians. Chongyuan surveyed the few ley lines that had not completely severed, still possessing a tenuous connection. It was their existence that prevented the West from being entirely rendered lifeless. Yet, the current state evoked a sense of helplessness in Chongyuan. After all, the situation had deteriorated beyond repair. Had he possessed the supreme spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, to navigate and mend the ley lines, he might have felt a measure of confidence. But now, that treasure remained elusive. Your Highness, what shall we do? MOD, having long aided Chongyuan, possessed considerable insight into the earth. He could perceive the gravity of the situation before them. For Chongyuan, while sorting through the ley lines was no small feat. The present challenge was not merely one of organization but of restoration, especially for the primary ley lines. If they remained unrepaired, even if he were to refine the chaotic ley lines, the spiritual energy of the West would see little change. Ley lines function as conduits for spiritual energy. If they are merely blocked, cleansing them is all that is needed. However, the current predicament is that the ley lines of the West are utterly shattered. Even if one cleansed the interiors, external breaches would still persist. Spiritual energy flows like water. In intact ley lines, it will emanate through designated outlets, yet in fractured ley lines, it will leak continuously, failing to affect any significant change in the West. Alas, no wonder the future practices of the Western sect were termed heart cultivation. It must surely stem from the scarcity of spiritual energy in the West. Chongyuan mused that the Western sect's emergence from the Shinmen might still be attributed to the environmental conditions of the West. To fully restore the spiritual energy of the Western lands, with our current levels of cultivation, it is simply unattainable. We must find an alternative path. After much contemplation, Chongyuan conceived a singular strategy. You shall gather all the minor ley lines into the Western ley line map, and then utilize the shattered ley lines to restore as many minor ley lines as possible. Afterward, await my instructions. Mog was not foolish. Upon hearing Chongyuan's words, he immediately grasped the essence of Chongyuan's method. Without further hesitation, he summoned all his divine energy to fully activate the earth vein diagram, absorbing all those minor earth veins into the diagram, regardless of their state of fragmentation. After witnessing Mog's successful endeavor, Chongyuan transformed, revealing his true divine form. With a flick of his dragon tail, he completely shattered the most severely damaged main vein, reducing it to countless crystal shards scattered throughout the earth. Boom! At the moment Chongyuan shattered this earth vein, the entire western land began to tremble violently. Even regions close to the west experienced slight quakes. Meanwhile, Jane and Juanti, meditating atop Shumi Mountain, suddenly opened their eyes. Blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. As the lords of the west, they naturally faced some backlash from such a severe rupture of the earth veins. Why would the divine being of my senior brother completely shatter a main vein? Juanti remained rational, not impulsively believing that Chongyuan acted with malice, yet she was perplexed about his true intentions. What brilliance! This fellow cultivator possesses great wisdom, devising such a method to restore the severely damaged earth veins of the West. Jiang instantly understood Chongyuan's purpose, his face alight with joy. If Chongyuan succeeded, even if the spiritual energy of the Western lands was inferior to that of the East, it would nevertheless undergo a remarkable transformation. No destruction, no creation. Only through destruction can there be establishment. Juanti, destined to become a saint in the future, quickly grasped the situation, saying, "Senior brother, this fellow cultivator is indeed a person of great perseverance and determination. Excellent. Let us patiently await here, and once this fellow cultivator succeeds, we shall invite him to visit us at Shumi Mountain." You speak most wisely. After this exchange, the two resumed their meditative states, bracing themselves for the backlash of the heavenly Tao. For they knew that a single main vein alone was insufficient to restore the remaining earth veins. Aside from Jiang and Juanti, the venerable Hongjun, who was solidifying his saintly fruit at Yujing Mountain, along with Tai, who had already comprehended a portion of the heavenly emperor's Tao fruit, and a great earth goddess traversing the western lands, as well as Niwa, who was contemplating the Yin-Yang Tao alongside Fuxi at Fengqi Mountain. All sensed the disturbance. Having attained sainthood, Hongjun owed a karmic debt to the West, but with his abilities, repaying it would be rather easy, so he paid little heed to the matter. Tai, Chongyuan's brother-in-law, was already aware of the situation and felt joy for Chongyuan's impending success. Chapter 32, The Limitations of a Split Body. Meanwhile, Ho-Tu heard of Chongyuan's name for the first time and understood why the desolate lands, rumored by the world, were beginning to show signs of recovery. Out of curiosity, she made her way to meet Chongyuan, harboring no thoughts of hostility despite his restoration of the western lands, which positioned him as a formidable rival to her own aspirations of attaining the Earth Sovereign's Tao fruit. The most conflicted was Niwa. Long ago, when Chongyuan sought to pay his respects, he had been driven away by Fuxi. Now that Chongyuan had accomplished such a grand feat, she wondered how she should respond if he still harbored resentment towards Fuxi after shattering one earth vein. Chongyuan found himself unable to shatter a second, compelled to pause and carefully embed the fragments into the remaining 6 relatively intact main veins. In the primordial chaos, there existed 5 ancestral veins and 39 main veins, with the 5 ancestral veins situated in the cardinal directions: Kunlun Mountain in the east, Shumi Mountain in the west, the Great Wilderness Mountain in the south, the North Sea in the north, and Zhou Mountain in the center. Among the 39 main veins, 12 were in the east, while the remaining 27 were evenly distributed across the other 3 regions. which explained why the Eastern spiritual energy was the most abundant. According to Chongyuan's calculations, following this calamity, he could only restore 6 of the 9 main veins of the West with his current cultivation, while the ancestral vein of Shumi Mountain could be tidied up later. After merging all the fragments into the 6 main veins, Chongyuan regained most of his divine energy. However, this time he refrained from using his true form to shatter the earth veins. Instead, he employed the Mountain River Pearl and the Calming Sea Pearl to strike the nodes of the earth veins, effectively breaking them. This method allowed Chongyuan to shatter 2 more earth veins in succession. Yet the consequence was that he found himself devoid of divine energy. Fortunately, he had stored a considerable amount of divine energy within the Calming Sea Pearl, preventing him from being entirely powerless. Nonetheless, executing such significant actions consecutively drained much of his vitality, and to outsiders, Chongyuan now appeared somewhat wan and depleted. Summoning his spirit, Chongyuan understood that this was a critical moment. He could not afford to pause. For if he rested while the crystal shards of the earth veins dispersed, the western lands would be utterly beyond salvation. Merge, Chongyuan shouted, channeling all his divine energy to fuse the fragments into the earth veins. The previously shattered earth veins began to slowly self-repair as the fragments were integrated. Meanwhile, Chongyuan did not relent. Alongside Emoji, he extracted the minor earth veins from the earth vein diagram and connected them to the main veins, delivering spiritual energy to the western lands. Under Chongyuan's conscious manipulation, most of these minor veins linked to the previously laid spiritual grounds. This was not some ulterior motive, but rather a means for the spiritual grounds to gather more spiritual energy, ultimately creating blessed lands for the beings of the West to cultivate. As Chongyuan and Emoji exerted their utmost efforts, tendrils of spiritual energy emerged from the depths of the earth, revitalizing the land. Indeed, above Chongyuan, spiritual plants began to sprout. After 5,000 years, I have finally fulfilled this grand aspiration. Once he placed the last earth vein, he and Emoji returned to the surface. Gazing at the revitalized land below, Chongyuan sighed. The toil of these 5 millennia has not been in vain. Sensing the joy and exuberance of countless beings, a smile graced Chongyuan's face. And the frustration that had lingered from 5,000 years of stagnation in his cultivation dissipated in an instant. Having recovered some divine energy, he intended to inspect the only incomplete earth vein and find a way to fully restore it. However, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze piercing him from afar. With a sigh, Chongyuan had to abandon his previous thoughts, muttering to himself, 5.5 main veins. It seems this is the limit permitted by the heavenly Tao for the West. Since Chongyuan shattered the earth veins, Jiang and Yuan had been closely observing the area. Upon seeing the fearsome evil deity approaching from a distance, Jiang's expression grew more troubled, exclaiming, I never expected the heavenly Tao would treat the beings of the West in such a manner. Senior brother, we were born to revitalize the West. The current situation has improved significantly. Although Yuan spoke with a broad-minded demeanor, the trace of indignation on his face had not faded. Thank you for the reminder. Junior brother, Jiang trembled as the golden lotus beneath him radiated divine light, making him appear as a deity, his face reflecting compassion in serene tones. Seeing Jiang enter a state of enlightenment due to his words, Yuan displayed a flicker of excitement, only to suddenly freeze. The deity repairing the earth veins had exhausted all his divine energy, and now, facing the imminent threat from the fierce evil deity, how could he possibly contend against it with his remaining power? Yet, at this moment, Jiang had entered a state of enlightenment. If Yuan did not stand guard beside him, should any malevolent forces attempt to disrupt Jiang's enlightenment, the entirety of his cultivation could be severely compromised. As Yuan found himself in this predicament, he suddenly sensed another profound and heavy divine power emanating from the Western Earth. His expression brightening, he quickly transmitted a message. Respected Ho-Tu, this is Yuan speaking. I have a matter to beseech you. I hope you can lend your assistance. As Ho-Tu made her slow approach, she encountered several formations laid by Chongyuan along the way. After careful examination, she discovered that these fundamental formations of the primordial chaos significantly amplified the spiritual energy. This intrigued her more about Chongyuan, the mind behind such an idea. However, during her journey, she had also observed some issues while Chongyuan was restoring the earth, which she resolved incidentally. Thus, as a result, Ho-Tu's cultivation had yet to see Chongyuan. Yuan, what is your request? While Ho-Tu was not familiar with Jiang and Yuan, she was indeed aware of their renowned names as great practitioners in the world. Respected deity, the divine being currently assisting in the restoration of the Western Earth veins is facing a great calamity. This individual is our benefactor in the West, my senior brother, and I should personally go to express our gratitude. However, my senior brother has fallen into a state of enlightenment due to my words, and Yuan is momentarily unable to assist. I can only implore you for aid. Although the Earth Goddess Hutu embodies the benevolent and magnanimous essence of the land, her ability to maintain an upper hand against the siblings Fuxi and Enhua during the struggle for dominion over the Earth is a testament to her cunning and strategic prowess. She naturally discerned the unspoken words of Yuan, and a slight furrow appeared on her brow. What could have prompted the heavenly Tao to intervene? Yet, her intent to seek that deity remained steadfast. Now, she could compel Yuan and Jane to owe her a favor. Thank you, venerable deity. Thus, we in the West shall owe you a karmic bond. Upon Hutu's acquiescence, Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, after repairing several main veins, Chongyuan had barely fulfilled his grand ambition. Consequently, the protection of the heavenly Tao dissipated, and the malevolent deities, who had been observing the Western land, instantly became aware of Chongyuan's location. Among them, one particularly vicious demon, stained with the blood of countless powerful beings, bore an exceptionally formidable presence, far surpassing that of the corpse ancestor. The approaching demon, colossal in stature, its body resembling that of a pig with the limbs of a dog, covered in coarse black bristles, with crimson eyes and sharp fangs, and a tail like a whip, charged forth. A thunderous roar shook the earth, exuding an aura of murderous intent, clearly signaling its malevolent purpose. Upon hearing the earth-shattering sound, Chongyuan understood that a demon had come to trouble him, and he cast a grave glance in the direction of its approach. Who dares to meddle with the restoration of the Western veins? Thunderjuhua. As Chongyuan endeavored to rejuvenate the spiritual essence of the West, the malevolent deities had become aware of his presence but had never sent forth any female warriors to seek the yellow-haired one. However, with the heavenly Tao aiding in concealing his whereabouts, whenever they learned of Chongyuan's location from their subordinate deities, he had already departed by the time they arrived. Thus, as Chongyuan traversed the Western lands, Zhuhua failed to encounter him. Once Chongyuan had successfully repaired the veins of the Western lands, his grand ambition was deemed accomplished, and the heavenly Tao ceased to assist in concealing his movements. Zhuhua, who had been vigilant over Chongyuan's actions, promptly discerned his location and hastened to confront him without further ado. Chapter 33. The malevolent god strikes. Chongyuan cast a solemn glance at Zhuhua. Under ordinary circumstances, with Zhuhua's complete mastery as a great Luo deity, Chongyuan would not have felt intimidated. However, his divine power had been nearly expended, leaving him ill-prepared to withstand Zhuhua's onslaught. Zhuhua's eyes glinted with ferocity and malice as he fixated on Chongyuan. Growling, "This Western land is the domain of our malevolent deities. How we act is within our purview. You, an outsider deity, dare to repair the veins and disrupt our sacred grounds for cultivation. Truly, you are courting death. As deities, we are naturally concerned with the heavenly Tao, while you malevolent beings persist in destruction rather than maintaining the balance of heaven and earth, yet you dare to call yourselves deities." Chongyuan retorted, his brow furrowed. "Impertinent minor deity, we, the malevolent gods, are born of destiny. Now that you have sullied our cultivation grounds, prepare to witness my prowess," Zhuhua bellowed, his colossal tail lashing towards Chongyuan with tremendous force. Bang! After casting out the MOD, Chongyuan swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the brunt of Zhuhua's strike. However, the tail, longer than Zhuhua's own body, crashed down upon the ground, causing tremors that reverberated through the earth, shaking the very veins below. Fearing that Zhuhua would shatter the veins he had just painstakingly repaired, Chongyuan took to the skies. Zhuhua, with a cold smirk, perceived Chongyuan's intentions, yet he remained unconcerned. Once he eliminated Chongyuan, the Western lands would soon revert to their former state, becoming their paradise once more. As Zhuhua's massive form surged forth, he pursued Chongyuan relentlessly, akin to a shadow. After arriving in a region sparse in veins, Chongyuan finally halted, but before he could steady himself, Zhuhua's assault arrived. Damn it! Chongyuan gritted his teeth. If it were not for his depleted divine power, he would not have needed to evade so desperately. Chongyuan managed to awkwardly evade Zhuhua's attack, but the Titan's colossal form crashed into the desolate ground, leaving a gaping, bottomless pit in its wake. The ensuing dust cloud transformed the area into a realm of twilight, obscuring visibility even a mere 3 feet ahead. As the foremost malevolent deity of the West, Zhuhua's prowess was unparalleled, and his attacks were merciless. With each strike, the earth trembled, intent on claiming Chongyuan's life. Due to the scarcity of divine power within him, Chongyuan refrained from engaging Zhuhua in direct confrontation, opting instead to employ the Dinghai Pearl for covert strikes. With each contact, he refined a fragment of divine energy, gradually restoring his own strength. As Zhuhua observed Chongyuan's escalating vigor, he realized Chongyuan was biding his time to recuperate. Should Chongyuan's divine power be fully restored, the outcome would undoubtedly favor him. Furthermore, despite Zhuhua's fierce onslaught, the toll on his own divine energy was significant. If the stalemate continued, he too would soon find his strength waning. Zhuhua was compelled to unleash his true killing move, striving to eliminate Chongyuan before he could regain his strength. Law of heaven and earth, Zhuhua roared, invoking the divine power of cosmic manipulation, his already towering form swelling to a gargantuan size. His fangs grew larger, radiating a chilling light as a relentless barrage of attacks surged forth, each strike akin to a mountain crashing down, yet delivered with astonishing speed. In no time, Chongyuan began to feel the strain, finding it increasingly difficult to evade Zhuhua's relentless onslaught. Moreover, he was perplexed by the nature of Zhuhua's techniques, as they did not diminish over time. Rather, they intensified, their potency growing with each passing moment. Several times, those enormous fangs grazed past Chongyuan, leaving him in disarray, stripped of any semblance of a great Luo deity. Gasping for breath, Chongyuan narrowly dodged Zhuhua's strikes, feeling the mounting pressure of Zhuhua's ferocity. A glimmer of resolve sparked within his eyes. He could no longer afford to prolong this confrontation, initially intending to exhaust Zhuhua. Chongyuan, upon witnessing the latter's bizarre technique, resolved to act decisively. Regardless of whether his meridians could withstand the strain, he resolutely absorbed the entirety of divine energy from one of the Dinghai Pearls. Bang! 12 Dinghai Pearls swirled around Chongyuan as he seized an opening in Zhuhua's defenses, pointing a finger. The pearls emitted a radiant five-colored glow, swiftly launching towards Zhuhua, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. Cough! Zhuhua was catapulted into the air, crashing through several mountains and sending plumes of dust skyward, obscuring the area once again. Chongyuan could not let such an opportunity slip away. In a flash, he appeared before Zhuhua, wielding the mountain river staff, striking towards Zhuhua's eyes. Zhuhua's hide, akin to armor, absorbed the blows. Although the mountain river staff had been refined through Chongyuan's efforts over the years and had even developed the capacity to restrain malevolent deities, it still lacked the power to easily injure Zhuhua, who specialized in physical prowess. What followed was a relentless assault from Chongyuan, leaving Zhuhua with no avenue for escape, as Chongyuan targeted his vulnerabilities, causing blood to cascade down his face, rendering his visage even more grotesque. Roar! I shall end you! Zhuhua gritted his teeth, enduring Chongyuan's barrage. With a powerful kick, he lunged forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, colliding with Chongyuan. Chongyuan had just unleashed his attack and could not evade in time, forcing him to stand firm, enveloping himself with the Dinghai Pearl and Xuanmu Qi Mei, supplemented by his remaining divine power. Just as he believed he had devised a foolproof plan, Chongyuan was suddenly struck with dread. Fixing his gaze, he beheld Zhuhua brandishing a fragment of a broken innate spiritual treasure, a spearhead. Yet this spearhead sent a tremor through Chongyuan's very soul, filling him with horror. The god-slaying spear. This legendary innate weapon was said to possess unmatched offensive capabilities, surpassing even the Panga banner, forged from the stem of the chaos green lotus, embodying the most ferocious essence of chaos. Capable of slaying saints, and originally the companion treasure of the primordial demon ancestor, Luo Hu. Even if Zhuhua only wielded a spearhead, Chongyuan dared not contemplate confronting it. Moreover, he had no time to ponder why Zhuhua possessed the treasure of the demon ancestor. His sole focus was to flee with all his might. As Chongyuan attempted to escape, it was already too late. Zhuhua's lips curled into a bloodied smile, his eyes gleaming with madness and triumph. The spearhead merely grazed Chongyuan's protective divine radiance, causing it to quiver. My life is forfeit. Chongyuan gazed at the spearhead that had once again breached the defending sea pearl, closing his eyes in resignation, clearly at a loss for any remedy. The sound of the weapon piercing flesh echoed, and the metallic scent of blood enveloped Chongyuan, yet he felt not a trace of pain. He, the malevolent deity, has already been slain by me. Why do you still keep your eyes shut? A bright, cheerful laughter resonated in Chongyuan's ears. When Hutu arrived, the spearhead of the god-slaying spear had already made contact with the mountain river pearl, its cold gleam reflecting on Chongyuan's visage. In that critical moment, Hutu acted decisively, taking advantage of Zhuhua's unawareness to strike him down, causing the god-slaying spear to drop to the ground, unclaimed. Chongyuan, unable to believe his eyes, opened them to see a woman clad in yellow standing before him, her skin radiant as snow, her eyes resembling a clear spring, yet her brow held an undeniable air of feminine valor. Her long, dark hair, shining like obsidian, was simply adorned with a meticulously crafted plum blossom hairpin as she regarded him with warmth. For reasons unknown, despite it being their first encounter, a sense of familiarity blossomed within them. As if they were long-standing friends. Thank you, goddess, for saving me. I, Chongyuan, the lord of the Yellow River. Chongyuan regained his composure and hurriedly expressed his gratitude with a bow. Thank you, royal brother, for mending the western lands. It has alleviated a burden from my heart. Hutu, the heir of the Earth Emperor, was one of the leading figures of the shamanic lineage. As the heir of the Earth Emperor, Hutu addressed Chongyuan as royal brother, which was fitting, as the Earth Emperor, Jiang, preceded the human emperor in lineage. Sister, why do you say such things? Chongyuan, pleased to be on good terms with Hutu, climbed the proverbial bamboo pole and began to address her as sister. He, as the heir of the Earth Emperor, I exist to safeguard the land. The western territories are ravaged. It is only natural that I seek to restore them. However, despite my best efforts, I could not devise a suitable plan. Only to find that you, royal brother, have accomplished it. Hutu spoke with a smile that illuminated her features. I merely acted with a bit of boldness. Otherwise, I too would be at a loss regarding the western lands. After hearing Chongyuan's humble words, Hutu chose not to elaborate further, turning to secure the spearhead, inquiring, Royal brother, do you know what this is, that possesses such a terrifying aura? This is the spearhead of the god-slaying spear. A companion treasure of the demon ancestor, Luoho, Chongyuan revealed without reservation, elucidating the origins of the artifact. This object is perilous. It should not be allowed to roam freely in the primordial realm. I shall seal it away. Hutu shook her head, resolutely deciding the fate of the item. Although this object is fierce, it could still serve as an excellent spiritual treasure. Why not refine it into a protective treasure? Chongyuan urged, alarmed by Hutu's intention to waste such a potent artifact. Upon hearing Chongyuan's counsel, Hutu felt a twinge of contemplation. Although she possessed the Earth Staff as her weapon, it was forged by the Earth Emperor's line and symbolized the Earth Emperor's Tao fruit, making it unsuitable for offensive use. With the spearhead now as a foundation, she could seek out spiritual materials and forge a protective treasure uniquely hers. However, she gazed at the spearhead, concerned about her ability to contain its malevolent energy. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Hutu's eyes as she regarded Chongyuan, stating, "You make a valid point. Royal brother. To seal this object would indeed be a waste. How about this? We shall divide the spearhead between us, alleviating my concern of being unable to suppress its malevolence alone." Chongyuan was taken aback. While both were heirs of the ancient three sovereigns, this was their first meeting, yet she proposed to share the artifact with him so readily. There must be ulterior motives at play. Seeing Chongyuan hesitate, Hutu graciously added, "This object is fierce. I genuinely worry about my capacity to control it, and I have my own schemes." Hutu's generous offer only deepened Chongyuan's admiration for her. After all, her forthrightness was far preferable to hidden machinations. "Please, sister, speak freely. Your position as the Lord of the Yellow River is not your true divine status, is it?" Hutu replied with a knowing smile. "Indeed, sister possesses keen insight. My true divine status encompasses more than merely being the Lord of the Yellow River," Chongyuan admitted. "The essence of the mountains and rivers flows through you, as you are also a deity of the earth. Your restoration of the western veins has garnered the favor of the heavenly Tao, granting you the opportunity to vie for the Earth Emperor's Tao fruit. If sister is concerned that I might contend for the Earth Emperor's Tao fruit, rest assured, my path has long been determined. I have no need to compete with you. I know that your inheritance as the human emperor is complete, and you will not pursue the Earth Emperor's Tao fruit." Hutu replied earnestly, "Yet your lack of ambition does not imply the absence of rivals." Chongyuan realized that in the future, Yuan would also be referred to as the Earth Goddess, suggesting that the relationship between these two deities was far from harmonious. "I am not afraid of her, but, sister, I hope you will refrain from assisting her." Upon uttering this, Hutu, the rightful heir of the ancient Earth Emperor, exuded an aura of dominance, akin to a queen gazing intently at Chongyuan. "Sister, are you speaking of the goddess of Finchi Mountain?" Chongyuan inquired with a smile. "Have you had dealings with her?" A hint of chill crept into Hutu's expression. Chongyuan's heart stirred as he perceived that the relationship between these two goddesses was even more strained than he had envisioned. "Not at all. However, when I journeyed to Zhou Mountain, I passed by Finchi Mountain, intending to engage in discourse with those two, to validate my learning. Yet, Fuxi dismissed me as a mere mountain god and expelled me." The recollection of this incident left Chongyuan feeling somewhat disgruntled. "A mere mountain god? How could the lineage of those two siblings possibly compare to you and me, if you are a mountain god? What are they?" Hutu scoffed. Very well. This matter does not concern you. Royal brother. It is a conflict between me and those two siblings, so long as you do not assist her. Huda shook her head. Extracting the spearhead and channeling her divine power, striking it fiercely, crack. As a shattered spiritual treasure, its laws were imperfect. A slight exertion was sufficient to shatter it, since this item was gifted by sister. And my hands lack an offensive spiritual treasure. I shall not decline, Chongyuan declared without hesitation, accepting it into his possession. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Beyond the matter of the gifted spiritual treasure, he was also mindful of Huda saving his life. After dividing the god-slaying spear, a silence fell between them, both uncertain of what to say. Ultimately, Chongyuan broke the stillness, asking, "Might you have pressing matters ahead, sister? If not, shall we proceed to Shumi Mountain to sort through the western ancestral veins together?" For Chongyuan, this was merely a means of allowing Huda to share in some merit, slightly repaying his debt of gratitude while drawing them closer together, an endeavor worth pursuing. Given the merits of Chongyuan's restoration of the western lands, it could be deemed the greatest merit since the dawn of creation. The cataclysmic flood of antiquity was indeed resolved by the Jiufang clan, yet by that time, they had already transcended, and those merits could not manifest but instead transformed into fortune, merging into the Divine Clan's destiny. And it was precisely due to this maneuver by the Jiufang clan that the Divine Clan regained prominence in a cycle of calamity. As for which forces might emerge as the protagonists in the next cycle of calamity, that remains contingent upon the capabilities of each faction. Nonetheless, the Divine Clan's abdication is inevitable. Chongyuan, well-versed in the trends of the primordial realm, understood this, yet it was a foreordained conclusion he could not alter. Thus, he could only strive to mitigate the Divine Clan's losses, ensuring they were not as severe as in his previous life. "Since you have invited me, how could I refuse?" Huda was aware of Chongyuan's ulterior motives. Yet she would not decline the opportunity to observe the ancestral veins, which would benefit her quest for the Earth Emperor's Dao fruit. "Excellent." Chongyuan smiled, leading the way for Hutu, first intending to locate Emoji before proceeding to Shumi Mountain. "Your Highness, are you unscathed? I did not expect Emoji to come searching for you himself. I am fine," Chongyuan replied, shaking his head and introducing, "This is Hutu, the heir of the Earth Emperor. It is thanks to my sister that I am still alive." Little god Emoji pays his respects to Princess Hutu. "He, royal brother, your subordinate is quite extraordinary." Huda smiled and remarked, "Indeed, after the tempering of Chongyuan, although MOD may not match those grand practitioners, he stands among the pinnacle of the new generation of cultivators. It is worth noting that in the vast primordial world, the emergence of grand practitioners has become increasingly rare. For the newly born beings, attaining the Tao of Great Luo is fraught with difficulties. The reason for this predicament lies in the relentless destruction of the primordial land, which has led to the depletion of the Earth's veins and a reduction in spiritual energy. While the number of beings continues to swell. In such a scenario, how can these beings find sufficient spiritual energy to cultivate? Your Highness, you flatter me. Is it not true that within your Huda clan, there are several commendable juniors? Though Chongyuan spoke thus, a hint of satisfaction flickered across his face. After all, MOD was indeed his first subordinate deity, while the river gods of the Yellow River had not completely entrusted their fates to him. Although figures like Ho-E, Xingtian, Tubo, and Fangyu were commendable, they still paled in comparison to MOD. Huda shook his head and sighed, though her words carried an implied meaning. MOD. The matters here have concluded. You should accompany my sister and learn the ways of the earth. Chongyuan, being a shrewd individual, readily discerned the implications behind Hutu's words. Moreover, in terms of the earth's path, Chongyuan indeed fell short of Hutu. Thus, MOD's time spent with her would greatly benefit his future journey. My lord, Chapter 35, An Oath of Brotherhood. It is not as if I am selling you. I have always kept a place for you in my mountains and rivers, Chongyuan interjected, interrupting MOD's discourse. Huda did not voice any objections. After gazing at Chongyuan for a while, she finally spoke. "I wonder if my royal brother would be willing to forge a brotherly bond with me." "Of course, why not?" Chongyuan replied with a hearty laugh, stepping forward to pledge, "Heaven as my witness, the great Tao as my proof. Today I, Chongyuan, am willing to forge a brotherly bond with Hutu. From this day forth, we shall share fortunes and endure hardships together, sharing honor and disgrace, never depart or abandon one another." Upon completing his vow, a drop of dark yellow divine blood was forced from his fingertips and flew before Hutu. "Heaven is my witness, the great Tao is my proof. Today I, Hutu, am willing to forge a brotherly bond with Chongyuan. From this day forth, we shall share fortunes and endure hardships together, sharing honor and disgrace, never depart or abandon one another." After her declaration, a drop of azure yellow divine blood manifested, merging with Chongyuan's divine blood. The two droplets of divine blood, suspended in midair, shimmered with golden brilliance, dazzling to behold. Once the golden light dissipated, each drop of divine blood separated a thread, landing in the palms of both individuals. While the remaining divine blood gradually merged into the cosmos, completely vanishing, the blood that rested in their palms transformed into an orchid, intermingled with hues of dark yellow and azure yellow, symbolizing the bond forged between them. Hutu smiled gently, saying, "Who would have thought that our brotherhood would also yield a boon?" Indeed, as Huda mentioned, the heavens bestowed a measure of merit for this union, albeit modest, yet sufficient to evoke envy from others. After this merit descended, neither party absorbed it into themselves. Instead, they infused it into the orchid, thus transforming it into a spiritual root of merit. Observing the actions of the two, MOD, who had been a mere bystander, could not help but feel a pang of regret. After all, this was a merit. To so casually bestow it upon a postnatal spiritual root was indeed a loss. "Brother, there is a matter I must explain to you." Suddenly recalling something, Huda produced a piece of yellow jade, enacting a secret method to shield it from the heavenly Tao before handing it over. Chongyuan, taken aback by Huda's caution, displayed a hint of confusion in his eyes. However, seeing her meticulousness, he also enacted a secret method before opening it. After a moment, a flicker of dark light crossed Chongyuan's gaze. Why would the heavenly Tao conspire against me? Could it be aware that I am not of the primordial world? No. Even though I have borne the mark of the primordial realm after the involvement of the Gua family, and having contributed to the primordial world, how could the heavenly Tao conspire against me? Could it be that individual from Yujing Mountain? Chongyuan lowered his head, obscuring his expression. "Let us depart. If we linger any longer, our two companions may grow anxious." Huta wisely recognized that now was not the time for inquiries, prompting Chongyuan to awaken from his contemplation. Meanwhile, at Misu Mountain, Jane and Junti, upon hearing Hutu's words, flushed slightly. Ever since Hutu rescued Chongyuan, Jane had emerged from his state of enlightenment, and the two had intended to bring Chongyuan back. However, seeing that Hutu and Chongyuan had matters to discuss, they refrained from interrupting, believing it would only take a moment. Little did they expect that the two would forge a brotherly bond along the way, causing Chongyuan to fall into deep thought because of Hutu's words. Should they tarry any longer, they would have to set out to retrieve both Chongyuan and Hutu. They had nearly delayed an important matter. Chongyuan concealed his thoughts, knowing he could only investigate the reasons behind Hongyuan's machinations in due time. "Thank you, sister, for your guidance. Between us, must we maintain such formality?" Huda chuckled, shaking her head, and immediately employed her earth deity powers to take Chongyuan and MOD towards Misu Mountain. Upon their arrival at Misu Mountain, Jiang and Junti had long been waiting. Seeing the three approach, they both stepped forward, bowing to Chongyuan and MOD, saying, "We are grateful to our fellow Taoists for mending the western earth veins." We, the two poor Taoists, bow in thanks on behalf of the countless beings of the West. Chongyuan and MOD hastily avoided such grand gestures, with Chongyuan hurriedly responding, "Nay, we dare not accept such reverence. As deities, it is only natural for us to safeguard the world. Your heart holds the world. It truly humbles us, poor Taoists," Zhuani replied, shaking his head as he led the three into the depths of Misu Mountain. Upon entering Misu Mountain, the sight that greeted them was a myriad of beings, regardless of their cultivation level, seated in meditation. The once vast Misu Mountain now felt overcrowded due to the multitude of beings. Great virtues of both fellow Taoists. Upon entering, Chongyuan noticed that an enormous 5-element array had been established, allowing the spiritual energy of Misu Mountain to rival that of the various caves and blessed lands of the primordial realm. What astonished Chongyuan was not merely the array itself, but the fact that the two had not monopolized Misu Mountain. Instead, they had actively brought beings from the west into Misu Mountain, providing them with the spiritual energy necessary for cultivation. Fortunately, Misu Mountain was situated at the origin of the western ancestral veins, and although the ancestral veins had been obstructed due to chaotic earth energy, spiritual energy still emanated. Coupled with the innate 5-element array established by the two, it was sufficient to support the vast multitude of beings seeking to cultivate. However, Chongyuan also observed that some beings required little spiritual energy during their practice. He mused, "It seems the heart cultivation lineage has begun to take shape. Apologies for causing you to witness such a spectacle," Yuan said with a wry smile, continuing to lead the three towards the summit of Misu Mountain, where his and Jiang's Taoist sanctum resided. Upon reaching the summit, Chongyuan gazed upon the Bodhi tree, the golden lotus and the 8 treasures pool, a mid-grade fire spiritual root, and a handful of earth. He could not help but exclaim again, both fellow Taoists possess great virtues. 2 supreme spiritual roots and 1 supreme spiritual treasure. How could you both be so generous as to establish the innate 5-element array? Merely to enhance the spiritual energy of Misu Mountain for the benefit of those beings. My brother and I originally intended to gather innate spiritual roots, allowing them to naturally accumulate spiritual energy. Alas, we emerged too late. Most of the innate spiritual roots in the world have already been claimed, and we could only find 1 fire spiritual root. Thus, we had no choice but to use our respective spiritual treasures to establish the innate 5-element array. Both fellow Taoists are undoubtedly individuals of profound lineage, destined for great achievements. Chongyuan now understood why, in later generations, even though Yuan had attained the esteemed status of a saint, he still ventured to the east to seek sustenance. It turned out they had faced hardships. Are not both of you in a similar situation? This young friend beside me also possesses an extraordinary lineage, Yuan remarked with a bitter smile. Even so, my brother and I remain unable to revitalize the West. When discussing profound lineages, the chaos demon god undoubtedly took precedence, as he was the child of the great Tao, inherently grasping a path of Tao. Following him were the various primordial source energies birthed after the opening of the primordial realm, such as Fuxi and Yuan, emerging from the innate Yin and Yang, the thunderborn of primordial lightnings. And the 3 pure ones formed from primordial pure energy, combined with the innate turbid energy to give rise to the ancestral witches. All were primordial demon gods shaped from source energies. Alongside them were various supreme spiritual roots that had transformed into primordial demon gods, such as Chongyuan, shaped from the ginseng fruit tree combined with innate earth essence, Yuan, formed from the Bodhi tree, and Jiang, born from the chaos green lotus. Lastly, there were those innate beings, such as Mod, who belonged to this category. Of course, individuals like Ziguang and Chongyuan, transformed from the essence of ancient great deities, also possessed considerable lineage, barely keeping pace with the primordial demon gods. Where there is a will, there is a way. Why must fellow Taoists lament? Chongyuan offered words of comfort. Currently, the heavenly Tao imposes restrictions. I have only repaired 5 earth veins, and the remaining 1 must await its natural restoration. Chongyuan sighed helplessly, then continued. Now, with my sister Hutu and I joining forces to clear the western ancestral veins and activating the 5-element arrays I set up throughout the west, although it may not compare to the east, it is certainly sufficient to rival the north. Thank you, fellow Taoist. As they spoke, Jiang and Yuan both bowed respectfully to Chongyuan. Throughout their interactions, Chongyuan found no evidence of the shamelessness or poor character that legends of their past suggested. Rather, they appeared to be individuals of noble conduct. Jiang and Yuan, in their tireless efforts to revitalize their realm, ventured eastward solely to seek spiritual roots and restore the essence of the West. It seems that the legends of later generations portray Yuan's frequent trips to the east, disregarding the dignity of saints. As a matter of great necessity. Chapter 36. Another scheme. After Chongyuan stepped aside, he spoke. Dear friends, let us first resolve the matter of the ancestral vein. Agreed. The 5 of them moved in unison. Vanishing from the peak of Mount Shumi, they soon arrived before the ancestral vein, observing its murky and disordered state, akin to a mass of sludge, completely sealing off the surrounding area and rendering it immobile. However, before the ancestral vein lay 2 meditation cushions, surrounded by an aura of Tao, indicating that powerful practitioners frequently cultivated in this vicinity. My brother and I are not adept in this field, so we can only cautiously tidy up this place from time to time, but before long, it will revert to its original state, Yuan explained, a bitter expression crossing her face, clearly indicating that this task was indeed quite challenging for them. Chongyuan nodded, saying nothing further, as he summoned his divine energy and exclaimed, Sister, Moi, fellow Taoists, let us act together. Agreed. Jiang and Yuan each took on their roles. One chanted with serene tones while the other displayed formidable strength. Tirelessly untangling the chaotic energies of the earth, Moi transformed into his true form, leaping around the ancestral vein, assisting Hutu and Chongyuan in their efforts. Hutu and Chongyuan worked diligently, one wielding the earth-s staff to strike the ancestral vein repeatedly, while the other employed the mountain and river pearl to clear the blockages within. Through their collective efforts, in merely 9 days, the vast ancestral vein was completely unblocked, and rich spiritual energy surged from Mount Shumi, bringing excitement to the beings residing there. I hope for your assistance, dear friends. After completing this task, Chongyuan did not pause, sharing his plans with Jiang and Yuan. After a moment of contemplation, they agreed. It turned out that Chongyuan devised a scheme to ensure he would not fall behind these powerful practitioners in the future. He aimed to carve a great river over the western lands, drawing water from the Yellow River and merging it with the underground sources of the west, creating a river that would traverse the region. In this way, the Yellow River would flow through the southeastern and southwestern parts of the wilderness, ultimately connecting with the Northern River, thereby enhancing the status of the Yellow River's deity and laying the groundwork for Chongyuan to become the Lord of Waters in the future. Brother, your ambitions are indeed grand, Hotu remarked with a smile upon hearing Chongyuan's plan. Recognizing his considerable aspirations, my sister aspires to become the Earth's sovereign. I, her younger brother, am but a regional deity. It seems I cannot attain the position of human sovereign and must seek another path. Given this, I shall assist you in suppressing the Earth's energies, Yuan declared. After all, Chongyuan's scheme posed no detriment to them. Rather, it would only serve to enhance the spiritual energies of the West, which was beneficial. Thank you, dear friends. In the future, Chongyuan shall repay your kindness. With that, Chongyuan transformed into his divine form and journeyed eastward from the foot of Mount Shumi. Carving a path through the mountains that as he moved, a river several hundred zhang in size emerged across the western lands. Jane, Zhuanti, Hutu, and Mai flanked Chongyuan, suppressing the tumultuous energies of the earth. After 3 years of journeying, Chongyuan finally reached the banks of the Yellow River. He soared into the air, bellowing, "Water deities of the Yellow River, heed my command. We shall obey the decree of the Lord of Waters." The myriad water deities responded, abandoning their tasks to manifest upon the river's surface. Utilize your divine powers to summon winds and rains in your respective domains. Though the water deities were perplexed, they dared not disobey their master. Yes, in that instant, countless dark clouds gathered over the Yellow River basin, and soon, heavy rains fell, causing the water levels of the Yellow River to rise at a visible pace. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Chongyuan flicked his dragon tail, opening the pathway he had carved, and the surging waters of the Yellow River burst forth as if they had found an outlet. The elevated waters cascaded down like a waterfall, roaring thunderously, churning and crashing against the mountainside, resembling a furious dragon rushing towards Mount Xumi. As the waters flowed, the chaotic earth energies were thoroughly suppressed, and the 5 elements formation that Chongyuan had previously established activated. Through the transformation of the 5 elements, spiritual energy gradually arose, either replenishing the earth's veins or wandering across the land. Once all was accomplished, Chongyuan's divine energy was nearly depleted, leaving him without the strength to stand upon the wind. Had it not been for Hutu's quick reaction, he might have fallen to the ground. Dear friends, may the spiritual energies of the West flourish eternally. Let this river be named the Ganges. What do you think? Supported by Moi, Chongyuan addressed Jane and Zhuanti. Your intention is profound, and we shall not oppose it, Jane replied, though it was Zhuanti who spoke up this time, with the acknowledgement from the 2 Western lords. The source of the Ganges surged tumultuously, revealing a divine seal that descended into Chongyuan's grasp. Although the Ganges would flow across the entirety of the western lands, it was ultimately an extension of the Yellow River. And since it was Chongyuan who had opened it, the divine position of the river deity rightfully belonged to him. Chongyuan smiled faintly, merging the Yellow River divine seal with the new one he had acquired, and then advised Jane and Zhuanti. The innate 5 elements formation may be dismantled, and with the earth, fire, lotus, and the 8 treasures pool leading the way, let water and fire harmonize. The West naturally belongs to metal. By inviting the other 2 elements, we can establish a grand 5 elements formation. Thank you for your guidance, Jane nodded, producing 3 lotus seeds from his palm. My brother and I possess little of value, and these lotus seeds are all we can offer. We hope the 3 esteemed friends will not find them lacking. Upon seeing Jane present the lotus seeds, Zhuanti also took out 3 strands of Bodhi seeds and handed them to Chongyuan and his companions. In that case, we shall not refuse. Chongyuan, naturally eager for the innate spiritual roots, accepted his share without hesitation. Hutu, not one to be shy, also took her share after Chongyuan did, while Moi hesitated. Moi, since it is a gift from our esteemed friends, you should accept it. With Chongyuan's encouragement, Moi reluctantly took the seeds as well. Previously, at Mount Shumi, I encountered some cultivation methods distinct from the Tao of Immortals, which I presume were devised by you 2. In the future, should I inquire further, I hope you will not take offense. My brother and I shall certainly welcome you with open arms, Zhuanti replied, intrigued by Chongyuan's interest in their shared cultivation path. Naturally showing no opposition. As they chatted, the waters of the Yellow River had already reached the foot of Mount Shumi, activating the 5 elements formation that Chongyuan had laid across the western lands. At that moment, countless celestial flowers rained down from the heavens, radiant with light, accompanied by celestial music. That a vast expanse of mysterious yellow energy surged forth from the void, and heavenly merits descended, amounting to roughly 20% of the merits akin to those of the creation of the world. Since most of this was the result of Chongyuan's efforts, he alone claimed 70%, while Mai received 10%. The diagram of the Earth's veins earned 5%, and Hutu, having intervened numerous times while searching for Chongyuan, also received 10%. The remaining 5% was divided between Jiang and Yuan. Jiang and Yuan were pleasantly surprised, having not expected their casual assistance would yield such merits. However, they chose not to absorb the merits to enhance their cultivation, likely intending to use them for treasure refinement. After all, at this point, Hongjun Laozu had yet to elucidate the path of saints, and they had already attained the pinnacle of Deluo, rendering further advancement impossible. Moi, however, was on the cusp of breaking through to the Deluo realm due to the assistance of merits, but Chongyuan intervened to stabilize Moi's foundation, preventing any instability. The once desolate western lands had flourished due to Chongyuan's actions, revitalizing the spiritual energies of the West, particularly within Mount Shumi, which could rival the finest blessed lands in the wilderness. Connections between the main veins brimmed with spiritual energy, and after millions of years of evolution, they could potentially become a sacred land. With all the western earth veins converging once more at Mount Shumi, it regained its status as the center of the West, solidifying the positions of Jiang and Yuan as the Western lords, making them unshakable. Suddenly, Jiang and Yuan's aura shifted, emanating an enigmatic wave of energy. Hutu and Chongyuan exchanged glances, sensing the heavenly secrets, and soon, they spoke in unison. Congratulations, dear friends, for truly becoming the lords of the West, claiming dominion over its fortune. Chapter 37. Seeking the Tao of the Earth Sovereign. At this juncture, Chongyuan could not help but feel a twinge of envy, although he now held the esteemed position of river deity over two mighty rivers. How could that compare to the fortune of a vast land? Even though the fortunes of the Western territories were divided between two individuals, they still surpassed Chongyuan's OWN.IT. Could be said that, apart from Hongjun and Tai, no other beings in the primordial wilderness possessed fortunes that could rival those of Jiang and Yuan. With matters concluded here, my disciple and I shall return to Mount Shumi. Awaiting the arrival of our fellow Taoist for a discussion on the Tao, the Ganges has already formed, the Earth's energy has been suppressed, and the spiritual essence of the Western lands has notably thickened. Thus, it is only natural that I bid farewell to all and return to Mount Shumi. I hope that, at that time, my two esteemed friends will not think ill of my departure. Chongyuan did not attempt to retain the two, merely offering a polite farewell as he watched them depart. Sister, since you have come to the Yellow River, why not accompany me to view the mountains and rivers of heaven? Chongyuan proposed to Hutu. Let us go, Hutu replied, shaking her head. This lad surely had something he wanted her assistance with. Upon entering the mountains and rivers of heaven, Hutu exclaimed in astonishment, your Taoist venue rivals that of Kunlun Mountain. Without a hint of inferiority, before them lay the expanse of the mountains and rivers of heaven, where towering peaks soared majestically, enveloped in layers of crimson mist, while myriad colorful clouds floated gracefully above, and auspicious light lingered long in the air. Each of the 9 towering mountains was distinct, home to countless spiritual roots, where dragons roared, tigers growled, cranes danced, and monkeys chattered, while deer emerged from blossoms and azure phoenixes sang to the sun, infusing the realm with vitality. If you find it to your liking, sister, why not establish a separate abode here within my mountains and rivers of heaven? Chongyuan suggested. The central peak served as the residence for himself and his close divine kin, and he planned to reserve another main peak for his human avatar and disciples as their dwelling, for he had already established his Taoist venue in the realm of rivers and mountains and would not reside perpetually in the mountains and rivers of heaven. The remaining 7 main peaks were to be designated for Ziguang and Tai as one mountain, Taiming as another, while the last 5 main peaks remained undecided, destined to become the sanctuaries for his future disciples. Now that he had granted one mountain to Hutu, it appeared that he could only accept 4 disciples in the future. Chongyuan quietly calculated this in his heart. Very well, should I find myself with idle time in the future, I may come here to rest. Hutu selected the peak with the most concentrated earth energy, naming it Ginshu Peak, and then accompanied Chongyuan to the central peak. Once they were seated, Hutu directly inquired, Speak, what is it that you seek? Chongyuan was taken aback, then smiled. Sister, you are indeed perceptive. However, this matter is of great significance, and I implore you to assist me in shielding from the heavenly Tao and that individual. Seeing Chongyuan's cautious demeanor, refraining even from mentioning the name of the individual in question, Hutu understood who he was referring to. Without hesitation, she grasped the earthly scepter, emanating a faint yellow light that enveloped the two. As Chongyuan focused his thoughts, the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces formation of the mountains and rivers of heaven unfurled around them, and he produced his true divine seal, intricately carved to depict Chongyuan's true form. Inscribed below with his divine title, Taoei Jiaoshuan Shengshen Shenhimi Luo Shenzun, placing it at the center of the 2. Yuan, what matter could possibly require such caution from you? Hudo asked. Surprised to see Chongyuan present his true divine seal, using his own fortune and merits to shield against the heavenly mysteries. Sister, Chongyuan has a humble request. I hope you can impart the Tao of the Earth Sovereign to me. Chongyuan bowed respectfully. Hudo's expression became serious. After all, the Tao of the Earth Sovereign was her fundamental path. Should she impart this Tao to Chongyuan, if he were to betray her, it would be a grave matter. Sister, I am aware of your concerns, but please take a look at the secret techniques left to me by the great god of the realm. Chongyuan presented to Hudo the sacred methods crafted for the divine lineage by the 3 sovereigns. After a long moment, Hudo gazed at Chongyuan with astonished delight, exclaiming, Yuan, you possess the complete 9 transformations of the path to enlightenment. Sister, do you also possess a part of it? Indeed. It is said that this path to enlightenment was handed down by the 3 sovereigns of the primordial era. Initiated by the heavenly sovereign Songli, supplemented by the earth sovereign Wei Jian, and perfected by the human sovereign Jufeng. I once thought it to be mere legend. Little did I know that His Majesty the human sovereign truly perfected this path. The method I possess can only seal the various paths and ultimately fuse the 9 paths back into chaos. It is far from complete. Hudo's tone was filled with excitement as she directly handed the earthly scepter to Chongyuan, saying, the Tao of the Earth Sovereign resides entirely within the scepter. Take it and contemplate its essence. Thank you, sister. Chongyuan had not anticipated that this matter would be resolved so effortlessly. However, he was curious about something and inquired. Sister, have you been cultivating the 9 transformations of the path to enlightenment? Indeed. When I learned of the 9 transformations from the Earth Sovereign's inheritance, I resolved to cultivate this secret method, but at that time, it was not yet perfected. And what of it? Since it was created by the 3 sovereigns of the primordial era, how could I not perfect it? Chongyuan observed Hudo's imposing demeanor, pondering silently. He questioned himself. Had he been presented with an incomplete path to enlightenment, would he have even dared to cultivate it? Reflecting on the legends of his past life, he suddenly realized that since the primordial era, it had become rare to encounter any male deities of note among the divine lineage. After the end of the ancient era, the divine lineage was entirely dominated by goddesses. Then, sister, to what transformation have you advanced? I am currently cultivating the 3rd transformation. Hudo replied with a smile, then countered. Yuan, and you? I am just beginning to cultivate the 2nd transformation. Chongyuan was taken aback by how much he had fallen behind. Yet with the Tao of the Earth Sovereign now at his disposal, he could swiftly master the 2nd and 3rd transformations. By the way, sister, my human sovereign lineage excels in the art of creation. Perhaps you could also try cultivating the Tao of creation. As Chongyuan spoke, he meticulously recorded the methods related to the Tao of creation from his human sovereign lineage. Very well. Hudo did not refuse and promptly accepted the jade talisman, then said, Yuan, since we have no other matters at hand, why not engage in a discussion on the Tao? That would be most welcome. Since his emergence, Chongyuan had never engaged in a discussion on the Tao with anyone, having solely relied on the human sovereign inheritance for his cultivation. Now, conversing with Hudo would allow him to ascertain if there were any omissions in his understanding. As the 2 delved into their discourse, they naturally focused their attention, thus retracting the previous measures they had set. Taking a moment to adjust their breathing before commencing their discussion, let me go first to cast the first stone to attract jade, Chongyuan said with a smile, beginning to share his insights on the Tao of mountains and rivers. While imparting his understanding of the Tao of mountains and rivers, Chongyuan also intertwined the 5 cultivation methods he had established. Though they were not yet seamlessly integrated, the overall impression was not jarring. As Chongyuan spoke, a grand illustration of the mountains and rivers unfurled behind him, featuring a 9-headed deity at the center, suppressing the earth's energy, regulating the water veins, and embellishing the landscape with the art of creation. With each word from Chongyuan, the spiritual essence surged upon the central peak, the resonance of the Tao thickened, and countless beings rejoiced, yet remained quietly attentive to the profound sounds of the Tao. This sound of the Tao spread outward, drawing near aquatic beings to the mountains and rivers of heaven. However, due to the barriers of the formation, they could only approach the periphery, striving to hear Chongyuan's teachings more clearly. Among them, Mozi, standing outside the hall, heard the teachings most clearly, and the previously unstable foundation within him began to steadily strengthen as he listened. Chongyuan spoke for a century before gradually concluding. After another 50 years, the 2 finally emerged from their discourse. It seems that Yuan will soon surpass me, Hudo remarked with a sense of nostalgia after listening to Chongyuan's teachings, though she herself had also gained much from the exchange. Indeed, The matter of cultivation is not as simple as you suggest, sister. Chongyuan shook his head, then added, it is time for you to share your insights. Huda smiled slightly, opening her lips to reveal the profound truths of the Tao. And behind her, an illustration of the earthly mountains and rivers appeared, depicting a goddess with a human form and a serpent's tail, possessing 9 hands, who governed the mountains and rivers, nurtured life, and presided over harvests. The teachings of Hutu were even more accessible and easily comprehensible than Chongyuan's, and under her deliberate efforts, her teachings transcended the confines of the mountains and rivers of heaven, reaching even some terrestrial beings who listened intently. Chapter 38. The Emergence of a Supreme Treasure. After a century, Chongyuan and Hutu opened their eyes. Reflecting on Hutu's actions during her teachings, Chongyuan could not help but exclaim, no wonder she willingly embraces the cycle of reincarnation. She truly lives up to the title of the benevolent and loving Hutan Yangyang. Yet, he knew he must carefully consider the next steps, having come to regard Hutu as his closest companion. He could not bear to watch her walk into danger. In the span of a century, Chongyuan had successfully sealed the first path with secret techniques and began to cultivate the Tao of the mountain. Making remarkable progress during Hutu's teachings, nearing completion, in less than a millennium, he would master the Tao of the mountain and proceed to cultivate the third transformation, Yuan. I have been away from the Hutu tribe for several millennia. It is time for me to return and pay a visit. After Hutu awakened from her enlightenment, she took her leave from Chongyuan. Here, sister, keep this jade talisman safe, should anything arise in the future. You can contact me through it. Before Hutu departed, Chongyuan bestowed upon her a jade talisman for their correspondence. Intrigued by this artifact, Hutu inquired about its crafting methods from Chongyuan. Intending to create some for the deities of her tribe, thus facilitating future communication. Mojai, please present the earth vein map. Chongyuan summoned Mojai, merging the ancestral veins of the west into it. Even infusing it with the essence of the Ganges, transforming the earth vein map into a water-earth diagram, elevating its grade to a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. Accompany me for a time and diligently cultivate the path of the earth. Chongyuan instructed, returning the treasure map to Mojai. Furthermore, Chongyuan planned to remain within the realm of mountains and rivers to enhance her cultivation before establishing the heavenly court, ensuring that the lineage of the human emperor would not lose face among the myriad deities of the primordial chaos. See you again in 3,000 years at the heavenly court. Hutu surmised Chongyuan's intentions, and upon her return, she too aimed to enhance her strength to uphold the reputation of the Earth Emperor lineage. As the heir of the Earth Emperor and a powerful goddess, how could Hutu be unaware of Taiyi's intent to establish the heavenly palace? After bidding farewell to the two, Chongyuan instructed the numerous water deities of the Yellow River. I shall enter seclusion for 2,000 years. During this time, you must guard the Yellow River and refrain from stirring up trouble. We shall faithfully obey the Divine Lord's command. Xin Qi and Wei Lu expressed their elation, for Chongyuan granted them the Yellow River's division seal, empowering them to quell any misdeeds by water deities with the river's might. If they performed well, upon Chongyuan's emergence from seclusion, they would be rewarded with the path to transcendence. Thank you, Divine Lord. The two were overwhelmed with joy, for achieving the Great Luo would place them among the rare few of such stature in the world. After issuing her directives, Chongyuan informed Ziguang and Taiming before reigniting the formation of mountains and rivers, returning to Central Peak to meditate in solitude. Time passed in a blink, and 2,000 years flew by. On that day, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated Central Peak, revealing Chongyuan suspended in midair, adorned with dark yellow auspicious clouds, draped in a radiant array of 36 colors. Surrounded by swirling spiritual essence, Chongyuan sat serenely atop it, a smile gracing her face, before a chaotic pool of water where a 12-petal azure lotus bloomed, alongside a 12-petal yellow lotus. In addition to these two 12-petal lotuses, there was also a 9-petal dark yellow lotus and a vibrant green seed floating within. Countless laws of the great Tao collided and merged, forming a chaotic lotus. However, just as the petals began to unfurl, the pool rippled, causing the chaotic lotus to shatter into myriad traces of Tao rhythm, vanishing without a trace. Alas, why must I be so hasty? With a thought, Chongyuan recalled all manifestations into her consciousness, her eyes shimmering with divine light. As her aura deepened and became even more unfathomable, she retrieved the Yellow River divine seal to inspect the actions of the water deities over the millennia. Finding that Wei Lu and Xin Qi had managed admirably, with not a single flaw in the Yellow River basin over the past 1,000 years, Chongyuan reflected on this and took a step forward to stand before Wei Lu and Xin Qi. You two have done exceptionally well. Here is the method for the water deities to attain enlightenment that I have compiled. Take it and contemplate. she directly handed them the promised knowledge, adding, "Choose a time to enter seclusion. And once you achieve the Great Luo, you shall completely govern the Yellow River region, while I will retreat behind the scenes." Naturally, Chongyuan would not relinquish the divine positions of the Yellow River and Ganges. As they pertained to her future plans, To put it in contemporary terms, it was as if Chongyuan were the owner, and although they were high-ranking executives, they were still working for her. "Thank you for your cultivation, Divine Lord. I shall not disappoint you." Wei Lu and Xian Qi were overjoyed, having expected that achieving the Great Luo would be a significant accomplishment. Yet now they were entrusted with the governance of the Yellow River. Just as Chongyuan was about to send them back to cultivate in seclusion, a resounding roar reverberated across the primordial chaos, echoing in the hearts of all its beings. Moments later, a radiant display erupted from the southern 10,000 mountains. Vibrant and diverse, as the great Tao resonated and immeasurable divine light shone forth, captivating the minds of countless beings. With this roar, all the great practitioners in seclusion were awakened, and in an instant, every cultivator in the primordial chaos began to stir with suspicion. As the radiant light faded, a vague colossal shadow appeared in the sky, resembling a massive bronze cauldron. Yet, shortly thereafter, the shadow dissipated, as if all that had transpired was but an illusion. However, the cultivators of the primordial chaos went into a frenzy. Even those who had been in seclusion for ages broke through their barriers, rushing toward the 10,000 mountains. "Divine Lord, is that?" Wei Lu asked in a dazed manner. For the bronze cauldron appeared as a mere illusion, yet seemed to harbor countless profound truths of the great Tao, deeply alluring to all. The innate supreme treasure, Confronting, the great practitioners, including Chongyuan, discerned far more than Xian Qi and Wei Lu. Upon the shadow's emergence, they immediately recognized the essence of the spiritual treasure. "You two remain by the Yellow River. If you can stabilize your minds, then attempt to break through. If not, do not force it," Chongyuan advised with a serious demeanor. "Understood. This matter does not concern you. Perhaps we, the new generation of great practitioners, are merely passing through." Chongyuan spoke with an enigmatic tone, sensing the awakening of several ancient deities, clearly indicating that these long-retired powers could not resist the temptation of the innate supreme treasure. Gazing toward the heavens, Chongyuan observed countless streams of spiritual light from various locales in the primordial chaos racing toward the 10,000 mountains. In an instant, the sky was aglow with myriad colors, beautiful and dreamlike. Yet, despite the vast number of beings rushing forth, they had no qualification to join the battlefield when the innate supreme treasure emerged. It could be said that this time, only those who had attained the Great Luo were worthy to approach. Even many of those at the Great Luo level were merely there to witness the spectacle. Although everyone, aside from Hongjun, was at the Great Luo level, their cultivation time was still too short compared to the ancient deities. Alas, I may as well join the commotion, observing the myriad streams of spiritual light converging toward the bronze cauldron. Chongyuan, as the heir of the human emperor lineage, felt compelled to make an appearance. Within Yujing Mountain, the venerable Hongjun, who had been consolidating his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, gazing toward the distant emergence of the Confronting. The allure of an innate supreme treasure is something even a sage cannot overlook. However, he found himself unable to leave at that moment, so he could only send out his 3 disciples. Although they had yet to reach the quasi-saint realm, their abilities would still allow them to contend against some ancient deities. Soon, with a thought, Hongjun sent a white jade talisman through the fabric of space. Landing in Kuan Mountain, where the 3 were deliberating whether to descend when they spotted the talisman and immediately made up their minds. Chapter 39, The Gathering of Great Beings' Eldest Brother. Second brother, it appears that the time for us 3 brothers to make our mark in the primordial chaos has arrived. The youngest, Tong Tian, exclaimed with excitement, his voice filled with fervor. The 3 brothers, since their emergence, had only visited Kunlun Mountain and attended a few teachings by Hongjun at Yujing Mountain, never truly traversing the primordial chaos. Thus, Tong Tian's exuberance was understandable upon realizing they could finally descend the mountain. Meanwhile, the most ceremonious of the trio, Yuan Shi, frowned at Tong Tian's demeanor and said, "As cultivators, we should maintain our composure. If outsiders were to witness this, what would it say about us?" "Second brother, I am merely too excited," Tong Tian replied, looking dejected. "All right, let us set off quickly. We must not tarnish our Panga lineage." As the elder brother spoke, the 2 naturally ceased their debate, soaring towards the direction of the emergence of the Chongyuan cauldron upon a cloud of celebration. Apart from the Sanqing, Fuxi, and Niwa of Finqi Mountain, the never-before-seen Hongyans and Yuzi, the Jian and Juandi of Shumi Mountain, the Kuanping from the North Sea, and the Laozu of the Mingyi and the Blood Sea. All made their way towards the Chongyuan cauldron. Even the ancient three clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin dispatched several great powers, while other divine beast lineages also sent their formidable beings to join. Chongyuan soon arrived from the Yellow River, gazing at the gathering of formidable beings from across the Hongmeng, and sighed within, pondering how many would remain after this event. Before long, Chongyuan spotted Tai and Dumu and approached them. As he and Ziguang belonged to the same lineage of the human sovereign, and thus shared a common cause, Sister Ziguang, I wonder if my nephew is handsome, Chongyuan teased as he arrived before Dumu. Humph, how dare you say that? Ziwiyu has been born for 5,000 years, and you have yet to even catch a glimpse of him. How can you call him your nephew? Dumu retorted, quite indignant. Hee, Sister Ziguang, you know I've been busy mending the western veins. I simply have no time. Chongyuan replied. Oh, you have time to form a brotherhood with Hutu, yet no time to see your nephew? Dumu countered, Sister Hutu is the heir of the Earth Sovereign. My brotherhood with her is for the sake of the divine clan. Chongyuan quickly explained, retrieving a gift he had prepared, saying, Sister Ziguang, this is a small trinket I refined. Consider it a gift for my nephew Ziwiyu. Dumu received the precious pearl from Chongyuan's hand, exclaiming, this is too much. Such a treasure is unfit for Ziwiyu. The pearl was indeed a life-preserving treasure crafted by Chongyuan. Infused with a portion of his virtuous merit from mending the earth's veins. It could be said that with this item to protect him, unless one was unafraid of the backlash of fate, they would not dare to harm Ziwiyu. Sister, this is a gift for Ziwiyu. How could it be deemed excessive? Chongyuan insisted, pressing the pearl into Dumu's hand. To prevent Dumu from refusing further. He then approached Hutu and engaged her in casual conversation. Dumu, observing Chongyuan chatting amiably with Hutu, shook her head and had no choice but to accept the pearl. That boy is mending the western veins, and his merits could be said to be unparalleled in the Hongmeng. Offering such a bit of merit is hardly significant. Noticing Dumu's lingering concern, Tai began to comfort her. I understand, but he seems cheerful. I can't shake the feeling that something weighs heavily on his heart. Urging him to hasten forward. Dumu's eyes were filled with worry as she regarded Chongyuan. Do not fret. When the time is right, he will surely confide in us, Tai assured, his gaze towards Chongyuan revealing curiosity. From the first moment he encountered Chongyuan, he sensed a certain urgency in his cultivation. Though Chongyuan was cautious not to force a breakthrough that might compromise his foundation, he sought every means to elevate his prowess. Sister, you've completed the third transformation in your cultivation over the years, Chongyuan exclaimed in astonishment upon noticing a change in Huda's aura. Indeed, and I find the path of creation flows effortlessly for me. I believe I shall achieve perfection within 10,000 years, Huda replied with a smile in her eyes. Gasp, Chongyuan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath upon hearing Huda's words. He had thought his own pace of cultivation was swift, only to realize Huda was progressing even faster, which struck him hard. Hee. Huda chuckled at Chongyuan's crestfallen expression. You need not feel so disheartened. After all, the path of creation aligns perfectly with me. If I were to pursue other paths, my speed would not measure up to yours. Comparing myself to you all is truly disheartening, Chongyuan lamented. However, upon seeing the arrival of Timing, who bore an aura not weaker than his own, he accepted it. Knowing Timing had been in seclusion within the Shine Star and had consistently surpassed him in cultivation, but what of Zhuanti and Jiang? Those who were once inferior to Chongyuan had, after he helped mend the western veins, cast aside a burden and surged forward in cultivation, catching up with him. Especially Jiang. One could say he was indeed the manifestation of the lotus from the chaos Qinglian. Now, even Chongyuan felt a tinge of apprehension at his burgeoning strength, and the faint aura of cause and effect surrounding him suggested he had truly embarked upon the path of causality. Friend Jiang, you truly are formidable, Huta noted, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she sensed Jiang's cultivation level. Chongyuan resolved inwardly, realizing he must strive even harder in the future, lest he fall behind these great powers. After a brief exchange, other Wu gods began to arrive in succession, not being of the Wu clan himself. Chongyuan did not wish to greet the other ancestral witches, so he excused himself and returned to Dumu's side. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several years had flown by. During this time, the Chongyuan cauldron exhibited numerous anomalies, and all present understood that the emergence of the Chongyuan cauldron was imminent. During this interval, Fushi felt a pang of regret upon sensing Chongyuan's aura, reflecting on why he had previously treated him so harshly. Fortunately, as Nuwa and Dumu shared a bond, and both were great powers whom Tai sought to ally with, they took Fushi along to approach Chongyuan and extend their apologies. In light of Tai and Dumu's intercession, Chongyuan chose to overlook the matter, though he remained somewhat distant towards Niwa and Fushi. Taiming, what brings you to the Hongwang? Chongyuan inquired curiously as he stood beside Taiming. A treasured artifact is about to emerge, Taiming replied. Such a contradiction. You clearly despise the bustle yet claim to venture out due to the Qianquan cauldron's emergence, Chongyuan remarked with a dismissive scoff, directly exposing Taiming's falsehood. Unfazed by the revelation, Taiming's expression remained unchanged, opting for silence. Boring. Very well, once this matter concludes, do visit my Shanhua Tian, if you wish. You may stay there and establish a separate abode. Chongyuan invited. Agreed. Just as Chongyuan was about to speak again, three figures of vastly differing appearances descended upon a white cloud from the heavens. Elder brother, second brother, we have finally arrived. Tongtian gazed down at the multitude of formidable beings below, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Had it not been for your desire to seize this opportunity to witness the wonders of the Hongwang, we would have arrived much sooner. Yuanshi's tone was stern. Yet his eyes softened. I merely wished to see if I could find a piece of innate spiritual treasure, hence the delay. Tongtian defended himself. Enough, this place gathers all the great powers of the Hongwang. We must not act recklessly, Laozi interjected decisively, sensing the brewing quarrel between his two brothers. Chongyuan felt the overwhelming pressure exuding from the three and, narrowing his eyes at their auras, realized that Hongjun had likely imparted the three corpses' path to the Sanqing long ago. However, the three remained in the Deluo realm, and due to the suppression of the heavenly Tao, even Taiching Laozi, who would one day be called the first sage, could not break through to the quasi-saint realm. Regardless, the Qianquan cauldron must not fall into the hands of the Sanqing. Chongyuan silently vowed as he gazed at the Sanqing. The reason for Chongyuan's mindset transformation was that prior to the Sanqing's arrival, the majority present were of the divine clan. No matter who it fell to, it would exert a certain suppressive influence on the divine clan's fortune. The Sanqing, however, were different, as the first-generation disciples of the celestial Tao, future saints of the Xianmen. Among them, only Tongtian lacked a treasure to suppress fortune. The downfall of the Xianmen would commence with the Jie sect. If the Sanqing were to acquire the Qianquan cauldron now, it would surely be taken by Hongjun. Should the Zixia Palace impart teachings in the future and grant it to Tongtian, the three teachings of the Xianmen would possess treasures to suppress fortune, while the Jia sect would find it increasingly difficult to lose, solidifying the Shuaman's position as the foremost path in the Hongwang. Thus, under no circumstances would Chongyuan allow the Sanqing to obtain the Qianquan cauldron. He covertly conveyed to Taiming, Gutu, Ziguang, Tai, and other close allies of the divine clan, in the future, I shall provide everyone with a reasonable explanation. Finally, Chongyuan added. The curious onlookers, upon hearing this, momentarily quelled their inquiries. Though Tai's eyes sparkled with newfound intrigue as he regarded Chongyuan, others remained unaware of the true identities of the Sanqing. But how could Tai, who had once studied under the Zhufang clan, be oblivious? Yet, if Chongyuan had gleaned this knowledge from the Zhufang clan's legacy, it would logically follow that Ziguang would also be informed. However, Ziguang's puzzled expression indicated that the legacy did not contain details about the Sanqing. Thus, how had Chongyuan come to possess this knowledge? It is worth noting that this is the first appearance of the three purities in the primordial chaos. Brother, it seems there are so many powerful beings in the primordial chaos. I truly underestimated the heroes of this world, Tongtian remarked with a sense of awe. Laozi and Yuanshi remained silent, yet they too were profoundly astonished. Laozi's thoughts wandered further. He had not anticipated the presence of such formidable figures within the divine race. It appeared that the task of revitalizing the path of immortality would not be as simple as he had hoped, especially with these two individuals. Laozi's gaze inadvertently swept over Tai and Chongyuan. One possessed unfathomable strength, while the other, though weaker than his three brothers, instilled in him an inexplicable feeling that this person would ultimately become a true adversary to the path of immortality. Brother, second brother, it seems this treasure is beyond our reach, Tongtian said dejectedly, sensing the overwhelming auras of those far superior to them in the distance. We must exert every effort to seize this treasure. Yuanshi declared resolutely. Indeed, we must claim this treasure. Laozi, typically composed and serene, found himself unusually determined this time. Without delving into how the three resolved to wrest the Qianquan Ding from the hands of numerous powerful beings, Chongyuan had also made up his mind to unite all present divine beings to eliminate any non-divine cultivators first. As he surveyed the surroundings, he felt a deep sense of reflection. The emergence of the innate treasure had driven countless mighty beings into a frenzy. However, to acquire such a treasure, one must possess sufficient strength. In this bloody contest, who knew how many great beings would perish due to greed, dissipating into the void? while the one who ultimately grasped the Confronting would stand the test of time and explore the profound truths? After contemplating these matters, Chongyuan stepped forward and proclaimed, "Esteemed fellow cultivators, why not join forces to expel the other cultivators from the arena?" This declaration, articulated in divine script, was comprehensible to all present, yet its implications were unmistakable. At this moment, as the spiritual treasure had not yet emerged, the powerful beings in attendance, though wary, were hesitant to act first, unwilling to be the initial provocateur. However, the non-divine cultivators, upon hearing Chongyuan's words, felt a weight in their hearts. If the divine race truly united to clear the field, they would have no chance of obtaining the treasure. Most divine beings regarded Chongyuan's proposal with indifference, yet a few stood in support. "What you say is true, Your Highness. We are all part of the divine race. Regardless of who ultimately claims the Confronting, it is a boon for us. However, should it fall into the hands of those cultivators, the situation would be quite different. Indeed, the path of immortality damages the heavenly path for its own benefit, akin to a pestilence in the grand scheme of existence. Although Hongjun has attained sanctity, the path of immortality has not flourished under the suppression of our divine path. If the Confronting is seized by the immortals, our divine path may no longer contain their rise." One ancient god boldly asserted, this figure, known as the ancestor of golden light, was the first to attain enlightenment through the primordial golden light. Since ancient times, he had remained steadfastly loyal to the Jiufeng clan. While Chongyuan was the essence that emerged after the transformation of the Jiufeng clan, he had not yet received widespread recognition as their sovereign, unlike Hutu. Thus, despite Chongyuan's considerable status, he was still overshadowed by these ancient gods. Upon the ancestor of golden light's declaration, nearly all divine beings present fell into contemplation, preparing to take action. Many cultivators, realizing their fate was intertwined with the Confronting, retreated early. Yet, some, blinded by greed, refused to leave and ultimately face suppression or death at the hands of the divine race. After Chongyuan's statement, Jiang and Yuan decisively turned to leave, knowing that Chongyuan was a man of his word. Even if no divine beings allied with him in the end, he would still rally his friends within the divine race to expel the non-divine cultivators, and those friends of Chongyuan were certainly not to be trifled with. As Jiang and Yuan gazed longingly at the location where the Confronting was to manifest, Yuan curiously inquired, "Brother, why do you think Chongyuan made such a proclamation?" "Because he is of the divine race." Jiang replied, his tone enigmatic. "It cannot be that simple," Yuan countered, shaking his head. Although he too was unsure of the underlying reasons, he felt it was not as straightforward as Jiang suggested. "You and I have a rare opportunity to leave the West. Let us wander the southern realms," he proposed. "Very well," Jiang agreed. After uttering these words, the two departed the 10,000 great mountains hand in hand. Though Zhuani failed to notice the grave expression in Jiang's eyes as he glanced back at Laozi and his companions. Laozi observed that, aside from the divine beings, the remaining cultivators had either fled or been suppressed, leaving only a handful behind. He raised his voice. "Esteemed cultivators, we are all beings of the primordial chaos. Why must you target us so? Paths differing, we cannot conspire together." The ancestor of golden light retorted coldly, showing no mercy as he suppressed another cultivator. "Very well, fellow friends. I suggest we join forces to resist the divine race while the treasure is about to emerge. Once it appears, they shall have no time for us, and we can act independently." Laozi, renowned among the three purities for his cunning, swiftly devised a countermeasure. Agreed. Laozi's words garnered the unanimous consent of all remaining cultivators, who swiftly cast aside their opponents and converged towards the three purities. Chongyuan had been observing silently until Laozi spoke. A glimmer of intent flickered in his eyes as he unleashed 9 great mountains, conjuring a tumultuous river that encircled the area. "Do you wish to depart?" In an instant, the world seemed to fall silent, save for Chongyuan's chilling voice echoing within the formation. The many cultivators advancing towards the three purities felt an icy dread wash over them as they sensed Chongyuan's murderous intent. "Who are you to act thus?" one cultivator shouted in anger, emboldened by fear. Boom! Chongyuan ceased concealing his power, his aura surging as the river roared and mountains trembled, instilling a profound sense of pressure within the hearts of all present. "I am Chongyuan of the Emperor human lineage." This marked the first time Chongyuan revealed his true strength before the myriad mighty beings of the primordial chaos. It was also at this moment that his name began to resonate across the vast expanse of the primordial land. Chongyuan, a formidable name indeed. We shall remember it. The earlier speaker, feeling the weight of Chongyuan's presence, was gripped by fear and, unable to maintain his composure, uttered a final threat before attempting to flee. Chapter 41. Decisive Slaughterhumph. Chongyuan cast a cold glance, summoning the river to form a water dragon that lunged at the man, dragging him into the depths of the torrent. Hiss. The decisiveness of Chongyuan's actions, upon sensing the life extinguished from the man, instilled even greater fear within the remaining cultivators. They realized that both he and the fallen cultivator were of the same realm, yet the latter had not even a moment to resist before being slain. What chance did they have? Cough. Esteemed sir, let us discuss this calmly. I shall take my leave, many cultivators hastily proclaimed, emboldened by the recent example. Though they harbored resentment, they retreated in haste from the 10,000 great mountains. Witnessing these events unfold, the remaining individuals were lost in their thoughts. Laozi maintained a tranquil facade, for he had already grasped some understanding of the Hunyuan path, and Chongyuan's current strength seemed insufficient to him. Yuan, however, wore a troubled expression. As the one most concerned with preserving his dignity and revitalizing the path of immortality, his countenance darkened upon witnessing Chongyuan's merciless execution of an immortal powerhouse. Meanwhile, Tongtian's eyes gleamed with battle intent. He resolved that should a contest for the Qian arise, he would ensure Chongyuan became his rival. As for Tai, Hutu, and other divine beings, whether allies or merely acquaintances of Chongyuan, they marveled at his remarkable progress. Realizing that given more time, he could emerge as a leader among the divine race. In stark contrast, figures like Fuxi, Nuwa, and the malevolent deities who had lost their domains due to Chongyuan's rise wore expressions of deep discontent. Among those present, only you three remain as non-divine beings and refuse to depart. Chongyuan, oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd, fixed a cold gaze upon Laozi. Yet, within him, urgency surged. He could not afford to delay any longer. As Chongyuan posed his question, the gaze of the numerous deities present fell squarely upon the three purities, imposing upon them immense pressure. After all, those who remained were all at the great Luo stage. Perhaps most deities were not as formidable as the three purities, yet their strength was not so unparalleled as to disregard the multitude of divine beings surrounding them. Just as Laozi was about to speak up and withdraw, a dazzling burst of golden light suddenly erupted in the heavens and the earth. This golden radiance was blinding, overwhelming for any cultivator of lesser prowess. Alas, upon witnessing this radiant display, Chongyuan sighed, yielding to his impulses, and dismantled the grand formation he had set up. His actions, coupled with the unexpected emergence of a treasured artifact, jolted the gathered crowd into awareness. The earlier abrupt establishment of the formation by Chongyuan was not merely to threaten the cultivators into retreat but was primarily aimed at concealing the phenomenon of spiritual energy gathering heralding the arrival of the Qian. Very well, let each rely on their own capabilities. After sensing the gazes of the crowd upon him, Chongyuan muttered to himself and turned back to stand beside Ziguang. Yuan, why did you not consult us first? Ziguang lamented with a tone of regret. Sister, the situation unfolded so suddenly. I did not have time to consider, Chongyuan replied. Before he could say more, Tai interjected, no matter, though these three possess extraordinary origins and formidable strength. The Qian is undoubtedly a treasure of our divine clan. Boom. As the conversation continued, a thunderous roar erupted from the void, followed by an immense surge of spiritual energy that shot upwards like a volcano in eruption. Accompanying this outburst, a beam of golden light soared into the sky, instantly transforming the vast expanse above, as if it had been pierced by golden rays, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. Thud, thud, thud. The towering golden pillar of light gradually faded, revealing a colossal bronze ding suspended in mid-air. In an instant, the renowned figures of the primordial era displayed their true colors, their eyes filled with avarice as they gazed upon the Qian ding, eagerly poised to act. Haha, the Qian ding is mine. A mid-stage great Luo deity could no longer resist the temptation and was the first to dash towards the ding, seeking death. The other powerful beings, outraged at the audacity of one daring to seize the Qian ding, surged with divine power, unleashing a torrent of divine light towards that individual with overwhelming force. Though this cultivator was impressive, dozens of great Luo deities joined forces, including many ancient great beings. Not even 100 could withstand such a fierce onslaught. In but a moment, before the individual could draw near the Qian ding, they were struck by the barrage of attacks, letting out a wretched scream before vanishing into the void. The actions of this individual acted as a signal. With their demise, the gathered great powers could no longer suppress their inner turmoil, and all rushed madly towards the Qian ding. Of course, some more discerning powerful beings, witnessing the chaotic battlefield, chose to retreat and hide, hoping to play the role of a fisherman waiting for the opportune moment. The ones charging forward were not necessarily the mightiest. for they were acutely aware of their limitations and sought to seize this fleeting chance to obtain the treasured artifact. Unfortunately, even if they secured the Chongyuan, they lacked the strength to wield it. As for the other formidable beings, they patiently observed from the sidelines, waiting for the weaker ones to be eliminated before seizing their opportunity to act. Chongyuan watched the deities clash with each other, a flicker of pity in his eyes, yet he understood that even if he attempted to dissuade them at this moment, no one would heed his words. Conversely, Tai Ming, noticing Chongyuan's reluctance, coldly remarked, "These deities, oblivious to the inevitable fate, will ultimately lose their lives in this futile contention, and the treasured artifact will never remain in their grasp. Indeed, you speak true. I am merely contemplating how much fortune our divine clan will lose with their demise." Chongyuan shook his head, expressing his sorrow. After all, along his journey, Chongyuan had also stained his hands with considerable bloodshed and lives, and it was not simply out of compassion for the fallen that he felt such remorse. Upon hearing Chongyuan's words, Tai Ming fell silent, no longer speaking. "Brother, how should we proceed?" Yuan inquired, his tone icy as he surveyed the ongoing slaughter. Although the divine clan had predominantly engaged in suppression, they had still slain numerous cultivators of the immortal Dao. It is crucial to recognize that at this time, the immortal Dao was not yet the revered path it would later become. Rather, it was in its infancy, and those who could cultivate to the great Luo stage were exceedingly rare. Yet, many had perished at the hands of the deities, resulting in untold losses of fortune for the immortal Dao, which had left Yuan feeling unsettled. Now, witnessing the divine clan turn upon one another, he could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. "This treasured artifact is beyond our grasp," Laozi observed that Chongyuan, Tai Ming, Hutu, and Ziguang were all watching their every move. As soon as they acted, the four would respond in kind, leaving no opportunity for the three purities to claim the treasure. To think that we, the true inheritors of Pangu, guided by our master and comprehending the path of chaos, cannot even contend for a single treasured artifact. Yuan's tone was filled with indignation, and his heart harbored an obsession with power. Noticing the waning aura of the three purities, Chongyuan understood that they had temporarily set aside their aspirations to seize the Chongyuan. However, he did not fully relax and instead engaged the other three in casual conversation. "Why have these ancient great beings emerged from their long seclusion after so many years, only to contend with us for the Chongyuan? Before arriving here, Chongyuan had assumed these ancient powers possessed strength far surpassing their generation. But upon witnessing their suppression of the cultivators, he found many of them to be even weaker than himself, prompting him to voice such thoughts. Though they are powerful, it is precisely because of this that they have stagnated for years without progress. Now that the treasured artifact has appeared, they naturally wish to contend for it, hoping to derive insights that may lead to their advancement." Hutu responded with a shake of her head and a smile. Had they not hidden away during the primordial era, but instead seized the opportunity to compete for great fortune alongside the myriad powerful beings, they would not need to vie with us so desperately now. "The current world of Hongmeng is no longer their era." Chongyuan observed the brutal clashes unfolding in the arena, a hint of mockery gracing his features as he spoke. Chapter 42, Heart Death. "No life, no. Yuan, do you truly believe that these great beings are unaware of this? In truth, they are well aware. Yet, some matters must be undertaken, and certain choices, though perilous, leave them no alternative." Ziguang smiled softly at Chongyuan, her gaze drifting over the continually battling great powers, a flicker of complexity evident in her eyes as she continued. "These ancient great beings have been in hiding for countless years, perhaps, as you say. During the primordial era, they dared not contend for that fortune, instead opting for seclusion to survive. Yet now, the heavenly Tao no longer permits their continued retreat. Thus, they must emerge with the advent of the Chongyuan. Fully cognizant that their chances of seizing it are slim and fraught with danger, but this represents their final hope of existence in Hongmeng. Humanity's 5 declines." Chongyuan furrowed his brow. "Logically, those at the great Luo stage should have completely extricated themselves from the river of fate, rendering the notion of humanity's 5 declines inconceivable. It is not the 5 declines of humanity, but rather the loss of their fervor. Their hearts have perished." Tai Ming spoke with a tinge of desolation. "Heart death." Chongyuan came to a realization. For any cultivator, only with a steadfast heart could there be hope for survival. Now, these great beings, with hearts extinguished, were compelled to fight desperately for their lives. "Look, How many of those who survived the great struggles of the primordial era have re-emerged? Ziguang posed another question. Indeed, Chongyuan surveyed the area and found not a single one of those who had survived the primordial era instilled in him a sense of overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, the battlefield had escalated into chaos. Countless great powers perished in the contest for the Confronting, and the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains now resembled a sea of corpses and blood, with no living soul daring to approach. The Confronting had passed through the hands of innumerable great beings, yet even if they temporarily laid claim to it, they lacked the strength to defend it, especially when the other powerful beings observed someone seizing the Confronting. They tacitly ceased their attacks and collectively turned their fury upon the one who had obtained it. Thus, though many had managed to grasp the Confronting, none had ever retained it. Nor had anyone successfully carried it away as long as no one could hold onto the Confronting. This brutal conflict would not cease. The once vibrant 10,000 great mountains had transformed into a graveyard. Buried beneath the remains of countless great beings, amidst the chaos, a mighty deity suddenly erupted with radiant vigor, bellowing, "Heaven and earth are boundless." The moment this individual made his move, he revealed the terrifying prowess of an ancient supreme being. With a single strike, he sent all the deities surrounding the Confronting flying, and even shattered the body and soul of a Deluo entity with that blow, seizing the opportunity while the multitude of powerful beings were momentarily stunned. He swiftly grasped the Confronting and fled into the distance, hardly taking a moment to survey its entirety. What if he was an ancient supreme? Among the gathered cultivators, there were many who could stand alongside him, and even some who surpassed his might. Moreover, he had now become the target of everyone's ire. Should he dare to linger even for a moment, he would surely face obliteration in the next instant. "Jiha, you old scoundrel, stop right there," a youthful-looking elder with white hair shouted fiercely, vanishing from sight in an instant, only to reappear before Jiha. The other mighty beings also reacted, unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Jiha. However, as these assaults struck him, an unexpected white light emanated from Jiha's body, engulfing all the attacks, and when the light dissipated, Jiha himself had vanished. If Jiha had so easily snatched the Confronting, it would have left the faces of the powerful beings present utterly devoid of dignity. As the white light appeared, numerous mighty beings sensed something amiss and began probing their surroundings. Just as the light faded, Jiha's figure was revealed, having been struck out by a goddess clad in yellow. Among those present was a figure renowned across the realms, now being outmaneuvered by Jiha, leaving them far from pleased. Consequently, many of the powerful beings ceased holding back, unleashing an onslaught of attacks far surpassing their previous efforts against Jiha. Jiha gazed at the multitude of powerful beings surrounding him, his heart filled with despair. For he knew he could not escape from so many supreme entities. "This treasure shall belong to me, Jiha. If I cannot possess it, then neither shall you." In an instant, madness flickered in Jiha's eyes. His divine power surging as a tome radiating wild energy materialized before him. He channeled over 80% of his divine essence into this tome. "Not good. Jiha is going to self-destruct," a mighty being exclaimed in horror, immediately turning to flee. Yet Jiha was undeterred. He bit his tongue, spraying his vital essence onto the tome. In an instant, the tome expanded tremendously, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of miles, infused with an aura of destruction. "Die!" Jiha roared frenziedly. Boom! A resounding chime echoed through the heavens at that moment. Chongyuan and the others felt a tremor in their hearts, for they all knew that Tai had made his move. Tai had been silently observing, watching the brutal clashes and the countless deities perishing. Though he felt reluctant, he had no intention of intervening so soon. He understood that this was fate. Even if he stepped in now to halt the chaos, these deities would soon perish due to their own resolve. Rather than intervene, it was preferable to let them vie for a sliver of hope, perhaps even reigniting their resolve to survive. However, Jiha's madness, intent on self-destruction with all his divine power, would surely claim the lives of countless deities and lead to the complete annihilation of the 10,000 great mountains. It must be noted that the 10,000 great mountains were the ancestral veins of the southern wilderness. Should they be destroyed, the southern veins would be irreparably damaged, likely reverting to the desolate wasteland of the past. If the ancestral veins were to suffer due to the divine race's demise, it would be no less catastrophic than the loss of fortune endured by the mighty beings upon their ascension to divinity. Thus, to prevent the divine race's fortune from plummeting further, Tai had no choice but to act preemptively. With the resounding chime of the chaotic bell, countless mighty beings withdrew their attacks, and even Jiha deflated like a deflated balloon, collapsing to the ground as the Chongyuan fell from his grasp. Tai's authority was such because he had stood by the side of the ancient human emperor, residing with the Zhu family for countless years. Moreover, the Zhu family had groomed Tai as the next ruler of the divine race, and the other deities unanimously acknowledged Tai's claim to the throne. Had it not been for the Zhu family's sudden transformation while exploring the path of divinity, resulting in a leaderless divine race and the demonic race inciting chaos, Tai would have long since ascended as the fourth emperor of the divine race. Thus, upon hearing the chime, the battling deities halted their conflicts, turning their gazes toward Tai. The Chongyuan is a treasure of the heavens and earth, rightfully belonging to our divine race. As soon as Tai voiced this, the fate of the Chongyuan was sealed. After his proclamation, Tai picked up the Chongyuan and surveyed the surroundings. Countless mighty beings displayed varying expressions. In terms of strength, they were not far from Tai, but with the innate treasure of the chaotic bell in his possession, even united, they may not pose a challenge to him. Moreover, Tai's unique status within the divine race, being the master of the star gods and having numerous deities under his banner, coupled with his connections to the human emperor's lineage, meant that their faction was not lacking in divine beings either. However, as wealth often stirs ambition, one mighty being bellowed, Tai, you claim the Chongyuan as our divine race's treasure, but who shall oversee it? Tai furrowed his brow, about to respond, when he heard Chongyuan's voice in his mind. Brother-in-law, you already possess the chaotic bell. Why not entrust the Chongyuan to me for safekeeping? Oh, in the gaze of all the gods, how could I hand over this ancestral treasure to you? Upon hearing Chongyuan's suggestion, Tai found it a splendid idea, yet it lacked legitimacy. If he were to so readily entrust it to Chongyuan, how could he command respect in the future? This was no trivial matter. Chongyuan felt a surge of joy, never expecting Tai would truly consider his proposal. Brother-in-law, please circulate your divine power. Simultaneously, Chongyuan discreetly transmitted a stream of divine essence from beneath his feet, standing beside them. Huda's eyes flickered as she glanced at Chongyuan, exchanging a knowing smile before unleashing an even more formidable earth divine power to conceal Chongyuan's essence. Thank you, sister. Good lad. Upon hearing Chongyuan's words, Tai sensed a subtle shift in the divine energy beneath him and, no longer hesitating, began to circulate his own divine power to shield Chongyuan's essence. All right, brother-in-law, ease up a bit. Feeling his divine power rapidly assimilating into the Chongyuan, Chongyuan raised an eyebrow but quickly regained his composure. Urging that divine essence to guide the Chongyuan towards himself, in an instant, the Chongyuan emitted a resonant hum, breaking free from Tai's grasp and soaring into Chongyuan's embrace. Chongyuan feigned surprise while secretly channeling it once more, directly absorbing the Chongyuan into his own being. This unexpected turn of events left all the mighty beings present in stunned silence. It was unclear who murmured, "The treasure chooses its master." Chongyuan quickly regained his wits and echoed Tai's earlier words. Though the Chongyuan acknowledges me as its master, it still stands as our divine race's ancestral treasure. However, what transpired next exceeded Chongyuan's expectations. Above Chongyuan's head, 3 blossoms of divine light spontaneously manifested. His original innate artifact, the mountain river pearl, suddenly levitated, only to be overtaken by the Chongyuan, while the mountain river pearl fell within the confines of the Chongyuan. Chongyuan's heart raced as he examined his innate artifact, discovering the mountain river pearl within the Chongyuan, reversing its innate properties and continually drawing upon the essence of the Chongyuan to strengthen its foundation. This phenomenon left even Tai, who was in the know, momentarily speechless, inwardly reflecting. I never anticipated the Chongyuan would truly choose that little brat, Chongyuan, as this manifestation unfolded. The previously skeptical deities set aside their doubts, realizing that the Chongyuan had genuinely chosen Chongyuan as its master. Consequently, many of the mighty beings abandoned their ambitions for the Chongyuan, recognizing the formidable backing of the human emperor's lineage and fearing repercussions. Especially since they had already achieved their original objectives, several mighty beings, their expressions shifting to joyful smiles, approached Chongyuan to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Your Highness, on acquiring the ancestral treasure. Henceforth, you shall roam freely across the vast wilderness. Such a treasure is not to be taken lightly. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, a cold sneer cut through the air, starkly out of place. Humph, the treasure of heaven and earth rightfully belongs to the virtuous. With those words, silence descended upon the scene. The mighty beings who had intended to extend their congratulations halted in their tracks, their expressions neutral, yet their hearts eager to witness Chongyuan's misfortune. "Oh, what do you mean by virtue?" Chongyuan's face turned frosty as he approached the speaker. Before him stood a deity with a haughty demeanor, coolly observing Chongyuan's approach. "Heh, may I inquire what you consider virtue?" Given the air of the individual, it was clear they were of comparable strength, likely also an ancient deity. Naturally, it is strength. The deity gazed provocatively at Chongyuan, as if to imply that his strength was insufficient to preserve the Qian Kuan Ding. "Oh, is that so?" Chongyuan replied with a faint smile, yet his eyes were filled with frost. "Let us see whose virtue prevails." The deity smirked coldly, stepping forward with a sudden rush, a beam of white light slicing through the air towards Chongyuan. This sword strike appeared unremarkable, lacking power. Yet beneath it, the fabric of space fractured and mended, the speed so swift that the assembled gods could not perceive the attack. "Come at me." Chongyuan met the oncoming assault with unwavering resolve. Shouting fiercely as countless towering mountains manifested beside him, their overlapping peaks forming a barrier. With a thunderous crash, the sword struck the mountains, causing massive boulders to tumble and a cacophony to erupt, with some of the foremost peaks shattering into fragments. "How about that?" the deity asked, a smile creeping onto his face as he breached much of Chongyuan's defenses. "Impressive, indeed, but alas, I possess more than this." Chongyuan replied with a light chuckle. "It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Allow me to showcase my prowess." He surveyed the debris, his left hand forming seals as countless fragments danced into the air. With his right hand reaching into the void, he seized a great river, instantly casting hundreds of seals that coalesced into a mighty imprint, the mountain and river seal. Upon sensing the oppressive aura of the mountain and river seal, the deity tentatively unleashed two sword strikes, both failing to breach its defenses. With a huff, he summoned his divine power, erupting forth in a flurry of hundreds of swords, all aimed at the same point on the mountain and river seal. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the seal remained unchanged, steadily advancing towards him. Suddenly, the deity's expression shifted. Attempting to escape beneath the seal, he found himself immobilized, his gaze fixed on Chongyuan as he spoke deliberately. What a remarkable technique. As his words fell, he abruptly drew his sword, sweeping it with a flourish, transforming it into countless beams of light that tore at the surrounding space and surged towards the mountain and river seal. "Impressive. I did not expect such a character among the ancient deities." Chongyuan discerned the intricacies of the situation, recognizing the deity's intent to leverage the force of spatial rending to counter the seal's suppressive might. However, Chongyuan had conceived this divine art specifically for subjugation. Should the deity escape, the technique would be rendered meaningless. With a flip of his right hand, it was as if a world rotated within, merging with the mountain and river seal. What had shown signs of disintegration now coalesced anew, its suppressive power exceeding its former might. Upon witnessing this maneuver, the deity felt a sudden tremor of alarm. A sense of impending doom flooding his mind, he could no longer afford to hesitate. With a roar, he transformed into a 9-clawed azure dragon, its eyes wide with fury, and expelled a luminous dragon pearl. Another descendant of the dragon god? Chongyuan observed the azure dragon, flitting beneath the mountain and river seal, desperately seeking a means of escape. That a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. If one were to trace his lineage, it too belonged to the dragon clan, albeit his ties to them were tenuous at best. As the dragon pearl emerged, a great deity, deep in meditation in the eastern extremity, was suddenly roused, without hesitation sending a fragment of his divine essence into the pearl. Just as Chongyuan prepared to unleash the mountain and river seal upon the azure dragon below, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and amidst the mist, a dignified figure in divine robes appeared, effortlessly shattering Chongyuan's seal. Yet, sensing the circumstances, he refrained from causing harm to Chongyuan. Lord Mengzhong. Chongyuan furrowed his brow upon recognizing the newcomer. Having seen the figure transform into a 9-clawed azure dragon, he had harbored suspicions about the individual's identity. And now, it was confirmed. This being could summon the guardian of the eastern extremity, Mengzhong. "What brings you here, my lord?" Chongyuan inquired, noting that his offensive had been thwarted. With a motion of his hand, he melded the fragments into nearby mountains, allowing the river to flow into the vast mountain range, forming a waterway traversing much of the landscape. We, along with my 3 siblings, have benefited from His Majesty's grace. And you, as the heir of the human emperor, may come to the eastern extremity should you require assistance in the future. Mengzhong began with pleasantries unrelated to the matter at hand, before continuing. "I have come only to address this unruly child. If he has inadvertently offended you, I hope you can forgive him." Chongyuan raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that this individual was a descendant of Lord Mengzhong. making it difficult for him to take any further action that I did not realize he was the progeny of a deity. I hope my actions have not caused any offense. Please, do not take it to heart. Meng Zhang replied, relieved by Chongyuan's understanding. After all, the transgressions were theirs, and given that their lineage owed a great debt to Chongyuan's, mishandling the situation could lead to dire consequences for their clan. Congratulations on acquiring a precious treasure. I must depart the eastern extremity shortly, so I will take my child with me. Meng Zhang soon bid farewell, but not before presenting a gift to Chongyuan. I left in haste and have little of value. I hope you will not disdain it. Chongyuan accepted the offering, flipping it in his hand, and was left speechless upon discovering it was a crystal of wood essence formed over countless millennia. Is this not a fine treasure? Does anyone have any objections? Tai inquired after Chongyuan had repelled the dragon deity. Fushi's face showed signs of anxiety, and just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Nuwa beside him restrained him, shaking her head despite her own displeasure. Thus, the Confronting was deemed to belong to Chongyuan. Once Tai surveyed the room and found no further objections, he solidified the arrangement. Following this, congratulations and well wishes were exchanged. And after some time, only those deities who were on good terms with Chongyuan remained in the 10,000 mountains. Fushi and Nuwa were the first to approach to offer their congratulations. And they were also the first to depart. As they left, Fushi, perplexed, asked, Sister, why did you stop me from speaking earlier? Brother, you must have seen that the Confronting has been completely refined by him. What could your words possibly change? It would only serve to offend him in the lineage of the human emperor. Are we to resort to violence for treasures, regardless of whether we could contend with him? We owe a significant debt to that lineage if we fail to recognize their generosity. How shall we stand in the divine clan in the future? But it is a primordial treasure. Fushi, after hearing Nuwa's reasoning, realized the matter was settled and unchangeable, yet he still harbored some resentment. What if it is a primordial treasure? In the wilderness, one's strength is paramount. Once I thoroughly comprehend the path of creation and join forces to grasp the principles of yin and yang, there will surely be a place for us among the supreme powers of the wilderness. Though Nuwa was a woman, her spirit was indomitable, aspiring to become a top-tier deity. You speak wisely. With a millennium remaining before the heavenly court is established, we must make further progress in this time to secure favorable positions there. Fushi was drawn in by Nuwa's words, setting aside his grievances and preparing to focus on his cultivation. As for the three purities and others, they had already departed the 10,000 mountains upon witnessing the phenomenon of Chongyuan refining the Confronting. However, as they left, Laozi cast a subtle glance at Tai and Chongyuan, though he found no evidence of any clandestine tactics between them. His instincts told him that the situation was far from straightforward. A millennium hence, I shall stand atop the Zhou mountain, declaring to heaven and earth the establishment of the heavenly court. Do not forget. Tai spoke to Chongyuan before departing with a flash of purple light. The heavenly court. Chongyuan could already foresee that upon its establishment, the divine clan's fortunes would ascend to unprecedented heights. Yet after such zeniths, decline would inevitably follow. Hutu, sensing Chongyuan's contemplations, offered comfort. As long as we exist within the divine clan, it shall endure and thrive. Moreover, with the rise of divine fortunes, countless new prodigies will surely emerge. You need not worry. Endure and thrive. Upon hearing this phrase, Chongyuan shook his head and replied to Hutu's sister, the cycle of heavenly law will not permit our divine clan to maintain its current dominance indefinitely. Reincarnation. Hutu's dazed eyes murmured a phrase, and an inexplicable segment of the great Tao manifested within her heart. This occurred in but a fleeting moment, and soon Hutu regained her composure, while Chongyuan fell into his own reverie, entirely oblivious to Hutu's recent peculiarity. It was Tai Ming who noticed Hutu's anomaly, yet their unfamiliarity, combined with Tai Ming's lack of foresight regarding future developments, led him to mistakenly assume that Hutu, like Chongyuan, was merely troubled by concerns for the future of the divine clan. And thus he paid no further heed. Very well, matters of the future can be addressed in due time. Why should we fret over trivialities? Chongyuan soon emerged from his contemplation, exclaiming with clarity, Sister, do you have affairs to attend to? If not, why not stay at my mountain river heaven for a spell? Tai is to establish the heavenly court, and as the chief of the Wu god lineage, I cannot afford the leisure you enjoy. Hutu, her heart racing with urgency, still managed to respond with a smile, for she had already sensed the true path that belonged to her and the ultimate trump card in her quest for the Earth Sovereign's Tao fruit. As for why she refrained from disclosing this matter to Chongyuan, Hutu herself could not discern the reason. It was simply an intuition whispering to her that revealing this information would delay her opportunity by countless years. Although Huda was certain that Chongyuan would not contest her for this chance, the Earth Sovereign's Tao fruit was swiftly becoming her inner demon, and now that she had discovered the means to seize it, her urgency was wholly understandable, bordering on recklessness. Very well, do not overexert yourself, sister. If you require assistance, you may instruct MOD to act on your behalf. Originally, Chongyuan had intended to visit Mountain River Heaven to engage in philosophical discourse with Hutu. But seeing her preoccupied, he deemed it inappropriate to disturb her further. All right, Huda nodded, transforming into a beam of divine light as she departed from the vast mountains. Timing. You have yet to visit my Mountain River Heaven and have not yet established a separate abode. Why not accompany me on this occasion? Let us discuss this after the establishment of the heavenly court. I must return to the Shaoyin star domain to contemplate the arrangement of the grand celestial array. Timing too declined Chongyuan's invitation. Very well. You are all exceedingly busy. After facing 2 rejections in succession, Chongyuan could not help but feel a twinge of despondence as he spoke with a hint of gloom. Huh. Observing Chongyuan's expression, Tai Ming let out a soft chuckle, remarking, "It is but a millennium. Though the Qiankuan cauldron acknowledges you as its master, it would be prudent to refine it once more." Indeed, we shall meet again in a millennium. Chongyuan was reminded that he had yet to comprehend why the Qiankuan cauldron truly recognized him as its master, and moreover, his innate artifact, the Mountain River Pearl, remained in the cauldron undergoing refinement. Very well. With a gentle voice, Tai Ming transformed into a beam of moonlight and gracefully departed. Chongyuan cast a glance at the river coursing through the vast mountains, smiled softly, retrieved his divine seal, and merged it with his true divine seal before turning to leave at as for who the future deity of this river would be. Chongyuan felt no concern, for regardless of who it might be, they would ultimately become his subordinate. Upon returning to Mountain River Heaven, Chongyuan immediately took out the Qiankuan cauldron, delving into calculations to ascertain why it had suddenly recognized him as its master. Yet no matter how he probed, the heavenly Tao revealed that the fated master of the Qiankuan cauldron was indeed him. This left Chongyuan utterly perplexed. After all, if that were the case, the cauldron should have fallen into his possession the moment it emerged into the world. Why had it waited for so many divine conflicts, only to suddenly acknowledge him as its master after Tai Yi decreed a treasured artifact of the divine clan? Not only Chongyuan, but also Hong Jun, who resided far away in Yujing Mountain and had kept watch over the cauldron's ownership, furrowed his brow, clearly bewildered by this sudden twist of fate. Boom! The sky darkened as torrential rain fell abruptly, without a trace of forewarning, as if it were severing this realm from the primordial chaos. Yet by the banks of the Yellow River, a group of fierce men faced the downpour without a hint of fear. On the contrary, they reveled in the rain, allowing it to drench them, even shouting in ecstatic joy amidst the deluge. Chapter 45. The villains arrived. Meanwhile, Chongyuan, who was in quiet meditation within Mountain River Heaven, instantly sensed the unusual disturbance above the Yellow River. His eyes traversed countless spaces, beholding the jubilant men amidst the heavy rain, and the multitude of water deities desperately striving to lower the river's water level. Upon spotting Xiang Lu among the jubilant men, Chongyuan's countenance darkened to a shade of iron. Nearly 10 millennia had passed, and he had entirely forgotten about Xiang Lu. Yet now, the latter not only dared to provoke him, but had also brought a host of shaman deities from the Gonggong tribe to declare war. In truth, despite the grievous injuries Xiang Lu had sustained, which had left him on the brink of death, with proper recuperation he could fully heal within a mere 1 or 2,000 years. The reason Gonggong had chosen this moment to trouble Chongyuan was not only that Xiang Lu was recuperating, but also due to the sudden proclamation from his arch-rival, Zhu Rong, asserting that he had fathered a child. From the tribesmen of Zhu Rong's faction whom Gonggong had bribed, it was revealed that the offspring born to Zhu Rong possessed innate qualities befitting a great shaman. It is well known that the Wu god lineage places immense value on innate potential, for the higher the innate quality, the more profound the Pango bloodline within, thus offering a glimmer of hope for ascending to become an ancestral shaman in the future. Originally, the two tribes were nearly equal in strength, but now with Zhu Rong's tribe bolstered by a newly born great shaman, Gonggong's tribe would stand no chance against them once that child matured. This led Gonggong to incessantly seek ways to undermine Zhu Rong's strength over the years, hoping to find an opportunity to eliminate that newborn great shaman. After all, water and fire are irreconcilable, and the relationship between Gonggong and Zhu Rong was as antagonistic as could be. Although both Gonggong and Zhu Rong belonged to the Wu god lineage, their relationship was not one of intimacy. Among the Wu god lineage, there existed both fierce enemies like Gonggong and Zhu Rong, as well as bonds akin to sisters, such as Hutu and Xinyuan. Gonggong, you are most audacious, Chongyuan bellowed in fury, extending a colossal hand imbued with overwhelming pressure, causing the rain to part and clouds to dissipate in its wake, as torrents surged toward the shaman deities of the Gonggong tribe. Come forth. Eagerly awaiting Chongyuan's response, Gonggong roared upon witnessing the colossal hand, raising his own gnarled hand, imbued with a brutal aura. Boom! The two hands collided, sending waves of river water surging forth and unleashing a ferocious tempest, tearing the fabric of space, creating a black hole where their clash occurred. Crack, crack. Chongyuan, who had just emerged from mountain river heaven, paused briefly before continuing his movements, appearing before Gonggong and the other shaman deities amidst the cascading river. He found Gonggong regarding him with a mocking expression, having witnessed Chongyuan's earlier disarray, which only fueled his contempt for him. Standing 9 zhang tall, Gonggong had a fearsome visage, clad in beast skins. His gaze icy as he regarded Chongyuan with murderous intent, coldly declaring, Chongyuan, if you relinquish that Qilin and hand over the deity position of the Yellow River to me, I will spare you further difficulty. Chongyuan furrowed his brow, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retorted. You spare me difficulty? Who do you think you are to speak so brazenly before me? Fool! Gonggong erupted with fury at this remark, his previously dark pupils igniting with flames, his hair billowing wildly. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall teach you what it means to recognize the times. With that, Gonggong swung his fist toward Chongyuan. Humph! Chongyuan coldly snorted, raising a finger as countless water dragons roared forth, charging toward Gonggong. Ha! You dare to play with water before me. Gonggong laughed heartily as his fist, imbued with a torrent of malevolence, struck the water dragons, instantly obliterating them. Yet his assault showed no sign of waning. Gonggong, have you forgotten whose domain this is? Chongyuan had long anticipated this. His use of this tactic was merely to lay a trap below. With a wave of his hand, an unknown giant began to emerge. Its movements seemingly slow, yet soon a water giant towering thousands of zhang extended its fist to meet Gonggong's. As the two fists collided, a violent storm erupted once more, and this time, it was Gonggong who was forced to retreat. Once more, Gonggong had not expected that this water giant would match his own immense physical strength, which ignited his fighting spirit to unprecedented heights. With both fists unleashed, he struck down upon the giant with ferocity, shattering its left arm. Useless, Gonggong scoffed, failing to notice that the giant's arm swiftly returned to its original form and was now swinging toward Gonggong's back. Boom! Gonggong was audaciously mocking Chongyuan, completely oblivious to the fact that the giant behind him had swiftly recovered. In a moment of negligence, he was violently sent flying, landing in the Yellow River. Since you've arrived in my Yellow River, you might as well drink your fill of its waters, Chongyuan coldly remarked. With his words, the 9 towering mountains, which had remained motionless until then, instantaneously shifted, forming the 9-fold river formation. Gonggong, having been plunged into the Yellow River, immediately sensed something amiss. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Chongyuan's speed surpassed his own, swiftly erecting the 9-fold river formation, which firmly suppressed Gonggong beneath the waters. Gonggong's face darkened, contorted with rage as he bellowed, never expecting to be outmaneuvered by Chongyuan. Boom, boom, boom. In a heartbeat, Gonggong's enormous fists, akin to grinding wheels, swung furiously, striking the 9-fold river formation countless times. Yet, no matter how fiercely Gonggong assaulted the formation, it remained unyielding as a mountain. Chongyuan stood outside the formation, quietly observing Gonggong's wrathful iron fists. As the punches grew increasingly rapid, they ultimately converged into a multitude, all striking the 9-fold river formation almost simultaneously. How could one man contend against the might of heaven and earth? Chongyuan gazed pityingly at Gonggong, who continued to pound on the formation. Nevertheless, Chongyuan had no intention of letting Gonggong off so easily, especially since the floods caused by the Gonggong tribe had yet to be fully dealt with by the myriad water deities of the Yellow River. Though this calamity was not instigated by the water deities, the floods flowed forth from the Yellow River, and under the law of causality, they would inevitably be held accountable. Are you not the ancestral shaman of water? Then drink down these rampant floods. Chongyuan's words were chillingly calm as he raised his hand, gathering countless torrents of water that coalesced into a water arrow, aimed at the frenzied Gonggong, without allowing Gonggong a moment to react. Chongyuan seized an opportunity and shot the water arrow directly into his mouth as soon as the arrow entered. It transformed into a deluge. Gong attempted to open his mouth to expel the flood. But Chongyuan had already anticipated this. The water arrow had been enchanted with a silencing spell, although not overly sophisticated. In this context, breaking it swiftly was utterly impossible. Gong realized this, gritting his teeth, and could only channel his divine power to refine the flood in his mouth. Once he managed to do so, he roared, "Chongyuan, you seek death." Madness surged in Gong's eyes as his murderous intent condensed to a peak. He had been toyed with by someone he had never deemed worthy of his attention. If he could not vent his fury upon Chongyuan, he would truly be unworthy of the title of ancestral shaman. Gong was frantic, yet Chongyuan remained exceedingly composed, his gaze icy as he regarded Gong. "In the past, Shangliu humiliated the demigods of my imperial lineage. After I taught him a lesson, I let it go. Now your Gong tribe dares to wage war against me. It is clear that you have overstepped your bounds. If I do not teach your tribal lesson today, I shall be unworthy of being the heir of the human emperor. All deities, heed my command. Set up the ninefold Yellow River formation and capture all the shamans of the Gong tribe." Yes, Xuanqi and Weilu, who had broken through to the Daluo realm a century ago, took the lead along with the multitude of water deities of the Yellow River, with the home field advantage of the ninefold Yellow River formation. If they could not trap the shamans of the Gong tribe, they might as well perish. Oh no. After Gong was ensnared by Chongyuan, Shangliu felt a vague sense of crisis arise upon hearing Chongyuan's declaration. He urgently shouted, "Brothers, quickly leave the Yellow River." Unfortunately, Shangliu's realization came just a moment too late. Chapter 46. Gong's defeat. Shangliu, accompanied by dozens of shamans, flew eastward, but had not traveled far before encountering an impassable barrier. A deep voice resonated from ahead. Seeing only one individual, Shangliu intended to confront them, but suddenly his eyelid twitched, and without warning, a water arrow pierced his heart. Were it not for the shaman lineage's rigorous training of their physical forms, that arrow would have penetrated Shangliu's heart directly. "Who are you? I have never heard of you in the primordial wilderness." Were it not for the presence of his kin behind him, Shangliu would have charged forward to engage Weilu in battle. "I am Weilu, the water deity of the Weishui River." As Shangliu stood above the Weishui, this revelation heightened his caution. Even if the opponent's cultivation was inferior, his kin would be unable to withstand a casual strike. Suddenly, Shangliu coldly smirked, leading his kin to swiftly turn and retreat. Weilu, following Chongyuan's orders, merely watched as Shangliu departed, making no move to pursue. Another great shaman of the Gong tribe, Fuyo, also led dozens of his kin northward. Just as he was about to reach the shore, a small island unexpectedly rose from the water, and a colossal turtle head, languid yet resolute, proclaimed, "This path is blocked." Fuyo coldly glared at Xuanqi, his expression shifting. He had heard that a Xuanwu had recently broken through to the Daluo realm within the Yellow River, and surmised that this was the individual before him, despite the fury burning in his heart. He dared not act against Xuanqi out of concern for his kin's safety, and could only take a deep breath before turning away with his tribe. Standing before Gong, Chongyuan allowed him to break free from his confinement. Sensing that Xuanqi and the others had trapped all the kin of the Gong tribe within the ninefold Yellow River formation, he let out a cold smile and called out, "Diminish." As Chongyuan's voice fell, countless golden lights emerged within the ninefold Yellow River formation. These golden lights were neither illusory nor substantial. No matter how the great shamans like Shangliu exerted their powers, they could not halt their movements. The golden lights incessantly flowed in and out of the bodies of the shamans from the Gong tribe, and as time passed, their momentum steadily waned, although the shamans lacked spiritual energy within their bodies. Having cultivated their divine power into their flesh, the ninefold Yellow River formation seemed ineffective against them. However, under Chongyuan's command, their essence was directly siphoned away, resulting in diminished vitality and a significant decline in their physical prowess. Yet, out of respect for Hutu, Chongyuan did not wholly strip the shamans of their powers. Even so, after this calamity, the strength of the Gong tribe would inevitably plummet, allowing the newly emerging shaman factions to rise and rendering them utterly subordinate to the lineage of shamans. "Very well, Chongyuan, I will have your life." Gong's bloodshot eyes burned with fury, yet his gaze remained chillingly cold as he regarded Chongyuan, as if he were staring at a corpse. Chongyuan's pupils contracted as he beheld this primordial giant awakening. Yet he felt no trace of anxiety or fear, for he knew Gong's unstable mindset signaled his defeat. "Gong, you have lost." Chongyuan stated candidly. If you depart the Yellow River now, this matter shall be forgotten. If you refuse, do not blame me for disregarding the ties of our divine lineage. Ha! Gong scoffed coldly, gripping the water deity's trident and fiercely striking towards Chongyuan. Chongyuan skillfully evaded, drawing forth the river and mountain staff to meet the water deity's trident head-on. Originally, the river and mountain staff was merely an ordinary postnatal spiritual treasure, but after Chongyuan vanquished malevolent deities and mended the undercurrents, he had refined it with great care. Now, the river and mountain staff was a far cry from its former self. The two divine artifacts collided with a thunderous roar, causing the waters of the Yellow River to boil and the endless space to erupt as the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire intertwined. Seeing this, a cold glint flickered in Chongyuan's eyes as he pushed towards the chaotic four elemental energies, which transformed into a colossal dragon that roared towards Gong. Boom! You seek death. Gong's blood-red eyes were filled with a murderous intent directed at Chongyuan. Previously, Chongyuan had outmaneuvered Gong, trapping him in the Yellow River, forcing him to refine the vast floods, thus losing face, and now, having weakened the powers of his kin, Gong was grievously injured by a sneak attack from Chongyuan. Gong, do you still refuse to depart? If you do not consider your own fate, you ought to think of your kin still trapped within the formation. Chongyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing several divine presences outside the Yellow River. However, he found it curious that Hutu was absent among them. It is known that within the lineage of shamans, while the 12 ancestral shamans held the highest regard, they were also divided into factions, such as the 5-element ancestral shamans led by the ancestral shaman of earth, and several newly emerged ancestral shamans presiding over weather phenomena, led by Emperor Jiang. As for the enigmatic ancestral shaman of time, Jiang, he was the sole member of his tribe. Yet, among the ancestral shamans who arrived at the Yellow River this time, they were all of the Emperor Jiang faction, even if Hutu was absent. The other 5-element ancestral shamans ought to have come to observe. It seems, then, that this water ancestral shaman intends to align himself with the Emperor Jiang faction, as Chongyuan's thoughts shifted like the currents of a river. He found himself conjuring numerous associations in an instant. However, the matters concerning the witch gods were ultimately irrelevant to him. He would merely mention them to Sister Hutu in due time. Yet, it was precisely due to the appearance of these figures that Chongyuan halted his actions. Had it not been for them, he would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to teach Gong a severe lesson after granting him a chance. Gong responded to Chongyuan's inquiry with a bloodthirsty glare. Very well, since you refuse to depart, I cannot be blamed for what follows. With a sigh, Chongyuan discreetly reinforced the 9-bend Yellow River formation, lest the ancestral witches should strike unexpectedly. Roar! Gong bellowed at the heavens, an inexhaustible tide of malevolence surging forth from his being. His physique expanded in the wind, reaching heights of 1,000, 2,000, even 8,000 zhang. In the blink of an eye, Gong transformed into a colossal being with the head of a python and the body of a man, trampling black dragons and entwining azure serpents. 8,000 zhang. This was the embodiment of Gong's full power, a testament to his determination to obliterate Chongyuan. The water god halberd in Gong's grasp elongated alongside his form, and with his massive hands, he struck the earth with unrestrained ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The once tranquil Yellow River became tumultuous under Gong's onslaught, the raging waters relentlessly battering the banks. Countless creatures near the river fled in terror, fearing a catastrophic breach. The earth crumbled, mountains collapsed, and the once beautiful landscape was ravaged by Gong's indiscriminate assault, leaving a scene of desolation and devastation, with untold lives lost beneath the weight of this colossal warrior. Gong, you have gone too far. Chongyuan watched in fury as Gong continued to ravage the Yellow River and the land beside. An overwhelming rage surged within him, and with a sweep of his hand, the ninefold mountain and river great formation activated once more to prevent further destruction. He then soared to confront Gong, producing 12 sea-calming pearls and unleashing them upon him without hesitation. Bang! Even as an ancestral witch, Gong could not withstand the weight of 12 worlds, being forcefully hurled away. Gazing at Gong, who lay vanquished in the Yellow River, Chongyuan's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. If you do not take Gong away, I shall have no choice but to resort to lethal measures. Chongyuan addressed the void with icy composure. Thank you, Divine Lord, for your restraint. I, Emperor Jiang, offer my gratitude. With those words, accompanied by a ripple of spatial distortion, Gong and the unconscious witch gods were taken away by Emperor Jiang. Once Emperor Jiang and his entourage departed, Chongyuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his aura noticeably diminished, before Xuanqi and the others could converge upon him. Chongyuan wiped away the blood and made his way directly back to the mountain and river heavens. Despite being toyed with by Chongyuan, Gonggong's strength was indeed formidable. Chongyuan had exchanged injury for injury to breach Gonggong's defenses, delivering a blow that rendered him incapacitated, yet he himself had sustained injuries in the process. This single strike had shattered many of his internal organs. Fortunately, Gonggong had already lost his combat capability, and the observing ancestral witches refrained from intervening. Otherwise, Chongyuan would have faced far greater adversity. I am not gravely harmed. You may proceed to quell the Yellow River's calamity, he declared. Chapter 47. The heavenly court must be established as the saying goes. Two flowers bloom, each representing its own branch. In his capacity as the space ancestral witch, Emperor Jiang traversed from the banks of the Yellow River to Gonggong's tribe in mere moments. Brother, why did you not take action against that river lord? Inquired Tianwu, the ancestral witch of wind. He is the designated successor of the divine lord Gu Feng. Surely, you must have some contingency plans. Moreover, he has the backing of deities like Hutu and Ziguang. What benefit do we gain from provoking him? Emperor Jiang, who would later lead the witch gods to dominate the vast wilderness, displayed meticulous thought and caution in his actions. Do you think that only we are aware of the clash between Gonggong and Chongyuan? Emperor Jiang remarked with significant implication. Indeed, as he observed, both Gonggong and Chongyuan were among the most powerful beings in existence, and their confrontation had triggered an energy upheaval that attracted the attention of nearly all formidable entities in the wilderness. Especially those powerful beings allied with Chongyuan had been closely monitoring the battle, but seeing Chongyuan gaining the upper hand, they chose not to intervene. However, the situation was different for Gonggong. Should Chongyuan decide to eliminate him, given the circumstances, it would merely entail some cost for him. Thus, to preempt any potential crisis, Emperor Jiang led a group of ancestral witches to the banks of the Yellow River before Gonggong was forced to reveal his true form, thus placing pressure on Chongyuan to refrain from delivering a fatal blow to Gonggong. Yet, should Emperor Jiang and his companions dare to confront Chongyuan, the beings observing this encounter were not to be trifled with. What shall become of Brother Gonggong? Are we to crush his bones and swallow them down? The human sovereign's influence looms large. We shall address this matter another day. Emperor Jiang looked upon the unconscious Gonggong and sighed. Yet, how can Brother Gonggong endure such indignity? The ancestral witch of lightning, Shizi, hesitated to voice. Even if it cannot be borne, it must be endured. Should he disrupt the grand matters of our witch god lineage, I shall not hesitate to disregard kinship. Emperor Jiang spoke with a detached tone, as if ready to act should Gonggong thwart his plans. Xiangliang, you are closest to Gonggong. Speak to him with care. After this, Emperor Jiang tore through space and returned to his own tribe. Within the mountain and river heavens, Chongyuan's complexion gradually regained its color and his aura began to stabilize. After an indeterminate time, he opened his eyes and murmured, "It is time to see how Tai establishes the heavenly court. Xuanqi, Weilu, accompany me to Jiangshan to witness this grand event of our divine lineage." Chongyuan instructed the divine insignia before him. Yes, Xuanqi and Weilu felt exhilarated at the prospect of partaking in such a momentous occasion. After ensuring everything was in order with the Yellow River, Chongyuan led Xuanqi and Weilu towards Jiangshan. At the summit of Jiangshan, dozens of figures had long since gathered. Encircling Tai, as the sounds of arrival reached them, they recognized who it was. Tai did not even turn his head, but spoke. "Chongyuan, you are the last to arrive." With a smile, Chongyuan instructed Xuanqi and Weilu to remain still at the mountain's peak and hurriedly approached, offering his apologies. "I apologize for keeping you all waiting. I hope you will not take offense." "Not at all." Noticing Tai's unwavering gaze fixed upon the heavenly expanse above Jiangshan, Chongyuan understood that the moment to establish the heavenly court had not yet arrived, and thus began to survey the assembled crowd. In addition to the familiar figures of Ziguang, Hutu, Taiming, and Fuxian Yuan, he also recognized Emperor Jiang, whom he had interacted with previously but had never met in person, as well as the hitherto unseen Beiming deity Kunping, the deep-dwelling Mingsha of the Blood Sea, and the Lord of Xikanlun, Si Tian. Along with the Jingxian mother of the five remnants. He even felt the presence of countless deities' gazes piercing through the vastness of time and space. For this was a matter of great significance to the entire divine lineage. Even those who had retreated from the world still held a lingering concern for their kin. Tai looked skyward, his eyes piercing and intent, as if to see through the thick layers of pure air and perceive the fluctuations of chaos. His mind was immersed in waiting, anticipating the moment to establish the heavenly court. The others could only wait patiently alongside Tai, for only when he identified the location and the opportune moment for the heavenly court's establishment would they lend their assistance. Of course, such a monumental endeavor was not something just anyone could partake in. Even among the most powerful beings present, for instance, while Jiangshan's cultivation was comparable to others, her chosen path bore little assistance for the establishment of the heavenly court. Moreover, figures like Mingyi and Emperor Jiang were merely present to observe. With no intention of intervening, the heavenly court must be established. As the sun reached its zenith, Tai suddenly proclaimed, the chaos bell at his waist expanding with the wind. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated throughout the wilderness, resonating with all beings, regardless of their cultivation level, compelling them to look towards Jiangshan. There, they beheld a bronze bell that blotted out the sky, merging into the dense pure air. As Tai pressed down with his fingertip, streams of pure air transformed into the elements of wind, water, and fire, fracturing spaces and continuously expanding outward. Fushi, Niwa, take action to delineate the 9 heavens and stabilize the heavenly court. Boom. Fushi and Niwa exchanged glances, each transforming into their true forms, emanating the energies of Lesser Yang and Lesser Yin, as they traversed the newly established heavenly court, soothing the unstable spaces. Ziguang, Timing. Harness the power of the stars to replenish the heavenly court's spiritual essence. Ziguang produced the star map and placed it within the heavenly court, drawing star power from the northern dipper, while Timing summoned not the Lesser Yin star, but the Great Yin star. As soon as the star of Time appeared, Tai summoned his own great sun deity. With the collaboration of the 3 master stars, they formed the triadic formation, which could continuously supply the power of the stars. Coupled with the rich pure energy of Zhou Mountain, it can be asserted that the heavenly court is the most spiritually vibrant place within the vast primordial wilderness, even compared to the place of cultivation of Hongjun Laozu. Yujing Mountain, the spiritual energy there pales in comparison to that of the heavenly court. Hutu, Chongyuan, and Confronting integrated the earth's feng shui to supplement the deficiencies of the heavenly court. Chongyuan, who had been standing by and observing, was taken aback when Tai called upon him. Momentarily stunned, he was nonetheless led into the heavenly court by Hutu. Gradually realizing the situation, he turned to Confronting and inquired, Esteemed sir, how should we proceed as a trio? The 2 princes are well versed in the ways of the earth, and they may act as they wish. I shall roam the heavenly court to replenish the feng shui. Although Confronting is also a primordial deity born of the original spirit, he is not widely recognized in the primordial wilderness, leaving many deities unaware of his existence. With such a detached mindset, had it not been for Tai's repeated invitations, he would not have left the northern underworld sea. Regarding the establishment of the heavenly court, he did not concern himself as deeply as other deities. Very well, since my sister and I are not proficient in the art of feng shui, we shall refrain from troubling you further. After Chongyuan's remark, he and Huta remained in place to replenish the earth's energy for the heavenly court. Unbeknownst to them, after many deities had been busy for a long while, a sudden burst of golden light erupted, giving rise to an extraordinary phenomenon, as the mist within the heavenly court transformed into an array of marvelous sights. Observing this spectacle, the many deities ceased their labors and returned to Tai's side. Awaiting his next move, Tai extended his hand and, with a flick, divine patterns and seals continuously emerged, strands of purple-golden nobility materializing around him, coalescing into an enigmatic great sun, with the chaotic bell hidden at its center. Dong, dong, dong. As Tai continued to cast the seals, the melodious chimes of the bell resonated throughout the newly established heavenly court. Tai's countenance was solemn as he proclaimed, Let the great Tao witness, let the heavenly Tao testify. I, Tai, along with the divine race, beseech the heavens, aware of the incomplete world rules. Today, we specifically established the heavenly court to manage the operations of the primordial wilderness. Although the divine race is formidable, Tai refrained from asserting any desire to govern all beings of the primordial wilderness, for the vastness of that wilderness encompasses countless sentient beings. To presume control over all races would pose a daunting challenge for the divine race. Furthermore, among those mighty beings who are not of the divine race, who would willingly submit to their oversight, should any misstep occur, the other sentient beings could unite to resist the divine race. And even if they were not a match for the divine race, the losses incurred would be substantial. After all, this is no longer the age of antiquity, and the primordial wilderness is not solely inhabited by the divine race. Chapter 48. The Noble Purple and Azure Qi Bang. Tai stirred the divine power within him, striking the chaotic bell with great force. Instantly, a deafening sound resonated, spreading outward into the surroundings. Countless diminutive beings trembled upon the earth. As if confronted by an unfathomable terror, the heavens and the earth shifted in response to the bell's toll, and the spiritual energy within the heavenly court surged. The heavenly court is established. Upon the conclusion of his words, celestial melodies echoed, and the spiritual energy roiled. With a resounding boom, the sky was instantly ablaze with resplendent golden light, as innumerable golden clouds enveloped the realm, and a harmonious aura permeated the heavenly court. Heavenly merits descend. Moreover, it appeared that these were no ordinary merits. They surpassed the merits gained by Chongyuan in mending the western lands. The golden clouds of merit transformed into a colossal stream of golden light, cascading toward Tai, Chongyuan, and the others, dividing into several portions. Among them, Tai received the most, while the others received similar shares. Even so, the merits distributed to Chongyuan and his companions were sufficient to evoke envy among other deities. Especially Emperor Jiang and Mingyi, who, upon witnessing that those who had lent assistance, including Chongyuan, received a share of merits, regretted their prior inaction. It is worth noting that for them, merits served not only as a means of survival but also as a catalyst for advancing their realms. By leveraging these merits to comprehend the great Tao within the heavenly Tao, they would fare far better than relying solely on their own insights, while the immediate differences among them may not be apparent. Over time, if Emperor Jiang and the others lack other opportunities, they may find it increasingly difficult to keep pace with Chongyuan and his companions. Meanwhile, non-divine beings observing from a far side, realizing that once again, the divine race remained the protagonists of this calamity. In the heart of Kunlun Mountain, the three purities sat in contemplation. Eldest brother, if the divine race continues to wield such overwhelming power, how can our celestial path develop? Yuan sure reflected upon the events of 1,000 years prior when the divine race, with their immense might, crushed the celestial path and seized the Qiankuan Ding. That a wave of concern surged within him regarding the future development of the celestial path. Our master is the foremost sage of the primordial wilderness, and we too shall become revered sages. Among the 4 saints of our celestial path, how many can the divine race truly claim? We shall await the opportune moment, Laozi remarked, observing the rising fortune of the divine race within the river of fate. My2 brothers, there shall indeed come a day when our celestial path rises. Tongtian declared resolutely. In the western lands, within Shumi Mountain, Zhuanti and Jiejing awakened from their meditative states upon sensing the immense merits. Exchanging glances, Zhuanti inquired, eldest brother, the divine race is dominant, suppressing all other paths. When shall our own path see the light of day? Given the environment of the West, their cultivation methods diverge significantly from those of the other schools within the primordial wilderness. Moreover, in comparison to the already flourishing celestial path, the methods they devised were still in their infancy, with the cultivation methods for the Deluo realm barely taking shape. Younger brother, all things inevitably face decline. We shall await the right moment. Jiejing responded. Having resolved his previous concerns regarding the barren West, his cultivation had surged remarkably, and though no one had guided him, he had already touched upon the threshold of the quasi-saint realm. A mere step away from Laozi. In terms of talent and foundation, Jiejing was nearly on par with Laozi, if not slightly surpassing him. After all, Laozi had the guidance of Hongjun, while Jiejing relied solely on his own comprehension of the great Tao. Yet, in later legends, he was said to stand alongside Laozi, which speaks volumes. Younger brother, let us both concentrate on our cultivation. Soon, a great opportunity shall present itself for us. Countless threads of cause and effect flickered in Jiejing's eyes. And among them, the most significant connection was to that ancestor who attained the saintly realm. Returning to the matter at hand, once everyone had secured their merits, a sudden crack echoed through the sky. As a previously intact space revealed a rift, streams of purple and azure energy flowed forth from this opening, exuding profound mystery and rich Tao rhythm. Even the most powerful beings present were momentarily entranced by this purple and azure energy. However, they quickly broke free from its allure and, upon recognizing its significance, exclaimed in awe, Imperial Purple Qi and Heavenly Sovereign Azure Qi. No one had anticipated the emergence of such heavenly energies at this moment. And each being gazed fervently at the streams of purple and azure. 17 streams of Imperial Purple Qi and dozens of Heavenly Sovereign Azure Qi appeared in the sky. The Imperial Purple Qi is considered essential for any who aspire to become emperors, as only by gaining the recognition of the Imperial Purple Qi can one truly be deemed a sovereign, facilitating a deeper understanding of the emperor's way. While the heavenly sovereign azure chi may not match the imperial purple chi, it too holds great significance, aiding one in achieving the status of a heavenly sovereign and garnering the favor of the heavenly Tao. Although the onlookers were envious of the imperial purple chi and the heavenly sovereign azure chi, they were acutely aware that such treasures could not simply be seized and refined at will. With a resounding explosion throughout the heavens and the earth, they witnessed the 19 streams of imperial purple chi, of which 9 flew toward Tai, 1 toward the purple light, and 2 entered Chongyuan's body. Among the remaining 7, 3 ruptured the space and vanished, while the remaining 4 were claimed by Fuxi, Niwa, Emperor Jiang, and Hutu. The streams of purple light that disappeared into the void were likely scattered across the primordial wilderness, and since the heavenly Tao obscured them, even Hongjun would find it challenging to trace them, leaving their acquisition to those fated to possess them. But as for the heavenly sovereign azure chi, after Tain, Kuanpeng, Mingyi, and Jimu each obtained 3 streams, the remaining azure energy also departed without a trace. Tai alone claimed 9 streams of imperial purple chi, and with the status of the heavenly emperor, he refined the purple energy at an astonishing pace. After the heavenly sovereign azure chi had departed, he opened his eyes, likely due to the recent refinement of the purple energy, which now glimmered with a rich purple essence, and his aura grew increasingly formidable. You are all the backbone of my divine race. Now that the heavenly court has just been established, I wonder if you would be inclined to join us. Tai emanated an overwhelming aura of sovereign authority, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, which instilled a palpable sense of pressure among the crowd. Previously, Tai had conferred privately with the others, apart from Chongyuan, who was aware of Hutu, Taiming, Kuanping, Ziguang, and Fuxin Yuan. It remained uncertain whether Emperor Jiang, Jinmu, and Mingyi would join the heavenly court. I am honored by the esteem of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. However, as I am tasked with overseeing the lineage of the witch gods, I fear that my attention may be divided. I sincerely appreciate your kind intentions, Your Majesty. Emperor Jiang expressed apologetically, as others began to declare their intentions to join the heavenly court. Chongyuan regarded Emperor Jiang with a profound gaze, sensing that he was scheming something significant. Yet despite his contemplations and the memories of his past life, the specifics of Emperor Jiang's machinations eluded him. Tai, however, was unperturbed by Emperor Jiang's remarks, for the latter had never concealed his ambitions. Had it not been for Tai's early emergence and the deep-seated recognition he garnered from the divine beings, Emperor Jiang would not so easily relinquish his aspirations for the position of heavenly emperor. Thus, it was clear that Emperor Jiang's ambitions would not allow him to remain subservient to Tai. If so, you may depart at your leisure, Tai replied. Following Emperor Jiang's sentiments, Mingyi spoke up. Your Majesty, I dwell in a secluded corner, practicing the path of the blood sea, which is incongruous with the splendor of the heavenly court. I must also decline your gracious offer. With the current cultivation levels of the assembly, restraining their own auras was merely a matter of thought, and Tai paid little heed to Mingyi's refusal, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, I have no taste for mundane affairs. The complexities of the heavenly court are ill-suited for me, and I hope you will understand, Jinmu stated, shaking her head, also opting not to join the heavenly court. After all, Jinmu was the embodiment of the essence of supreme Yin, and her connection with Tai was profound. Even with her steadfast resolve, encountering Tai stirred tumultuous waves within her heart. Had it not been for Ziguang's presence, Jinmu might have considered joining the heavenly court. However, with Tai and Ziguang already entwined, having birthed progeny together, Jinmu saw no reason to further demean herself. Chapter 49. Distribution of titles. After the departure of the 3, Tai surveyed the vast expanse of the heavenly court and addressed the assembly. This heavenly court is the most vital domain of our divine kin. Why not lend your hands to its construction? Indeed, the assembly recognized that they would likely reside in the heavenly court henceforth, and naturally welcomed the prospect of enhancing their future abode. With their collective vision and prowess, it wasn't long before the heavenly court underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Before them, golden rays intertwined with crimson rainbows, and auspicious vapors billowed in violet mists. The grand pillars of the portals were crafted from deep azure glass, adorned with luminous jade, while the columns were entwined with golden-scaled, sun-radiating dragons. Numerous celestial palaces ascended from the earth, their lofty ridges adorned with golden beasts, complemented by 72 treasure halls, each flanked by jade cheilents. Across the grounds, ageless divine flowers bloomed eternally, and evergreens flourished for millennia. The garments of scarlet gauze sparkled like stars, while the crown of hibiscus gleamed with golden brilliance. adornments of jade and pearls, along with purple ribbons and golden insignias, embellished the scene. Such was the resplendence of the heavenly palace, exuding an atmosphere of grandeur and dignity, perfectly suited for the heavenly court. Thus, with a call to summon the divine kin of the world and allocate esteemed titles and responsibilities, Tai proclaimed, striking the suspended chaos bell lightly. Ding ding ding. The crisp chimes resonated, echoing like a celestial symphony, gradually permeating every corner of the primordial realm. In that moment, all beings within heaven and earth heard the harmonious tolling, instinctively opening their eyes, especially the deities, whose faces bore expressions of excitement and trepidation. Previously, the sun god Tai had established the heavenly court atop Zhou Mountain, attaining the revered status of heavenly emperor. Now he used the chaos bell to summon the myriad gods, signaling the impending distribution of divine titles. Guided by the sound of the bell, countless divine beings soared towards the heavenly court, some radiating divine light, others riding auspicious clouds or mounts. Deity was the first time the gods had visited the heavenly court, and upon witnessing its splendor, their astonishment grew, intensifying their eagerness to join. The assembly of deities gathered at the central Juntian de Luo Hall. Tai's voice, imbued with royal majesty, echoed throughout the 9 heavens. This hall served as the assembly ground for the divine kin, a place to address myriad matters of the primordial realm, making it the most significant venue among the 9 heavens. The de Luo Hall, encircled by 99 tiers of white jade steps, radiated divine golden light, towering to great heights, while the expansive square before it was inlaid with gold and jade, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. At a glance, the vast square was teeming with divine beings, the exact number impossible to ascertain, with all present being of the de Luo realm. Those below de Luo had no opportunity to approach the hall. The might of the divine kin was evident. Boom, the myriad gods transformed into streams of light, settling into their respective seats, awaiting the commencement of the divine conferment ceremony. Thud thud thud. Accompanied by the ringing of the bell, an overwhelming and irresistible aura of power emanated from Tai, cascading downwards to envelop the millions of deities below. Our divine kin has existed in the primordial realm since the great Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. The 3 sovereigns of antiquity led many ancestors to vanquish ferocious beasts and eradicate the demon race, making indelible contributions to the primordial universe. Today, I, Tai, alongside my fellow deities, wish to emulate our predecessors and contribute to the maintenance of order within the primordial realm. As Tai's voice reverberated across the expanse, the millions of deities present experienced a surge of fervor, their spirits ignited. Will you join the heavenly court to uphold the order of heaven and earth? We are willing to follow your majesty and maintain the order of the primordial realm. The multitude of deities responded in unison. Roar. Amidst the jubilant cries of the myriad gods, a resonant, authoritative, and supreme dragons were surged forth from behind Tai, reverberating throughout the cosmos. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, the sun and moon dimmed, and even the de Luo deities displayed expressions of panic, clearly startled by the thunderous roar. Chongyuan and the others looked up suddenly, gazing at the purple dragon behind Tai, their pupils constricting in disbelief as they murmured, "This is the true aura of the heavenly emperor. Tai has received the recognition of the heavenly Tao and ascended as the heavenly emperor." The astonishment of Chongyuan and the others stemmed from the fact that Tai was previously merely the eastern sovereign of the divine kin, yet now he had attained the recognition of the heavenly Tao, becoming the heavenly emperor of the primordial realm. The title of heavenly emperor is the most significant rank within the primordial realm. Even the 3 sovereigns of antiquity were merely sovereigns of the divine kin, never reaching Tai's level. It seemed that under Tai's leadership, the divine kin would evolve to unprecedented heights. Chongyuan reflected, observing Tai, who had closed his eyes to comprehend the essence of the heavenly emperor's position. With the birth of the heavenly emperor, the fortunes of the divine kin within the river of destiny underwent a transformation. Originally vast yet scattered, their fortunes coalesced into a magnificent palace, standing majestically above the river of destiny. Upon this palace, a great sun hung suspended, embodying an astonishing 30% of the divine kin's fortunes. This shift left the great deities of the primordial realm astounded, for the child of destiny had condensed a quantifiable fortune within himself. The deities gazed at Tai with complex expressions, uncertain whether to feel envy or jealousy. It is worth noting that the divine kin currently monopolized 50% of the primordial fortunes, with Tai's present fortune Even the venerable Hongjun, chosen by the heavenly Tao, could not surpass him. In terms of fortune alone, Tai had already ascended to the pinnacle of existence among all beings in the primordial realm. As Tai opened his eyes, an overwhelming and sacred dragon might, unparalleled in supremacy, surged forth like a divine manifestation, sweeping toward the millions of deities beneath the Deluo Hall. The deities trembled uncontrollably, their hearts devoid of any thought of resistance. Roar! A colossal purple dragon, stretching thousands of feet, opened its majestic, cold, and unyielding purple eyes. Exuding the utmost dragon might. It roared as it soared into the 9 heavens before descending into Tai's fortune. Heavenly Emperor, I never imagined the heavenly Tao would hold me in such high regard. Yet, this thought lingered only in Tai's mind. With the disappearance of the purple dragon, the overwhelming pressure dissipated, and the multitude of deities before the hall momentarily relaxed. Beginning to converse about the recently revealed purple dragon, upon regaining his composure, Tai was met with the overwhelming din of conversation, which caused his brow to furrow. Silence. This command resonated like thunder, erupting in the ears of the assembled deities, causing their hearts to tremble and silencing their chatter. The atmosphere became profoundly quiet. Having received the favor of the heavenly Tao and attained the position of heavenly emperor, I shall henceforth manage the operation of the primordial realm and govern all its myriad races. I hope for your assistance. We shall not disappoint the lofty expectations of your majesty. The multitude of deities replied, their hearts brimming with excitement. With that, I shall act on behalf of the heavenly Tao to confer titles upon you all. Tai proclaimed, raising his voice, retrieving the heavenly emperor's jade seal, and inscribing in the air, I hereby appoint Chongyuan as the divine sovereign of the supreme 9 mysteries, overseeing the eastern celestial realm. The bestowal of divine authority by the celestial emperor is indeed a significant aspect of his dominion. However, such authority is not forged by the deities themselves, but is conferred by the celestial emperor. Should he desire to revoke a deity's position, it would be an effortless endeavor. Nevertheless, if a deity who is granted such a position possesses the capability to wield authority beyond mere titles, they need not fear the loss of their divine rank. The position granted to Chongyuan by Tai is inherently his. This act serves merely to elevate Chongyuan's standing within the celestial court. Yet, one must ponder why Tai has entrusted him with the governance of the heavens. Chongyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, filled with uncertainty, yet the timing was not conducive for further inquiries. Thank you. Celestial Emperor, Chongyuan proclaimed as he accepted the divine decree penned by Tai. Merging it into his own yellow river divine sealed, he conferred upon Ho-Tu the title of earthly sovereign, embodying the virtues of profound morality and the grandeur of nature. Governing the realm of the western skies, he designated Ziguag as the radiant and benevolent supreme Yuan Zun, the golden true sovereign of the northern skies. The divine positions of figures such as Ho-Tu and Ziguang are rights they inherently possess. The heavenly Tao merely articulates them through Tai's voice. Subsequently, Tai proceeded to bestow titles upon the myriad deities of the divine lineage, elevating them all to the status of celestial gods, ranked from the highest transcendent grade to the lowest. The esteemed title of Supreme Celestial Emperor of the Eastern Sovereign, Tai was conferred upon him as he resided in the central celestial domain, with a resounding echo as Tai established his revered title. The atmosphere within the celestial court surged with vitality, intensifying palpably. The grand ceremony of conferring divinity persisted for an entire day and night before finally concluding. Chapter 50. The path of primordial unity. A millennium has elapsed since Tai ascended to the throne of the Celestial Emperor, during which countless deities have flocked to the celestial court. Even those born of the earthly realm have sought refuge under its protection. Tai, ever welcoming, imposed certain regulations to safeguard the dignity of the celestial court and the fortune of the divine lineage against any potential transgressions by these beings. As time has passed, the divine lineage has transformed into an entity incomparable to its former self. It now stands as the preeminent clan across the vast wilderness, with virtually all practitioners, aside from those of the celestial path, being of divine descent. The divine lineage has undisputedly become the foremost clan in the wilderness, which exacerbates the already precarious situation of those following the celestial path, forcing them to retreat to the barren realms of spiritual energy. However, a millennium ago, after Tai and other top-tier deities of the divine lineage garnered the favor of the heavenly Tao, many entered seclusion in pursuit of enlightenment. Otherwise, practitioners of the celestial path would have found themselves with no foothold at all. Presently, the celestial court is managed by the Tushan clan of Qingqiu. Fortunate that its leader is also of the Daluo realm, endowed with the imperial seal bestowed by Tai, enabling him to suppress those deities with ulterior motives. Without the oversight of Tai and his ilk, how could the celestial court remain undisturbed? It is noteworthy that many deities within the divine lineage were compelled to submit to Tai's authority through sheer force. On a certain afternoon, the resonant chimes of a bell echoed, causing numerous deities atop Mount Zhou to cease their activities. Following the sound, they beheld a magnificent spectacle, a colossal purple-gold dragon emerging amidst a dazzling array of primordial lights. Soaring majestically above the earth, with a resounding boom, a distinctly different tone of bell reverberated as the dragon descended toward the celestial court amidst the astonished gazes of the deities. Who dares to intrude upon our sacred domain? Bai Zhe, who held the celestial emperor's seal, swiftly grasped the situation, calling out in alarm. Utilizing the talismans bestowed by Tai, he attempted to raise a barrier to halt the advance of the purple gold dragon, only to find it effortlessly piercing through as if it were inconsequential. Upon entering the celestial court, the dragon refrained from any destructive actions. Instead, it glided gracefully towards the central throne of the celestial emperor, gradually coiling around it, augmenting the already formidable presence of the sacred seat. Witnessing this, Bai Zhe pursued the dragon, and upon observing its non-destructive demeanor, a flicker of realization illuminated his mind as the dragon intertwined with the emperor's throne. He exclaimed with elation, "We welcome the celestial emperor back from seclusion." The other deities, momentarily taken aback by Bai Zhe's words, soon echoed his sentiment. "We welcome the celestial emperor back from seclusion." Tai, having remained in seclusion for a millennium, felt an awakening within himself, announcing, "In 9 days, I shall expound upon the path of primordial unity within the celestial court." His proud voice resonated across the vast wilderness, reverberating in the hearts of countless beings. Chongyuan, similarly roused from his slumber by Tai's resonant bell, was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. Tai's exceptional talent was evident, as he had discerned the essence of the path of primordial unity from but a fragment of information granted by the heavenly Tao. Consequently, should Hongjun choose to lecture on this path in the future, Tai would undoubtedly hold an advantage. One could only speculate how much fortune Hongjun could extract from the great powers of that time to further nourish the celestial path. With Tai's declaration, the deities within the celestial court erupted into fervent discussions, their former dignified demeanor fading into the background. Meanwhile, mighty beings throughout the realms were equally astonished. After all, Hongjun, the progenitor of the celestial path, had achieved the state of primordial unity, yet even after millennia, remained elusive. Those who sought to delve into the path of primordial unity found themselves without guidance. Now, however, Tai had merely gleaned insights and was willing to share them with all. Highlighting the disparity between the two in the eyes of these mighty beings, in an instant, many who leaned towards the celestial path among the divine lineage realigned themselves with the divine cause. Within Jade Capital Mountain, upon hearing Tai's proclamation, Hongjuan's expression darkened. He was not averse to imparting the path of primordial unity, but despite achieving the status of a saint, the primordial demonic energy of Luo Hu lingered within him. Moreover, the injuries sustained during the previous battle were grievous. Otherwise, how could he fail to solidify the saintly realm and lecture on the path of primordial unity? Although he had healed from his injuries hundreds of years ago and stabilized his realm, the celestial court had only just been established, with numerous divine powers in seclusion. Even if he were to lecture on the path of primordial unity, how many of these divine beings would emerge to hear him? It is essential to recognize that any practitioner of the path must heed the laws of cause and effect. Should these divine beings attend his lecture, they would inevitably owe him a debt of karma. Hongjun had also secretly devised a plan. Those deities attending his lecture would incur a karmic debt, which would subsequently transform into fortune, fortifying the celestial path for its future development. Thus, according to Hongjuan's designs, he intended to announce his teachings on the path of primordial unity a millennium hence, gathering a substantial amount of divine fortune to lay the groundwork for the future resurgence of the celestial path. However, who could have foreseen Tai, favored by the heavens, attaining the exalted status of the celestial emperor, would also independently comprehend the path of primordial unity, though Tai's understanding may not reach the profound depths of Hongjuan's. It was sufficient to inspire many great beings of the divine lineage to seek enlightenment. With Tai's insights into the path of primordial unity, the number of deities attending Hongjuan's lectures would undoubtedly dwindle, thereby reducing the fortune he could amass. How could he not feel aggrieved? Yet, at this point, Hongjun could not hastily follow suit and commence lectures on the path of primordial unity. How would the myriad beings of the wilderness perceive him? How would they regard the celestial path he and his fellow practitioners had established? Very well, let you take the lead. In the future, the celestial path shall see the emergence of 3 saints. Must I truly fear you, the divine lineage? Hongjun cast a distant glance toward the celestial court before closing his eyes once more. The passage of 9 days felt but an instant to the deities. Yet the anticipation of Tai's teachings on the path of primordial unity stirred their hearts, rendering each moment feel agonizingly slow. 9 days have passed. All please ascend the path of enlightenment. As Tai's voice resonated. An ethereal staircase appeared before the multitude of deities, seemingly boundless. Regardless of one's cultivation level or relationship with Tai, anyone wishing to hear the teachings on the path of primordial unity must ascend this staircase. Within the Daluo Hall, divine light radiated brilliantly, adorned with shimmering divine lamps, as a majestic figure sat upon the celestial emperor's throne, observing the deities climbing the steps below with a faint smile gracing his lips. Beside him, 9 purple-gold platforms awaited the first 9 ascendants, with further tiers comprising 36 purple-blue platforms, 72 azure platforms, 108 golden-yellow platforms, and over 2,700 pure white platforms. Harmonizing with the essence of the 3,000 paths, Chongyuan gazed at the path of enlightenment with a slight shake of his head, surprised that Tai had devised such a method to test the beings. However, it was only fitting. Profound teachings such as the path of primordial unity could not be grasped by just any being. Shaking off his distractions, Chongyuan hastened towards the Daluo Hall, for as one who had been conferred a title by Tai, he could not afford to lag behind, lest he be looked down upon by others. The path of enlightenment serves but one purpose, to incessantly interrogate the resolve of your heart. The higher the steps you ascend, the greater the capacity to disturb your heart's resolve. If it were the newly arrived Chongyuan, burdened by a multitude of distracting thoughts, he might indeed find himself at the very bottom. However, after enduring countless trials over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, Chongyuan's heart has become remarkably resilient, rendering this path of enlightenment a relatively trivial trial for him. As time passed, Chongyuan finally took his last step, and upon noticing several great deities seated beside Tai, he smiled sheepishly before moving towards the 6th golden cloud platform. Among the 7 present, the one who piqued Chongyuan's curiosity the most was the ancient ancestor Confronting, who emerged during the twilight of the primordial era and the dawn of the ancient age from the powerful being known as Hongmeng. This usually unassuming ancestor now sat in the foremost position among the 9 golden cloud platforms, above both Hutu and Tame, second only to Tai himself, thus intensifying Chongyuan's intrigue. Chapter 51, Transmission of the Tao. However, as they were not familiar with one another, Chongyuan had no intention of prying into the secrets of others. After casting a few more glances, he redirected his attention to the deities still climbing the path of enlightenment. Observing for a considerable time without spotting any noteworthy deities, he felt a growing sense of boredom and inquired, "Esteemed ones, why is it that I see none among these deities who capture my attention? While you seem so engrossed?" Hutu, somewhat exasperated, replied, Yuan, are you not observing those deities of higher cultivation?" "Indeed," Chongyuan acknowledged, sensing a flicker of understanding as expected. Hutu's subsequent words resonated with his thoughts. These deities, though their cultivation is not far off from ours, have remained on the path for so long. What is there to admire? We are merely selecting those deities of lesser cultivation to observe, for in our case, the heart's resolve is of greater significance. While cultivation can be swiftly enhanced, what of the heart's resolve? Is it not forged through constant refinement? Sister speaks wisely. I have indeed been blinded by my own perspective, Chongyuan mused. Shaking his head, it seems my cultivation still falls short compared to Hutu and the others. I must seek a time to elevate my own understanding in the future. With Hutu's guidance, Chongyuan ceased his gaze upon the higher cultivation deities and began to search from above for those of lesser cultivation. After some searching, he discovered a deity that brought him considerable surprise. This individual, merely at the level of a deity lord, had ascended to the 7,000th step, and judging by her expression, she still possessed some remaining strength. It was not inconceivable that she could contend for a place upon the 108th bright yellow cloud platform before Tai commenced his discourse. What followed only deepened Chongyuan's astonishment. This deity, utilizing the power of the path, relentlessly tempered her heart's resolve, and her pace quickened with each passing moment. In a mere quarter of an hour, she had reached the 9,000th step. Upon witnessing her innate talent, Chongyuan was immediately struck by the thought of taking her as a disciple, for she was a manifestation of the essence of earth and stone, capable of inheriting his earthly path. Though her foundation was less than ideal, being merely a stone infused with primordial essence, after Hutu's remarks, Chongyuan recognized that the heart's resolve was of paramount importance. What if her foundation was lacking? The treasures she possessed were sufficient to elevate her standing. Chongyuan continued to observe her, and she did not disappoint his expectations, indeed seating herself upon that bright yellow cloud platform. Had it not been for her insufficient cultivation, which left her somewhat exhausted and delayed her ascent, she undoubtedly would have secured a place upon the 72 azure cloud platforms. As she settled into her position, Chongyuan departed from his own cloud platform and approached her, asking, "I am Chongyuan, the god of mountains and rivers. Do you wish to take me as your master?" This unexpected declaration startled the young deity, while every other deity present was equally taken aback by Chongyuan's audacity. Save for those who discerned her exceptional nature, the others could scarcely believe them. She was not only of low cultivation, but also possessed a remarkably poor foundation. The mere fact that she had reached the bright yellow cloud platform was already a stroke of fortune. Yet now, she was being sought as a disciple by the renowned god of mountains and rivers, Chongyuan. Instantly, a wave of jealousy surged within the hearts of those deities. Were it not for the fear of offending Chongyuan, many would have openly questioned his choice. Chongyuan, fully aware of their thoughts, paid them no mind, for in his eyes, none could compare to the individual before him. The maiden in azure was momentarily stunned by Chongyuan's sudden words. But she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Disciple Shurji greets my master." "Shurji?" Chongyuan echoed, recalling the tragically fated female immortal. However, even if they were indeed the same person, he remained confident that when the war of the gods commenced, Shurji would undoubtedly stand on equal footing with any second-generation disciple of the Xianmen. "Henceforth, you shall be my first disciple, and once the heavenly emperor concludes his teachings, we shall return to the realm of mountains and rivers." Having spoken, Chongyuan returned to his own cloud platform. Observing the puzzled gazes of those around him, he understood their curiosity regarding why he had chosen Shurji, despite her poor foundation, albeit with a commendable heart's resolve. It was clear that among the myriad new generation deities on the path, many possessed both attributes and abundance, yet he had singularly focused on Shurji. Chongyuan could only surmise that he sensed great potential in Shurji for future surprises. And as for her foundation, he would surely find ways to remedy the gap between her and the other deities. Thus, he chose not to address the inquiries that lingered in the minds of others, allowing them to speculate at their leisure. Yet, Hutu, with her keen insight, grasped Chongyuan's reasons for accepting Shurji, though her understanding encompassed only part of his true motivations. Chongyuan immersed himself in contemplation, awaiting the return of the 3,000 Cloud Platform's masters. Tai's teachings on the way of Hunyuan were profoundly mysterious, and even with the memories of his past life, he found them elusive. Yet now, Tai, armed with his own innate talents, drew insights from the heavenly principles. While perhaps not entirely perfect, he nonetheless offered a pathway for all beings to advance. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the deities ascended Mount Zhou, taking their places upon the cloud platforms, continuously inhaling the purest spiritual energy of the primordial realm to cleanse themselves of the fatigue from their ascent. Time passed, and soon all 3,000 cloud platforms had their rightful occupants. Among them were familiar deities seated nearby, yet in such a solemn setting, they dared not whisper or even utter a single word. Fearful of offending Tai and being cast out. To outsiders, it might appear that Tai sat in silence, but in truth, he was observing each deity upon the platforms, assessing their potential for greatness. As previously mentioned, the flourishing of the divine race could not rely solely on Tai and his peers. Without the infusion of fresh blood, their decline was inevitable. When the 3,000th deity took their place upon a cloud platform, Tai's eyes suddenly opened wide, divine light radiating from them. The path of enlightenment, which extended from the heavenly realm, abruptly transformed into mist, slowly dissipating, leaving those still ascending in a state of panic and despair. Yet such was the nature of fate. No matter their efforts, this teaching was now beyond their reach. Tai gazed down upon the deities, the 81 layers of innate divine light shimmering behind him. As a great sun rose from the auspicious clouds, he spoke with a tone that was both cold and authoritative. "I stand within the heavenly principles, comprehending the way of Hunyuan. The profundities of this path are such that I have yet to grasp its final step." At these words, a tempest of shock surged within the hearts of the deities. Tai, with all his insight, could not fathom the final step. What hope did they have? Tai's indifferent gaze fell upon the deities, who were rife with tumultuous emotions, before he continued, "I shall impart my teachings for 108 years, 18 years on the way of the gods, 36 years on the great Luo, and finally 54 years on the way of Yuan. We thank the Heavenly Emperor for imparting the Tao and teachings. The deities intoned in unison. Tai nodded slightly, speaking for himself. In the primordial chaos, the Tao exists. The divine and the Tao are one. The way of the gods lies in wielding heavenly duties, shepherding all beings as guardians of the cosmic order. This is the foundation of our divine race. Unchanging through the ages, the gravity of Tai's expression deepened as he urged, "You must remember these words." "We shall remember these words." The deities echoed resolutely. With a profound reverence, the deities bowed in unison, their voices resonating in harmony. Tai's gaze traversed the assembly of gods, lingering momentarily upon Chongyuan, a subtle smile gracing his lips before his expression returned to one of indifference. His lips moved, uttering profound truths of the Tao, each word flowing languidly, imbued with profound significance, delving into the depths of the Great Way. The multitude of deities within the grand hall focused intently, their minds devoid of distractions, striving to engrave each of Tai's utterances into their hearts, hoping for enlightenment in their future cultivation. Although these teachings bore no direct relation to their practice, the essence of the Tao contained within captivated the 3,000 deities, rendering them entranced and spellbound. Even Chongyuan and his companions found themselves immersed, their divine power instinctively activating, allowing them to cultivate anew from the divine realm, reinforcing their foundational strength. Great edifices rise from the ground. And though the present cultivation of the assembly was profound, initial missteps in their journeys could not be overlooked. This current practice served to rectify those errors, further solidifying their foundations. Chapter 52. The Path of the Nine Heavens. Tai's aloof voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reverberated throughout the Deluo hall. To give birth to the heavens and the earth, to harmonize yin and yang, to encompass all things, the eternal and unchanging essence is the Tao. Tai surveyed the assembly of deities, his icy gaze devoid of warmth. The Tao is formless, nurturing the cosmos. The Tao is unfeeling, governing the sun and moon. The Tao is nameless, fostering all creatures. I know not its name. I shall henceforth call it Tao. The Tao encompasses clarity and turbidity, motion and stillness. The heavens are clear while the earth is turbid. The heavens move while the earth remains still. The innate beings are born of the heavenly Tao, nurtured by the cosmos, thus enduring and indestructible, possessing excellent Tao nature, known as deities. The acquired beings are birthed from the interplay of yin and yang, lacking foundational strength, relying on the spiritual resonance of the heavens and the earth. Borrowing the methods of others to cultivate, referred to as spirits. Spirits, arising from the acquired, are thus categorized into three grades. The inferior grade, eager for quick success, lacking deep understanding, amalgamating spiritual resonance. The middle grade, comprehending the spiritual mechanisms of heaven and earth, contemplating the creation of the sun and moon, yet adhering rigidly to rules, resulting in slightly inferior foundations. Tai's gaze was frigidly detached, devoid of emotion, as he regarded the 3,000 deities before him, and continued. The superior grade, by borrowing the Tao of heaven and earth, establishes a thread of innate Tao foundation, enabling one to later reverse the innate and comprehend the Great Way. The inferior grade may transcend the limits of 1,000 years of lifespan, yet the Divine Lord is difficult to attain, ultimately constrained by lifespan. The middle grade may advance further, but if lacking in comprehension, without great fortune, it is challenging to achieve the Deluo realm. As for the superior grade, by grasping the mysteries of heaven's Tao, reversing the innate, there are no obstacles before Deluo, even in the realm of Yuan. One may glimpse a fraction. Upon hearing these words, the countenances of many deities below shifted, some displaying flickers of joy, others revealing bitter expressions, and still others maintaining blank faces, caught in uncertainty. After all, one knows their own circumstances. Perhaps they had previously felt indifferent, but with Tai delineating the classifications, how could they remain unaware of their own grade among the spirits? Meanwhile, the deities remained contemplative, their hearts undisturbed, quietly pondering the underlying truths. In the grand hall, among the 3,000 listeners, 400 were deities, with 20 to 30 classified as inferior and 50 to 60 achieving the middle grade. Only Mod and a deity of the Yifeng clan attained the superior grade. Harboring lofty aspirations of the Great Way, Tai paid no mind to the expressions of the assembled deities and continued. What is manifested is born of the unmanifested. How then can the cosmos arise? Thus it is said, There exists Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, and Tai Su. Tai Yi signifies the unseen Qi. Tai Chu is the beginning of Qi. Tai Shi is the beginning of form. Tai Su is the beginning of essence. Qi, form, and essence coexist without separation, hence it is called the primordial chaos. The formless transitions into one transforms into seven, and seven evolves into nine. The nine transformations signify the ultimate, which then reverts back to one. Observing the Tao of heaven, grasping the actions of heaven, brings all to completion. The universe resides within the heart. All transformations arise from the body. Heavenly nature, human heart, mechanism of the mind. Establishing the Tao of heaven serves to define humanity. The unity of heaven and humanity initiates the foundation of all transformations. Although Tai Yi's discourse pertained merely to foundational realms, extraordinary phenomena accompanied his words, with golden lotuses erupting from the ground and celestial maidens scattering flowers from the skies. Ding! As the sound of the chaos bell resonated, Tai Yi ceased his speech. The gods understood. 18 years had elapsed. While curiosity lingered regarding why Tai Yi did not continue imparting the Tao, they refrained from intruding. Instead, seizing the opportunity to digest the teachings previously shared, the sound of the bell acted as a gentle spring breeze, dispelling the weariness within the hearts of the deities, relaxing their taut spirits. After 18 consecutive years, many deities were fatigued in spirit. Although Tai Yi's teachings were concerning the divine path and did not delve into methods of cultivation, the profound truths of the Great Way contained therein were far more precious than mere cultivation techniques. Furthermore, the profound truths within the teachings were extraordinarily intricate. Aside from those deities in the Deluo realm, all others needed to ponder meticulously, continually exploring the essence of the truths presented. As many deities relaxed their spirits, they momentarily forgot Tai Yi's previous mention of 108 years. They suddenly rose, bowing to Tai Yi before turning to depart. Tai Yi did not impede their exit, not even lifting an eyelid. Allowing these deities to leave, for the subsequent opportunities lay in their own grasp, and who could they blame? After their departure, the chaos bell tolled again, and once the sound ceased, Tai Yi softly proclaimed, "In the next 36 years, I shall expound upon the Tao of Deluo." Deluo signifies eternal freedom across all spaces, representing immortality, implying resilience against countless trials, embodying the eternal and indestructible nature of all time and space. Henceforth, one may be deemed to have attained the Tao. Taking the heavenly court as an example, I deduced the 9 heavens of Deluo from the heavenly Tao, beginning with the western heavens of Haotian and culminating in the central heavens of Juntian. Manifesting the cycles of existence. As Tai Yi spoke, a small figure appeared behind him, gesturing with hands, unleashing waves of spiritual energy, and as Tai Yi continued his discourse, the figure's realm transitioned from the initial realm of Haotian to that of Juntian. The deities seated below were filled with astonishment, unable to fathom how Tai Yi had revisited and re-established the Deluo in merely a millennium. What formidable power did Tai Yi possess now? This path of the 9 heavens is derived from the reverse deduction of the Yuan Tao, intricately linked with the Yuan Tao. Cherish it, value it. Tai Yi spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Tai Yi's teachings on the path of the 9 heavens, Chongyuan regarded him earnestly, marveling at Tai Yi's ingenuity in consolidating the heavenly court's position and the fortunes of the divine race. Truly, he was worthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor. By designating the heavenly court's 9 heavens with the name of the 9 heavens of Deluo, the heavenly court could draw upon the fortunes of those cultivating the path of the 9 heavens. Regardless of the great way they pursued, so long as they practiced the path of the 9 heavens within the realm of Deluo, the heavenly court could siphon some fortune to replenish itself. With some time remaining for this discourse, Tai Yi calmly inquired, "If any of you have doubts, feel free to express them." Given Chongyuan and the others' comprehension, the Deluo realm posed no uncertainties for them. Moreover, they sensed that the path of the 9 heavens was closely tied to the Yuan Tao that Tai Yi would expound upon later. Each was intent on revising their understanding of the path of the 9 heavens. Leaving no time for delay, the remaining deities exchanged glances, and from the pure white cloud platform, a primordial deity descended, boldly querying, "May I ask, esteemed teacher, can one alter their foundational path?" Upon hearing Tai Yi's teachings, referring to him as teacher was naturally appropriate. "Though I am a primordial deity, my humble path restricts my future development in the Tao. I wonder if my path is thus severed." This primordial deity was but a golden rooster, imbued with primordial young energy. While a primordial deity, it was not far removed from the acquired spirits. The foundational path can be altered, The beings of the acquired are born from the interplay of primordial deities Yin and Yang, thus naturally containing the bloodline of the primordial deities, capable of strengthening their innate bloodline and reversing the innate, albeit this path is fraught with difficulty, more challenging than Deluo. Upon hearing this, the deity could not help but reveal despair, yet quickly regained composure, bowing respectfully before returning to the cloud platform. Among the 3,000 listeners, many deities shared similarities with this golden rooster, and hearing Taiyi's words, numerous spirits displayed expressions of despair. Observing the reactions of these deities, Taiyi felt a slight stir within. If this individual could one day reverse their innate state, granting them an opportunity wouldn't be amiss. Would it? At that moment, Shiji stepped forward and inquired, esteemed teacher, I am transformed from the 9 orifices stone essence. However, with the 9 orifices wide open, I cannot contain my spiritual energy, thus my cultivation stagnates, and my strength does not grow. Does the teacher possess a solution? Upon hearing Shiji's question, Chongyuan opened his eyes. He had noticed this issue upon accepting Shiji as a disciple, but had yet to devise an effective remedy. Now, with Shiji seeking Taiyi's guidance, he too was eager to hear Taiyi's approach. Disperse your foundation, abandon all your cultivated magical powers, leaving only a trace of your essence, and reconstruct your foundation. Dare you? The final 3 words were delivered as a test of Shiji's resolve, employing a method to probe her heart. Are you willing to forsake the magical powers you have painstakingly cultivated, to disperse this innate body, in pursuit of an uncertain foundation? Taiyi cast a sympathetic glance at Chongyuan, for Shiji was his disciple, and should this inquiry sow seeds of inner demons within her, it could lead to her ruin. Chapter 53. The primordial Tao of supreme unity. Chongyuan observed the hint of regret in Taiyi's eyes and subtly shook his head, signaling his unwavering confidence in Shiji. Even if she hesitated to disperse her foundation and undergo a rebirth, Taiyi's current actions would not adversely affect Shiji. After all, how could someone with such a fragile vessel for spiritual energy, lacking in tenacity, have possibly cultivated to the realm of Taiyi? Upon hearing Taiyi's words, Shiji's expression flickered with doubt. After all, her innate body was already commendable, and the prospect of reshaping it to her satisfaction was no trivial endeavor. It is essential to recognize that the birth of each innate body is a confluence of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, intricately woven together. The other deities who contemplated altering their foundations reflected on Taiyi's words. Ultimately arriving at a unanimous conclusion, they did not dare to proceed. Taiyi, gazing down at the assembly of gods, proclaimed, should any of you wish to reshape your foundation, I am willing to lend my assistance. Yet, even with such an offer, those who had previously considered the transformation remained silent, their heads bowed as if enveloped in the profound mysteries of the celestial platform. Shiji desires to reshape her foundation. I hope for your guidance, Master. Just as Taiyi prepared to move past the matter, Shiji suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with determination, and bowed deeply to Taiyi. Excellent. A splendid Shijing. A remarkable Shiji. Surely, the path to greatness lies ahead. Upon witnessing the resolute expression on Shiji's face, Taiyi repeated his praise thrice, enviously remarking, Ah Yuan, you have indeed acquired a fine disciple. Chongyuan smiled faintly at these words. This was precisely the reason for his acceptance of Shiji, a disciple capable of bringing him unexpected joy. At this juncture, Hutu opened her eyes and chuckled. Ah Yuan, might you be willing to part with Shiji and allow her to join my ranks? Clearly, even while immersed in her own cultivation, Hutu remained acutely aware of the happenings in the outside world. Sister, she is a disciple destined to inherit my teachings. How could I let her go? Chongyuan resolutely shook his head, utterly unwilling to part with Shiji. The other deities were taken aback, never anticipating that a mere Shijing could incite such rivalry among several divine beings. Instantly, envious and jealous gazes were cast toward Shiji. Seeing Chongyuan's unwavering resolve, Hutu shook her head and refrained from further discussion. She extended her hand and pointed at Shiji, sending a glimmer of yellow light into her body, which vanished in an instant. Sister is indeed generous. Chongyuan raised an eyebrow and turned to Shiji, saying, you should express your gratitude to your martial uncle. This is a fragment of the primordial essence from when the world was first created, which will undoubtedly elevate your foundation. Shiji was taken aback. Although her cultivation was modest, she recognized the significance of such a divine artifact. Hastily, she bowed and said, Shiji is profoundly grateful for the treasure bestowed by martial uncle. Rise, this object holds little value in my possession, Hutu replied nonchalantly. Her words intensified the fervent gazes of the other deities upon Shurji, yet they dared not entertain any nefarious thoughts, for the formidable deities backing her were not to be trifled with. Very well, once the lecture concludes, I shall assist you in reshaping your foundation. Now, return and continue to absorb the teachings. Tai, noting the passage of time, struck the chaos bell once more and resumed his indifferent demeanor, declaring, for the next 54 years, I shall expound upon the Tao of primordial unity. Should any deity find themselves unable to endure, they may depart at their discretion. Upon hearing Tai's words, the deities remained unfazed. Such a significant lecture on the Tao of primordial unity was far too precious to abandon, even if they currently lacked comprehension. After all, opportunities like this were rare. And who could predict how many eons would pass before they encountered another? Tai, observing their expressions, recognized their disregard for his cautionary words but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he began his discourse. Primordial unity is the state where the primal energy is undivided, chaos is one. And it marks the inception of all energies. Esoteric in its workings, its impact is profound yet elusive. The purest essence, obscured and indistinct. The rolling symbols cast shadows, severing the ties of the soul. The essence of existence traverses time. Gathering or dispersing, the blazing fire blazes, boundless and unyielding. The spirit flickers at dusk, illuminating the darkened essence. Blood nourishes the five bodies, while divine symbols ignite the flames of the sovereign. The mind floods with celestial essence, nurturing truth within. Unmoved at the edges, the divine gate remains steadfast, observing the winds and rains. It does not act, yet it guards the roots. The three changes are certain. The 9 transformations are divine. Point 1 Initial sun. 2 phases of the moon. Pure spirit unites, enabling the true essence to flourish. Before chaos, it is the origin of primal energy. When primal energy has yet to take shape, what is there in solitude? The most refined essence is invigorated, giving birth to the one. The primal energy flows, establishing the heavens and earth. Creation unfolds, and all things derive from it. Chaos embodies only the void within, while the external remains formless. Vast and immeasurable. As Tai articulated the Tao of primordial unity, the heavens erupted in brilliance, the earth surged with golden lotuses, and divine sounds echoed faintly. This lecture was more intricate than the previous 2. Yet it was also more obscure and challenging to comprehend. The prior discourses laid the groundwork, tracing the path from the beginning of cultivation to the realm of Deluo, which, despite its complexity, was swiftly grasped by Chongyuan and his peers. However, this time was different. Tai spoke of the realm beyond Deluo, the state of primordial unity that he had gleaned from the heavenly Tao. The content was vast and profoundly intricate, encompassing 3,000 paths and 800 peripheral doctrines, captivating and enthralling. Many deities endeavored to forcibly inscribe the Tao of primordial unity, only to be harmed by the very essence of the teachings, ultimately retreating with a sense of defeat. This demonstrated the unfathomable nature of the Tao of primordial unity. Thus, for 54 years, Tai expounded on the Tao of primordial unity, allowing Chongyuan and other powerful beings to glean insights, effectively bringing the Tao of primordial unity to the primordial wilderness. The Tao of primordial unity can be divided into 3 realms. The first is Zhongli heaven, the second is Yujian heaven, and the third is Jufeng heaven, also known as the 3 sovereign realms. These 3 realms are not ranked by superiority, but rather represent the individual's mastery of their principles. Tai stated solemnly, beyond the 3 sovereign realms, there exists another world. My cultivation is insufficient for further comprehension, and I can only vaguely sense its existence. To truly grasp it, one must transcend the primordial wilderness. This may be referred to as the great primordial Tao of supreme unity. Boom. As soon as Tai's words faded, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, for Tai had revealed a heavenly secret. Yet, the divine lineage's fortunes were soaring, rendering the heavenly Tao powerless to intervene, merely issuing a warning. After all, the great primordial Tao of supreme unity is achieved amidst chaos, largely independent of the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness. And thus it would not greatly benefit the heavenly Tao. Rather, it poses a threat to the primordial wilderness, prompting the heavenly Tao to caution Tai. Hongjun evidently sensed the unusual happenings in the heavenly court. He calculated and felt a surge of joy, yet his brow soon furrowed in concern. Who had imparted the great primordial Tao of supreme unity to Tai? It appeared there were still many secrets within the divine lineage. After pondering for a considerable time, Hongjun was unable to discern who had covertly assisted Tai in acquiring the great primordial Tao of supreme unity, ultimately relinquishing his inquiries. However, This turn of events granted the celestial path a fleeting opportunity for respite. Hongjun mused inwardly. After all, the Tao of primordial unity he had taught to mortals, while similar to Tai's teachings, ultimately diverged in their paths and was favorable to the heavenly Tao, cherished by it. After casting one last glance at the heavenly court, Hongjun drifted into a tranquil reverie. If you have any questions at this moment, I shall provide answers, Tai said calmly. No sooner had Tai's words escaped his lips than a deity stood up and inquired. Master, Hongjun Laozu previously attained the status of sage. What defines a sage? Untarnished through myriad tribulations, untainted by the threads of fate, ever present with the heavens, coexisting with the Tao, the spirit resides within the heavenly Tao. This is a sage, Tai replied indifferently. Does the great primordial Tao you speak of differ from that of the sage? The deity pressed on. Yes and no. Tai pondered momentarily before continuing. A sage embodies the great primordial Tao. Yet the great primordial Tao is not confined to the sage. Previously, it was mentioned that a sage resides within the heavenly Tao, while the great primordial Tao is achieved amidst chaos, unrelated to the primordial wilderness. And even more so to the heavenly Tao, hence the soul cannot be anchored therein. Is there a disparity in strength between the two? The deity, feeling the piercing gazes from those behind him, pressed on without retreating. The difference in strength between the two is unknown to me. Perhaps in time, you shall come to understand, Tai concluded, announcing, 108 years have passed. This lecture is at its end. Upon hearing Tai's proclamation, the deities felt a profound sense of loss. Had they known, they would have risen sooner. Now, any desire to inquire was rendered futile. Contemplating this, they glared daggers at the deity who had asked 3 questions, leaving him feeling exposed, anxious, and uneasy. Meanwhile, Chongyuan and the others were preoccupied with Tai's earlier statement. Could it be that Tai had already touched upon the realm of the great primordial Tao as the lecture concluded? Tai declared, "You may now depart." With that, his figure vanished from the celestial platform. Chapter 54. Reshaping the foundation. The deities, upon hearing Tai's command, could only depart slowly. Eventually, the vast Aluo hall was left with just Chongyuan and Shiji. Before long, Tai reappeared, accompanied by Kunping and Ziguang, and addressing Shiji, he inquired, "Are you prepared?" At this moment, Tai was entirely different from the Tai who had delivered sermons earlier. Though still exalted, he no longer exuded that sense of indifference, treating all beings as mere fodder. Instead, he radiated the majesty and fairness befitting the heavenly emperor, alongside a grand and imposing aura. Upon witnessing the starkly altered demeanor of Tai, Chongyuan furrowed his brow slightly. He was aware that Tai had previously entered the Tao realm voluntarily to address the deities, yet he could not ascertain whether this would affect him. "Ready," Shiji declared resolutely. Chongyuan, startled by Shiji's voice, quickly interjected, "Wait." Hearing Chongyuan's words, everyone halted. Chongyuan continued, "Shiji, please bring forth that black stone." For a moment, Shiji was taken aback, momentarily dazed, but she soon retrieved a pitch-black stone from her robes, inquiring, "Master, is there something remarkable about this stone?" "Ah!" Kunping exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the black stone, saying, "You are indeed fortunate. You have obtained a fragment of the stone ancestor's remains." Among those present, aside from Shiji, who was not a top-tier being, perhaps none had encountered the stone ancestor, though they had heard of his name. As for Kunpeng, he had emerged from the body of the primordial Kun, inheriting the memories of the ancient being. Thus, recognizing the origins of the black stone almost instantly, it should be noted that the primordial Kun was among the first beings of the Hongmeng era, and it was possible he had even encountered the stone ancestor. Stone ancestor? Shiji asked, somewhat perplexed. The dawn of antiquity. There were several primordial deities, and the stone ancestor was one of them. Chongyuan provided a brief introduction. However, as the era was exceedingly distant, he was unaware of more details. It is worth noting that these initial deities were present when Hongmeng was merely being established, before the emergence of fierce beasts or divine clans, even with Chongyuan's memory of the Jufeng clan. His knowledge of these primordial deities was limited. As for how Chongyuan knew about the fragment of the stone ancestor in Shiji's possession, it was merely through a thorough investigation of her growth history, revealing the existence of this black stone. Yet, he had not previously recognized it as the remnant of the stone ancestor, only knowing that this black stone held significant value and could enhance Shiji's foundation. Now, seeing Tai preparing to help Shiji reconstruct her roots, he recalled this item and asked Shiji to present it, thus uncovering the origins of the black stone. In this way, Shiji's foundation is only half a step behind us. Ziguang remarked. Indeed, although this is merely a remnant of the stone ancestor, the foundation she will reconstruct, given her own status as a deity, will only be inferior to our innate deities, Tai confirmed after a moment of contemplation. You have indeed taken on a commendable disciple, Ziguang remarked to Chongyuan before producing a cloud scarf and presenting it to Shiji, stating, "Let this cloud scarf be my gift to you." Observing Shiji glance in his direction, Chongyuan nodded. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Shiji expressed her gratitude after accepting the cloud scarf, bowing respectfully. "Now, I shall utilize the true fire of the sun to help Shiji reconstruct her foundation. The process will be excruciating. Should you falter, there will be no hope of survival, and even we shall be unable to assist you. As of now, you still have a path of retreat. Have you made your decision?" Tai asked solemnly. "I am prepared," Shiji declared, her heart resolute. Having never considered retreat, once a stone spirit, she had defied the heavens to cultivate to the realm of deity, facing a dead end ahead, with only the reconstruction of her foundation and the reopening of the great Tao remaining. Witnessing Shiji's determination, the four present could not help but nod in agreement. With such tenacity, once she overcame this tribulation, she would surely ascend smoothly. "Then let us commence." Tai gestured to Chongyuan to retrieve the Chongyuan ding, then began inscribing divine patterns with his hands, which merged into the ding. Suddenly, a conflagration erupted beneath the dinged eye in an instant. The Chongyuan ding glowed red-hot from the true fire of the sun. As Tai cast numerous rare treasures into it, refining them into the purest essence of spiritual energy. After completing these tasks, Tai commanded, "Shiji, transform back into your original form." Without hesitation, Shiji expelled a breath of turbid air. And a massive stone, 9 zhang in size with 9 apertures, appeared in place, with a 9-inch black stone shimmering above it. Tai waved his sleeve, and both spiritual stones fell into the Chongyuan ding, merging into a taiji form, slowly rotating under Tai's control. The moment Shiji entered the Chongyuan ding, she was immediately engulfed by the true fire of the sun, letting out a cry of pain. Her mind slipping as more flames consumed the massive stone. "Shiji, focus and concentrate," Tai bellowed, the chaos spell at his waist ringing incessantly, awakening Shiji and preventing her from losing herself in agony. With a fierce determination, Shiji bit her tongue and sat cross-legged, murmuring as she recited a calming incantation. "Good." Tai, increasingly fond of Shiji's resolve, quickened his pace, eager to conclude the process. Chongyuan stood by, nodding slightly, contemplating before retrieving an unusual zither. This zither, crafted from mountain stones and flowing water for strings, was quite peculiar. "Yuan, since when did you learn to play the zither?" Ziguang inquired with curiosity. "Timing taught me. However, it is hardly worthy of grand occasions." Chongyuan replied, shaking his head before beginning to play. As the strings resonated, they produced a dual melody that harmoniously blended, devoid of any dissonance. With every pluck of Chongyuan's fingers, the notes flowed forth, causing the entire world to soften. Heavenly melody. Both Confronting and Ziguang were astonished, not expecting Chongyuan to possess such profound mastery of the zither. Although they had not practiced the art themselves, their status as top-tier beings allowed them to discern its excellence. Moreover, given that Chongyuan claimed to have been taught by timing, the depth of his insight into the zither was truly remarkable, achieving the realm of heavenly melody in such a short time. To note, the number of deities practicing the zither in the Hongmeng era was scarce, with Fuxi being the most renowned. Yet, even he had spent several thousand years honing his craft before touching upon the heavenly melody realm. Conversely, Chongyuan had likely only practiced for a few thousand years to reach such heights, showcasing his extraordinary talent. In truth, Chongyuan's ability to attain such a high level of zither mastery in a brief time stemmed from his previous life as a zither master, possessing considerable expertise. Furthermore, with timing's guidance, his progress was rapid, soon comprehending the heavenly melody realm. However, Chongyuan's current mastery was not stable, still somewhat unrefined. In the presence of a true zither master, he would likely reveal his shortcomings. Nevertheless, those like Ziguang and Confronting were unlikely to notice these subtle differences. The zither's melodious strains continued, and Chongyuan immersed himself fully in the performance. The piece grew increasingly fluid and lively, smoothing out any previously awkward passages. This transformation left Ziguang and Confronting astounded. Such a composition could significantly elevate one's zither skills, indicating that Chongyuan's understanding of the art was truly unmatched. Under the influence of Chongyuan's music, Shurji's state of mind became increasingly tranquil. As if the scorching true fire of the sun were non-existent, her spirit remained seated within the Confronting, while Tai continued to manipulate the merging of the two spiritual stones. Time passed, and the true fire of the sun beneath the Confronting dissipated, causing the ding to erupt with a formidable devouring force, engulfing the spiritual energy of the heavenly court. The spiritual energy of my heavenly court is not to be absorbed at will. Tai chuckled, swiftly covering the Confronting with his hand. Thus, it is accomplished, Tai remarked with satisfaction, gazing at the spirit-filled stone form before him. Chongyuan observed the spiritual stones refining the spiritual energy within the Confronting. Smiling slightly as he addressed Tai, "Thank you, brother-in-law." "Not at all. I merely wished to see if this method was feasible." The key lies in Shurji's unwavering determination, which spared her from perishing in the true fire of the sun. Chapter 55. The Ancient Demon. "Regardless, I still extend my gratitude, brother-in-law." Chongyuan produced a jade slip, stating, "Brother-in-law, consider this slip as my token of appreciation. This matter is of great significance. I hope you will treat it with caution." Chongyuan conveyed through a subtle transmission that Tai's expression remained unchanged as he accepted the jade slip with a smile, saying, "You are quite polite. With this matter concluded, I shall take my leave." Chongyuan was about to depart when Ziguang called out to him, "Yuan, that Qingmei is of no use to me. I shall return it to you." "Very well. I was just about to visit the realm of mountains and rivers, so I shall plant the Qingmei there to suppress the fortunes of my lineage." Chongyuan nodded slightly, stowing the green plums into his pouch. However, his hand trembled slightly as he plucked every ripe green plum from the tree, dividing them into 3 portions and distributing them to the 3 individuals before swiftly departing from the heavenly realm. With Chongyuan's remarkable speed, he soon returned to his domain of mountains and rivers, addressing the stone ridge within the Confronting. "You may now select a peak to serve as your cave dwelling." "Master, do you wish for me to remain within the map of mountains and rivers, to absorb and exhale spiritual energy, thus taking on a physical form?" The stone ridge appeared to have its own intentions. Inquiring, "Is it so? Do you have alternative plans?" Chongyuan discerned the underlying meaning in the stone ridge's words, but was not perturbed by it. "Disciple possesses a cave in the southeastern corner, named Skull Mountain's Bone Cave. I wish to cultivate spiritual energy there and once again take on a physical form," the stone ridge stated. Seeing that Chongyuan was not angered, "Is it so? The spiritual energy in your bone cave surpasses that of the mountains and rivers?" Chongyuan continued planting the green plums on his abode at Zhongji Peak. While concurrently harboring the playful thought of teasing the stone ridge, he retorted, "Not at all. It is simply that I feel the bone cave is more suited to me. And I have an inkling that there are fortuitous encounters awaiting me there, though." Upon hearing this, Chongyuan's interest was piqued, and he remarked, "In that case, I shall send you to the bone cave." "Thank you, Master." The stone ridge expressed its gratitude promptly. "Let us proceed." While conversing with the stone ridge, Chongyuan had already planted the green plums and, with no pressing matters at hand, decided to seize this opportunity to journey through the vast wilderness. As for the Tao of primordial chaos imparted by Tai, which conflicted with Chongyuan's 9 transformations of certainty, he set it aside, for his current cultivation level did not allow for any breakthroughs. In the southeastern corner of the wilderness, Chongyuan surveyed the sprawling white bones, furrowing his brow slightly as he calculated the situation. It turned out this place had once been a major battlefield during the ancient conflict of the 3 clans. Hence the abundance of bones. Regrettably, these bones had lost all spiritual essence due to the ravages of time. Otherwise, it would not be impossible to refine a high-grade spiritual treasure from them. "Your Skull Mountain is quite remarkable, albeit it appears a touch sinister," Chongyuan mused, shaking his head. With a mere flick of his finger, a gentle spiritual rain descended, washing away the malevolence from the area, causing several spiritual herbs to sprout and bringing vitality to Skull Mountain. Just after Chongyuan had purified the malevolence, a glimmer of merit descended from the heavens. Upon grasping it, he discerned its origin and chuckled. "It appears I have seized your fortuitous opportunity," as he spoke. Chongyuan placed this merit into the Confronting. "Thank you, Master." The stone ridge was taken aback by Chongyuan's generosity, moved by his willingness to share the merit, and resolved to hasten its transformation in order to serve him. "This merit is rightfully yours. It is I who have snatched away this opportunity from you," Chongyuan thought, feeling somewhat apologetic about the stone ridge's fortune. "No, Master, I sense that the opportunity still remains." The stone ridge was also quite curious. After all, it had initially thought so as well, but upon closer inspection, it discovered that the opportunity within Skull Mountain was still present, indicating that its fortune was not merely the merit from purifying the mountain. Oh, Chongyuan raised an eyebrow, exerting all his effort to probe Skull Mountain. This investigation revealed some items long extinct in the wilderness. Damn, how did a Deluo come to be in Skull Mountain? From the shadows at the base of Skull Mountain, an exceedingly ordinary skeleton harbored resentment within. As Chongyuan began to purify the mountain, it concealed its presence, fearing detection. Otherwise, it would truly become a mere skeleton. Regrettably, the swirling spiritual energy around it betrayed its location. With a movement of his foot, Chongyuan vanished from atop Skull Mountain, startling the skeleton, which realized it had been discovered. Gaga gaga. Which impudent brat dares to disturb my cultivation? The skeleton, now aware of its exposure, ceased hiding and unleashed a burst of black energy, screeching in rage. Who would have thought there was still an ancient evil residing here? Chongyuan remarked casually, appearing opposite the skeleton. Though upon closer inspection, a hint of tension was evident in his demeanor. After all, he was facing an ancient demon who had survived that great conflict. Despite its current weakened state, it was enough to confirm its formidable capabilities. Humph! The ancient skeleton demon snorted coldly, a mass of black energy manifesting behind it. Filled with boundless malice and murderous intent, a glance from one with a fragile mind would likely condemn them to eternal damnation, transforming them into a demon themselves. Ancient skeleton demon. Chongyuan recognized the origins of this adversary from the memories of the Jufang clan, his heart sinking in alarm, and he dared not underestimate it. Gaga gaga, I never thought a human could recognize me. Judging by your aura, you must be a descendant of the Jufang clan. The ancient skeleton demon cackled, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent. It was aware that revealing itself could lead to dire consequences. As it understood that this was no longer the ancient era of demonic dominance, any manifestation would invite relentless pursuit. After all, its injuries had yet to fully heal, rendering it incapable of withstanding another great battle. Yet, since it had been discovered, the ancient skeleton demon would not cower. After all, it was merely a Deluo in the ancient times. Countless Deluo had perished at its hands, moreover, as a descendant of its sworn enemy. The Jufang clan, the ancient skeleton demon, was even more determined not to spare Chongyuan. Conversely, upon realizing the identity of the opponent, Chongyuan felt an even greater sense of caution. He was aware that the ancient skeleton demon had emerged long before the demon ancestor Lu. It had once established a realm of bones in the north, notorious for its brutal deeds. Any creature that fell beneath its hand would not find peace in death, but would instead become a puppet under its control. The ancient skeleton demon's actions had enraged the deities, and even the Jufang clan had only managed to severely wound it without killing it. Afterward, it vanished from sight, only to resurface later, fully healed and even more powerful. Becoming a general under the demon ancestor Lu. Initially thought to have perished during the ancient calamity, it had instead escaped and now thrived amidst the bones of Skull Mountain. Should it recover, the creatures of the wilderness would likely face another calamity. Heh, you think you can contend with me? The ancient skeleton demon cast a glance at Chongyuan, quickly discerning his intentions. Yet, it felt no fear. After all, Chongyuan's apparent strength was merely mid-stage Deluo. What the ancient skeleton demon did not know was that Chongyuan's cultivation method was unique. With his 3-turn strength, this still recovering ancient skeleton demon was no match for him. However, Chongyuan did not allow himself to relax his vigilance due to his superior strength. After all, this ancient skeleton demon had survived since the ancient era, and it was improbable it lacked any means of self-preservation. Chongyuan took the initiative, sealing the space to prevent the ancient skeleton demon from escaping. Then wielding the mountain and river staff, he launched an attack against it. Boy, just stay here and become nourishment for my resurgence in the wilderness. The ancient skeleton demon erupted into maniacal laughter, its black energy surging violently as countless skeletal corpses crawled forth. As the number of bones increased, the ancient skeleton demon's aura grew ever stronger. Until finally, it exuded a terrifying presence that caused the space to tremble. Chongyuan, sensing the ancient skeleton demon's overwhelming aura, snickered disdainfully, unfurling an inexhaustible momentum that pressed forward against the ancient skeleton demon. Chapter 56. The Xianhuang Yin World Bang. Caught off guard, the ancient skeleton demon found itself forced back several steps by Chongyuan's overwhelming aura, its expression shifting dramatically as it incredulously bellowed. "No! Impossible! How can you possess such formidable power?" If the ancient skeleton demon's pressure induced feelings of despair and dread, then Chongyuan's aura was boundless and accommodating of all. The ancient skeleton demon's heart raced with alarm. From the strength Chongyuan displayed, it realized it was no match for him, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. Roaring, the ancient skeleton demon's malevolent energy erupted fully, and a colossal skeletal figure loomed behind it, roaring menacingly at Chongyuan. Simultaneously, this massive bone demon, despite its size, moved with surprising speed, a flash of white light appearing as it charged directly towards Chongyuan, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The bone demon's strike, devoid of any divine techniques or spells, relied solely on raw physical power, causing waves of spatial turbulence. Where its massive fist landed, fissures in the space opened up, voraciously consuming everything nearby. Though Chongyuan had also cultivated his physical form, could he truly contend against this colossal skeletal demon? Before the onslaught of the skeletal giant could descend, Chongyuan had already been ensnared, with no possibility of escape. Yet, would Chongyuan resign himself to defeat? In an instant, 12 points of white radiance encircled him. While majestic mountains loomed overhead, simultaneously, a colossal white ribbon surged forth, striking towards the skeletal giant's massive fist. Bang! The clash of the white ribbon and the giant's fist erupted with a thunderous roar, sending forth a tremendous shockwave that rippled outward. Where the shockwave passed, space itself seemed to freeze, and time appeared to momentarily halt, revealing the terrifying power of this impact. However, alas, Chongyuan's response was half a second too late. The force did not reach its utmost potential, and thus, upon collision, he was still forced back several steps by the skeletal giant. The skeletal elder, who had initially sought to exploit the situation to flee, now glimpsed a flicker of cold light and greed in his eyes. If he could seize Chongyuan's corpse for his own cultivation, his strength would surely increase. With that thought, the skeletal elder's desire to escape transformed into wisps of white smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Now his sole intent was to slay Chongyuan and claim the divine bones within him for himself. Roaring, the corpses danced wildly. With a mighty bellow from the skeletal elder, an abundance of corpses suddenly manifested in the already cramped space, swiftly filling it with a chilling aura of death. The scattered bones revolved around a gargantuan skull, and in mere moments, another enormous skeletal giant appeared before Chongyuan. The skeletal elder aimed to strike, while Chongyuan was still unprepared. Otherwise, once Chongyuan regained his composure, it would not be so easy to kill him. These two skeletal giants radiated a fearsome menace, their hollow eye sockets gleaming with a bloodthirsty red glow, akin to ravenous beasts perceiving Chongyuan as delectable prey. They lunged at him with terrifying roars. "Ha ha! Even if your power is formidable, you cannot escape death under my divine might." The skeletal elder, gazing at Chongyuan, seemed to recall something, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes as he continued. "Jufang clan, your imperial lineage is nothing but this." As the two skeletal giants charged towards Chongyuan, the skeletal elder reveled in the vision of Chongyuan's flesh and blood falling away, erupting into exuberant laughter. Had it not been for the Jufang clan, he, the skeletal elder, would have ruled freely in the northern territories, relishing his ease, rather than serving under the demon ancestor Luahu, awaiting orders, walking precariously on the edge of a precipice each day. Not to mention, he had been dispatched by the demon ancestor Lu to pave the way for the demon race, participating in that harrowing war between gods and demons. Had he not remained vigilant before the battle, he might have already been reduced to ashes. He would not have been in this state of desperate survival now. Contemplating these matters, the skeletal elder's hatred towards the Jufang clan intensified, secretly plotting that once he captured Chongyuan, he would not let him escape easily. Just as the skeletal giants were about to make contact with Chongyuan, he vanished like a wisp of smoke. With the feeble intellect of the skeletal giants, they were utterly oblivious to what had transpired. All they knew was that their prey had vanished, filling their hearts with rage as they roared in frustration, attempting to locate Chongyuan. After summoning the second skeletal giant, the skeletal elder felt an undeniable wave of fatigue wash over him, especially as the two giants blocked his line of sight. Initially, he had not even realized that Chongyuan had disappeared. Only upon hearing the giant's enraged roars did he sense something amiss. He promptly released his divine sense in an attempt to investigate. However, this probe yielded no trace of Chongyuan, as if he had never set foot in this space, leaving no lingering aura behind. This is bad. The skeletal elder suddenly recalled the divine ability of the Jiufeng clan. His heart filled with dread. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the two giants and hastily attempted to flee. Too late. Chongyuan stood outside the skull mountain, his gaze piercing through layers of stone, observing the skeletal giant that had reacted and sought to escape. Coldly, he declared, Xianhuang Yanjia, seal, with a resounding shout from Chongyuan. A wave of Xianhuang energy surged forth in the space where the skeletal elder resided, quickly enveloping him. From the outside, a colossal yellowish shield appeared, inverted and resting deep within the earth, containing the two skeletal giants and a grim-faced demon lord, Xianhuang Yanjia. I did not anticipate that you would inherit the Jiufeng clan's ultimate skill. I have truly underestimated you. The skeletal elder's expression darkened as he regarded Chongyuan outside the skull mountain. Sneering, even so, what can a newly birthed ancient deity do against me? The Xianhuang Yanjia was indeed the Jiufeng clan's signature technique, capable of gradually extracting the opponent's divine power once ensnared, either replenishing the Xianhuang energy or transforming it into spiritual energy to nourish this miniature world. Indeed, although the Xianhuang Yanjia is a divine ability, it can evolve into a realm of its own. However, the initial worlds born from it are often barren, even more so than the unrefined West of old. Yet, it can siphon various powers from the opponent's body for its own use, gradually nurturing itself and evolving the world. Legends recount that the derived world in the hands of the Jiufeng clan had already become a grand world. While not comparable to the primordial realms, it could still stand independently within the chaos, providing habitation for countless beings to that time. Many deities believed it was the last bastion crafted by the Jiufeng clan for the divine race, and the Jiufeng clan had subtly hinted that the derived world was indeed meant for the divine race's use. However, as the Jiufeng clan explored the great Tao and perished, that derived world vanished without a trace, and even those who inherited the imperial lineage, such as Ziguang and Chongyuan, had no knowledge of its existence. Over time, the divine race forgot about the derived world, with some deities utterly unaware of its very existence. Listening to the skeletal elder's words, Chongyuan displayed no signs of agitation, patiently awaiting the skeletal elder's next move. For he understood that a veteran giant like the skeletal elder would never relinquish his life until the final moment. Who would have thought that I, the ancestor, would be driven to this extent by a junior? Boy, I shall remember you. After a fit of mad laughter, the skeletal elder spoke in a chilling tone that caused the temperature of the space to plummet. Explode for me. The skeletal elder bellowed in madness, summoning his magical power, seemingly intent on self-detonating to break free from the Xianhuang Yanjia and escape. The skeletal elder channeled his magical energy. The two giants beside him swelled to several times their size, emanating waves of violent and terrifying energy. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the giants, formed from an untold number of corpses, shattered explosively, causing the entire space to tremble violently, as if the world itself were on the brink of annihilation. The energy surging towards the edges of the Xianhuang Yanjia. Cough, cough. I, the ancestor, still live on. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the obscuring dust, a feeble yet audacious laughter emerged out. A fragment of a soul flickered within the dust, so fragile that one might think a mere breeze could scatter it. Chapter 57. The annihilating black lotus. Accompanied by a cold chuckle, a calm yet resolute voice resonated within the ravaged cavern. Indeed, a demon lord who can escape the grasp of the Jiufeng clan and survive the great calamity of antiquity is not as simple as I had imagined. The words echoed. The dust in a certain area gradually settled, revealing Chongyuan's figure, pristine and unblemished, showing no signs of distress. That it was evident that the cataclysmic energy had left him utterly unscathed. Chongyuan remained composed as he approached the skeletal elder, leisurely as if strolling through a garden. The ancestor is truly worthy of being an ancient demon. Your skills are impressive, and I hold a certain admiration in my heart. However, it is a pity that you have underestimated my Xianhuang Yanjia. With that, Chongyuan shook his head in regret. The skeletal elder's remnant soul, witnessing Chongyuan's unscathed demeanor and even his taunts, felt an overwhelming surge of fury. Nonsense. When I once roamed the primordial realms, you were still a mere child. Daring to mock me. Alas, that era has long passed, Chongyuan replied. Annihilating Black Lotus, explode for me. The skeletal elder's words struck a chord deep within him, driving him into a frenzy as a black lotus bloomed from his brow. And he roared with wild abandon. Indeed, upon encountering the dark lotus, Chongyuan secretly mused, yet he remained entirely unperturbed, for he possessed a hidden card yet to be revealed. The cataclysmic energy that surged forth could not harm him, entirely due to his positioning beyond the realm of Yin. Moreover, as a precaution, his defenses exceeded their previous state, allowing him to emerge unscathed from the horrifying explosion of energy. But what of the skeletal old demon? Having self-detonated his corporeal form and ignited two skeletal giants, how had he preserved his remnant soul while still within the Yin? Thus, upon discovering the remnants of the skeletal old demon, Chongyuan concluded that he must possess a supreme defensive spiritual treasure to survive such a terrifying explosion. In truth, even before the skeletal old demon detonated the two giants, Chongyuan had harbored a suspicion that his adversary had some means of ensuring his survival. Otherwise, given the nature of this old demon, why would he resort to self-detonation? However, how could Chongyuan compel the skeletal old demon to reveal that defensive treasure? He felt a pang of conflict within. For if Chongyuan were to strike directly, it was likely the skeletal old demon would prioritize fleeing over utilizing that treasure. Thus, Chongyuan acted uncharacteristically, resembling a villain from a novel, relentlessly pressuring the skeletal old demon to unveil the treasure. Yet, he did not anticipate that this cowardly skeletal old demon would exhibit such audacity, choosing instead to detonate the world-ending Black Lotus in a bid to perish alongside Chongyuan. Before I meet my end, I shall drag you down with me. The skeletal old demon's remnant soul erupted in maniacal laughter, feeding its remaining essence into the world-ending Black Lotus, from which boundless demonic energy surged violently, tumultuously roiling through the space. Alas, had I not encountered the Black Lotus, such thoughts would not have crossed my mind. Yet since fate has intertwined our paths, how could I let this opportunity slip away? Faced with such terrifying demonic energy, Chongyuan felt no trace of panic, maintaining a calm demeanor. Upon perceiving Chongyuan's tranquility, the skeletal old demon's laughter abruptly halted, as if questioning, "Do you possess any means of countering this?" Ding. All laws suppressed, be restrained. From within a stretch of auspicious clouds, a bronze cauldron soared forth, elongating against the wind, inscribing countless suppressive runes that sealed the entire space. The previously tumultuous demonic energy, under such overwhelming suppression, offered no resistance, swiftly calming and returning to the Black Lotus. Ding. Impossible. How could you possibly possess the Ding? Although the demonic energy was subdued by Chongyuan's Ding, the skeletal old demon's remnant soul still drew upon it, its remaining consciousness filled with disbelief, screaming in madness. Chongyuan could not be bothered to explain. With a flick of his grand robe, he obliterated the skeletal old demon's remnant soul and reclaimed the world-ending Black Lotus. Looking at the spinning Black Lotus in his palm, a radiant smile graced his face. Thus, the aspirations he thought lost had been reignited. The history of the world-ending Black Lotus is well known among practitioners in the primordial realm. It is one of the 4 lotus seeds grown from the chaotic azure lotus, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, unmatched in defense in the hands of the demonic ancestor Lu. The Black Lotus served as his shield, and together they flourished, achieving a remarkable synergy. However, now that the demonic ancestor Luahu had seemingly vanished, the Black Lotus rightfully belonged to Chongyuan. Indeed, Chongyuan believed Luahu was merely in hiding, perhaps lurking somewhere within the primordial realm or fleeing into the chaos. The worst fate would be eternal slumber, far from perishing at the hands of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Although this was merely Chongyuan's speculation, upon witnessing the skeletal old demon's survival, he felt the likelihood of this theory was not entirely unfounded. After all, given the prowess of the demonic ancestor, if he wished to escape, even with several treasures in Hongjuan's possession, it would be challenging to keep him confined at As for why Chongyuan dared to leave behind Lu's treasure despite knowing he still lived. The reason was simple. Even if Lu managed to survive Hongjuan's grasp, it would undoubtedly come at a hefty price. For instance, if his supreme spiritual treasures fell into another's hands, he would lack the means to reclaim them, illustrating his predicament. Moreover, while Lu recuperated, Chongyuan could continue his cultivation, and by the time Lu re-emerged, Chongyuan's strength might not pale in comparison. Furthermore, he was well aware of the grand trends within the primordial realm. Not to mention, he would not be a mere pawn to be oppressed. However, this place was ultimately not suitable for refining the Black Lotus, so Chongyuan merely took a glance before storing it away. Just as he turned to depart, a flicker of mysterious light caught his eye in the spot where the skeletal old demon had previously stood. Chongyuan raised an eyebrow and approached, sweeping his wide sleeves to reveal the true form of the mysterious light. Before him stood a stone sword lodged in the ground, half its blade exposed, emanating an exceptionally sharp aura that left Chongyuan inwardly astonished. As he reached out to grasp it, the stone sword trembled violently, and a beam of sword light shot toward him. Chongyuan's reflexes were swift. With a cold snort, he turned his sleeve, conjuring a barrier to deflect the sword light. Crack, crack. To his surprise, the sword light emitted by the stone sword possessed such formidable power that it could contend with his divine might. This only intensified Chongyuan's determination to obtain the stone sword. Though it appeared unassuming, its might was extraordinary, making it a viable weapon, particularly given Chongyuan's lack of offensive treasures. The Mountain River Pearl was his life-bound spiritual treasure, typically reserved for defensive purposes, while the Mountain River Staff, though nourished by merit, lacked sufficient offensive capability, serving only as an auxiliary tool. The 12 Dinghai Pearls, wielding the power of an entire world, boasted impressive attack potential. Yet their consumption of divine energy was exorbitant. After a single battle, Chongyuan's divine power could scarcely endure multiple uses. As for the Qiankuan it was even more precious. One must remember that the Qiankuan was the ancestral treasure of the divine clan. Utilizing it in battle could risk significant losses to their clan's fortunes. Moreover, how could the powerful members of the divine clan allow Chongyuan to wield the Qiankuan in combat? Thus, despite Chongyuan's plethora of spiritual treasures, he sorely lacked offensive weapons, and having witnessed the stone sword's might, he could not easily let it slip away. Chapter 58. Subsequent plans. Just as Chongyuan prepared to employ the same tactic, intending to summon the Qiankuan for suppression before refining it gradually, the stone sword seemingly sensed impending danger, abruptly withdrawing its lower half and transforming into a streak of black light shooting skyward. Where do you think you're going? Chongyuan was taken aback by the sword's sentience and momentarily delayed in his response. By the time he pursued, the stone sword was already on the verge of vanishing from his sight. Though Chongyuan was swift, he had started too late and could only follow at a distance, determined not to let it escape his view. Whoosh! The stone sword, as if sensing something, surged forth with renewed speed, darting into a cave. Upon witnessing this, Chongyuan furrowed his brow but quickly followed suit, entering the cave just in time to see the stone sword plunge into the consciousness of Shichi. Feeling the stone sword being refined by Shichi, Chongyuan sighed inwardly. It seemed that the stone sword was destined to elude him. After all, the sword had willingly accepted Shichi as its master to escape his grasp, and as Shichi's mentor, how could he shamelessly demand the stone sword from her? Yet, as he observed Shichi immersed in her refinement, a thought crossed his mind. Could this be the opportunity Shichi had spoken of? If so, with the stone sword to protect her, how could she possibly fall to the hands of the Chan sect's golden immortal Tai in the future? Was it possible that the opportunity Shichi mentioned did not pertain to the stone sword at all? Perhaps the stone sword's allegiance to Shichi was merely a desperate attempt to evade his refinement. Contemplating this, a faint smile of wry amusement crept onto Chongyuan's face as he realized he had been rejected by a mere stone sword. Alas, Shichi has acquired the stone sword for her protection. In the future, she will guide her toward establishing a lineage of sword immortals, thereby claiming a portion of fortune within the celestial path. However, before long, Chongyuan set aside the gloom that lingered in his heart and began to contemplate. He pondered that besides inscribing the profound techniques he originally intended to impart to Shurji into a jade slip, he also dedicated some time to devising various swordsmanship techniques for her. Although Chongyuan had never practiced the sword path, with his current profound cultivation, combined with the myriad legends of sword immortals from his past life, creating a few sword techniques was hardly a daunting task. Furthermore, he elucidated the merits and demerits of both approaches, allowing Shurji to make her own choice, for this was her future path as her teacher. Chongyuan could only serve as a guide, not make decisions on her behalf. Having completed all this, Chongyuan turned and departed from Skull Mountain. He still had yet to refine the black lotus obtained from the white bone old demon, a matter crucial to his future plans, which required meticulous attention. Upon returning to the realm of mountains and rivers, Chongyuan made no effort to conceal his presence. Thus the myriad water deities of the Yellow River recognized the return of their master. Though that was the extent of their acknowledgement, it was not that they lacked respect for Chongyuan. Rather, he had shown little regard for matters pertaining to the Yellow River, since he had entrusted all affairs, large and small, to Wei Lu and Xian Qi. After their ascension to the Great Luo, Chongyuan had either focused on his cultivation within the realm of mountains and rivers or wandered the vast wilderness above. In fact, many newly emerged water deities had never even caught a glimpse of Chongyuan during their visits to the Yellow River Palace to pay homage to their master. This time, however, Chongyuan had no intention of summoning the water deities. Had it not been for the fact that the Yellow River was a manifestation of the body of the Ji family and represented the imperial Dao lineage, he might have relinquished the position of the Yellow River's deity after his cultivation of the water path reached a certain level. Atop the central peak, Chongyuan sat cross-legged in a quiet chamber, a black lotus hovering before him. He once again deployed the Xianhuang realm, aiming to utilize its properties to refine the demonic energy within the black lotus. In this manner, not only could he eliminate the malevolent energy, but he could also allow the Xianhuang realm to expand by harnessing that very energy, achieving a dual benefit. Observing the tendrils of black mist being extracted from the black lotus by the Xianhuang realm, the once ominously dark lotus transformed, acquiring a profound and tranquil essence. Witnessing this transformation, Chongyuan smiled slightly and mused aloud, "The annihilation black lotus is truly unsuitable for the current black lotus. It would be better to call it the Xuanji black lotus." As soon as these words left his lips, the aura of the annihilation black lotus dissipated entirely from the river of time, as though it had never existed in the primordial wilderness, making way for a fresh new essence to emerge. Yet, this new aura had yet to fully materialize when a wave of times might crash down, completely concealing it in the depths of Yujing Mountain. The venerable Hongjun sensed a tremor beneath him as the azure lotus quivered, prompting him to calculate. Moments later, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why has the aura of the annihilation black lotus vanished? Hongjuan's cold voice echoed within the vast Zixiao Palace. It is known that anything that has existed in the primordial wilderness leaves its trace in the river of time, especially treasures like the black lotus, which contains certain heavenly Tao rules. Yet now, the aura of the annihilation black lotus had entirely vanished from the river of time, implying either its destruction or its complete reformation into a brand new treasure. However, if it were the latter, a new aura should have emerged, yet none was apparent, leaving only one possibility. The annihilation black lotus had indeed been completely destroyed by someone else. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Hongjun himself, for he understood all too well the defensive capabilities of the annihilation black lotus. It had survived even the fiercest of battles, so how could it have been destroyed now? This could only indicate that someone had acquired the annihilation black lotus and refined it into a new treasure, skillfully obscuring its presence in the river of time. Hongjuan's gaze turned towards a certain location in the river of time, focusing on a dim, unilluminated divine mountain, and he silently pondered, "Old friend, have you returned?" Meanwhile, within the divine mountain, a serpentine deity with a human face and a crimson body, shimmering with the power of time, slightly lifted its head, only to close its eyes once more, falling back into a deep slumber. Chongyuan gazed at the black lotus in his hand, radiating an aura of extinction, his face beaming with delight. Indeed, his conjecture had proven correct. The chaotic azure lotus had given birth to 4 lotus seeds amidst the chaos, which, after the catastrophe of creation, led to the shattering of the azure lotus. The 4 seeds each manifested as the renowned 4 lotus platforms of the primordial wilderness: the 12-petal creation azure lotus, the 12-petal merit golden lotus, the 12-petal karma red lotus, and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. Among them, the merit golden lotus and the karma red lotus complemented and countered each other, giving rise to chaotic energy. But what of the azure and black lotuses? Were they also in opposition? With this thought in mind, Chongyuan continued to extract the demonic energy. Although the black lotus had been in the hands of Luo, who for countless ages, its demonic energy had long since infiltrated the core of the lotus platform. However, through Chongyuan's patient cleansing and the restoration provided by the Qian Kuan Ding, he finally reverted the black lotus to its original form, now imbued with an aura of extinction. Observing the incompletely matured lotus seeds upon the black lotus, he extracted them all, and combined them with various lotus seeds he had gathered from the primordial land to forge a commendable innate lotus seed. Once the innate lotus seed took shape, Chongyuan did not cease his efforts but instead summoned a misty azure light, merging it into the seed. After securing it, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. This azure light, of unknown origin, possessed profound mysteries. Even with Chongyuan's current great luo cultivation, he could not probe its essence. The only certainty was that this azure light had guided him to the primordial wilderness and bore the ability to shroud the heavenly secrets. In truth, Chongyuan had long abandoned the quest to uncover its origins, yet the capacity to conceal heavenly secrets had captivated him, prompting an early desire to transform it into a treasure, however, lacking suitable materials. He had postponed this endeavor. Now, having acquired the Xuanji Black Lotus, combined with the lotus seeds in his possession, he had sufficient means to cultivate a commendable lotus platform. Moreover, if in the future he could obtain the lotus seeds from the other 3 lotus platforms, it was possible that his Xuanji Black Lotus could ascend once more, transforming into a chaotic treasure. Chapter 59. The Affairs of the Sea of Blood. Why, after its ascension, does the Black Lotus become a chaotic treasure rather than an innate treasure? The reason lies in the limited nature of innate treasures, each containing heavenly Tao rules. Thus the heavenly Tao does not permit an overabundance of innate treasures to come into existence, especially for those that emerge postnatally. They must endure numerous tribulations before they can attain the status of innate treasures. However, chaotic treasures differ, as they embody the principles of the great Tao. In terms of rank, both types hold equal status. Yet the latter does not require tribulations, merely the integration of the great Tao principles in terms of difficulty. While chaotic treasures are not simple, they are considerably less arduous to attain than innate treasures, particularly as chaotic treasures are more suited to the harmonious great luotas for the other 3 lotus platforms. The merit golden lotus is in the hands of Jane, while the karma red lotus, born from the Sea of Blood, undoubtedly belongs to the Lord of the Sea of Blood, the old ancestor of the Ming as for the most mysterious creation azure lotus, having inherited the legacy of the chaotic azure lotus. Its whereabouts remain unknown, but Chongyuan speculates that it is likely in the possession of the venerable Hongjun. Hongjun is the individual chosen by the heavenly Tao, endowed with great fortune, and one could say he is the son of destiny from the primeval era. Not to mention, among the few innate treasures in the primordial wilderness, he possesses 2. Moreover, with the Annihilation Black Lotus in the possession of the demon ancestor Luo Hu, it seems fitting that the corresponding creation azure lotus would also reside with Hongjun. What solidifies Chongyuan's belief that the creation azure lotus is with Hongjun is the saying that has circulated through the ages: red flowers, white lotus roots, and azure lotus leaves. The 3 purities were originally one family. It is known that when the 3 purities encountered the creation azure lotus, it willingly split into 3, transforming into 3 exquisite treasures. To claim that Hongjun did not intervene in this process would be hard to believe. Thus, Chongyuan concluded that the creation azure lotus must indeed be in Hongjun's possession. However, this made acquiring the azure lotus seeds a challenging endeavor. Although Jane owed him a karmic debt, Chongyuan was reluctant to use this debt to barter for the seeds. Yet if the Black Lotus truly had the potential to ascend to a chaotic treasure, then utilizing this karmic debt would be of no consequence as for the infernal fire red lotus in the hands of the ancestor of the Dark River. Chongyuan had no prior acquaintance with him. However, it was not out of the question to exchange a few spiritual treasures for 1 or 2 lotus seeds, even if he were unwilling to trade. He could always resort to force to seize it, though such an action would inevitably create enmity with the ancestor of the Dark River. Acquiring the infernal fire red lotus would significantly enhance the likelihood of Highland's ascension, which was a worthwhile trade-off. The only treasure that remained elusive was the primal creation green lotus seed in the possession of Hongjun, a figure of saintly stature, against whom he could not hope to prevail in battle. Attempting to barter with spiritual treasures was equally futile, as the other party possessed countless treasures and would soon merge with the Tao, rendering treasures unnecessary. Chongyuan did not believe he possessed any treasures that would attract the interest of such a formidable figure. Furthermore, the green lotus encapsulated the profound mysteries of the chaotic green lotus. Without its seeds, Chongyuan was uncertain whether his ambition to transform the Xianshi Black Lotus into a chaotic spiritual treasure could be realized. After pondering these thoughts, Chongyuan exited the tranquil chamber and ascended to the summit of the central peak, the location rich in spiritual essence. With a gesture of his right hand, a 9-zhang deep pit manifested before him. He crushed a grain of shirong with his fingertip and placed it within the pit. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade vial filled with the three lights divine water. Although the vial was modest in size, the water within was sufficient to fill the expansive pit. After completing this process, Chongyuan placed the Xianshi black lotus and the lotus seeds he had refined into the spiritual pool, patiently awaiting their growth. As he observed the black lotus unfurling in the three lights divine water, he set up some formations and then departed from the realm of mountains and rivers. Meanwhile, Wei Lu, the water lord, gazed at the swiftly departing divine light with a solemn expression. Upon hearing Wei Lu's words, Xuanqi halted his actions, and after a moment of silence, he spoke wistfully. Though the Yellow River is vast, the ambitions of the Water Lord are even greater. Were it not for some significance associated with this Yellow River, he might have relinquished his position altogether. Xuanqi was well aware that Chongyuan's thoughts had long since drifted beyond the Yellow River. Yet, as subservient deities under Chongyuan, despite their countless desires to question him, they found it difficult to voice their concerns. Alas, regardless of circumstances, the Water Lord would not abandon his divine position over the Yellow River. Thus, it was best for them to manage the Yellow River on his behalf. Wei Lu opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately sighing in resignation. Indeed, all we can do is this. His face was marred by a frown. Upon hearing this, Xuanqi mirrored his troubled expression. Their meager capabilities rendered them unfit to accompany Chongyuan, leaving them to shoulder the mundane affairs of the Yellow River. Meanwhile, Chongyuan had already departed from the realm of mountains and rivers, entirely unaware of their sentiments. Even if he knew, he would take no action as they both understood. Their inadequate qualifications precluded them from standing alongside Chongyuan. Though they were great Luo, they were significantly weaker than their peers, and their potential for further development had dwindled. Their resolve was also lacking. During the previous transmission of the Tai teachings, despite their status as great Luo, they had not even been able to ascend to the Azure Cloud platform. It is true that countless great Luo existed in the vast wilderness, and those who soared above the rest were undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, Xuanqi and Wei Lu were not among them, which sealed their fate, denying them the qualifications to accompany Chongyuan. As for why Chongyuan did not assist them in altering their foundation and reshaping their roots, this was a matter for another time, be it his lack of strength or the absence of suitable spiritual materials. Moreover, given Xuanqi and Wei Lu's wavering resolve, even if Chongyuan were to aid them, their hearts would remain unchanged, and they would still lack the qualifications. In the annals of creation, when the venerable Panhua opened the heavens and the earth, the pure essence ascended to form the firmament while the turbid essence descended to create the solid earth. Ultimately, he became one with all things, and his navel absorbed the boundless filth and impurities, transforming into an infinite sea of blood. This boundless sea of blood could be deemed the most corrupt place in the wilderness. Compounded by its thin spiritual energy and countless malevolent auras, should a divine being inadvertently become tainted by the blood sea, their cultivation would plummet, and they might even dissolve into the blood. Illustrating the terror of this abyss, logically, such a terrifying domain should harbor no living beings. Yet, astonishingly, a great deity emerged from this infinite sea of blood. What brings the river god to my blood sea? Upon arriving at the blood sea's edge, the ancestor of the dark river noticed Chongyuan, who appeared to be searching for something. That a thought crossed his mind. Could there be a spiritual treasure emerging from my blood sea? As this notion took root, a glint of greed flickered in the ancestor's eyes. Although he possessed numerous innate spiritual treasures, both offensive and defensive, as well as a 12th rank infernal fire red lotus, who would ever find their collection of treasures excessive? In an instant, the ancestor resolved to stealthily follow Chongyuan and seize the treasure for himself before Chongyuan could act for the potential consequences of crossing paths with Chongyuan. The ancestor felt no apprehension. After all, he was the master of the blood sea, enjoying a share of fortune, and with his recent insights into divine powers, vanquishing him would be nearly impossible, free from the worries of life and death. What else was there to fear? Chongyuan, upon reaching the blood sea, initially intended to dive in and propose an exchange to the ancestor of the dark river. However, he suddenly recalled his lack of top-tier defensive treasures. Using lesser treasures might risk tainting them with the blood sea's corruption. Thus, he remained at the blood sea's edge, preparing to send a message to prompt the ancestor to reveal himself. Yet, just as he was about to act, he unexpectedly witnessed a surge of blood water within the sea, from which it seemed a living being was desperately thrashing about. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of intrigue crossed Chongyuan's face. It was common knowledge that the blood sea was corrupting and capable of eroding all things. Even he would not dare to recklessly touch its depths. Yet, the creature within the blood water had endured for such a duration without succumbing to its corrosive nature. However, the movements of the being gradually diminished, leading Chongyuan to realize that it might be on the verge of exhaustion. If he did not act soon, the creature would likely perish. Chapter 60. Confronting the Dark River without further hesitation. Chongyuan took action. He joined his fingers, and a sword light materialized, radiating divine brilliance that was both dazzling and fierce. "Break," he shouted, directing the sword light towards the mass of blood water. The razor-sharp light found no resistance in the formless blood. And with a pop, the blood water shattered, dispersing into a light rain that fell back into the sea. The being that had been ensnared in the blood water, now utterly drained, lacked the divine strength to float above the blood sea. Helplessly watching as it succumbed to its depths, just as Chongyuan prepared to reach out and catch it, a sudden tumult erupted within the blood sea, and a figure shot forth, snatching the creature before Chongyuan could intervene. Momentarily taken aback, Chongyuan pondered whether the ancestor of the Dark River possessed a shred of compassion. Even he found this thought amusing. However, the subsequent scene clarified matters, upon realizing he had seized a 9-xian white deer. The ancestor's expression darkened. Without a second thought, he flung the deer aside, disregarding its fate. Witnessing this action, Chongyuan's mind raced, speculating that the ancestor had discerned his presence in the blood sea. The ancestor likely assumed that Chongyuan had discovered something valuable and sought to claim it. Alas, he had merely stumbled upon a struggling white deer that a glimmer of cunning sparked in Chongyuan's gaze. Seizing the opportunity, he might be able to take the infernal fire-red lotus from the ancestor's grasp. "Dark River, how dare you mistreat my steed? What are your intentions?" Chongyuan feigned a furious demeanor, bellowing as he gripped the mountain river staff and swung it toward the ancestor of the Dark River. Of course, he did not forget to catch the white deer, ensuring it was safely placed on distant ground to shield it from the ensuing conflict. Upon hearing Chongyuan's furious shout, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river did not dwell on it for long. He truly believed that the white deer was Chongyuan's steed, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Just as he was about to offer a defense, Chongyuan showed no inclination to grant him an opportunity. Noticing his intent to speak, Chongyuan accelerated the strikes of his mountain river staff, unleashing an onslaught so relentless that it left no opening for the ancient ancestor to utter a word. Aware of his own culpability, the underworld river ancestor refrained from retaliating against Chongyuan and instead focused solely on evading the blows, striving to avoid the staff's impact. Chongyuan, witnessing the underworld river ancestor's desperate dodges, relished his advantage and, not one to show mercy, summoned the sea-settling pearl to hurl it at him. The moment the underworld river ancestor caught sight of the pearl emanating a hazy white light, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him, sending shockwaves through his heart. He instantly recognized the exceptional nature of this spiritual treasure's attack, deeming it unwise to confront it head-on in a moment of clarity. He summoned a crimson lotus beneath his feet, wreathed in an eerie red flame that seemed to contain boundless karmic energy, mesmerizing all who beheld it. Upon the appearance of the red lotus, Chongyuan felt a surge of elation, yet his expression remained unchanged. His hands continued their frenetic movement without pause. "Very well. I merely acted without understanding, inadvertently casting aside that white deer. Chongyuan, you are being excessively unreasonable," the underworld river ancestor declared coldly, standing firm within the infernal embrace of the red lotus, confident that Chongyuan could not breach its defenses. Even a clay figure possesses a measure of anger, let alone the infamous underworld river ancestor. While he acknowledged his prior misstep, he could not overlook Chongyuan's extreme response, resorting to lethal force over a mere deer. Chongyuan, aware that excessive dialogue could lead to further mistakes, merely scoffed and continued to wield his mountain river staff against the underworld river ancestor. "Chongyuan, I shall overlook this matter, considering you are the heir of the human sovereign, but do not overstep your bounds." The underworld river ancestor's countenance darkened further as he sensed his fury reaching a boiling point, as if about to erupt at any moment. Yet, Chongyuan paid him no mind, relentlessly launching his assaults. With a crack, the relentless barrage from Chongyuan finally caused a fissure in the red lotus's defenses. Unable to suppress the murderous intent swelling within him, the underworld river ancestor ominously declared, "Chongyuan, you are courting death. Do not blame me for your demise." He swiftly drew two fearsome swords from behind him, and as they emerged from their sheaths, A tide of boundless malevolence surged forth from the blood sea. Wrapping around the blades, with a thunderous roar, two terrifying sword rays, infused with the essence of slaughter, sliced toward Chongyuan, shattering the very fabric of space in their wake. The moment the underworld river ancestor struck, the heavens trembled, and the sea roiled as if heralding the end of the world. Though he had refrained from attacking until now, his strike was a full-throttle assault aimed at annihilating Chongyuan. Finally, he has made his move. Chongyuan, witnessing the underworld river ancestor's offensive, felt a surge of joy. While he had feigned that the white deer was his steed, had the underworld river ancestor remained on the defensive without retaliating, how could he have seized that red lotus? Thus, Chongyuan unleashed his full power, causing mountains to rumble as he summoned an incomplete formation, ensnaring the underworld river ancestor within its confines. The two sword rays, under the dissipating influence of the sea-settling pearl, failed to reach Chongyuan. Audacious, the underworld river ancestor, realizing he had been trapped, fumed with rage, he pressed his hands down upon the blood sea, causing a multitude of blood waters to surge upward, creating waves that relentlessly battered against Chongyuan's formation, attempting to dismantle it through sheer corrosive power. Humph! You shall not have your way. Chongyuan, recognizing the underworld river ancestor's intentions, would not allow his formation to be destroyed. With swift movements, he conjured divine seals with his hands, commanding, "Great yellow transforming realm, seal for me." From the depths of the mountains, a grayish divine light ascended, encasing the peaks at an astonishing speed, crafting a world that ensnared the underworld river ancestor within its bounds. 12 streams of spiritual light flickered in midair, unleashing a terrifying devouring force that absorbed the blood waters into the sea-settling pearl, which then expelled them back into the blood sea. Upon witnessing this, the underworld river ancestor's expression turned to one of shock. He had never expected that the blood waters, which had always served him well, could not aid his escape this time. As he saw the mountain river staff in Chongyuan's hands thrashing about, he promptly activated the infernal red lotus once more to shield himself. Chongyuan, what is it that you truly seek? The underworld river ancestor, now aware of Chongyuan's ruse, understood that the conflict stemmed from the white deer. Yet the true objective remained shrouded in mystery. Recognizing that his suspicions had been discerned, Chongyuan understood that he must proceed with greater caution. However, he was unwavering. He would not relent until he had seized the red lotus. Boundless heaven and earth, I command you to suppress. Chongyuan's expression remained unchanged as he produced the Chongyuan cauldron, directing it toward the underworld river ancestor for suppression. Very well. In that case, today shall be a battle to the death. The underworld river ancestor realized that with Chongyuan wielding the Chongyuan cauldron, the matter could not be resolved easily. His anger intensified, extinguishing any thoughts of restraint. With a surge of divine power, he summoned the energy from the blood sea below, conjuring massive waves as if intending to completely devour the great yellow transforming realm and shatter it with the might of the blood sea. Blood sea devour. The underworld river ancestor unleashed one of his trump cards. Envisioning Chongyuan submerged in the endless miasma and murderous aura of the blood sea, a wave of satisfaction coursing through him. Even if you are a transcendent deity, dragged into my blood sea, you shall only find despair. The ancient ancestor of the underworld river harbored no doubt that Chongyuan could not survive his lethal strike, and with a sense of relief, he spat venomous words. Chongyuan, witnessing the underworld river ancestor's desperate maneuver, chuckled lightly as he deftly maneuvered the Chongyuan cauldron, inverting it to capture the great yellow transforming realm within, then leisurely returning it to his grasp. He swiftly distanced himself from the blood sea to avoid contamination from the falling waters. Poof! The backlash from the two layers of space, even with the underworld river ancestor as the master of the blood sea, prevented him from maintaining communication with it. The surge of counterforce erupted within him, causing a heavy sensation in his chest as he violently spat out blood. Now, the underworld river ancestor was no longer the formidable figure he once was. His hair was disheveled, blood trickled from his lips, and he appeared utterly disheveled, a stark contrast to the legendary figure known throughout the primordial world. Chapter 61. 6th Grade Red Lotus Rascal. The underworld river ancestor's eyes glinted with malice, his heart seething with a desire for vengeance against Chongyuan for the humiliation he had suffered today. However, having been wounded by Chongyuan's opportunistic strike, his strength had dwindled to a mere fraction. While he did not fear death at Chongyuan's hands, he was acutely aware that his injuries would take millennia to heal. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily concede. As this thought crossed his mind, The underworld river ancestor's fury intensified, and with gritted teeth, he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air before speaking in a tone of reluctant peace. I concede, and I shall aid in healing that white deer. Upon hearing the ancient ancestor's words, Chongyuan raised an eyebrow and taunted, Underworld river, do you still believe that I am after the white deer at this juncture? What? The underworld river ancestor's heart raced in shock as he exclaimed. You seek the infernal red lotus in my possession. As a being of great power, his survival in the primordial world had not been by mere chance. He quickly grasped the implication of Chongyuan's words. His expression turning grim, Chongyuan did not deny it. With a swift step, he summoned the sea-settling pearl once more, channeling its utmost power toward the infernal red lotus. Knowing Chongyuan's true intentions, the underworld river ancestor became exceedingly cautious. After all, the infernal red lotus was an unparalleled spiritual treasure, and if it fell into Chongyuan's hands, it would significantly diminish his combat prowess. Regrettably, after the backlash from the Blood Sea, the divine power within the underworld river ancestor had dwindled, rendering him incapable of unleashing the red lotus's full might. Bang! Under the assault of the divine sea pearl, the infernal flame red lotus was utterly incapable of withstanding the attack. The crimson radiance enveloping the body of the nether river shattered into countless fragments, and the red lotus suffered grievous damage, letting out a mournful cry as the divine light upon it dimmed significantly. Observing the red lotus in such a state, Chongyuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. With a swift motion, he approached the nether river, extending his hand in an attempt to seize the infernal flame red lotus. The Su-En-Huing-Yng was a realm crafted by Chongyuan himself, rendering him the sovereign of this world that I in this domain. Traversing space was a far simpler endeavor for him than it was in the primordial chaos. The nether river had not anticipated that Chongyuan possessed such means. Caught off guard, it hastily withdrew the red lotus, inadvertently providing Chongyuan with an opportunity to be. By the time it realized the situation, Chongyuan had already grasped the lotus leaf of the red lotus, instantly making a decisive move. With a swift stroke of the Yuan too, he cleaved the red lotus in two, claiming one portion for himself. That as for why the nether river did not seize this chance to attack Chongyuan, it was because it presumed that Chongyuan had other methods at his disposal capable of withstanding its assault. After all, seeing Chongyuan so fearlessly bold, the nether river naturally believed he had further means to rely upon. Consequently, it not only failed to injure Chongyuan, but also lost a precious spirit treasure. Thus, the nether river acted decisively, utilizing the last vestige of divine power within to strike at the red lotus, ensuring that at least a fragment of it would remain in its possession. Although it would no longer be a supreme spiritual treasure, it would still be a top-tier one, preventing a catastrophic loss. Upon witnessing the nether river's actions, Chongyuan was initially taken aback, fearing an imminent attack. However, recognizing this as his last opportunity, he understood that if he did not seize the red lotus now, future attempts to reclaim it from the nether river would be far more challenging. Thus, he took the risk to secure the red lotus before quickly retreating. After departing, Chongyuan realized he had emerged unscathed, which stirred a slight sense of perplexity within him. Yet, upon seeing the 6th-grade red lotus in his possession and recalling the nether river's recent maneuvers, he could not help but admire its decisiveness. Indeed, the ancestors were resolute in their judgments, willing to destroy a treasure of such magnitude without hesitation. After stowing away the infernal flame red lotus, Chongyuan remarked nonchalantly, "Humph." The nether river, upon hearing his words, emitted a cold snort, disregarding him entirely. Noting the nether river's demeanor, Chongyuan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze, though he ultimately abandoned the thought. After all, the nether river was a formidable being. Should it feel cornered, one could only speculate what means it might unleash. Furthermore, Chongyuan was aware that a vendetta had been established between them, one that was steeped in mortal enmity. Considering the safety of his future disciples, it was prudent to preemptively eliminate any threats. Yet, the nether river was not someone he could simply eliminate. It was the Lord of the Blood Sea. Should he slay it, would it leave behind any hidden traps in the Blood Sea that could lead to a catastrophic eruption? Such a gamble was one Chongyuan dared not take, nor did anyone in the primordial chaos. Moreover, both Chongyuan and the nether river were of the same rank. While he had managed to severely injure the nether river by exploiting the backlash from the Blood Sea, in a true confrontation, he might not be able to inflict harm upon it. Inflicting even a mere injury relied on external forces, and the difficulty of outright slaying it would escalate exponentially. Even if Chongyuan were to risk everything and slay the Nether River, the subsequent consequences remained uncertain. Therefore, it was clear that the Nether River was not someone he could afford to eliminate. My objective has been accomplished. There is no need to linger further and provoke the ancestors' ire, Chongyuan contemplated, ultimately smiling faintly as he turned to depart with the white deer. After Chongyuan's departure, the Nether River could no longer contain its fury, and the pent-up rage erupted with the blood sea roiling violently, malevolence spreading everywhere. Within mere moments, all living beings within a 1,000-mile radius of the blood sea were transformed into sustenance for its depths. As for whether this massacre would incur karmic retribution, the Nether River, as a deity of malevolence, cared little. Moreover, with the infernal flame red lotus in its possession, capable of incinerating karmic debt and transforming it into infernal fire, it had already secured a significant standing among the elite innate spiritual treasures. The deity is worth noting that among all beings in the universe, none were free from karmic ties. If one were to claim otherwise, it would likely only pertain to those sages. However, now that the infernal flame red lotus had been split in two, it remained uncertain whether its capabilities had been diminished. What is your name? Chongyuan inquired midway through their journey, responding to the esteemed deity. My humble name is Jiangshan, the white deer replied, a hint of bashfulness evident in its tone. Your name is rather convenient. Chongyuan remarked with a light chuckle upon hearing this. Seeing Jiangshan's resigned expression, Chongyuan refrained from teasing further and instead asked, I have borrowed a 6th-grade red lotus from the Nether River. It is likely that the Nether River harbors resentment against you. Would you be willing to accompany me back to the mountain river heaven? Upon hearing this, Jiangshan's head snapped up, its face alight with joy as it hurriedly nodded in agreement. I am willing to serve as your mount, esteemed deity. Chongyuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, I do not require a mount. Simply accompany me back to the mountain river heaven and serve as the guardian beast of my lineage. This humble deity vows to follow you for a lifetime, never to betray you. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Jiangshan did not expect that a being of such high rank as Chongyuan would not only lack any heirs, but also refuse to take a mount, which stirred deep emotions within it, prompting an immediate oath. Chongyuan, observing Jiangshan's fervent declaration, shook his head without further comment and continued onward toward the mountain river heaven. In Chongyuan's discerning eyes, Jiangshan possessed commendable innate talent and was attuned to the water path. Although it had suffered setbacks from the blood sea tribulation and its cultivation had regressed due to malevolent energies, it had nonetheless gained insights into the nature of blood and water. In future confrontations, this experience would provide it with valuable means of defense, representing a balance of gains and losses. Chongyuan's divine light traversed the Yellow River, capturing the attention of the water deities below. They could hardly believe that their long-absent water lord had returned to the Yellow River twice within the span of merely a month. Not only did Wei Lu and Xian Qi notice Chongyuan, but they also recognized Jiangshan following closely beside him. Exchanging a glance, they could only manage a wry smile before returning to their tasks. After all, they had come to terms with their own circumstances and resolved to cease their excessive aspirations, allowing their thoughts to focus more intently. In this mountain river heaven, aside from myself, there are my close companions. Though they are not present at this time, we shall meet again in the future, so I shall not dwell on it further. Within the mountain river heaven, you may roam freely, but do not attempt to breach any areas fortified with restrictions. I will not intervene to save you. Chongyuan offered a mild warning and imparted some teachings to Jiangshan before returning to his tranquil chamber to inspect the state of the infernal flame red lotus. After a brief moment, Chongyuan's brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that the infernal flame red lotus would suffer such a setback. Its ability to incinerate karmic debt significantly diminished, though it remained usable. Contemplating this, he first eliminated the remnants of the Nether River's divine soul within the lotus before proceeding to refine it. That very moment, far within the blood sea, the Nether River expelled a mouthful of blood, its eyes blazing with hatred as it glared toward the direction of the mountain river heaven, roaring, Chongyuan, in the future, your disciples had best not cross my path, or I shall surely extract their souls and torment them to death. Certainly, the words of Mingi could not possibly reach Chongyuan, deep within the realms of Shanhua Tian. Even if they did, they would likely not hold much significance. After all, he had offended Mingi to such an extent that he understood the latter might no longer take an interest in him. However, his disciples were no match for Mingi, and he was certain that the consequences would fall upon them. Yet, Chongyuan would undoubtedly impart some life-preserving techniques to them for their future journeys, to spare them from the clutches of Mingyi's malevolence. Nevertheless, should Mingyi remain oblivious to the boundaries of propriety after certain matters come to light, Chongyuan possessed ample means to either eliminate him or seal him away. Reflecting on his years spent in the primordial wilderness, Chongyuan had naturally accumulated quite a bit of karma. For instance, the spiritual items he had acquired from the cosmos, though unclaimed, were still birthed from the heavens and earth, thus entwined with karma. While these karmic ties were not particularly harmful, they nonetheless posed an impediment to his path of cultivation and, more critically, to his aspirations of transcending the primordial realm to achieve the state of Hongmeng Daluo. Therefore, it was prudent to incinerate this karma through the purifying flames of the red lotus of retribution. Moreover, during his tenure as the leader of the Jiangshan tribe, he had slain numerous ferocious beasts. Although the heavenly will would not reckon the karma of slaying beasts, the act of killing inevitably left traces of murderous intent in his heart. Chongyuan had long harbored concerns that this murderous intent might one day taint his Tao heart. Seeking a solution to this dilemma, now, with the red lotus of retribution at his disposal, he could finally address it. Thus, without further hesitation, Chongyuan commenced the process of refining the red lotus of retribution. Whether due to the decline in the lotus's quality or not, after a millennium, he succeeded in refining it, with a sudden widening of his eyes and a mere thought. The red lotus transformed into a 9-foot lotus platform, upon which Chongyuan leapt and sat cross-legged. After exhaling a deep breath, he began to channel his divine energy into the red lotus. Boom! In an instant, the red lotus seemed to come alive, the platform erupting with immense flames of retribution. Its petals swaying as they enveloped Chongyuan entirely. The flames surged violently, as if intent on incinerating every trace of his own karmic fire. Even after undergoing numerous trials, his physical form, now remarkably robust, could not withstand the excruciating pain, and he let out a muffled groan. It is worth noting that the flames, which appeared to scorch his flesh, did not truly burn the body, but rather ignited from his very soul. Amidst the roaring inferno, Chongyuan gritted his teeth and endured, and after centuries of burning, the flames gradually diminished, following the cleansing of his karma. Chongyuan felt his divine body evolving towards a state of perfection, free from blemish. Most importantly, he sensed his Tao heart clear and serene, akin to a vast ocean, tranquil to the extreme, with his soul becoming ever more attuned to the primordial heavens. What had once been incomprehensible laws of heaven now flowed before his eyes as if the ultimate truths of the universe were unfolding, advancing his understanding of the Tao and bringing him closer to the Hongmeng path spoken of by Tai. Regrettably, as Chongyuan practiced the secret arts of the divine race, he could not force a breakthrough until he had fully refined them, lest he disrupt the process and suffer the consequences of failure. However, following the purifying flames, Chongyuan's Tao heart and soul had made significant progress, enabling him to begin his cultivation of the fourth transformation. Why have you returned? Chongyuan had been in seclusion within Shanhuatian for years, contemplating the great Tao of mountains and rivers in preparation for cultivating the fourth transformation, when he was unexpectedly roused by the sudden arrival of another. Moreover, gazing upon the weary, stooped figure before him, Chongyuan furrowed his brow, his expression one of confusion. "Master, are you pondering why I have taken on this appearance?" Jiang Yun inquired, every movement reminiscent of an aged mortal. Leaning upon a staff, Chongyuan fell silent. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, he already had the answer to his query. After all, he had entrusted all his emotions regarding humanity to this incarnation. From the moment Jiang Yun came into being, he had not embodied a lofty deity but rather a wanderer of the mortal realm. Thus, while Chongyuan was taken aback by this form, he was not overly surprised. My kin have aged and perished before my eyes, and now, though the Jiangshan tribe boasts over 10,000 members, I recognize none of them. Jiang Yun spoke with a hint of nostalgia, seemingly lost in recollection. Indeed, we deities possess long lifespans. After attaining the Daluo state, we exist in tandem with the heavens and earth. A century for humanity is but a mere interval of meditation for us. Chongyuan replied indifferently, his words merely a reflection of his sentiments upon encountering his human avatar. Humanity? Jiang Yun murmured, before a bitter smile graced his lips. As expected, you have long since bestowed your feelings for our kin upon me. I suppose, in your eyes, our kin are not vastly different from other beings. Of course, there are distinctions, for humanity shall play a pivotal role in the future of the heavens and earth. Chongyuan possesses remnants of the ancient human race, naturally claiming a portion of fortune, which serves as a prelude to his future involvement with humanity. Both Chongyuan and Jiang Yun understood this matter implicitly, though they refrained from voicing it aloud. Wary of eavesdroppers within the primordial wilderness, even though Jiang Yun had dwelled among the Jiangshan tribe for millennia, nurturing deep bonds with his kin, he could not act contrary to the will of his true self. Chongyuan, moreover, with Chongyuan's attention upon humanity, his current status represented the divine race, and divine intervention would undoubtedly facilitate humanity's development. Perhaps, in the future, when the witches and demons clash and humanity faces mass slaughter. Chongyuan would extend his hand to save some of his kin. Jiang Yun silently contemplated. Unperturbed by Jiang Yun's musings, Chongyuan inquired, "What brings you here? My lifespan draws to a close, and I intend to traverse the primordial wilderness in search of opportunities for breakthrough. I have come to entrust Mei Ling to you, as well as to ask for your care over our kin," Jiang Yun replied in a flat tone, reminiscent of one making final arrangements. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Chongyuan's brow furrowed. It was only then that he noticed Jiang Yun's cultivation was merely at the god monarch level, constrained by the passage of time, yet even so. A god monarch should possess a lifespan of at least 100,000 years. However, upon closer reflection, it seemed Jiang Yun indeed faced imminent demise. "I possess numerous secret arts that would facilitate a breakthrough to the Daoyuo realm without issue." Chongyuan mused, a sense of melancholy creeping in. Though they were two aspects of the same entity, they were nevertheless each other's most trustworthy confidants. After thousands of years apart, their reunion was tinged with the specter of parting. No need that my path diverges from yours, and I have long since prepared contingencies. I shall be reborn within the tribe when the time comes, ensuring your plans remain intact." Jiang Yun shook his head, refusing Chongyuan's offer. Indeed, while Jiang Yun was a mountain deity, he followed the path of the mundane, understanding its intricacies but not transcending it. "Very well, since you have made up your mind, proceed as you see fit," Chongyuan remarked, recognizing Jiang Yun's resolve and offering no further objections. "Then, Master, I shall take my leave." Jiang Yun smiled with a sense of relief before departing from Shanhuatian. Once Jiang Yun had left, Chongyuan found himself devoid of the motivation to continue his cultivation. Rising from his meditation cushion, he wandered upon the peak of Zhongji, only to encounter a woman clad in blue, seated upon a massive stone. Gazing sorrowfully into the distance. Chapter 63, The Realm of Enlightenment. Mei Ling, Chongyuan called softly. Had he not been reborn as a primordial deity, Mei Ling would have been his foremost disciple upon his return to Jiangshan. She chose to follow Jiang Yun. Though they belonged to the same lineage, Chongyuan still regarded her as part of Jiang Yun's faction. "Master," Mei Ling responded upon hearing Chongyuan's voice, quickly composing herself and bowing respectfully. Observing her tense demeanor, Chongyuan felt a twinge of helplessness. Though he was not as aloof as other deities, he was not as affable as Jiang Yun. Moreover, after nearly 100,000 years apart, it was likely that Mei Ling had almost forgotten his presence. The way she addressed Jiang Yun as master while referring to him as merely teacher revealed the shift in their relationship. "Enough, you are also my disciple. There is no need for such formality." Chongyuan gestured for Mei Ling to relax before continuing. "In this realm of Shanhuatian, there are 9 spiritual peaks. 4 have already found their masters. The remaining 5, you may choose one to serve as your cave dwelling in this realm." "Thank you, Master," Mei Ling expressed her gratitude. Jiang Yun had informed her of this beforehand, yet without Chongyuan's affirmation, she dared not take action. "Off you go then. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out on Zhongji Peak." Chongyuan felt a twinge of discomfort in the presence of Mei Ling, and it was not appropriate for her to linger and engage in conversation, for he himself was at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Mei Ling appeared as though she had been granted a reprieve, hastily departing from Zhongji Peak to seek refuge in another spiritual peak, where she established her own secluded abode. Observing her departure, Chongyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly before resuming his stroll upon Zhongji Peak. Since the inception of the mountain and river heaven, he had not taken the time to appreciate the scenery within, and now, seizing this opportunity, he intended to unwind a little and revel in the beauty of this ethereal realm. Before him, the mountain and river heaven was adorned with extraordinary rocks standing resolutely, mountains stretching endlessly, and vast, misty forests blanketing the spiritual peaks. The rich spiritual energy danced among the trees, while clouds billowed, seemingly shielding this celestial paradise from the gaze of the mundane world. Upon the ancient and majestic cave dwelling, mysterious and esoteric symbols floated gracefully, adding an air of enigma from the heights of the nine heavens. Ethereal clouds descended, which, instead of swirling around the firmament, settled quietly upon the mountaintops, casting a soft, pure light that shimmered across the summits. Amidst the depths of the clouds, a faint, melodious cry of a phoenix could be heard. And the myriad beings that traversed the land infused the mountain and river heaven with a vibrant vitality. To his astonishment, Chongyuan beheld the breathtaking beauty of the mountain and river heaven for the first time. His expression remained composed, yet a flicker of enlightenment sparkled in his eyes as he comprehended the principles of the path of the mountains and rivers more clearly. However, he did not retreat into seclusion immediately. Instead, he summoned a wisp of azure cloud and meandered through the mountain and river heaven, speaking contemplatively by the banks of the yellow river. The path of humanity is fleeting. The path of immortals is vast. The path of divinity is radiant. The path of immortals cherishes life. The path of humanity values endings. The path of divinity holds dear the heart. The myriad heavens resonate harmoniously, and my own path flourishes with each passing day. Thus, swiftly, a myriad of years slipped by. Throughout these millennia, Chongyuan wandered amidst the mountain and river heaven, imparting wisdom by the yellow river, or traversing the primordial lands, guided solely by his heart, observing the landscape without restraint. Although he had never formally cultivated, his realm of understanding deepened profoundly, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Initially, the world was oblivious to his identity, unaware of his presence, until a certain water deity of the yellow river inadvertently revealed Chongyuan's status, leading to a growing reverence among the populace. Many races, even those with deep-seated enmities, journeyed to the banks of the yellow river, settling there merely to better absorb Chongyuan's teachings. For them, the pursuit of enlightenment outweighed the weight of past grievances. After all, to hear the truth at dawn was worth the price of death by dusk. That on a particular day, Chongyuan's typically indifferent demeanor finally shifted as he gazed toward the southeastern corner. Murmuring to himself, "Has the time come for departure?" No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure vanished from sight, leaving behind no trace, while the continuous sound of his teachings, which had persisted for millennia, fell silent in that moment. Countless beings fidgeted anxiously, their expressions wrought with urgency. Although their minds were brimming with questions, they dared not voice them, instead hoping fervently for the return of his enlightening discourse. Alas, the speaker had awakened, and with the heavenly laws issuing a warning, he naturally refrained from continuing his teachings. It is worth noting that throughout these millennia, Chongyuan had meticulously laid down the foundational principles of cultivation for all sentient beings, ensuring that anyone with sufficient aptitude and a resolute heart could, by following his guidance step by step, undoubtedly attain the realm of the divine monarch.